Chapter 1. The deity beating system of all realms. Alas, I've hit rock bottom. The competition in online literature is truly overwhelming, sighed Yi-chun as he gazed at the disheartening statistics of his latest novel displayed on the computer screen. With such figures, I know even before launch that it's destined for failure. How can I possibly approach Editor Pineapple for a recommendation? In an era where university students and graduates abound, Yi-chun, whose qualifications and talents were rather mediocre, had to carve out an alternative path as an online writer. Yet, it was evident that this time he had met with another failure. Well, perhaps a breath of fresh air will rejuvenate my spirits and inspire a new story, he thought, grabbing a bottle of soda. As he opened the window to let in the breeze, a brilliant star streaked through the dark night sky and collided with his mind. Before he could fully process this extraordinary event, Yi-chun collapsed onto the floor. When he finally regained consciousness, he was no longer the dejected writer he had been an hour ago. After an hour of unconsciousness, he awoke with a newfound vitality, his previous despair replaced by an invigorated demeanor. This wind truly brought me fortune. I can't believe I've stumbled upon something so intriguing, a deity beating system of all realms. Ha! My days of prosperity are finally upon me. Yi-chun thought to himself, laughing inwardly. Just moments before, after being struck by the star, a mysterious message had materialized in his mind, and he realized that he had indeed encountered immense luck far greater than winning a billion-dollar lottery. The deity beating system of all realms recruits powerful beings from various worlds to serve as enforcers, assisting customers with their troubles. This is simply marvelous. After thoroughly digesting the information from the system, he eagerly inquired, how do I recruit these enforcers? And when can I begin accepting requests for assistance? To accept requests for assistance, you must first open your establishment to sense customers in need of your services. A cold voice echoed within Yi-chun's mind. Then why wait? Open the establishment for me. Yi-chun exclaimed without hesitation. To open the establishment, you must have at least one enforcer. Currently, you possess 0 enforcers and cannot proceed. However, given that you have just acquired the system and your strength is low, you may recruit 1 enforcer for free, the system replied. Free recruitment? Does that mean I can recruit any kind of powerful being? Yi-chun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Theoretically, you can recruit beings ranging from ancient saints to formidable emperors, as well as ordinary martial artists and special forces. It all depends on your luck, the system explained. Then what are we waiting for? Initiate the free recruitment. Yi-chun pinched his cheek to confirm he was not dreaming, realizing that fortune was finally smiling upon him. Recruitment commencing? Success! Suddenly, a woman clad in a purple qipao, adorned with high heels and serpent-shaped earrings, with long, flowing black hair and an unparalleled beauty, appeared before Yi-chun. You are Boa Hancock. Yi-chun instantly recognized her as the legendary beauty from the world of One Piece, the pirate Empress. How dare you address me so casually, insolent man? Hancock looked down at Yi-chun with disdain. Alas, despite not considering himself short, in a world where the average height exceeded 6 feet, he felt diminutive. Unfortunately, Hancock stood over 6 feet tall, and her high heels only accentuated her towering presence as she gazed down at Yi-chun without a hint of discomfort. Faced with Hancock's blatant hostility, Yi-chun was taken aback and immediately questioned the system about the situation that an enforcer recruited for free cannot harm the binder. Whether the enforcer willingly serves you depends on the binder's abilities, the system clarified. Wait a minute. I haven't recruited an enforcer, I've summoned a female overlord. Yi-chun was left speechless. The initial excitement of recruiting the Empress was doused by a bucket of cold water. No matter how formidable an enforcer might be, their defiance would be futile. The binder can personally recruit enforcers from different worlds after the establishment is opened. Any enforcer personally recruited by the binder and bound by a contract will not harm the binder and will fulfill their duties as assigned, the system continued. What are you staring at, man? If you keep gazing at me like that, I shall turn you to stone. Hancock stated, hands on her hips, tilting her head back in a haughty manner. Ah, just as I suspected. I didn't recruit an enforcer, I summoned a formidable matriarch. Unable to fight or scold her, Yi-chun could only mutter to himself, let's open the establishment. This is merely a minor setback. Failure is the mother of success. Besides, I haven't truly failed, this is just an unexpected occurrence. I can simply go recruit a compliant enforcer myself. As Yi-chun silently willed the establishment to open, he and Hancock vanished from the room, materializing in an ethereal space where a quaint and elegant shop appeared. It's entrance adorned with a sign proclaiming deity beating. Why did you bring me to such a place? Hancock furrowed her brow, her beauty undeniable even in her displeasure. Activate the enforcer recruitment function, Yi-chun commanded inwardly. World extraction complete. Shop owner Yi-chun may enter the Kung Fu world to recruit enforcers, with a time limit of 1 month. Can I continuously enter different worlds to recruit enforcers? Yi-chun inquired. Each month, you may have one opportunity to enter a different world for recruitment. Completing a deity beating request grants you an additional opportunity, the system explained. So, if I fail this recruitment, I won't be able to use the recruitment function again for a month. That could present quite a dilemma if someone seeks my services in the meantime, Yi-chun thought, his expression tightening. He immediately left the shop and returned over an hour later, carrying a large backpack, before reuniting with Hancock in a city reminiscent of the Republic of China era. Chapter 2. The Empress Hancock signs the enforcer contract. Let me consider the enforcer must obey my commands and be willing to engage in combat. The masters in the Kung Fu world include the landlord, the landlady, the evil god of fire cloud, the heavenly scar, the tailor, the strongman, and the fried food vendor alongside Axing, who has achieved meridian unblocking. Among these individuals, the tailor can be ruled out, as can the landlord and landlady, as it's unlikely they would serve as enforcers. Even if they could, getting them to sign a contract within a month would be a challenge. Thus, they are the least viable options, Yi-chun pondered. Just as he contemplated, several men clad in black suits approached, their expressions filled with excitement. Hey there, pretty lady. How about joining me? I'm a leader of the Axe Gang, and following me would be far more promising than sticking with that little boy beside you. One burly man, brandishing an axe at his waist, grinned at Hancock. This fool is doomed. Yi-chun, roused from his thoughts, felt no concern but rather looked at the Axe Gang members with pity. How dare this lowly man be so disrespectful to me? Hancock's eyes turned icy. Already displeased at being bound to Yi-chun, she seethed with anger, having no outlet for her frustration since she couldn't lash out at him. The Empress was never one to be trifled with. Her temper was as fierce as her beauty. The audacity of the Axe Gang members ignited her wrath. With a swift motion, Hancock raised a hand, and waves of heart-shaped energy radiated outward, petrifying the members of the Axe Gang before her. Crack. Not only that, after petrifying the members of the Axe Gang, Hancock lifted her right foot and with a resounding thud, shattered all the petrified members before her into fragments. Fortunately, although Hancock does not heed my words, at least she cannot resort to violence against me. Yi-chun sighed in relief, profoundly grateful to the deity fighting system for summoning these henchmen. Even if they are unruly and free of charge, they cannot harm me otherwise. It would be quite tragic. Empress, do not be so enraged. I have news that will surely delight you, Yi-chun remarked, observing Hancock's furious demeanor, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Humph, you are no different from those filthy men. Your mind is filled with lewd thoughts. I have no interest in your words. Hancock turned her head aside, completely disregarding Yi-chun. I know of a method to eliminate the mark, the tattoo, and I wish to share it with you. Yi-chun did not directly mention the mark on Hancock's back, instead opting for a more subtle approach. Hancock's pupils constricted sharply, then widened instantly, a flicker of joy crossing her eyes. Having witnessed Yi-chun's ability to traverse worlds, she held no doubts. Man, at once, reveal this method to me. Of course, but I would like to propose a trade. Yi-chun replied. A trade? Keep your unclean thoughts to yourself. I shall not agree to your terms. Hancock's delicate fingers formed a heart shape, and had he not known that Hancock could not harm him, Yi-chun would have been drenched in cold sweat at that moment. Hey, I concede that you are indeed beautiful and anyone would be tempted, but that does not mean I wish to trade with you. You are overthinking this, Yi-chun responded. Hypocritical. You think one way and deny it with your words, Hancock said, though she retracted her sweet fruit powers from her fingers. Do you wish for me to be your henchman? Do not even think about it. What do you propose then? I am going to great lengths to seek this method for you across other worlds. Otherwise, even if I tell you how, you would be unable to act upon it. Not to mention, seeking a way to eliminate the mark and tattoo in other worlds is perilous. You cannot expect me to do it for free, Yi-chun elaborated. He understood that Hancock harbored a deep-seated disdain for men. Lacking the extraordinary luck and protagonist aura of Luffy, he knew he could not achieve his goals in one fell swoop. The only approach was to gradually change Hancock's perception of him through patience. Fine, I can agree to assist you 3 times, but after that, you must provide me with what you just mentioned. Otherwise, our relationship will remain unresolved, Hancock pondered, and finally took a step back. Good. If you doubt my sincerity, we can formalize a henchman contract, Yi-Chun proposed. The henchman contract was designed by the DD fighting system for recruiting henchmen. There are various types of contract, short-term, long-term, and conditional depending on the agreement between the master and the henchman. Hancock, summoned by the DD fighting system from the multiverse, was aware of such contracts. Contract agreement. Master Yi-Chun offers the means to eliminate the mark and tattoo as payment in exchange for 3 instances of assistance from henchman Hancock. Hancock glanced at the contract that appeared out of thin air and silently agreed the contract was immediately effective. Let's go. With Hancock's 3 instances of assistance, it was akin to having 3 additional lives in this world. No one could harm him. With his life secured, Yi-Chun spoke with renewed confidence that in his own words, from this day forth, he too had a henchman. Though this henchman was somewhat rebellious, at least the next 3 instances would not pose an issue. After inquiring for directions, Yi-Chun located the nearest pawn shop. Presenting a modern watch, he pawned it under the watchful gaze of the shopkeeper, who appeared as if he had struck gold, and received a substantial sum of currency from this era. He then hurriedly made his way to the pig cage village. This city was a melting pot of characters, and Hancock, clad in a qipao, exuding exquisite beauty and grace, naturally attracted countless admirers. Various gangs, including the Crocodile Gang and the Axe Gang, swarmed around, but all became mere outlets for Hancock's ire, reduced to rubble one by one. Excuse me, where can I find the landlady and landlord? With only a month for recruitment, Yi-Chun wasted no time. Upon arriving at Pig Cage Village, he immediately inquired and discovered the residence of the landlady and landlord. Which bastard is disturbing my sleep? The door swung open, a powerful aura rushing forth. Chapter 3. Trading your future for martial arts. What a beautiful girl. The landlady, initially ready to scold, brightened at the sight of Hancock standing behind Yi-Chun. However, her pupils suddenly narrowed, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping her. A master, undoubtedly a master. A second later, her perception of Hancock completely shifted as a martial arts adept. Her instincts were exceptionally sharp, and she sensed a lethal threat emanating from Hancock. Dear, do we have guests? The drunken landlord emerged from the back. When his gaze fell upon Hancock, a flicker of clarity passed through his murky eyes, devoid of the usual lecherous demeanor associated with beautiful women. Indeed, we do have guests. Why haven't we let them in? I was just pondering how 2 individuals so elegantly attired do not resemble common folk, and out of curiosity, I forgot to invite you in. I truly apologize for my oversight. The landlady gestured towards her room. I must have intruded upon you both, and for that, I offer a small token of goodwill for our initial meeting, Yi-Chun said, producing a modern imitation LV handbag and a bottle of expensive liquor from behind him. What goodwill? You are mistaken, the landlord and landlady spoke in unison, yet their hands naturally accepted the liquor and handbag from Yi-Chun. To have such unparalleled masters, known as the Divine Eagle couple, accept a gift from a mere junior like myself is indeed an honor, Yi-Chun smiled. What Divine Eagle couple? I have no idea what you are talking about. We are merely the landlady and landlord. Not eagle keepers, the landlord waved dismissively. In truth, I have not come to expose your identities, nor to trouble you, and certainly not to intrude upon your secluded lives. That I will be leaving shortly and will not disturb you again, Yi-Chun assured. I never expected that after so many years of seclusion, you would see through us. However, I am curious, without any martial arts skills, how did you uncover our identities? The landlady, no longer concealing her true self, boldly accepted a soft cigarette from Yi-Chun and lit it. This flavor is quite delightful, she remarked, her eyes sparkling. Since you find it interesting, please take it as compensation for my intrusion upon your seclusion. Yi-Chun offered another soft cigarette from his bag. Speak your mind. Having accepted so many gifts, if it does not violate our principles, we may assist you, the landlady said. Surely, with your extensive travels, you have discerned that neither the cigarettes nor the handbag can be found in any ordinary market. Yi-Chun employed his persuasion skills. I am not from this era. I hail from the future. My return to the past is to propose a trade with you both. The landlord had anticipated many things Yi-Chun might say, but had never imagined he would claim to be from the future. Your jest is not amusing in the slightest, the landlady retorted, clearly skeptical. Please hear me out. I can allow you both to witness your futures, as well as that of Pig Cage Village, Yi-Chun asserted. Future? Then tell me, what will I be doing an hour from now? The landlord chuckled. I cannot predict with such precision, But I can reveal to you both the imminent crisis that you and the pig cage village will soon face, Yichun replied. I'll take your word for it, but what must we sacrifice? The landlady interrupted the landlord. I hope you two can impart your unique martial arts skills to me, Yichun stated. Young man, do not jest with us any longer. What if I can prove that everything I say is true? Yichun interjected, cutting off the landlord. Really? If such an absurd claim turns out to be true, I would not mind granting you your request. The landlord laughed heartily. I trust that you, as an unparalleled master, are a man of your word. And what about you, landlady? Yichun turned his gaze towards her. If you can present evidence that persuades us and allow us to witness this so-called crisis, I might consider your request, the landlady remarked, still skeptical. Very well. Yichun turned around, and before the curious gazes of the landlord and landlady, he produced a laptop from behind him, opening it before them, instantly playing a high-definition film that as the landlord and landlady watched, their eyelids flickered slightly. However, with their profound martial skills and countless experiences, they maintained their composure, though they were internally astonished and intrigued as they focused on the screen. Under their intense scrutiny, the film began with the Axe Gang slaughtering the Crocodile Gang, wreaking havoc across the city. Then, the Pig Cage Village made its appearance, and as characters vividly emerged on screen, the landlady and landlord, while remaining seated, felt a growing unrest within. They noticed that the members of the Pig Cage Village portrayed on screen bore striking resemblances to the people in their midst. Though not identical, at least 80 to 90% were similar, and the personalities displayed by each character mirrored those of the tenants they knew. When a plump, middle-aged woman exuding an overwhelming presence appeared, both the landlord and landlady's mouths twitched in disbelief. What they initially dismissed became increasingly alarming, especially when they witnessed the laborers fiercely battling and the ensuing chaos as the formidable fire cloud evil god emerged, with the landlady employing a loudspeaker, and a Xing unleashing the Buddha's palm. They could no longer contain themselves and stood up. Could it be? Are you truly from the future? The landlady regarded Yichun with incredulity. Absolutely. Do you now believe me? Yichun inquired. Since you are from the future, do you still require assistance from us, the people of this bygone era? The landlord asked. You must have noticed that Western firearms are advancing rapidly, while martial arts are becoming increasingly difficult to master. Especially as we transition into an era devoid of martial prowess, by then not only will martial arts manuals be scarce, but even effective combat techniques will be nearly extinct. Yichun explained that in our time, there are no warriors like you two in the entire nation. In fact, even our people do not believe that our ethnicity ever possessed internal martial arts, rendering martial arts merely a fantasy. This is precisely why I returned from the future, willing to show you what lies ahead to earn your martial skills. Yichun continued. What will happen in the future? The landlady asked. Why Yichun briefly summarized modern history, then explained that in his time, not only were there no martial arts masters, but many individuals suffered from suboptimal health, desperately seeking martial training with no available avenues. I hope that you both, considering the effort I've expended to arrive here, the earnestness of my desire for martial arts, our shared nationality, and the impending extinction of martial arts will bestow upon me your teachings, Yichun implored. The landlady and landlord exchanged glances, each taking a deep breath. You claim there will be no more masters in the future. Then what of this young lady? The landlady, with her sharp eyes, had recognized Hancock's prowess from the outset. Hancock is different from me. She does not hail from the future, but rather from another world. I believe you can see that she possesses no martial skills, Yichun clarified. Indeed, this young lady exudes a vigorous aura, her physique is remarkably strong, and she harbors a mysterious power within her. Certainly not martial arts, the landlord nodded in agreement. But are you not afraid that we might dismiss your claims after watching your presentation? The landlady jested. Why Yichun smiled, remaining silent as he pointed at the images of the landlord and landlady on the screen. I almost forgot how well you understand us. The landlady chuckled. Who would have thought we would be recorded in history, our lives meticulously documented? The landlord mused, feeling a sense of pride. Young man. You may call me Yichun, he replied. Yichun, we will honor our word. We can teach you martial arts. But remember that the path of martial cultivation is a personal journey, without any foundational skills or exceptional talent. And given that you are already an adult, achieving success will be challenging, the landlord cautioned. That is of no concern as long as you teach me martial arts. The extent of my cultivation will depend on my own fate, Yichun replied unperturbed. Very well. From that day forward, Yichun took up residence there. Perhaps due to their good spirits, or the excitement from witnessing such an enthralling display, the landlord and landlady devoted themselves to teaching Yi-chan with sincerity. They even expended their own energy to assist him in opening his meridians while he began his martial arts training. Deeply moving Yi-chan, he realized that aiding someone in clearing their meridians was no trivial matter, especially for an adult like himself, whose bones and meridians were already established. Fortunately, the couple worked together, which significantly reduced the energy consumed. As they stated, after resting for 10 days, they would recover the expended energy, which reassured Yi-chan considerably. Grateful for their efforts, Yi-chan used the money he had acquired to purchase a wealth of rare medicinal herbs, allowing them to brew potions that would restore their vitality and expedite their recovery of energy. The couple accepted Yi-chan's goodwill with gratitude, not refusing his kind gesture. After 20 days, Yi-chan and Hancock departed, while the landlord and landlady stood by the window, watching their retreating figures, silently wishing them well. It seems their martial arts hold some merit. In just 20 days you have transformed remarkably, Hancock observed as she assessed Yi-chan. Do not refer to me as man or this man, I have a name, it is Yi-chan, he retorted. How rude! How dare you speak to me in such a manner? No wonder you men are so detestable, Hancock scoffed. Who is truly being rude here? It seems you have consistently been the one lacking in manners, Yi-chan countered. How can you compare to me? Whatever I do will be forgiven because I am simply too beautiful, while you are merely a repugnant man, Hancock declared, reverting to her classic line. Indeed, fair lady. Shall we proceed? Despite already knowing Hancock's nature, Yi-chan could not help but smirk at her words. Humph. Remember your promise. Once we return, take me shopping. If you dare deceive me, you know the consequences, Hancock threatened. What could possibly happen? If you are unconvinced, come and challenge me, Yi-chan taunted. Challenge? Then let it be so. Hancock, a capricious empress, immediately retaliated with a swift kick. Perhaps it would be wise to conserve your strength and lower your foot, lest you inadvertently reveal yourself, Yi-chan remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the potential threat posed by the landlord and landlady, whose formidable kick dissipated upon nearing him. How dare you, you rude man? Hancock retorted, incensed by his audacity. Calm yourself, Empress, rather than waste time in anger. Why not hasten to join me? Once I conclude my business, I shall gladly accompany you for an extensive outing, Yi-chan suggested. Watching his retreating figure, Hancock could only internally berate him with a plethora of adjectives: impertinent, despicable, and more before she followed suit. In an unusually quaint CF for this era, two men donned in antiquated attire, sporting sunglasses and carrying a guzheng, entered. Mr. Yi-chan has summoned us, one of the two servers announced as they approached. Please, gentlemen, follow me. The server promptly guided them to a private room where Yi-chan and Hancock awaited. A song of heartache, Yi-chan remarked, observing the two men. Where in the world can one find a kindred spirit? They both responded in unison, a tremor of surprise evident in their voices. Well done. It appears you both possess not only exceptional martial prowess but also a remarkable command of the arts, Yi-chan praised. We merely sing for a living, Tian can humbly replied. I shall dispense with pleasantries. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a potential business transaction, Yi-chan stated directly. Chapter 5. Recruiting the Fiery Cloud Evil God. Different individuals necessitate varied modes of communication. Prior to this encounter, he had already identified his targets for recruitment and had made the necessary preparations. I wonder, Mr. Yi, who do you wish us to eliminate? DK inquired, his tone devoid of malice, leading one to suspect he was merely a singer. Little did they know, they were the renowned assassins ranked second on the infamous list, Tian Kan and DK. I do not seek to hire you as assassins, rather, I can offer you rewards far exceeding those of mere killings, Yi-chan declared, presenting 2 boxes filled with synthetic diamonds and other decorative items he had procured from the modern world. We are singers by trade, and killing is our only other skill. Tian Kan initially frowned at the sight of the wealth, but hesitation soon clouded his judgment. My intention is to employ you as my bodyguards to eliminate my adversaries, Yi-chan explained. Apologies, Mr. Yi. We are accustomed to our freedom. While we can kill for a fee, we are unaccustomed to being beholden to others, DK pondered before ultimately declining. Yi-chan sighed inwardly, realizing that not everything was within his control. He was not the protagonist of this tale, and not everyone would bow before him. I had anticipated that Tian Kan and DK would be the easiest to recruit, yet it appears I must seek someone else. Yi-chan mused aloud. I shall not press you further. Instead, Let us propose a different arrangement. I wish to enlist your assistance to escort me to a certain location. What say you? Where to? In light of the financial incentive, Tian Can and DK were no longer averse, provided they were not subjugated or forced to serve as subordinates. To the mental institution housing the fiery cloud evil god. Your task is simply to escort me to meet him, Yichen stated. Very well, but let it be known we are not a match for the evil god. Should he choose to attack, we can only endeavor to protect you, Tian Can warned. Agreed, Yichen replied. Having spent nearly a month in this martial arts world, he was determined not to squander time. After exchanging funds, he promptly had Tian Can and DK lead him to the mental institution. This institution was formidable, equipped with military forces and tanks. Although Yichen could have infiltrated unnoticed without their assistance, he knew he would require Hancock's prowess. While she was undoubtedly powerful, she would only intervene 3 times, and he was cautious not to squander that opportunity. What an overwhelming aura of malice. Under the protection of Tian Can and DK, Yichen and Hancock effortlessly arrived at the door of the fiery cloud evil god. Truly, he is the ultimate assassin, Tian Can murmured. Hancock, is it possible for you to conceal your strength from someone more formidable than the landlord? Yichen inquired, inching closer to her, aware that she could hear even the faintest whisper, "Do not encroach upon me." Hancock retreated a few steps, aware that if she were not cognizant of how to combat Yichen, he would have been petrified by her presence. Enough of this, I shall require your assistance shortly. Yichen insisted earnestly. Very well. For the sake of expunging her past burdens, Hancock begrudgingly tolerated his proximity. Then, please restrain your aura, ensuring the fiery cloud evil god perceives you as an ordinary individual. In truth, Hancock typically did not intentionally emit her aura unless faced with someone of the landlord's caliber, who might discern her true strength. Even the likes of Tian Can and DK remained oblivious to her prowess, as she had not made any effort to conceal it, should she choose to suppress her presence. Even the fiery cloud evil god would be unable to fathom her true capabilities. Although the door was difficult for those unfamiliar with locks, it posed no challenge for Tian Can and DK, who easily breached the entrance. Is this the fiery cloud evil god? His appearance does not align with his name, merely an insufferable man. Hancock scoffed. Oh, what sort of figure do you envision when you think of the fiery cloud evil god? The evil god, seated on a toilet and perusing a newspaper, chuckled neurotically. One exuding an air of menace and nobility. Hancock replied. Is that so? While I can embody menace, I cannot claim nobility after all. I was born this way, the fiery cloud evil god responded, surprisingly unperturbed. Evil god, I have come to propose a transaction. I can introduce you to a figure far more formidable than the legendary duo of the Condor heroes. I no need to elaborate should such a person exist. I would gladly eliminate them for free, the fiery cloud evil god exclaimed enthusiastically. Wait, evil god, hear me out. I propose a wager. Should this formidable individual defeat you, you will become my enforcer, Yichen suggested. And if the champion you speak of is defeated? The evil god inquired, intrigued. Unlike Tian Can and DK, his thoughts revolved around martial prowess and the thrill of combat. Indifferent to other matters. Of course, as an unparalleled expert, he possessed a sense of pride that led him to converse with Yichen solely due to his unwavering confidence in his own abilities. He found it hard to believe anyone could surpass him. Having sought you out, I am fully aware of your nature. Should he lose, it would mean both he and I would meet our demise at your hands, Yichen replied. Fine, I shall await the arrival of your champion. However, if it happens to be one of your companions, I will not hesitate to eliminate you, the fiery cloud evil god declared as he rose. Rest assured, I would not disappoint you with anything less than a challenger superior to the Condor heroes. Yichen assured as he turned to leave, I am eager to witness the prowess of the opponent you present. The fiery cloud evil god's eyes glinted with a predatory anticipation as he strolled away in his flip-flops. MR.YE, we have fulfilled our end of the bargain, may our paths cross again. Tian Can and DK remarked, sensing the overwhelming malice emanating from the fiery cloud evil god. Fearful that a moment of impulsiveness might lead to their demise as well. I appreciate your assistance, Yichen acknowledged. Chapter 6. The Pirate Empress battles the fiery cloud evil god. You are quite perceptive. It appears that the assassins you hired do not hold much faith in your so-called experts, the fiery cloud evil god remarked with a cold smirk. They are merely 2 mercenaries, after all. It would be strange for them to place their trust in me, Yichen replied nonchalantly. As the proprietor of a combat establishment, He was not about to entrust his safety to two hired thugs. In truth, since acquiring the system, the only individuals he trusted were his recruited fighters. He remained cautious around others. Where is this so-called unparalleled expert? I fail to sense their presence, the fiery cloud evil god said, his patience wearing thin as he walked further. I am leading you to a place where you can engage in battle without restraint. Surely, you wouldn't want your duel interrupted by an army rolling in with tanks. Would you? Yi-Chun expressed, unfazed by the threat posed by the fiery cloud evil god. Then we shall wait a little longer, the fiery cloud evil god conceded. His bloodthirst momentarily subdued. After approximately half an hour of walking, they finally arrived at the outskirts. Thanks to Yi-Chun's training under two supreme masters, he was able to keep pace, even if it required expending his own energy. Where is this unparalleled expert? The fiery cloud evil goddess tone had turned haughty and frosty. The unparalleled expert has been by your side all along. Did you not notice? Yi-Chun turned to face him. Oh, an expert who can remain undetected? The fiery cloud evil goddess expression finally shifted to one of seriousness. Hancock, I must request your assistance. Do not hold back. Strike with all your might, just don't kill him. Cripple him if you must. Yi-Chun hastily moved aside. Impertinent man, do not command me. I heed no one's orders, Hancock retorted, disdain evident as she ceased to conceal her presence. The fiery cloud evil goddess pupils dilated, and a chill ran down his spine. So, you are the unparalleled expert. No wonder that fellow remained so composed. He has an unrivaled protector. The fiery cloud evil god grinned, his eyes glinting with palpable bloodlust and malice. Sign it. Hancock had little interest in conversing with a man dressed in flip-flops and bizarre attire. Should he be defeated, the fiery cloud evil god would become Yi-Chun's subordinate indefinitely. He chuckled heartily. If you can accomplish that, I wouldn't mind. However, I have no pen. How shall I sign? You need only to mentally recite it, Yi-Chun advised. As long as you are willing, we may commence our battle immediately. Very well, the fiery cloud evil god declared, unperturbed, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. He scoffed at the notion that a mere piece of paper could bind him. As he mentally recited the contract, it vanished from before him. Boom! The instant the contract disappeared, the fiery cloud evil god unleashed his fury. Since his release from the mental asylum, the pent-up bloodlust and madness erupted forth. With a single footfall, he created a crater in the ground, launching himself like a bullet towards Hancock, fully aware of her prowess and unleashing his full strength without hesitation. The speed and power of his punches were astonishing, capable of intercepting bullets fired from a gun held just a mere centimeter from his temple. In the Grand Line, such strength could be deemed superhuman, but only within the initial segment known as Paradise. As the fiery cloud evil god attacked with a barrage of strikes resembling a rain of bullets, Hancock raised her right leg, delivering a swift kick. The fiery cloud evil goddess pupils constricted as her single sweeping kick struck both of his arms, sending him reeling. Before he could regain his balance, Hancock's foot transformed mid-air, crashing down upon his face and propelling him away. I have no interest in wasting time on you. Show me all your abilities or I shall end you directly, Hancock commanded imperiously. The fiery cloud evil god chuckled, for it had been years since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Now, a girl he deemed insignificant dared to address him so, igniting his fury. With his limbs sprawled on the ground, he inhaled deeply, channeling his energy into a formidable force. Truly unsightly. Men are indeed repulsive, Hancock thought, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Whoosh! The fiery cloud evil god paid no mind to her judgments. In his view, only power mattered. He propelled himself forward with a slight push of his legs, resembling a rocket, as shockwaves rippled through the air around him, indicating he had surpassed the speed of sound. Hancock let out a scornful laugh, unfazed by the fiery cloud evil god's lightning-fast, heavy-hitting frog technique, embodying the essence of a queen who looked down upon the world. As he soared towards her, she deftly sidestepped, evading his fierce attack with grace. Planting his feet on the ground, the fiery cloud evil god twisted, using the rebound to launch himself back at Hancock's rear. Futile. Hancock, relying on her Kenbunchiku Haki, anticipated the fiery cloud evil goddess movements without needing to see. She prepared to evade well before he struck, rendering all his attempts at offense moot. Does this woman possess the ability to read minds? How is it that she can foresee my moves? The fiery cloud evil god grew increasingly alarmed. Despite unleashing his frog technique repeatedly, he hadn't even grazed Hancock's garments. Is that all you have? Then bow down and submit to me, Hancock proclaimed after dodging his attacks. As the fiery cloud evil god launched himself towards her once more, Hancock, having noted a lack of greater techniques from him, sidestepped and executed a powerful kick from above, striking him down with a single blow that sent him crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Bang! 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 As the fiery cloud evil god attempted to rise, Hancock unleashed a flurry of lightning-quick kicks, each strike fracturing the ground beneath her. By the time she finished, a chasm measuring several meters lay where he had stood. Chapter 7. Successful recruitment. After halting his steps, Hancock did not spare a glance at the fallen figure of the fire cloud evil god, lying motionless in the pit like a lifeless dog. You haven't killed him, have you? Yi-chun remarked, observing the pitiful state of the fire cloud evil god, feeling a twinge of compassion for such a fearsome creature. It truly was a tragic sight. Regardless of the evil god's resilience, he had undoubtedly been beaten to near death. Humph! I no longer require armed color Haki or Conqueror's Haki. I have intentionally held back my power. If he is dead, it is solely due to his ineptitude as a man, Hancock declared with an air of pride. He should still be alive. Yi-chun approached, unafraid of the evil god's potential wrath, for he had just received a notification from the DD fighting system indicating that the fire cloud evil god had become his subordinate. Evil god, if you are not dead, rise and let me assist you in healing your wounds. With great effort, the bloodied fire cloud evil god managed to stand, albeit unsteadily, as if he might collapse at any moment. I will not treat your injuries, but I can provide you with the finest medicinal herbs. You shall have to find a way to heal yourself, Yi-chun stated, leading the evil god to the nearest apothecary. As a peerless master who was both internally and externally accomplished, the fire cloud evil god may not have been able to heal other ailments, but his combat injuries, both external and internal, could be addressed with far greater skill than any esteemed orthopedic or internal medicine specialist. Having cultivated to such a degree, he possessed an intimate understanding of every part of his body and remarkable control over it, allowing him to apply the right remedies once he grasped their properties. With the invaluable herbs purchased at great expense by Yi-chun, coupled with the evil god's profound cultivation, his injuries rapidly stabilized and began to mend at an astonishing pace. Owner, it seems that this female master is not a martial artist, the evil god remarked. From the moment the contract took effect, he had become aware of the DD fighting system and his new role, yet he felt no humiliation in his servitude, only exhilaration. Though reduced to a lackey, he would have the opportunity to confront various masters across different worlds, and even delve into the martial arts and miraculous techniques of the immortals. How could he possibly feel sorrow? She possesses multiple abilities, including fruit powers, physical techniques, and Haki, Yi-chun explained. I can comprehend physical techniques, as they resemble external cultivation methods, but what are the fruit powers and Haki? Understanding that as Yi-chun's subordinate, he would be engaging with various power systems across different realms, the fire cloud evil god humbly sought enlightenment from Yi-chun. He recognized that while Yi-chun's strength was inferior to his, the latter's knowledge in other domains surpassed his own. Fruit powers, also known as devil fruits, are a unique type of fruit found in the Grand Line that grant individuals extraordinary abilities upon consumption. They are generally categorized into three types: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. Paramecia grants superhuman abilities or transformations, Zoan allows the user to become an animal, and Logia bestows control over natural elements such as earth, wind, water, and fire. Yi-chun succinctly explained, aiming to prevent the evil god from being caught off guard due to a lack of information when he eventually ventured into the world of One Piece. As for Haki, it can be considered a complementary ability to fruit powers, serving as a means to counter those who have consumed devil fruits. Haki is divided into three categories: Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Observation Haki grants the ability to foresee an opponent's actions before they strike, while Advanced Observation Haki allows one to hear the voices of all things and communicate with others. Armament Haki enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities, manifesting as an invisible armor, while Conqueror's Haki can be understood as a form of spirit and dominance, directly impacting the minds of others. No wonder that female master earlier. Man. Remember to address me as Empress when you speak to me. Hancock interrupted the evil god's musings. Empress. The fire cloud evil god twitched at the corner of his mouth. Yichun elaborated, Hancock is known in her world as the Pirate Empress and also rules a nation. It is not a title she has self-bestowed. Ah, I see. The fire cloud evil god felt as though his eyes had been opened to a new world. By the way, evil god, I acquired a manual called the Buddha's Palm, but I am uncertain of its authenticity. Could you take a look at it for me? Yichun produced the manual he had previously purchased for 10,000 from Xingzi. Though Hancock's prowess vastly surpassed that of the fire cloud evil god, she was entirely unacquainted with martial arts. Thus, it was only fitting for the expert, the fire cloud evil god, to examine it. Buddha's palm. Could it be the legendary technique that descended from the heavens centuries ago? The evil god, a martial arts aficionado, was immediately intrigued. I once witnessed someone wield the Buddha's palm, toppling a skyscraper with a single strike. This manual was obtained from that individual, Yichun offered, handing over the tome. Hancock, too, felt a flicker of interest. After all, the name Buddha's palm carried an imposing aura. Owner, please wait a moment. I will examine it. The fire cloud evil god took the manual, opened it, and became utterly engrossed. It appears to be genuine. Upon seeing the evil god's rapt expression, Yichun realized that if the manual were false, the evil god would have likely torn it to shreds by now. Such extraordinary martial arts. If one were to master this technique, it could easily defeat me. Given equal cultivation levels, the fire cloud evil god exclaimed in admiration. Alas, this technique is not meant for the ordinary practitioner. Oh, what must one do to master the Buddha's palm? Yichun, harboring a dream of martial prowess, was eager to know more. The Buddha's palm was formidable, capable of reigning supreme in many situations, and its power could only grow with one's cultivation. One must open all the body's meridians, and then disperse all true energy throughout the body to cultivate the Buddha's palm. This technique is specifically designed for the rarest of prodigies. Most individuals, upon opening their meridians, would already rank as exceptional masters. How could they possibly relinquish their true energy and start anew? The fire cloud evil god shook his head in dismay. Chapter 8. The arrival of the customer Empress He of the Three Kingdoms. Upon hearing the news, Yichun immediately thought of Xingzi, the unparalleled prodigy. Before mastering the Buddha's palm, he was merely a novice without any cultivation. However, after his meridians were opened by the fire cloud evil god, he rapidly progressed. Yichun inquired, is it possible for the evil god to possess such conditions to attain extraordinary cultivation instantly? The fire cloud evil god replied, if one who practices the Buddha's palm is indeed a rare martial arts genius, then once their meridians are unblocked, combined with their exceptional talent and comprehension, they can indeed reach a level of martial arts comparable to mine. But if they are not such a genius, even with all their meridians open, they must still cultivate the Buddha's palm diligently and gradually. Only upon mastering the seventh stance can they attain martial prowess akin to mine. Yichun mused to himself, isn't this tailor-made for Xingzi? It seems one must have the protagonist's exceptional skills to enjoy such benefits. After a bitter smile, he asked, evil god, when do you think I will meet the requirements? If I were to guide you, then with 30 years of rigorous training, you could surely succeed. The fire cloud evil god raised 3 fingers, nearly causing Yichun to stumble. Surely there must be another way? He pressed on, unwilling to concede. There is, the evil god stated. If 3 unparalleled masters were to gather and channel their energy together, they could unblock your meridians, allowing you to cultivate the Buddha's palm. With the power of this technique, as long as you meet the training criteria, you may not ascend to greatness as swiftly as a rare genius, but you will soon attain extraordinary skills. Yichun was stirred by the prospects and immediately rushed towards the direction of Zhulangjai with the fire cloud evil god. I never expected you to be acquainted with so many exceptional masters, he exclaimed. A month passed in the blink of an eye. When Yichun ventured into the world of martial arts, it was only him and Hancock, but upon returning, not only did he have the fire cloud evil god with him, but his demeanor had also significantly changed. His presence was steady, his vitality robust, and his eyes occasionally sparkled with a crystalline hue, indicative of a person who has achieved martial mastery. This Buddha-esque palm is indeed remarkable. It has enabled this novice to rapidly enhance his combat prowess, and with each passing moment, his strength continues to grow. Surpassing the man known as Fire Cloud Evil God is merely a matter of time, Hancock observed as she glanced at Yi-chan, who had transformed after his journey to the martial arts world. The store successfully recruited the Fire Cloud Evil God, and the DD Hitman shop commenced its operations, now searching across various realms for customers in need of their unique services. Just as Yi-chan returned, the system's voice echoed, announcing, "Customers seeking Hitman services have officially arrived. Please prepare to receive them." Suddenly, a woman adorned in a phoenix robe, exuding an aura of regal grace, entered the shop. This aura bore a striking resemblance to Hancock's, yet hers radiated a maternal nobility, while Hancock's embodied an imperial dominance, more aptly described as the aura of a sovereign. It is none other than Empress He, the mother of Lu Bian, the young emperor of the Three Kingdoms. Yi-chan recognized her at once. "Is this the DD Hitman shop? May I inquire who the proprietor is?" Each customer entering the shop carried with them an understanding of its purpose, and thus Empress He, despite her esteemed status, refrained from demanding immediate reverence. Chapter 9. The Empress He places an order to severely wound Dong Feifei and Lu Jia's minion. What is permissible? With the knowledge residing in her mind, Empress He was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of the DD Hitman establishment. As long as one can afford the requisite remuneration, one could indulge in any whim within the realm of the Three Kingdoms. Even if you aspired to ascend to the throne, I could facilitate your rise, Yi-chan remarked. Truly, Empress He had never been one to remain docile. Her previous restraint was merely a byproduct of the prevailing ideologies of her era. Now, with Yi-chan's words, it was as if the shackles binding her thoughts had been shattered, igniting an uncontainable flutter within her heart, more vibrant than pearls.
Yi-chan asuret her, indeed.
Yet, I wonder what kind of remuneration I must provide. Empress He managed to suppress her excitement. Empress He, one cannot expect to achieve greatness in a single bite. You are currently a fallen empress. The compensation required for such a service as becoming an emperor is beyond your means. My personal advice is to proceed step by step. First, secure your position by eliminating the powerful ministers surrounding you. Cleanse the internal strife, and once you wield power, then contemplate these matters. Yi-chan's words washed over her like a refreshing splash of water, swiftly calming her agitated heart. Apologies for the interruption, but what would it cost to eliminate Dong Zhuo? After Yi-chan had opened a door leading to her path as a sovereign, Empress He was now radiating confidence, entirely shedding the worries she once harbored regarding Dong Zhuo. Gold and silver treasures, rare artifacts, precious herbs, all of these are acceptable. I will assess their value automatically, Yi-chan stated. Gold and silver? The imperial treasury still holds some rewards from the late emperor, and the palace-esque vault contains numerous divine weapons and rare herbs. With each item she mentioned, vivid images materialized in the air, and upon recognizing those treasures as the ones befitting an Empress He felt an increasing reverence for Yi-chan's capabilities. 10 ginseng roots aged 1,000 years, 3 snow lotuses, and 500-year-old Ganoderma. Yi-chan meticulously selected these invaluable treasures before turning to Hancock. Your Majesty, do you desire anything? However, Hancock did not cast a glance. Yi-chan contemplated briefly and promptly comprehended her disinterest. The scene shifted, showcasing an array of garments worn by the Empress and concubines. Each piece of royal attire was not merely grand and noble but exuded a historical profundity without any ostentation of gold and silver adornments. Hancock's gaze slightly lifted, fixating on a gown worn by the Empress, the Lishan skirt. With a snap of his fingers, Yi-chan conjured forth an image of Hancock, who appeared in the royal attire, distinctly different from her usual battle garb adorned with the emblem of the Nine-Snake pirate crew. Draped in resplendent fabrics, Hancock was enveloped in delicate pink attire, with a sheer white overlay accentuating her graceful neck and well-defined collarbones. The flowing skirt cascaded like moonlight upon the ground, enhancing her regal demeanor. Her tresses were elegantly tied back, adorned with a butterfly pin, and a single strand cascaded down her chest. A subtle touch of makeup accentuated her natural beauty, lending her an ethereal quality akin to a butterfly dancing in the breeze or pristine snow. Hancock, already exuding an empress-like aura, found herself further harmonized with her attire. Add those 2 outfits to the required remuneration, Hancock commanded, her tone unyielding and assertive. Please remove man and replace it with Yi-chan, and kindly prep in the phrase with please or I beg you, Yi-chan replied. How audacious! You dare speak to me in such a manner. No one has ever dared question. Hancock began, but Yi-chan swiftly interrupted. If you desire it, you shall phrase it as I instructed. If not, then so be it. Yi-chan, I desire those 2 outfits, Hancock declared, her expression cold, as if the world owed her a debt. Yi-chan murmured under his breath about her arrogance, and just as Hancock was about to erupt, he calmly addressed Empress He, 2 outfits, along with 1,000 taels of gold. Does that pose any issue? None whatsoever. Empress He readily acquiesced, for even as a fallen empress, procuring 1,000 taels of gold along with those items was undoubtedly feasible. Merely trading these external possessions to eliminate Dong Feifei was indeed a bargain. Very well, the deal is struck. Empress He, please sign the contract. Yi-chan snapped his fingers, and a contract for the DD Hitman service appeared before Empress He. The contract delineated the services to be rendered and the associated fees upon completion. Excuse me, proprietor, when may I expect assistance in ridding myself of that detestable Dong Feifei? I am certain he will not spare me or the young emperor. Every moment I spend in the palace is fraught with fear, Empress He inquired. The contract for the DD Hitman service signifies that we commence this business immediately, Yi-chan responded. Are there experts available? The fire cloud evil god chuckled maniacally. Indeed, is there not a great master beside you at all times? Yi-chan jested. The fire cloud evil god cast a glance at Hancock, recalling the recent humiliation he had suffered, causing him to tremble slightly. After a brief jest, Yi-chan assumed a serious demeanor. The DD Hitman service and recruiting of henchmen were pivotal to shaping his future. Thus he treated them with utmost gravity. To recruit experts, he must first fulfill the DD Hitman contract, as opportunities to recruit henchmen were limited to once a month, an exceedingly sparse chance. Yi-chan was counting on the henchmen he would recruit and the formidable abilities he would gain from traversing their world. In my capacity as the proprietor of DD Hitman, I hereby declare our immediate venture into the realm of the 3 kingdoms, targeting the incapacitation of Dong Zhuo, along with the elimination of Lu Bu and his minion. Chapter 10. With divine assistance, Yi-chan rose with an imposing demeanor, uttering a forceful remark before stepping out of the establishment, accompanied by the reluctant Hancock and the exuberant fire cloud evil god, along with Empress He. As they stepped forth, they vanished into the void, only to reappear in a lavish yet antiquated and majestic palace. Shopkeeper, this is my sleeping chamber, Empress He declared. Where is Dong Zhuo?
Ye-chan invited.
Confident in his unparalleled martial prowess and flanked by formidable allies, Hancock and Fire Cloud Evil God. In this realm of the 3 kingdoms, as long as Yi-chan refrained from folly, he was assured of thriving effortlessly. The morning court is about to commence. He will appear then. As she mentioned Dong Zhuo, a palpable aura of malice cloaked her words. Hear us the plan. During the morning court, grant me any position, be it grand advisor or otherwise. Dong Zhuo will undoubtedly reveal himself, and I shall assist you in dealing with him without tarnishing your reputation or that of the young emperor, Yi-chan assured her. Allow me to express my gratitude for your benevolence. Shopkeeper, Empress He said, her body drawing near to Yi-chan as she bowed in thanks, inadvertently revealing an expanse of alabaster skin. What a mesmerizingly enchanting empress! Though Yi-chan had faced adversity in the past, he had known his share of glory amidst the rise of online literature and newfound wealth, so he was not naive. He was well aware of Empress He's intentions. Her seemingly natural actions were, in fact, deliberate. It was evident that upon realizing his identity and capabilities, and after Yi-chan suggested she ascend to Empress, a flicker of ambition ignited within her. Dong Xiangwa has arrived. Ordinarily, the emperor would be the last to enter the court, but since Dong Zhuo's arrival, things had changed. The puppet emperor Lu Bian was already seated on the throne, while Dong Zhuo entered the grand hall only after all officials had gathered. Greetings, Dong Xiangwa, the officials murmured, their reluctance palpable. In recent days, Dong Zhuo had systematically eliminated opposition and installed loyalists, rendering the court's officials submissive, despite their unwillingness. Let us dispense with formalities. We are colleagues after all. Dong Zhuo stated with feigned modesty, though inwardly he reveled in his newfound power. He mused that he may not be the emperor, but he was practically on par with one. Once he deposed Lu Bian and Empress He became the Dowager Empress. He believed his words would go unchallenged. State your business, or withdraw, a eunuch announced loudly. Is there truly nothing to discuss? It seems the nation is thriving under my governance. I have matters to address. Empress He interrupted, her voice cutting through the air. Yesterday, I received a dream from the late emperor. He revealed that the court is under the control of the traitor Dong Zhuo, wreaking havoc upon the realm. The late emperor, now among the celestial ranks, has summoned a sage to assist Lu Bian and me in purging treachery and restoring clarity to our Han Empire. The officials gazed at her in shock, bewildered by her audacity to speak thus. Did she not realize that both civil and military spheres were firmly under Dong Zhuo's thumb? Her lofty position as Dowager Empress was precarious, easily stripped away by Dong Zhuo at any moment. It seems Her Majesty did not rest well last night to utter such madness. Someone, escort the Dowager Empress back to her chamber to recuperate, Dong Zhuo retorted, his face darkening with indignation. Boldly spoken. I am the Dowager Empress of this realm, while you are but a mere traitor daring to disrespect me. I shall not shy away from declaring that Dong Zhuo is a rebel. Should anyone aid this villain, I vow to eradicate their entire lineage. Empress He proclaimed, her presence exuding authority. As several soldiers from Shiliang approached with ill intent, she remained unperturbed, commanding them with an air of superiority. The Dowager Empress, despite her elevated status, failed to uphold her maternal duties and has instead poisoned the late emperor's consorts while seeking to wield power from behind the curtain. For the sake of the realm and its people, I hereby declare that we shall unite to depose this malevolent woman. Dong Zhuo's visage twisted with fury. It seems you truly are a rebel. As a minister, you dare to show such disrespect to the Dowager Empress and the Emperor. Your treachery deserves the condemnation of all. Ultimately, Dong Zhuo's authority proved overwhelming. Despite his cunning, he wielded both political and military power. Initially startled, the Shiliang soldiers soon regained composure and advanced toward Empress He. The officials stood by, silent observers, unwilling to voice their opinions. They were adept at vying for power among themselves, but when it came to defending the nation, they might as well retire for the night. As the Shiliang soldiers approached Empress He, the previously stoic officials and the fierce Dong Zhuo were taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment as they regarded her. With divine assistance, who dares to show me disrespect? Empress He proclaimed, enveloped in a radiant golden light. The soldiers fell back, spitting blood and crashing to the ground. Children speak not of the supernatural, some scholars muttered under their breath. Yet those from esteemed families recognized the implications. No wonder Empress He behaved so unusually today. She had a formidable ally. However, the golden glow surrounding her left them both astonished and perplexed. Could it truly be that a sage is aiding her? Many among the officials pondered. Who dares oppose me? Faced with the strange golden aura, Dong Zhuo instinctively retreated a few steps, summoning the guards stationed at the entrance. Chapter 11. The fiery cloud evil god confronts the flying General Elbu. Are you searching for me? Am I not standing right before you? Yi-chan emerged from behind the chair originally occupied by Empress Dowager He, clad in bizarre attire that unmistakably marked him as a prodigy. You, the demoness, are unworthy of being a sovereign's consort, let alone the late emperor's concubine. You conspired with wicked sorcerers to bring calamity upon the court. The late emperor must have perished due to your machinations. Though Dong Zhuo appeared coarse and menacing, the malice festering within him was no less than that of the aristocrats of this era. Upon seeing Yi-chan, he immediately began to frame accusations. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. I never expected you, Dong Zhuo, to possess such literary talent when it comes to slander. I am truly impressed. Yi-chan regarded Dong Zhuo with disdain. Officials, there is no need for bewildered glances. I am Yi-chan, and from this day forth, I assume the role of national master of the Han dynasty. You consume the court's resources, yet when the Empress Dowager finds herself in peril, you fail to rise in her defense. What use are you? Aside from those like Yuan Feng, who were thick-skinned and cared only for their family's fortunes, many officials felt their faces flush with embarrassment at his words. Bold sorcerer, how dare you act with such impudence in the court? Soldiers, seize this demon. Whoever can slay him shall be richly rewarded. As Dong Zhuo witnessed the influx of soldiers, his confidence surged, prompting him to issue a direct command. Kill. His promise of a substantial reward ignited the soldiers' aggression, and they charged toward Yichun, brandishing their icy blades. Ants shaking a tree, utterly unaware of their folly. Had this been a month prior, Yichun would have instinctively hidden behind Hancock. However, after a month in the martial arts realm, he not only recruited the formidable fiery cloud evil god as his ally but also equipped himself adequately. In response to the soldiers' onslaught, Yichun raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike. A radiant golden light manifested, and a shimmering palm imprint tore through the air, sending all nearby soldiers flying. It became evident that he had been assisting Empress Dowager He, the sorcerer. Dong Zhuo was struck with dread. He had never imagined such a being existed in this world. Yet upon seeing the stream of soldiers pouring in and standing beside him was the legendary warrior Elbu, his fear dissipated. I refuse to believe you are invincible. Even if you are, I shall wear you down. At that moment, Dong Zhuo regarded Yichun as his lifelong adversary. Yuan Feng and his ilk narrowed their eyes, calculating their next move. Yichun could sense their intentions. They sought to benefit from the chaos. His disdain for the aristocrats of the three kingdoms was palpable. Were it not for their insurrections, there would be no future turmoil in China. The suffering of the common people stemmed largely from the actions of these families. Are there truly no masters in this realm? The fiery cloud evil god had initially been eager to witness the famed warriors of the three kingdoms, but regrettably, only Elbu, standing gallantly at his side, had piqued his interest. As the soldiers multiplied, Yichun narrowed his eyes and summoned all his internal energy, striking forward with both hands. A massive golden hand surged forth, and dozens of soldiers were sent reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. This spectacle terrified Dong Zhuo and the officials alike, causing Dong Zhuo to falter and retreat. Initially calm in the presence of so many soldiers and Elbu, he now found his composure shattered. Have you fled? Not to mention that I promised the Empress Dowager to cleanse the court, but simply your insubordination warrants your demise. Yichun recognized Dong Zhuo's intentions through his actions. Kill him. Whoever can slay him shall be promoted to general. As Dong Zhuo commanded the soldiers, he began to withdraw. Seize Dong Zhuo for me. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be dealt with harshly. I shall ensure that all know the fate of those who dare show disrespect to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor. Yichun's gaze swept over the officials, and even the cunning Yuan Wei and Yuan Feng broke into a cold sweat upon meeting his eyes. Feng Xian, slay these treacherous ministers. When Dong Zhuo saw Yichun refrain from action and instead summon a middle-aged man, he felt a sense of relief. Child obeys. Elbu, seizing his halberd, lunged toward the fiery cloud evil god, the weapon slicing through the air with the swiftness of lightning, targeting the evil god's head. The foremost warrior of the three kingdoms, Lebu. In the astonished gazes of all, the fiery cloud evil god leisurely extended two fingers, effortlessly catching Elbu's halberd. Elbu trembled, his face paling. He had never encountered such a scenario where someone could barehandedly catch his attack with just two fingers. Your martial prowess is unparalleled in this realm, yet still too weak. Can you exert more strength? With a flick of his wrist, the fiery cloud evil god sent a tremendous force through Elbu's halberd, destabilizing him and causing him to lurch uncontrollably toward it. You old thief! How dare you underestimate Elbu? Humiliated in front of the court, Elbu's blood surged with anger, and he summoned all his strength, his rage amplifying his might as he swung the halberd like a roaring silver dragon. Clang! Once again, the fiery cloud evil god nonchalantly caught Elbu's furious strike with just two fingers. Chapter 12. Dong Feifei's weight loss journey. It is only now that I realize the true master of pretense is not myself, but rather the formidable you.Xiao.
Yichun mused internali.
You.Xiao possesses an extraordinary ability to flaunt his prowess. Moreover, he does so without the slightest hint of mundane triviality. If only he appeared a tad more dashing rather than somewhat lecherous, this duality of pretense would undoubtedly earn full marks. Lu Bu, Have you not often proclaimed yourself the unparalleled martial general of this realm? How is it that you, armed, cannot best a mere unarmed man? Dong Zhuo, in a state of panic, found himself irate enough to reprimand Lu Bu. The flames of Lu Bu's anger had been doused by a bucket of cold water. Upon hearing Dong Zhuo's blatant disregard for his dignity, his sole desire became one of escape. Shopkeeper, our service does not extend to Lu Bu. Should we also take him down? Lu Bu discreetly loosened his grip on the Fangtian Huaji. His every attempt to flee observed by Huiyunxia, who remained unfazed. Instead, he turned to Yi Chun and remarked, Empress He, or rather Dowager He, is our very first patron. We must extend her a discount. If she wishes to incapacitate Dong Feifei, I shall generously include a Lu family servant as well, whether to maim or to kill. What say you, Xiexin? Excellent. Huiyunxia addressed the already fleeing Lu Bu. Run, indeed, with all your might. I grant you 10 seconds. Should you manage to escape in that time, I shall spare your life. Lu Bu, unconcerned with Huiyunxia's proclamations, was consumed by a singular thought: to flee. He transformed his identity as the premier martial general of the Three Kingdoms into a swiftness of escape, his short-distance sprint rivaling that of the red hare itself. Yi Chun marveled. The phrase among men, Lu Bu, among horses, red hare truly signifies that Lu Bu runs with the speed of the red hare. Infuriated, Lu Bu nearly spat blood in humiliation. Such ignominy was unprecedented for him. Had it been 10 seconds prior, he would have eagerly engaged in a fierce battle with Yi Chun, but after witnessing Huiyunxia's superhuman abilities, his only thought was to flee as far as possible. Yet, Lu Bu was not alone in his flight. A colossal figure, seemingly disproportionate to its speed, sprinted alongside him. Shoot! Dong Feifei commanded his soldiers as he ran, now indifferent to the fate of the officials. To Dong Zhuo, as long as he survived, the deaths of his advisors meant little. He could always replace them later. With Dong Zhuo's command, the soldiers stationed at the hall's entrance, now emboldened, knocked their arrows and unleashed a torrent of projectiles towards Yi Chun and his companions. Unlike modern times, archers of this era were individuals of exceptional strength. While their accuracy may not rival Olympic champions, the power of their arrows far exceeded that of many bullets. Ha! Dowager, he gasped, her complexion paling in terror. Although she had ascended to the status of dowager, her essence remained unchanged. Faced with the rain of arrows, which encompassed her within its lethal reach, her fear was palpable. Shopkeeper, save me. I am willing to pay any price. Dowager, you are my esteemed customer. In business, one does not allow their clients to face peril. Fear not, for I am here. Yi Chun comforted her, extending his hand forward and proclaiming, the Buddha's light emerges. The first form of the Buddha's palm, swift, firm, and fierce, unleashed a torrent of energy that sent the arrows careening away. The prowess of the Buddha's palm was indeed remarkable. Having cultivated it through the combined efforts of Huiyunxia and the landlord duo, Yi Chun had made immense progress in a short time, capable of projecting his internal energy outward with formidable strength. In a world of martial arts, even the most skilled practitioners feared the coordinated might of a military formation, especially the volley of arrows that followed. Yet Yi Chun, having practiced the Buddha's palm for only a few days, was already capable of warding off a rain of arrows with ease. As the 10 seconds elapsed, Huiyunxia, though indulging in theatrics, remained focused on Yi Chun. Should Yi Chun falter, he would swiftly intervene, as his speed surpassed that of bullets, making the act of intercepting arrows trivial. Time expired, and in a flash, Huiyunxia dispatched several archers at the hall's entrance. To the observers, it appeared as though he had annihilated them instantaneously, though in truth, his speed rendered him virtually invisible. How remarkably swift!
Huiyunxia muset, observing Lu Bu's frantic escape.
He casually picked up an arrow from the ground, removed its tip, and with a flick of his finger, propelled it like a bullet, creating a sharp sound that tore through the air, striking Lu Bu's head with devastating force. This power exceeds that of modern firearms, Yi Chun remarked in awe. Dong Zhuo, witnessing Lu Bu's grisly fate, was instantly gripped by terror, his soul seemingly scattered. He bellowed, "Whoever can withstand this man, I shall appoint as a general. Those who fight valiantly shall see their families richly rewarded." Unbeknownst to all at that moment, Dong Zhuo was filled with regret. Had he known, he would not have indulged so excessively in his meals. Had he shed some weight, he might have fled swifter. Should he survive this ordeal, he vowed to embark on a weight-loss journey. Fearful for his life, Dong Zhuo had stationed a multitude of soldiers within the palace. The commotion in the hall had drawn soldiers from every corner of the palace. Their initial fear quickly transformed into a surge of combativeness ignited by Dong Zhuo's promises of reward. In this era, soldiers fought not only for sustenance but also to protect their families. Dong Zhuo's promises of substantial rewards galvanized them, and as more comrades appeared, they steeled themselves for battle against Huayunxian. Do not fear, for Huaxiong is here. Do not fear, for Guoshi is here. Very well, I have you all here. I need no longer fear that sorcerer. Chapter 13. The lion's roar suppresses the Shiliang army. Dong Zhuo, who had been trembling with fear, felt his confidence surge once more as more generals arrived. Fight for the Prime Minister. Those who advance shall be richly rewarded. Those who retreat, beheaded. Huaxiong bellowed, brandishing his great blade atop his warhorse. Under the promise of rewards, the soldiers' morale soared, emboldened by Huaxiong's leadership. Archers prepare volley. At Huaxiong's command, hundreds of archers unleashed a storm of arrows toward the palace gates, where the fire cloud evil god stood. With a disdainful smirk, the fire cloud evil god moved like a phantom, splitting into dozens of illusions in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, he had caught every arrow mid-flight and cast them aside. Is this a demon? Both the officials and Dong Zhuo's generals and soldiers were petrified by the sight. Has Empress He truly gained the protection of immortals? Yuan Feng's expression remained calm, but his heart grew heavy. With such guardians at her side, slaying Dong Zhuo today would leave the capital powerless to resist her rule. Even the proud noble clans, witnessing Yi Chen and his companion's superhuman prowess, found their defiance crumbling. Shall the noble Yuan family, with 4 generations of high ministers, bow to a low-born woman like Empress He? Yuan Feng's thoughts were mirrored by Yuan Wei and other arrogant nobles, their faces darkening with unease. Shoot! Keep shooting! He cannot have infinite stamina. The moment he falters, he dies. Huaxiong, a seasoned vanguard, steeled himself and barked orders. My lord, do not worry. Before coming, I sent word to the barracks. The longer we delay, the more advantageous it is for us, Li Ju reassured Dong Zhuo. Dong Zhuo had considered fleeing, but without his army's protection, facing the fire cloud evil god would be even deadlier. Moreover, abandoning his men now would shatter morale, leaving them defenseless. Swallowing his terror, he forced a confident nod. So many ants. Amusing. Though no true warriors among them, I've never tested my blade against an army before. The fire cloud evil god radiated a bloodthirsty aura, chilling even battle-hardened soldiers to the bone. Do not fear. He is but one man. Huaxiong rallied his troops. My enforcer is not alone, Yi Chen declared, stepping from the palace. Empress He, though tempted to remain inside with the emperor, followed at his urging. Stand by my side safer. Once Dong Zhuo falls, a few words from you will cement your authority. The empress, already harboring imperial ambitions, suppressed her fear and emerged. To think a mere woman like Empress He possesses such courage. The officials gasped. Even Dong Zhuo's faction was stunned. Was this truly the same Empress He? Disaster looms, Yuan Feng muttered. With Empress He's commanding presence and Yi Chen's otherworldly allies, victory over Dong Zhuo would leave none daring to oppose her. Regency will become reality. Nothing changes, only a more formidable Empress He rises. To the noble's detriment, you.Xiao whispered. Patience. Observe first. Yuan Feng waved him off. you.Xiao, not yet the warlord he would become, fell silent. Men, the time for glory is now. Charge. Huaxiong, sensing faltering morale, led the charge himself. Inspired, the Shiliang soldiers surged forward. Brave Huaxiong, this battle's first merit is yours. Dong Zhuo stroked his beard, delighted. With all my generals as loyal and fierce as him, what could stop us? My lord, Huaxiong is not alone. As your son-in-law, I would shed blood for your cause. Niu furord. Soldiers, follow me. Excellent. Worthy of my son-in-law. Dong Zhuo beamed. Guosi and others, realizing their silence would mark them disloyal, clamored to join. Good. My men are all valiant and true. Slay this sorcerer, and great rewards await. Dong Zhuo promised. For our lord, we fear no death. Guisi and the others bellowed, joining the assault. The palace square, vast enough for thousands, became their battlefield. Today, I slaughter to my heart's content. The fire cloud evil god's bloodlust flared. Hold, evil god, let me test my mettle.
Yechen interjected, ehilarated.
His martial dreams fulfilled. The prospect of battle thrilled rather than terrified him. Before his majesty and empress kneel. Yichen's thunderous voice, infused with inner energy, crashed over the charging Shiliang army like a tidal wave. Chapter 14. The might of one can rival thousands. Yichen's seemingly casual roar was, in fact, a manifestation of the renowned technique known as the lion's roar, far surpassing the might of the Shaolin's own. With a single bellow, thunderous echoes cascaded like divine thunder from the heavens. Although Yichen lacked the profound mastery of the technique possessed by the landlord, the internal energy cultivated through the Buddha's palm was remarkably pure and formidable, resulting in a display of the lion's roar that was nothing short of extraordinary. As the roar resonated, the winds of the heavens shifted, and a shockwave emanated, causing the ground to fracture beneath. Facing this thunderous outburst, the soldiers at the forefront were paralyzed with fear. Those relying on brute strength, devoid of martial prowess, were utterly overwhelmed by the lion's roar, rendered bloodied and dazed, both man and horse alike. Panic gripped Dong Zhuo, his face turning pale as the courage he had mustered dissipated like mist before the storm. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized a steed from the Shiliang cavalry and fled. Before your majesty and the Empress Dowager, kneel and beg for mercy, lest you seek to annihilate your clans. Yichen bellowed once more, his voice echoing with authority. Before him, thousands of soldiers, confronted by Yichen's relentless roars, found their spirits shattered. Dismount and surrender now to avoid death. Serve the Emperor and the Empress Dowager loyally henceforth, and you shall be granted titles and honors. Should you dare to rebel, you will descend into the depths of hell, enduring endless torment. The power of one man could indeed rival thousands. Both officials and warriors, including the likes of Xiong, turned pale with fear. The lion's roar seemed a quintessential technique for mass combat, capable of instilling terror in the hearts of thousands, even tens of thousands, who lacked martial training. Yichen silently commended his own ingenuity. While the fire cloud evil god could eliminate foes individually, the immediate impact and deterrent effect of his current display far surpassed that method. We surrender. Spare us. Blind allegiance, a phenomenon not exclusive to modern China, was evident even in the Three Kingdoms era. With the first soldier as an example, a domino effect ensued, as hundreds, even thousands, of soldiers cast down their weapons and knelt, pleading for mercy. The only ones remaining upright were the previously leading generals, including Xiong. Master, you truly excel at ensnaring your subordinates. Xiong and his compatriots found themselves in an excruciatingly awkward position, filled with humiliation and rage. They had risked their lives for Dong Zhuo, only to see him flee and the soldiers surrender. While they remained paralyzed, unsure of their next move, the atmosphere thick with tension. Empress Dowager, it is time for your entrance. If you wish to embody the grace of a mother to the nation, you must assume the mantle of authority. Yichen's lips did not move, yet his voice resonated solely for the ears of Empress He. Generals, I understand you have been compelled to side with the rebels. If you vow henceforth to forsake Dong Zhuo and pledge your loyalty to me, to the Emperor, and the court, I assure you, your past transgressions shall be forgiven, and your positions shall remain intact. Empress He, a woman of considerable political acumen, had maintained her status amid the chaos of Emperor Ling's reign, surrounded by countless beauties, demonstrating her astuteness. With Yichen's prompting, she stepped forward, her voice carrying clearly across the vast hall. Thank you, Empress Dowager. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. Li Ju, Guisi, and others, who had once believed their demise was certain, knelt in gratitude. Only Niu Fu found himself in a predicament. He longed to surrender but was Dong Zhuo's son-in-law. Who would accept him? Fortunately, the fire cloud evil god was considerate. With a flick of his finger, an arrow pierced through Niu Fu's body. Though I can spare you this once, should you offend again, Niu Fu shall be your fate. Empress He swiftly seized the opportunity. showcasing her duality of benevolence and authority before the officials. I shall not tolerate idlers within the court. Henceforth, those who fail in their duties will be cast out. Her gaze fell upon the officials who had shown her no regard. We shall serve the court faithfully, even those with ulterior motives like you.Xiao and you.Feng dared not show reluctance, kneeling before Empress He. Rise, esteemed officials. The court requires your assistance. As she surveyed the scene, all except Yi Chun and the elusive fire cloud evil god knelt in submission. The sensation of wielding such power and authority was intoxicating. When her gaze settled on Yi Chun, a jolt coursed through her, her eyes burning with a fervor that seemed to melt the very steel of his being. This astute Empress Dowager realized that all she had achieved today was due to him, and her resolve solidified in that moment. Empress, there are outsiders present. Do mind your demeanor. Save your fervor for our private moments. Yi Chun mused, relishing the admiration of a national leader, his vanity thoroughly gratified. Owner, the traitor Dong Zhuo. Rest assured, this concerns the reputation of my establishment. Having accepted the Empress Dowager's commission, I shall ensure Dong Zhuo does not escape. Look, the evil god has returned. Chapter 15. The execution of Dong Feifei. Yi Chun pointed forward, and the previously vanished fire cloud evil god returned, dragging a plump and grotesque Dong Feifei. The treacherous Dong Zhuo, upon seeing the Empress Dowager, did not kneel. Witnessing the man who had once instilled fear and dread in her now standing before her in a state of utter despair brought immense satisfaction to Empress Dowager He. History favored the victor, and there was nothing to be said. However, kneeling before you, a vile woman? Dream on. Dong Zhuo glared at her with deep resentment, his gaze then shifting to Yi Chun. If fortune were on your side and you had the assistance of these extraordinary beings, it would be you begging for mercy before me now. Regrettably, the world does not entertain possibilities. In the eyes of the Empress Dowager, luck is a form of strength. How could Dong Zhuo, who rose from a mere landlord to his current position, claim he had no luck? After experiencing events she had never imagined, Empress Dowager He had broadened her horizons and perspectives considerably. Ha! Who would have thought that one day I, Dong Zhuo, would be taught a lesson by a mere plaything in the eyes of the late emperor? Dong Zhuo laughed bitterly, his voice tinged with sorrow. A plaything? The Empress Dowager narrowed her eyes, emanating an aura of authority that, though backed by Yi Chun, would not falter as long as he remained loyal. Even a bloodthirsty figure like Dong Zhuo felt a tremor of fear. How could this woman change so drastically in just a day? Dong Zhuo was utterly perplexed. Dong Zhuo, the traitor, your crimes warrant 100 deaths. Yet you remain unrepentant, brazenly speaking before me. Guards, execute Dong Zhuo by dismemberment in front of the officials and soldiers. The Empress Dowager was no gentle soul. In her previous role as queen, she had dared to poison the late emperor's consort, showing more ruthlessness than even LG, who only acted after Liu Bang's demise, while the Empress Dowager had struck decisively while Lingdi still lived. Recalling the days of fear instilled by Dong Zhuo, the Empress Dowager's phoenix eyes glinted with lethal intent as she pronounced his death sentence. Mere hours ago, her words would have been met with derision, but now, as soon as she spoke, soldiers rushed to restrain Dong Zhuo and prepare for his execution. Seeing soldiers heed her commands and her former regal authority restored, the Empress Dowager felt a surge of satisfaction, mentally noting the first soldiers to act for future rewards. You vile woman, do not think that killing me will ensure your safety. Dream on. A mere woman like you cannot thrive in such chaotic times. You will only become another's plaything. Neither officials nor noble families will allow you to maintain your position. You will soon find yourself in a more pitiful state than I. Dong Zhuo yearned for rebellion, but the fire cloud evil god delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, shattering his bones with a single blow. Move, and I shall indeed cripple you. Once a shopkeeper, I must uphold my credibility. Yi Chun cast a glance at the ashen-faced Dong Zhuo before turning away without a hint of regret. Boring. Hancock observed the entire spectacle, finding it akin to a theatrical performance, albeit one that failed to captivate her discerning taste. Shopkeeper, I shall never forget your grace in my rebirth. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to send word. The Empress Dowager, now at Yi Chun's side, spoke softly, her earlier disdain for Dong Zhuo absent. Of course, your majesty, you are my esteemed client. Should you need anything in the future, You are always welcome to use my services. Yi-chun handed her a golden card inscribed with the words DD Beatdown. As long as you possess this card and utter the words, you will gain immediate access to my establishment. Thank you, shopkeeper. The Empress Dowager's face lit up with joy as she cast Yi-chun an electrifying glance. Earlier, she had pondered how to contact Yi-chun, aware that the world would not bend to her despite her recent triumphs. Indeed, Dong Zhuo's final curses echoed in her mind. In this male-dominated world, especially during tumultuous times, neither officials nor noble families would allow a woman to rise above them. Guards, prepare these items for me at once. If anything is missing or damaged, I shall hold you accountable to the fullest extent. The Empress Dowager summoned several palace maids and eunuchs, instructing them to hasten to the storerooms to gather what Yi-chun required. Evil God, this is 1,000-year-old ginseng. In a world approaching modernity, such treasures are rare. If consumed, could it enhance your powers? Yi-chun examined the precious ginseng with keen interest, having never encountered anything so valuable. At my level of martial arts, unless one possesses something that can alter the very fabric of reality, consuming anything would yield no significant improvements. The fire cloud evil god shook his head. Yi-chun nodded in understanding. The evil goddess' strength was formidable enough to catch bullets fired from a distance of mere inches, making it improbable for him to simply consume ginseng to achieve greater power. Though it may not aid my cultivation, a well-prepared ginseng could strengthen my foundation, prolong life, and even heal past injuries from reckless martial training. The fire cloud evil god contemplated before speaking. Then let it serve as nourishment. The evil god was Yi-chun's most dedicated and reliable enforcer. Enhancing his prowess was a task he would gladly undertake. Chapter 16. It's time to enhance the resources of henchmen after all. Who knows who the next customer will be? If the next client seeks assistance from a henchman as formidable as they come, and he lacks the means to handle the adversary, it would truly tarnish his reputation. Alas, how wonderful it would be if Hancock could simply comply.
Yi-chun siket inyartli.
Do not cast such filthy glances my way. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your thoughts. Dream on, for I shall not heed the words of such a wretched man. Empress, please dispose of those garments. Without waiting for Hancock to finish, Yi-chun turned to Empress He and instructed her. Humph, no matter how much you say, I will not listen. Hancock glared at the phoenix robes and palace attire being carried by several palace maids from outside the hall, gritting her teeth and replacing her contemptuous remarks with the word you. Bring them over.
Yi-chun nodded in satisfaction.
He did not expect Hancock to heed him immediately, but he desired her respect, even if only verbally. With time, he was confident that she would eventually return to his side. Damn that loathsome man! Hancock seethed internally, yet her anger diminished as she beheld the exquisite garments within reach. Shopkeeper, this millennium ginseng is a rare treasure. I need only one. To consume it as a meal would be extravagant. Your meridians are now unblocked, and you have mastered the unparalleled skills of the Buddha's palm. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me, and this millennium ginseng can aid you in your swift ascension. Fire Cloud Evil God was taken aback yet warmed by Yi-chun's unhesitating offer of all the millennium ginseng. Is that so? I thought consuming drugs was detrimental to the path of cultivation? Yi-chun inquired. Millennium ginseng is not comparable to ordinary herbs. It will be of no harm to your cultivation, only benefit. Moreover, if heaven provides a gift and one does not accept it, they shall suffer the consequences. Since this divine herb has fallen into your hands, it must be utilized to its fullest potential, lest it be no different from a mere cabbage. Fire Cloud Evil God explained, as long as you do not swallow the ginseng whole but instead slice a small piece to dissolve in your mouth while circulating your inner energy, I assure you that with your unblocked meridians and the efficacy of the Buddha's palm, the benefits of the millennium ginseng will be fully realized, and none will be wasted. Your cultivation will soar at an astonishing rate. Excellent. With such a shortcut devoid of any side effects, I shall not foolishly take the long route, Yi-chun resolved. After collecting the payment for the services rendered, Yi-chun declined Empress He's repeated invitations and returned to the store under her fervent yet disappointed gaze. It was not that he wished to play the role of a chaste man. Rather, he understood the long road ahead. With the power of the system at his disposal, he knew precisely what he ought to focus on now. As for the eager Empress, she would inevitably fall into his grasp in due time. Upon entering the store, Yi-chan eagerly retrieved the finest millennium ginseng and, following Fire Cloud Evil God's instructions, sliced a small piece to place in his mouth while activating the Buddha's palm technique. His cultivation speed was already remarkable, but with the assistance of the millennium ginseng from the Three Kingdoms era, his progress accelerated exponentially, akin to the transformation from a civilian aircraft to a fighter jet. Phew! Thank goodness I heeded the evil god's advice and did not recklessly stuff an entire ginseng in my mouth, or I would have been in quite a predicament. 2 hours later, Yi-chan rose, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, clearly indicating that his internal energy had advanced. Congratulations, shopkeeper. Your cultivation has significantly improved, and the day when you become the strongest shopkeeper in the realms is imminent. Compared to Hancock, who had ignored Yi-chan since his return and merely fussed with the garments, Fire Cloud Evil God was truly attentive. Whether as a henchman or a subordinate, he proved to be invaluable, allowing Yi-chan to regain the authority he had lost to Hancock. Thank you for your kind words. Empress He, inspired by Yi-chan's subtle suggestions, began to nurture her ambition to become an empress. Yi-chan, too, harbored great ambitions. Otherwise, why would he choose to return to the store at the first opportunity instead of indulging with Empress He? Shopkeeper, I have something to say, but I'm unsure if I should. Fire Cloud Evil God ventured. There is nothing that cannot be spoken. Speak freely without reservation. You are not merely my contracted henchmen. You are my employees and of utmost importance to me. Yi-chan had spent a brief time in the Three Kingdoms world, yet he learned much from figures like Empress He and Dong Zhuo, and his manner of speaking had evolved accordingly. While you were cultivating, I perused numerous resources and believed that we must rapidly enhance the henchman resources of our DD Beatdown store. This time, our client is Empress He from the Cold Weapon era, so I can manage alone. However, should our next client hail from realms of magic, mythology, or advanced technology, our store's reputation would be at stake, and we might even risk our lives, Fire Cloud Evil God cautioned. You make a valid point. I had similar thoughts before returning. Indeed, the most pressing need for our store is an increase in henchman resources. I cannot bear the burden alone in every situation. Chapter 17. The target of ghosts and monsters, Uncle Zhuo, having acquired a substantial amount of gold bars from Empress He, it was only prudent for Yi-chan to put them to good use. Upon returning to the modern world from the DD fighting shop, he was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of re-entering the realm of existence. After securely wrapping the gold bars in a book, he summoned a vehicle to the city's largest gold recycling establishment, where he sold all the gold bars in one go, encountering none of the condescension or pretentiousness often associated with sales personnel. After all, this was a world-renowned jewelry store, and the staff's professionalism was commendable. With a newfound wealth in hand, Yi-chan promptly procured various essential supplies to stock the DD fighting shop. Though these items were ubiquitous in the modern era, they often proved invaluable in the diverse worlds he traversed. Previously, his modern crystal and synthetic diamonds had wielded tremendous influence in the realm of martial arts. Having resolved all matters, Yi-chan took a well-deserved rest and, the following morning, completed his breakfast before stepping into the shop. Yi-chan, in the future, you must not leave me in this cramped establishment. It suffocates me. When you return to your world, you must take me with you, Hancock declared. Of course, but you must understand that I reside in a bustling metropolis, quite different from the martial arts world. You must exercise discretion, and refrain from proclaiming yourself as the pirate empress, lest someone attempts to abduct you for dissection, Yi-chan advised. Who dares to disrespect me? Hancock's piercing gaze emanated an aura of formidable strength. I acknowledge your prowess. You are indeed formidable in the modern world. However, I must remind you that a missile or an atomic bomb could pose a significant threat to your survival, Yi-chan cautioned. While you may not attract such extreme circumstances, I must emphasize that unless you possess the power to disregard all threats, you can be ostentatious and reckless in the metropolis, but you must never act lawlessly. As long as they do not provoke me, I have no desire to engage with them, Hancock retorted, her intelligence evident as she grasped the reality of Yi-chan's world. That's good to hear. Next time we return, I'll take you on a delightful shopping spree at Wanda, Yi-chan proposed. Remember your promise. Should you dare deceive me, I shall not forgive you, Hancock warned with an air of regality, her tone icy. Is it merely a shopping trip? Must you speak of it so gravely? Yi-chun sighed, realizing that conversing with the Empress was both a pleasure and a trial. Initiate the recruitment function for henchmen. With the world extraction complete, Yi-chun could now recruit henchmen from the Mr. Zhou Chapter 18. The encounter with the ghostly wedding procession, the three individuals swiftly unleashed their agility, soaring at an astonishing speed. After a brief span of over 10 minutes, the haunting cries that had incessantly echoed in their ears began to wane. It appeared that they were on the verge of exiting the forest, a thought that brought a glimmer of joy to Yi-chen's countenance. No, we remain within the forest. In the realm of my Kanbunshiku, I have yet to discern any human presence. Hancock interjected. Listen. Fire Cloud Evil Goddess' ears twitched slightly. The sound of drums and gongs, as though music is being played, reminiscent of a wedding procession. Are you out of your mind? Regardless of cultural differences, who would hold a wedding in the dead of night in a place rife with lurking spirits? Hancock scoffed. Actually, it is quite possible. Yi-chen's expression shifted. We must vacate this area immediately and disperse in different directions. What is wrong, shopkeeper? Fire Cloud Evil God inquired. I have heard of a peculiar wedding called a ghost wedding. I am not privy to the specifics, but I do know that even adept practitioners of Maoshan would flee at the sight of one. Yi-chun spoke with urgency.
Noticin ye chance ansios demeanor.
Fire Cloud Evil God abandoned his previous nonchalance. The existence of curses and sorcery in this world warranted caution, and despite his outward bravado, he was inwardly wary. We cannot evade them. They are drawing near, Hancock remarked. As anticipated, the previously distant sounds of drums and gongs crescendoed abruptly, now perilously close. They had been singled out, and this time trouble was imminent. Yi-chen's countenance darkened. With no path of escape, he resolved to halt and await the arrival of the so-called ghostly wedding procession. It took no longer than 7 or 8 seconds for the bizarrely adorned wedding entourage to materialize before them. Leading the procession were 4 men clad in black, 2 striking the drums while the other 2 bore large placards inscribed with the words wedding procession. Following them were 8 burly men whose faces were painted with white powder, adorned with unsettling red blushes, evoking an indescribable sense of unease. These 8 giants carried a vibrant bridal sedan chair, flanked by 2 pallid figures with dreadlocks, their expressions equally ghastly, adorned with eerie smiles. Although the procession appeared to move slowly, they were, in fact, gliding through the air, intercepting Yi-chan and his companions in the blink of an eye, the sedan chair landing and stirring up a cloud of dust. Is this an illusion?
Ye-chan queriet hanjok telepatikal.
Negative. With Hancock's Kanbunshiku at play, illusions and tricks hold no sway here, Hancock responded. Then we are truly in peril. Yi-chen's pupils contracted slightly. Shopkeeper, why do you say that? Fire Cloud Evil God communicated. Ghosts are typically manifestations of human souls, and once they lose their corporeal form, they struggle to influence the material realm. However, observe how the sedan chair disturbed the dust upon landing. Hancock has confirmed it is not an illusion, indicating that the ghostly bride within is no mere specter. Yi-chun elucidated. My dear sir, where do you intend to flee in the still of the night? Why not indulge in some merriment with us? The curtain of the sedan chair parted slightly, revealing a hand devoid of color, as pale as death. Fire Cloud Evil God and Hancock, having never encountered such entities, were not afraid. Rather, they were intrigued by the spectacle. When the curtain was fully drawn back, a ghostly bride emerged, her complexion ashen, garbed in attire unmistakably from the Qing dynasty, a specter with over a century of cultivation. Sir, what are you waiting for? Come closer. The ghostly bride's voice carried an enchanting allure, capable of ensnaring the souls of ordinary men. With the Buddha's light beginning to radiate, Yi-chun surreptitiously activated the Rulai Divine Palm. Generally, aside from the specialized Maoshan arts capable of subduing spirits, a martial artist's fervent life force could also repel them. Yet, should the ghost possess sufficient power, that very life force could serve to nourish it. Is that so? The ghostly bride gasped, momentarily startled, but quickly regained her composure. Although Yi-chen's actions evoked the image of the Buddha, the force behind his strike failed to inflict devastating harm. It was merely a martial technique that appeared to channel the essence of the Buddha.
Frog technique.
Seeing that the Rulai divine palm had not dealt a fatal blow to the ghostly bride, Fire Cloud Evil God could no longer afford to underestimate the spirits of this world. The moment he appeared, it became evident he was employing the frog technique. Very well. If you gentlemen wish to play with me, I shall oblige. The ghostly bride floated effortlessly, evading the rapid strikes of Fire Cloud Evil God. Striking her was akin to hitting air, and Fire Cloud Evil God's expression darkened. The righteous energy can indeed harm her, Yi Chun exclaimed, his hands clapping together as a tangible golden palm surged forth. Humph! Unlike her disregard for Fire Cloud Evil God's frog technique, the ghostly bride deftly evaded Yi Chen's palm strike. Had I known, I would have abandoned my martial arts to retrain the Rulai divine palm. Fire Cloud Evil God lamented inwardly. Prior to arriving in this world, he had held scorn for its spirits and cultivators, only to find himself rendered powerless by a mere ghostly bride. Chapter 19. A brawl is the ultimate truth, shopkeeper. Be cautious. Though the Fire Cloud Evil God posed little threat to the ghost bride, his prowess far exceeded that of Yi Chun, and his reflexes were incomparable. Otherwise, how could he have caught a bullet? From the onset of the battle, his gaze remained fixated on the ghost bride, and as soon as she made a move, he promptly alerted Yi Chun to prevent him from suffering a setback. A golden Buddha lamp materialized above Yi Chen's head, radiating cascades of golden light. When the ghost bride's chilling hand made contact with this divine illumination, it erupted into a blaze. You seek death. The injured ghost bride finally succumbed to rage, abandoning her beguiling techniques to unleash her full power. In the desolate wilderness under the cover of night, the ghost bride's strength was amplified to its fullest. As she attacked with all her might, the pervasive aura of darkness sent shivers down the spines of Yi Chun and the other martial artists, whose vitality surged with energy. Do not allow her to touch you. Yi Chun was the first to strike, feeling grateful that he had consumed a piece of millennium-old ginseng prior to the confrontation, enabling him to master the first 3 strikes of the Buddha's palm. Otherwise, he would be reduced to mere bystander status. To confront the ghost bride, Yi Chun bit into a small piece of ginseng and unleashed a series of rapid strikes towards her. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. The colossal palm descended fiercely. Faced with such a technique, even the ghost bride dared not disregard it, summoning her ghostly essence to form a claw that clashed with the golden hand. Shopkeeper, this is no longer a mere influence on the material realm. The Fire Cloud Evil God exclaimed in astonishment. Although Yi Chun had only mastered the 3rd palm, he was leagues away from the evil god's level. However, the ghost bride was merely a spirit, capable of taking lives and draining vitality. But her influence on the material world was limited. The fact that she could withstand the Buddha's palm was astonishing indeed. Judging by the man's words, the more substantial the ghost's influence on the material realm, the stronger its cultivation. Given her century-long existence, it could be inferred that this specter had lived for at least 100 years. Hancock's eyes narrowed slightly. Despite her regal demeanor, she was not entirely dismissive of the supernatural. Let us see if this proves effective. Hancock clasped her hands into a heart shape, releasing concentric rings of heart-shaped light. When the ghost bride was struck, she appeared unscathed. Is it that the sweet fruit's power cannot petrify her due to her lack of a physical form? It seemed the sweet fruit's abilities had little effect on her. We are all extraordinary beings. Having absorbed your vitality, I shall undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Ghost Commander, and perhaps even Ghost King. The ghost bride grinned, her face, caked with white powder, appearing even more pallid. I initially planned to eliminate you at the latest, but your demeanor displeases me greatly. Her gaze fell upon Hancock, jealousy flashing in her eyes as she abandoned Yi Chun and lunged toward Hancock. Impudent wretch! Retreat! Hancock's expression shifted violently, startling Yi Chun and the Fire Cloud Evil God. They had never witnessed such a look from her before. What type of gaze was this? It was one of haughty superiority, akin to a monarch surveying the world, fiercer and more commanding than any beast, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Conqueror's Haki. As Yi Chun was astonished, he quickly understood. Hancock was about to unleash her fury. He had not forgotten that Hancock possessed the qualities of a ruler, a rarity among the millions in the Grand Line. To be honest, he had never witnessed Hancock wield her Conqueror's Haki. not even in the anime, perhaps because her sweet fruit abilities sufficed for every situation, rendering the use of Haki unnecessary. This was Yi Chen's first encounter with Hancock's application of Conqueror's Haki. Boom! The intangible aura of Conqueror's Haki radiated from Hancock like a tempest, creating a powerful gust of wind, though it lacked the physical destructive force of Shanks's Haki. Nonetheless, it sent a rippling wave through the air. What formidable Haki! Yi Chen felt its presence but suffered no harm, indicating that Hancock had mastered its control to avoid inflicting damage on those she did not wish to harm. Ah! The Ghost Bride, who had maintained an easygoing demeanor throughout the battle, suddenly let out a wail. As I suspected, a smirk filled with disdain graced Hancock's lips. Conqueror's Haki can affect the spirit, thus it should be effective against apparitions as well. It appears that without a corporeal form, the damage inflicted by Haki surpasses that of a direct assault. This Empress is truly remarkable, Yi Chen mused. To be the sovereign of a nation, to be referred to as the Empress of Pirates, was no trivial feat. One could not achieve such status without intellect and strength. Yet, Hancock's consistent display of arrogance, caprice, and contempt for others often overshadowed her formidable capabilities. A prime opportunity, the fire cloud evil god shouted. Buddha moves mountains and rivers, channeling his energy to its utmost. If not for the fact that his meridians had been opened by the three unparalleled masters, the landlord, the landlady, and the fire cloud evil god, his body would have been unable to bear the strain. Yet, now the energy surged through his meridians like a torrential river, causing him no discomfort whatsoever. A full-powered strike of Buddha moves mountains and rivers smashed directly into the Ghost Bride, who had been momentarily subdued by the Conqueror's Haki, igniting her form in a blaze of fiery brilliance. Shopkeeper, do not hesitate. Just unleash your full power against her. Regardless of the circumstances, this evil god will always be your formidable support. The fire cloud evil god swiftly positioned himself behind Yi Chen, placing a hand on his back. This is... Yi Chen's eyes brightened as he felt an influx of energy, far more vigorous than his own, surging into him. He immediately harnessed this energy, channeling it through his meridians in accordance with the principles of the Buddha's palm. Buddha's light illuminates all. The sixth strike of the Buddha's palm, a blow of immense magnitude, was unleashed, transforming countless golden rays into a crushing force that obliterated the Ghost Bride. Chapter 20. Fearsome yet incurable. Fortunately, the Rulai palm is capable of striking at spirits, and Hancock's Conqueror's Haki can also subdue these apparitions. Otherwise, we would be left with no choice but to flee as far as we could, possessing strength yet finding ourselves powerless to utilize it. As I unleashed a palm strike, I felt an initial emptiness throughout my body, swiftly followed by a throbbing pain, evidently a consequence of exerting the Rulai palm beyond my current prowess. Thankfully, my meridians had been opened by the fire cloud evil god and his associates, allowing for unobstructed flow, and rendering them far more resilient than those of an ordinary person. Otherwise, even with the support of the evil god's power, I could only manage to execute the fourth palm of the Rulai technique. I exhaled a breath of stagnant air. Shopkeeper, your foresight is commendable. I must retract my earlier statement. It is indeed essential for us to seek out formidable warriors in this realm capable of contending with demons and spirits as our specialized enforcers, the fire cloud evil god remarked. Humph, even when faced with me, those spirits must retreat obediently, Hancock declared with pride. I believe that the spirits bear a striking resemblance to your Conqueror's Haki, I suggested. Do not dare to equate such repugnant entities with the beauty of the world's foremost enchantress, Hancock retorted, her tone laden with discontent. Consider this, both Haki and spirits seem to wield greater power the more they impact the material world. Do they not? My words seemed to soften Hancock's frosty demeanor. I believe this world holds more for our establishment than merely acquiring an additional enforcer. If we could decipher the method by which spirits condense their souls, gradually influencing the tangible reality, and combine that understanding with the principles of Conqueror's Haki, perhaps we could assist Hancock in discovering a means to cultivate her Haki, becoming the first in the grand line to master it autonomously. This would indeed solidify her title as Empress. My title as Empress has always been legitimate, Hancock asserted. Yet a flicker of contemplation crossed her eyes, clearly indicating her intrigue. Her past experiences had instilled a profound understanding of the significance of power. Although her strength was already among the elite in the New World, she would certainly welcome the opportunity to grow stronger. Man, take me to this Uncle Zhuo at once. If he is indeed a bane to spirits, he must possess considerable knowledge in this area. I demand that he enlighten me immediately, Hancock insisted, exuding her characteristic assertiveness without considering whether Uncle Zhuo would acquiesce. Such was the demeanor of the pirate Empress. What did you say? I inquired. Lead the way, Leaf. Hancock's piercing gaze bore into me, her tone irritable. Very well, I responded, satisfied as we continued onward. After our encounter with the ghost bride, we encountered no further assaults from spirits. With Hancock's observation Haki aiding our perception, we swiftly traversed the desolate mountains and arrived at the nearest town. Aware that we had entered the world of Mr. Zombie, I prepared by exchanging gold bars for currency, ultimately locating Renjia town. Knowing the location simplified matters. Even the weakest among us, I, could outpace a galloping horse at full speed, as my meridians flowed seamlessly and the Rulai palm allowed for rapid recovery, treating our journey as a form of cultivation. Zombies. We arrived at Renjia town, and under Hancock's keen Haki, we detected several unusual auras, swiftly realizing they belonged to Uncle Zhuo and his companions in the mortuary. We hastened our approach. Zombies. The fire cloud evil god felt his pores tighten, his hair standing on end. Having suffered at the hands of the ghost bride, he was now exceedingly wary of the demons in this realm. There are many, yet they move slowly and possess mediocre strength, making them much easier to handle than those elusive spirits. Evil god, subdue them, but do not cause undue harm, I instructed, spotting the animated corpses within the building through the window. Understood. The fire cloud evil god, clearly eager to vent the frustrations accumulated from his earlier defeat, unleashed a flurry of fists and kicks, sending the zombies flying. However, when one zombie was struck, it let out a pitiful cry and spat blood as it was sent reeling. Humph! Attempting to frighten with such theatrics, the evil god scoffed, casting a disapproving glance at the man masquerading as a zombie, who turned out to be none other than Uncle Zhuo's disciple, Xiao. Uncle Zhuo and his companions arrived, and upon seeing the incapacitated zombie and Xiao, they quickly grasped the situation. Oh dear, my client! Uncle Zhuo's fellow disciple, Taoist Simu, clapped his hands and rushed over to immobilize the corpses, arranging them neatly. Greetings, Uncle Zhuo. I sincerely apologize for my friend's unintentional harm to your disciple. Prior to seeking you out, we encountered the ghost bride and are thus quite sensitive to such matters. We are willing to cover Qiuxing's medical expenses, I explained. No need for that. This is entirely the fault of this foolish boy. He brought this upon himself. Trying to frighten others as a zombie is an endeavor that bears no remedy. Thankfully, it didn't escalate into a major incident. Consider this punch a lesson for him, Uncle Zhuo replied with a cold huff, casting a disdainful glare at Qiuxing. While Qiuxing might view this as a trivial matter, others recognized the gravity of the situation. This world was already chaotic, filled with all manner of demons and monsters, and most individuals lived in constant fear. In such an environment, encountering external witnesses could lead to dire consequences, and thus, the evil god felt compelled to strike Qiuxing even while aware of his ruse. Had this incident occurred without outsiders present, Qiuxing might have received only a reprimand, as those within the mortuary were typically bold and knowledgeable in the ways of the supernatural. However, with outsiders involved, the nature of the situation shifted entirely. May I ask for your names? Once Qiuxing was settled, Uncle Zhuo turned to us with a respectful gesture. I am Leafchin, and these are my companions and employees from my establishment. The man is Fire Cloud Evil God, and the woman is Hancock, I introduced. Chapter 21. I opened a shop offering services to deal with aggressors. I observed that the three visitors were not ordinary individuals. Their late-night visit to my modest mortuary piqued my curiosity. Uncle Zhuo discreetly scanned Yi-chan and his companions, and the more he looked, the more apprehensive he became. The Fire Cloud Evil God exuded a palpable malevolence. Unless one possessed nearly a century of cultivation or was a formidable, vengeful spirit, even the most common ghosts would flee in terror. Hancock, despite lacking any internal martial prowess, emanated a peculiar strength that, in Uncle Zhuo's estimation, surpassed even that of the fire cloud evil god. However, what truly astonished Uncle Zhuo was Yi Chun. Despite a decline in his cultivation, he was able to command the two extraordinary masters effortlessly. I overheard you mention encountering a ghostly bride, which is quite alarming. Even we, as practitioners of the Maoshan tradition, would flee upon encountering such a specter. Yet you emerged unscathed. That is no small feat. Taoist Si Mu initially intended to leave, but, driven by curiosity about Yi Chun and concern over their potential ill intentions towards Uncle Zhuo, he chose to stay. The world has descended into chaos, with humans entangled in strife and spirits wandering aimlessly. Ordinary people live in abject misery. Hence, I have opened a small establishment to offer services for dealing with aggressors, resolving all manner of troubles, be they from tyrannical warlords or supernatural beings. Yi Chun remarked, I used to believe I had some skill, especially with the assistance of my two friends, thinking there was nothing we could not handle. However, our encounters with demons, particularly the ghostly bride, have illuminated our naivete. To prevent future incidents where individuals may seek help from malevolent entities and find us unable to assist, I have journeyed from afar to seek your partnership, Uncle Zhuo. Offering services to deal with aggressors? That is rather audacious, Taoist Si Mu exclaimed, dropping his provisions in astonishment. His experiences as a corpse transporter had exposed him to numerous peculiarities. Yet a shop providing such services was unprecedented. After extensive inquiries, I discovered that Uncle Zhuo was not only a highly skilled practitioner but also willing to set aside his lofty status to serve the common folk from within this humble mortuary. This further solidified our belief that he was the person we sought. Yi Chun continued, you are too modest. In truth, you are a distinguished figure in the Maoshan lineage, a paragon within the realm of Taoist sorcery. How can you belittle yourself? Regardless of your willingness to join us, we would be honored to count you and Taoist Si Mu among our friends. We plan to remain in Rinjia town for the next few days, so should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out. It was late at night, and given that this was our first meeting, Yi Chun did not expect Uncle Zhuo to give an immediate response. He paused the discussion and presented a package, saying, I almost forgot amidst our conversation. This is a small token of our appreciation, merely some trinkets. I hope you will accept it. It is not a fee for your services but rather a modest compensation for disturbing your rest and injuring your disciple. This portion is for you, Taoist Si Mu. Then allow me to express my gratitude in advance. Uncle Zhuo replied, rising to see Yi Chun and his companions off. What do you think, Si Mu? After they had departed, Uncle Zhuo turned to Taoist Si Mu. Remarkable, Taoist Si Mu replied, his face aglow with admiration. I asked for your opinion on them. Uncle Zhuo retorted, playfully striking Taoist Si Mu on the head. Ah, well, they are certainly formidable. None among them is to be trifled with. If they wish to harm us, even if we summon 10 more allies, it would likely be insufficient. Their demeanor was polite, indicating they are not the sort to make unreasonable demands, so we need not overly concern ourselves, Taoist Si Mu observed. However, it is astonishing that our reputation has grown so significant that individuals would travel across provinces specifically to seek us out. This indeed reflects their exceptional insight. In these times of decline, compounded by the rise of firearms, practitioners like us are often dismissed as superstitious charlatans. Yet they possess genuine skill and, rather than exhibiting arrogance, humbly acknowledged their limitations and sought us out for assistance. Such a group, if they chose to wield their power for nefarious purposes, could be truly formidable, Uncle Zhuo remarked. By the way, they left behind a package. Let us see what it contains, Taoist Si Mu suggested, opening the parcel to reveal a dazzling array of golden bars under the light. Wow, Taoist Si Mu exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe, drooling at the sight. Uncle Zhuo, equally astonished, stared at the package on the table. Gold bars. There must be at least 20 pounds here, Taoist Si Mu murmured. I wish I had refused it, Uncle Zhuo thought, feeling a mix of joy and trepidation. He was pleased to be valued in these dark times, yet conflicted over accepting such a hefty gift. How could he refuse should Yi Chun extend another invitation in the future? Brother, since you feel uncomfortable accepting it, allow me, your junior, to graciously accept it on your behalf, Taoist Si Mu exclaimed, swiftly reaching for the gold bars on the table. Such a valuable item should not be taken lightly. It is better entrusted to me for safekeeping until an opportunity arises to return it, Uncle Zhuo cautioned, though Taoist Simu's hands moved swiftly, as he too had some skill. Chapter 22. Uncle Zhuo seeks assistance. I cannot drink foreign tea a mere 10-centimeter distance. A gap that proved insurmountable. The hands of the four-eyed Taoist fell short, leaving him to gaze longingly at a pile of gold bars that vanished from sight. Do not wear that expression. Did not Yi-chun also present you with a share? Uncle Zhu retorted, somewhat irked. Indeed, just now, I was blinded by the golden bars before me. Completely oblivious to my own share, the four-eyed Taoist exclaimed, opening his portion and instantly beaming with delight. Clearly, although Yi-chun had come seeking Uncle Zhuo, he had not overlooked the Taoist's presence, bestowing upon him an equal amount of gold. Brother, I believe they are also talented youths. Although their establishment is somewhat unheard of, it does benefit the local populace. I think you should assist them. After all, this too is a matter of slaying demons, and it is certainly preferable to guarding corpses at the charity hall, the four-eyed Taoist asserted with conviction. If you refuse to go, perhaps I shall step in. Is it merely a handful of gold that has swayed you? Where has your resolve gone? Uncle Zhuo replied, casting a disdainful look at the four-eyed Taoist before retreating to his chamber. Once the door was shut, Uncle Zhuo found himself in a whirl of conflicting thoughts. The four-eyed Taoist has a point. Moreover, if I choose not to go, that rascal is likely to take my place. No, that would be too hasty. I should observe them first. Had the four-eyed Taoist known that Uncle Zhuo, who had just rebuked him, was now contemplating how to avoid being preempted, he would surely have found it amusing. Clap, clap. In a room at the inn, Yi-chun paused in his meditative practice as the door was opened by the fire cloud evil god. Aware of the dangers present in this world, Yi-chun did not sleep alone. He shared a room with the fire cloud evil god, while the Empress had her own, declaring that even if all the ghost kings in the world were to arrive, she would require her own space. Shopkeeper, Uncle Zhuo has arrived, the fire cloud evil god announced, turning back to usher Uncle Zhuo inside. Uncle Zhuo, I was just planning to visit you this afternoon. I did not expect you to come first, Yi-chun said, rising from his bed to pour a cup of tea. I apologize for intruding on your rest, but I have come early after hearing that you had just arrived in Rinjia town yesterday, Uncle Zhuo replied, mimicking the fire cloud evil god's manner of addressing Yi-chun as shopkeeper. Not at all. It is a joy to have you here. Your presence is no disturbance. Please, take a seat. Upon hearing Uncle Zhuo's address, Yi-chun felt a surge of optimism. He realized the situation. In this era of waning magical practices, the arrival of Western culture and weaponry made survival increasingly difficult. Although Uncle Zhuo was respected in Rinjia town, his status did not guarantee a prosperous life. Otherwise, he would not have been escorted away by security after the incident with Lord Ren. Now that Yi-chun valued him so highly, it was only natural for Uncle Zhuo to feel a sense of gratitude. I am truly humbled by your regard, shopkeeper, Uncle Zhuo said, and then added, I believe you often travel far and wide. You must have tasted foreign tea before? Foreign tea? Uncle Zhuo, what do you mean? Yi-chun pondered what conditions Uncle Zhuo might propose, only to find the conversation shifting unexpectedly to foreign tea. Well, the wealthy landlord, Lord Ren, has invited me to partake in foreign tea, but I must admit, I am merely a custodian of the charity hall, a feng shui practitioner of modest skills, and I have never encountered such grand occasions. As for foreign tea, I am utterly ignorant, Uncle Zhuo confessed, his embarrassment evident. Ah, I see. Coincidentally, I too wish to invite you for foreign tea this afternoon. I did not realize someone had beaten me to it. If you do not mind, I would be honored to join you and share in the experience. As understanding dawned, Yi-chun couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that Uncle Zhuo's hesitation stemmed from a desire for face. You flatter me, shopkeeper. It is my honor to have you join. Uncle Zhuo's previous embarrassment dissipated, and he regarded Yi-chun with newfound admiration, for Yi-chun had a remarkable way with words. He skillfully transformed what was originally a request for help into an opportunity for shared enjoyment, leading Uncle Zhuo to think that refusing would be quite difficult. Hancock, let us go. I shall introduce you to the local specialties, Yi-chun called as he tapped on Hancock's door. Moments later, Hancock emerged, impeccably dressed and radiating charm. Shopkeeper, your friend is truly extraordinary in beauty. Fortunately, you both are exceptional individuals. Otherwise, with such a rare presence, Hancock would certainly attract a multitude of troubles. Uncle Zhuo remarked in awe upon seeing Hancock. Hancock, unfazed by the compliment, merely nodded in acknowledgement. Gentlemen, do you have a reservation? As they approached the entrance of the establishment, which specialized in Western-style cuisine and coffee, a rarity in this era, they were halted by the staff. Mr. Ren has made arrangements for us, Uncle Zhuo replied, having left his peculiar disciple behind this time, thus taking the initiative. Ah, you are guests of Lord Ren. Please, follow me. The server's demeanor shifted dramatically, and they led the way with enthusiasm. Uncle Zhuo, over here. At the dining table, Lord Ren spotted Uncle Zhuo and waved. However, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon Yi-chan and his companions, particularly Hancock, he momentarily lost his composure. As the foremost wealthy man in Renjia town, Lord Ren had encountered countless women, especially in these chaotic times where wealth could procure any desirable companion. Yet, he had never beheld a woman as stunning as Hancock. Nevertheless, having managed to maintain his family's wealth throughout a decade of misfortune, he possessed a discerning eye. Sensing that Hancock was not merely beautiful but also exuded an air of nobility and superiority, he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 23. The Professional Pitfall Masters. Who are these individuals? Master Ren forced himself to avert his gaze from Hancock, lest he succumb to another bout of unseemly behavior. As a discerning merchant, he understood that Hancock was no ordinary woman. Such a figure was certainly beyond the reproach of a mere landowner like himself. Allow me to introduce you, Master Ren. This is Yi-chan, a shopkeeper, and these two are his employees and friends, named Yunlan and Hancock. I accompanied them here, hoping for your kind understanding, said Uncle Zhuo. What nonsense! Since they are friends of Uncle Zhuo, they are certainly friends of mine as well. Such remarks are quite unnecessary. Master Ren quickly diffused the tension. Mr. Yi-chan, you strike me as a person of considerable enterprise. It is a rare delight for you to visit our family town and to make your acquaintance. This meal shall be on me. Do not even think of contesting it.
Master Ren, you.Xiao.
Your graciousness in not minding my uninvited presence is already more than enough, Yi-chan replied. Although he had previously been a somewhat reclusive online writer, his experiences across several worlds had gradually honed his social skills. Do not say such things. It is indeed my fortune to meet such esteemed company. Master Ren responded with a polite smile, then rose to beckon. Ting Ting, over here. A lady clad in a Western-style gown, reminiscent of the era's elegance, approached with an air of grace befitting her name. Ting Ting. Hurry and take a seat, Master Ren urged, guiding her to sit down. Uncle Zhuo. This is Mr. Yi-chan, Mr. Yunlan, and Ms. Hancock, Master Ren introduced. Hello. I am Ren Ting Ting, and it is a pleasure to meet you all. Having returned from her studies abroad, Ren Ting Ting possessed insights that surpassed those of an ordinary person. Coupled with the strikingly different attire of Yi-chan and his companions, her first impression of them was nothing short of remarkable. Indeed, Master Ren has truly raised a daughter of exceptional beauty, Yi-chan exclaimed, raising his thumb in admiration. You flatter me, Mr. Yi. In comparison to Ms. Hancock, I am merely an unrefined child, Master Ren humbly replied, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. She is truly stunning. Ren Ting Ting, who had always held confidence in her own looks, found herself momentarily overshadowed by Hancock's presence. Waiter, 2 servings of egg tarts, 5 cups of coffee, and 1 cup of black tea, Yi-chan called out, placing the order. Having already discerned that Yi-chan and his companions were not of ordinary caliber, Ren Ting Ting was further convinced that they must frequently frequent such establishments, irrespective of whether they had been to the West. As they engaged in conversation, the absence of pretentiousness allowed for a natural rapport to develop, sparing Ren Ting Ting from any inclination to tease her literary companions, even involving Uncle Zhuo in the discussion. Uncle Zhuo, regarding our previous conversation, I believe it is better to keep the coffin still rather than move it. Yi-chan listened passively to their discourse, interspersing modern knowledge and information into his dialogue with Ren Ting Ting. In this tumultuous era of warlords, even a modern individual's insights could be quite profound, let alone Yi-chan, who had traversed multiple worlds, effectively captivating Rin Ting Ting, who had returned from abroad, in mere moments over afternoon tea. Uncle Zhuo remained uninvolved in the matter of the coffin, recognizing it as a family affair, and he refrained from interjecting, lest Master Rin suspect ulterior motives. However, pressing concern lingered. Though Yi Chun did not actively participate, his keen eyesight allowed him to observe the coffin's transport from a distance on a hillside, an aura reminiscent of the previous ghost bride, yet even more repugnant. Naturally, Master Ren's father was grievously misled by a geomancer, transforming a suitable burial site into a malevolent one for himself and his family, Yi Chun remarked. He is on the verge of transforming into a corpse demon, which could become quite formidable, especially for ordinary folk. As long as he can be struck down. Yunxian recalled the ghost bride with frustration, knowing that despite his own perceived strength, the supernatural nature of such beings rendered all his efforts futile, relegating him to a mere spectator. You can certainly strike him down, but it would be prudent to avoid direct contact. If you cannot defend against the corpse poison, no matter how skilled you are, your fate may mirror that of Master Ren's father, Yi Chun cautioned. Yunxian, please inform Uncle Zhuo to ensure he strikes the coffin properly. Understood, shopkeeper. After the zombie was returned to the mortuary, Yunxian promptly conveyed Yi Chen's words to Uncle Zhuo. Thanks to Yi Chen's timely reminder, Uncle Zhuo recalled the reckless tendencies of his two disciples. He chose to remain silent, observing as the two engaged in a playful squabble while attempting to strike the coffin, leading to an exasperated outburst from Uncle Zhuo. You two rascals! Uncle Zhuo stormed out, seizing a wooden stick to deliver a sound thrashing. Do you have any idea how many lives could be at stake if the zombie escapes? I understand my mistake, Master. Realizing the gravity of their error under Uncle Zhuo's stern reprimand, Wen Kai and Qiuxing quickly knelt in apology. Get out of my sight. Ultimately, having raised them, Uncle Zhuo could not bring himself to inflict severe punishment. After chastising them, he merely kicked them out and carefully struck the coffin again. Grateful for the shopkeeper's warning, Uncle Zhuo reflected, had it not been for him, the consequences could have been dire. Alas, I owe another favor. Next time the shopkeeper invites me to join his establishment, I will find it difficult to decline. He shook his head and stepped outside. With peace of mind, Yi Chun slept soundly, while Uncle Zhuo too found comfort after attending to the coffin once more. Everyone rested comfortably, except for one individual, or rather one zombie, who found no solace in slumber. Chapter 24 Master Ren, do you require our services? Trapped within the confines of his coffin, the zombie exerted itself relentlessly. Though it possessed the strength to shatter the coffin effortlessly, the oppressive force of the ink line rendered it powerless. Every attempt to touch the coffin resulted in a rebuff, leaving it to emit bloodthirsty and anguished howls from within. Nevertheless, the creature's insatiable thirst for blood compelled it to assail the ink line ceaselessly throughout the night. Hours slipped by, and the recently awakened zombie, having neither tasted blood nor escaped its prison, grew increasingly feeble from its repeated assaults on the ink line. Its hands gradually fell, as if bereft of the strength to continue. At that moment, a gust of wind howled through, revealing a slight gap between the bricks of the dilapidated rooftop. The moon, suspended in the dark sky, cast its silvery light through the crevice, illuminating the coffin below. With a resounding crash, a hand adorned with long, sharp black claws thrust open the coffin. The zombie, defying the laws of anatomy, rose to a perfect standing position before leaping forth with astonishing speed. The thunderous noise startled the slumbering Josher, who instinctively rushed to the coffin's location, only to find the central coffin shattered, revealing an empty space where the corpse had once lain. This is disastrous. Josher's expression darkened as he rushed in, kicking the slumbering Wen Tai awake. The zombie has broken free. Grab your weapon and pursue. What zombie? Wen Tai groggily replied, but Josher's urgency pierced through his drowsiness. If you don't wake up now, Miss Run and Master Run will be bitten to death by the zombie. Fury ignited within Josher as he delivered a swift slap. Miss Run is in danger. We must act quickly. Jolted awake, Wen Tai sprang to his feet, donning his shoes with remarkable speed. Master, what are we waiting for? Let us depart immediately. We can settle accounts later. Stunned momentarily, Josher quickly regained his composure and barked, Prepare your weapon. I will chase the zombie. Yes. Responding to the urgency surrounding Miss Ren, Wantai's intellect surged beyond normalcy as he hastened to retrieve the tools to confront the undead. How could it be so fast? Josher dashed outside, following the trail, only to realize he was unable to keep pace. This defies logic. It has been confined for so long. Even if it absorbed the moonlight's essence, it shouldn't have become so formidable. Moreover, it has only just awakened. Absent any stimuli, it would instinctively target its closest kin. Shouldn't he be this powerful yet? As Josher sprinted frantically, a nagging feeling of oversight crept into his mind, eluding his grasp in that moment. How could this happen? His expression shifted dramatically as he spotted a figure lying ahead, 2 bloodied punctures marring its neck. Its first taste of blood should be from a loved one. Even if someone passed by, they would typically escape unscathed. This zombie seems to know I am in pursuit, as if it is desperately seeking strength. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Josher understood he was lagging behind the zombie. Now that it had fed, the prospect of catching up faded further still. If I can save even one, I will. Despite knowing he could not catch up, he pressed on with all his might. I hope the business improves after relocating the coffin. That vile feng shui master. I never anticipated such treachery. Within the Ren family mansion, Master Ren lay awake, beset by an inexplicable unease that rendered sleep elusive. A sudden crash roused him from his reverie, and upon turning, he was met with a terrifying sight. A creature clad in the garb of a Qing dynasty official, its decaying visage and protruding fangs menacingly framed in the doorway. Help! Master Ren recognized the apparition as his late grandfather. In that moment, terror morphed into regret, lamenting his dismissal of Josher's counsel. If only he had heeded the warning and incinerated the body, he would not face such dire straits. Truly, one who courts danger invites disaster. As he grappled with his bitter thoughts, he cast a glance toward the window, contemplating a desperate leap to escape. Yet he was too slow. The zombie lunged forward, its claws glinting menacingly as they reached for him. Father, no. Hearing his father's cries, Ren Tingting rushed in, her face drained of color upon witnessing the horror. Tingting, flee. Seek Josher. Do not blame me. In a moment of peril, Master Ren abandoned his escape in a desperate attempt to buy time for his daughter. What are you waiting for? Run. No. Tingting shook her head, paralyzed with fear. The sophistication she had gained from studying abroad evaporated, leaving her feeling no different from an ordinary person in the face of calamity. What was there to boast about? Run. Seek Josher to avenge me. Master Ren's frustration peaked as the zombie, indifferent to his pleas, lunged at him, its claws piercing his shoulder, preparing to bite. Whoever saves my father, I shall marry. Tingting's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to flee, spurred by her father's proud gaze. As she ran, her heart cried out in desperation. A golden light shimmered in the darkness. A radiant hand burst forth, illuminating the night. The familiar voice filled her with joy and hope, compelling her to halt and turn. She beheld a man, enveloped in golden light, as he struck the zombie aside with a single blow. Mr. Yi. Tingting's heart soared with uncontainable joy, yet recollections of her previous vow brought a flush to her cheeks. Master Ren. Master Ren was equally elated, believing himself doomed, only to find salvation in the form of Mr. Yi, who had arrived at a critical moment, showcasing extraordinary prowess. Master Ren, do you require the services of my establishment? Mr. Yi inquired. I have opened a shop specializing in combat services, be it warlords, zombies, or other supernatural entities. We cater to all. Simply place your order, and we shall provide you with the finest assistance. Chapter 25. The evil god has begun. Come quickly to slay the zombies. What is going on? A service for beating people? What kind of establishment is this? Mr. Ren was momentarily taken aback. With a roar, the zombie lunged forward, enraged at having its prey stolen away. The deafening howl sent a shiver down Mr. Ren's spine. As a businessman, he was adept at embracing novel experiences, and with Yi Chen's clear explanation, he was suddenly inspired and exclaimed, I need a capable hand to deal with this creature and ensure the safety of my family. Excellent. Almost instantaneously, a contract materialized before Mr. Ren. Just mentally affirm your signature, Yi Chen instructed. In his desperation, Mr. Ren, perceiving Yi Chun as a savior, hastily mentally signed the contract without scrutinizing its contents. The evil god has commenced. Come forth to vanquish the zombie. Yi Chun called out from the window. I'm on my way, shopkeeper. In response to the charging zombie, a shoe sole ruthlessly smashed into its face, propelling the creature, known for its supposedly indestructible physique, a considerable distance, crashing into the wall of Mr. Renes's residence. It was the shopkeeper and the fire cloud evil god. Just then, the tardy Uncle Zhuo arrived at the entrance of the Ren mansion, witnessing the falling zombie and spotting Yi Chun and the fire cloud evil god by the window. Fortunately, the shopkeeper detected the zombie and arrived in time. Otherwise, we would have been in serious trouble. As Uncle Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief, he rushed forward to kick the zombie, which had just regained its footing, aside. Although the zombie had consumed human blood on its way, its power remained limited due to the lack of the blood of its kin. Unarmed, Uncle Zhuo could not eradicate it but could temporarily restrain it. Uncle Zhuo, step aside. The fire cloud evil god flashed in front of the zombie and delivered a resounding slap, astonishing Uncle Zhuo as the zombie was sent flying. When did the once feared zombie become as vulnerable as a child? Observing the zombie being toyed with by the fire cloud evil god, Uncle Zhuo felt the world had shifted. Uncle Zhuo, you should check on Mr. Ren. He was scratched by the zombie. If not treated promptly, he may end up like the one below, Yi Chun said, leaping down from the window and landing gracefully. Thank you for your assistance here. Uncle Zhuo expressed his gratitude towards Yi Chun. He believed it was his responsibility to handle Mr. Ren's situation, and had Yi Chun and the others not appeared, it would have resulted in a grave crisis. Too slow. With speed and strength thrice that of an ordinary person, aside from its tough hide, lack of pain, and some resilience, it is far easier to deal with than ghosts and monsters. The fire cloud evil god reveled in the battle, seemingly eager to reclaim his earlier defeat from the ghost bride upon the zombie. The situation was under control, and Yi Chun felt utterly reassured. Mr. Yi, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely intervention. Otherwise, my family would have faced dire misfortune. Mr. Ren, supported by Uncle Zhuo, approached, now calm as he observed the zombie being thoroughly subdued by the fire cloud evil god. By the way, shopkeeper, how did you discern that the zombie was causing trouble? Uncle Zhuo inquired after fetching some glutinous rice from Mr. Ren's kitchen to treat his wounds. Thanks to Hancock's extraordinary perceptive abilities, she sensed the zombie's presence as it entered the town, enabling us to arrive in time, Yi Chun explained. So it was Lady Hancock.
No wonder.
Uncle Zhuo realized, understanding that despite his average physical prowess as a practitioner of Maoshan techniques, his spiritual acuity was exceptional. During their first encounter, he sensed that the real threat was not the fiery presence of the fire cloud evil god, but the haughty demeanor of the Empress Hancock. Uncle Zhuo, this fellow is quite intriguing. Despite all this, it remains unyielding, the fire cloud evil god remarked, breaking the zombie's limbs and even its spine, yet the creature managed to regain its stance, defying logic. Thus, it is said that each technique has its specialty. Uncle Zhuo, it is your turn to showcase your skills to your peers, Yi Chun encouraged. Exorcising demons and vanquishing evil is the duty of a disciple of Maoshan, especially since this creature has escaped from the mortuary. It is my obligation, Uncle Zhuo declared resolutely as he accepted the peachwood sword from Wenkai, biting his fingertip to draw blood, which he then used to mark the sword before swiftly plunging it into the zombie. With a roar, the peachwood sword, which would inflict little harm on a human, erupted in flames upon piercing the zombie, eliciting a cry of agony from the creature. Unbelievable! Even a steel blade would prove ineffective against a zombie, yet a mere wooden sword possesses such remarkable efficacy. The fire cloud evil god marveled. Uncle Zhuo skillfully wielded the ink line as though it were a whip, striking the zombie repeatedly, driving it back in concert with the peachwood sword. Fortunately, this zombie hasn't consumed the blood of its kin. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable effort to dispatch it. Realizing that Uncle Zhuo posed a lethal threat, the zombie, propelled by the ink line, turned to flee. Had it been facing only Uncle Zhuo, it might have escaped, but with Yi Chun and others present, that was unlikely. Seeing the zombie attempt to flee, Yi Chun raised his hand, delivering a powerful strike through the air, far surpassing the prowess of Huang Yaoshi's air-splitting palm in the world. The formidable, Radiant palm strike imbued with overwhelming righteousness struck the zombie down, allowing Uncle Joe to close in and aim the peach with sword at its heart. Suddenly, two dark figures darted through the night like phantoms, causing Uncle Joe's expression to shift dramatically. He withdrew the sword from the zombie and swiftly sidestepped. Jumping corpses, Uncle Joe gasped, noting their speed was significantly greater than the previous one. In contrast, the fire cloud evil god was not deterred. Instead, he observed with keen interest. Chapter 26. Feeding zombies with zombies I understand, Uncle Joe suddenly exclaimed. Feng Shui Master, Lord Ren. The Feng Shui Master who was coerced by your father all those years ago is still alive. I had my suspicions, but now it all makes sense. What? The Feng Shui Master who caused my father to end up like this is still alive. Lord Ren, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed by rage. Not only is he unharmed, but both the jumping corpses and the transformation of Old Lady Ren are also under his control. Uncle Joe stared at the jumping corpses that had suddenly appeared before him. These two corpses, instead of attacking him immediately after preventing him from killing Old Lady Ren, leapt to her side and plunged their hands into her body.
Corpse refining technique.
And a particularly malicious one at that. Uncle Joe gasped, and without hesitation, he threw glutinous rice at them. However, the two corpses remained indifferent, allowing the rice to explode in bursts of white light upon impact. What are they doing? Yichun observed the scene with curiosity. This is a unique form of corpse refining. Typically, corpse refining involves using various spells and blood to transform a body into a controllable weapon. But this type of zombie is nourished by numerous other zombies. Originally, zombies exist outside the cycle of reincarnation and are shunned by the heavens and all living beings. The zombies created through this technique are utterly rejected by the world. That Feng Shui Master truly has no regard for his life, Uncle Joe exclaimed. What do you mean? Run Tingting looked at the three zombies before her, a flicker of fear in her eyes. However, upon seeing Yi Chun beside her, her fear dissipated, and she bravely inquired. Using forbidden arts that are rejected by the heavens to create zombies that are also forsaken by the world, the resulting zombies are naturally of the highest caliber. But those who engage in such practices are also cast aside by the heavens, facing dire consequences ranging from death to the scattering of their souls. Uncle Joe replied gravely. Lord Run, it seems that Feng Shui Master harbors a deep hatred for you. While the dragonfly water tomb might attract animosity, it shouldn't provoke such extreme measures, risking his very soul and the well-being of his descendants to kill you. I suspect that something transpired after that Feng Shui Master left Renjia town, likely triggered by your father seizing his dragonfly water tomb, Yi Chun suggested. Lord Ren's complexion fluctuated between green and white. He regretted not heeding Uncle Joe's advice. He never imagined that his filial piety would be exploited by others. Alas, this is troublesome. Those two jumping corpses are evidently well-fed zombies, and they have long since embedded talismans within them. Once they commence, even if Old Lady Ren does not consume blood from her closest kin, under the influence of the two corpses' residual energy, she will undoubtedly evolve to the peak of a jumping corpse, possibly even becoming a half-step flying zombie. Uncle Joe's expression grew exceedingly grave. He must not be allowed to leave here today. Otherwise, given a few decades, he could evolve into a true flying zombie. In this current age of waning magic, it would be nearly impossible to eliminate him. A flying zombie? Leave that to me. The fire cloud evil god revealed his signature maniacal grin. I haven't had a chance to face a formidable opponent since arriving here. If he evolves into a half-step flying zombie, he should no longer be as weak as before. Uncle Joe glanced at the fervently spirited fire cloud evil god, feeling a slight relaxation in his tense demeanor. Although half-step flying zombies certainly exceeded his capabilities, he was not alone in this battle. Both the formidable fire cloud evil god and Yi Chun were not to be underestimated, not to mention the enigmatic Hancock, who had yet to reveal her strength. Suddenly, the previously imposing jumping corpse vanished, leaving only a pile of clothing behind, while Old Lady Ren's body surged upward, her once decayed skin transforming into what appeared to be fleshy scales. A visible aura of corpse energy emanated from her. Moreover, Old Lady Ren's intelligence had evidently increased. Initially, she intended to flee, but now she immediately changed her mind and lunged at Lord Ren. She must not be allowed to consume the blood of her kin. Otherwise, Her power will increase once more, and she will truly become a flying zombie. Uncle Joe's face reflected sheer horror. Without regard for the disparity in strength, he flung his peach-wood sword at old Lady Ren. Though her power had grown, she still felt the impact of the peach-wood sword, stumbling back a few steps and letting out a low growl, though she was now a far cry from her previous self. It's futile. Uncle Joe stared in disbelief. Old Lady Ren roared, her claws darting toward Uncle Joe with lightning speed, leaving him no time to react. Buddha moves mountains and rivers. Ichan unleashed a palm strike from a distance, the golden light of his hand crashing into Old Lady Ren. Compared to Uncle Joe's peach-wood sword, the power of the Buddha's palm was evidently greater, propelling Old Lady Ren several meters away. He's unharmed.
Lord Ren Ting Ting.
And the others felt a chill run down their spines. After being struck by Yichun, Old Lady Ren merely staggered back before rising again to pounce towards Lord Ren, who, despite having protection, instinctively recoiled in fear. You must be a master among zombies. Let me see whether you, as a formidable zombie, are stronger or whether I, as a skilled martial artist, am superior. The fire cloud evil god stomped the ground, darting like a specter to Old Lady Ren's side, delivering a flurry of punches with astonishing speed. To onlookers, it appeared as though he had thrown a single punch, but each impact against Old Lady Ren resonated with the sound of dozens of powerful strikes. Old Lady Ren's body, akin to a kite with severed strings, was sent reeling backward, unable to halt her momentum. The fire cloud evil god understood that zombies could endure significant punishment, and after repelling Old Lady Ren, he immediately crouched down. Chapter 27. Who dares to attack zombies at midnight? I shall slay them. A croaking sound, akin to a frog exhaling, reverberated through the air, emanating from the formidable figure of the fire cloud evil god. Waves of potent energy surged forth, transforming the surrounding atmosphere into a tempestuous whirlwind. With a resounding crash, the fire cloud evil god lunged forward, propelling himself like a rocket into the unyielding form of Old Master Ren, sending him hurtling through the air. Before Old Master Ren could even touch the ground, the fire cloud evil god swiftly reappeared, striking him once more with the ferocity of a cannonball. Old Master Ren, akin to a mere punching bag, was subjected to the relentless assault of the fire cloud evil god. Yet, true to his reputation as a half-step flying corpse, he exhibited none of the vulnerabilities characteristic of humanity. Despite enduring numerous strikes from the frog technique, he remained on his feet, refusing to succumb. You are indestructible. When Kai murmured in disbelief, zombies differ fundamentally from humans. Although the martial prowess of the fire cloud evil god was formidable, it lacked the targeted methods necessary to vanquish a half-step flying corpse. Relying solely on brute force would prove insufficient to defeat such a creature. I refuse to believe you cannot be slain, declared the fire cloud evil god, undeterred, as he unleashed a barrage of frog techniques. If he were facing a warrior of equal caliber, his relentless onslaught would have already proven fatal. Yet Old Master Ren, having withstood countless brutal attacks, remained vibrant and unscathed. Enough! What madness is this? Do you not observe the time? It is the dead of night, and here you are, battling zombies. If you do not rest, I shall be forced to. Just as the fire cloud evil god prepared to launch yet another assault, a figure appeared beside him, moving with a swiftness that eclipsed his own. A stiletto heel pressed down upon Old Master Ren. With a thunderous impact, a massive crater, spanning several meters, formed on Old Master Ren's back, causing the very foundation of the Ren estate to tremble and collapse into the depths below. As the gazes of Zhou Shu and his companions fell upon the owner of the stiletto, their hearts raced in terror upon recognizing Hancock, whose beauty was both devastating and awe-inspiring. Should anyone dare to disturb my slumber at such an hour again, I shall ensure their demise, Hancock proclaimed, her foot striking Old Master Ren's abdomen, propelling him into the air. Her long, elegant leg rose higher than the airborne Old Master Ren, then descended with lightning speed. Fragrant foot. With a resounding crack, the portion of Old Master Ren's body from the waist down was petrified and subsequently shattered into dust. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Shu and the others struggled to swallow their disbelief. Master, am I hallucinating? Old Master Ren withstood countless blows from the fire cloud evil god, Yet Hancock obliterated him with a single kick. Is Hancock truly more powerful than the fire cloud evil god? Wen Kai exclaimed in horror. Not everyone possessed Zhou Shu's keen insight to discern that among Yi Chen's group, the true powerhouse was not the fearsome fire cloud evil god, but the stunning Hancock. You dare to impede my rest? The vitality of old Master Ren was indeed eerily formidable. Even after losing his body, his legs and head continued to twitch. This only served to exacerbate Hancock's irritation. Without hesitation, she lifted her right foot once more, descending with blinding speed. Her movements were so swift that no one could fully comprehend them. In an instant, her stiletto was upon old Master Ren's legs. With a snap, his legs were petrified and then crushed under her might. Hancock then targeted old Master Ren's head, ensuring, without a shadow of a doubt, that it too was shattered into mere fragments. Having recently evolved into a half-step flying corpse, the once mighty old Master Ren was reduced to nothing more than dust in the blink of an eye, following Hancock's intervention. After clearing the battlefield, Hancock cast a glance at Zhou Shu, who immediately felt a shiver run down his spine. He turned to Yi Chen with utmost seriousness, stating, "Through my observations and reflections during this time, I have come to realize the monumental significance of your endeavors. As a Taoist priest of Maoshan, it is my duty to lend my support to your establishment. Had I known, I would have let Hancock handle it from the outset," Yi Chen mused, bemused. Although he understood that Zhou Shu had effectively agreed to his request, the current straightforwardness was unexpected. Hancock's mere presence had instilled such fear that Zhou Shu, who had previously hesitated, now readily acquiesced. "Brother, did you not say you needed to consider?"
Daoist simutized.
"How could I? Such a vital matter demands immediate action. I cannot afford to delay," Zhou Shu replied, silencing Daoist Simu with a swift grip on his face, whispering, "Do you wish for my demise?" Hancock is clearly displeased due to being disturbed from her slumber. While she will not act against us or the fire cloud evil god, should she unleash her wrath, we would have much to fear. It was unexpected to witness Zhou Shu, usually fearless, showing trepidation in the presence of a woman.
Daoist Simu chuckled in amusement.
"Humph!" Hancock scoffed, her gaze shifting away as she turned to re-enter the inn, returning to her chamber to continue her rest. "Congratulations! By signing this contract, you shall henceforth be an esteemed enforcer of the deity fighting shop, entrusted with the noble task of upholding peace across countless worlds and the universe," Yi Chen declared, producing an enforcer contract before Zhou Shu. Upon witnessing Hancock's fleeting, hesitant silhouette, Zhou Shu promptly followed Yi Chen's guidance and began to chant the signing incantation. "Such a wondrous place. I had no idea the proprietor was such a formidable figure." Following the completion of the contract, Zhou Shu immediately received information regarding the deity fighting shop. Chapter 28. According to labor law, even henchmen deserve a break. The shopkeeper, reflecting on his previous oversight of failing to recognize the value of his associates, hoped that the esteemed individual before him would not hold past grievances against him. Upon grasping the significance of the deity hitting establishment, Uncle Joe quickly realized that Yi Chen was, in fact, presenting him with a remarkable opportunity, leaving him astounded at his prior indecision. The thought that such a chance had nearly slipped away due to his hesitation filled him with relief. It was fortunate that he had been spurred into action by Hancock's intimidation, leading him to decisively sign the contract. With this in mind, the initially timid Uncle Joe found himself grateful to Hancock. As they would all be part of the same establishment moving forward, mutual support was essential, and distinctions of status were unnecessary. Yi Chen placed a reassuring hand on Uncle Joe's shoulder, encouraging him to set aside his worries. "By the way, manager, if I am to work outside for an extended period, will I still be able to return to visit Wen Kai and the others?" Uncle Joe pondered, having raised Wen Kai as if he were his own son, and considering Qiuxing as a disciple. Although he had received an immense opportunity, his thoughts remained fixed on the welfare of his two less than promising apprentices. "Fear not. While our deity hitting establishment welcomes all patrons without reservation, it is not feasible for you to be perpetually occupied with orders. There will be moments of respite. When the time for rest arrives, I can certainly arrange for you to return and spend time with Wen Kai and the others." After consulting the deity hitting system, Yi Chen swiftly obtained the necessary information. After a month in this realm, Yi Chun and his companions were set to return to the DD hitting establishment. Initially, Yi Chun intended to continue developing the business in a single push, but upon his return, Hancock immediately expressed her discontent, stating, according to labor law, employees, regardless of the quality of their work conditions, are entitled to time off. I have yet to take a break and demand my right to one. I will not engage in any further work or seek out henchmen. Surprised, Yi Chun recalled that he had recently assured Uncle Zhuo of their ability to rest, only for Hancock to immediately request a break upon his return. Very well. Since the inception of the DD hitting establishment, we have been on high alert, fully immersed in our duties without pause. Now that there are no customers, I shall grant you a holiday. Additionally, I will organize a trip for all employees to explore the beautiful landscapes of our homeland. What do you think? While Yi Chun could easily dismiss the opinions of others, he found it imperative to consider Hancock's wishes, especially as she had not signed a henchman contract. This was not merely about avoiding her potential strike. She was a crucial asset to his current stability. Whether it was subduing the fire cloud evil god or recruiting Uncle Zhuo, Yi Chun's strategies were built upon strength. If he could not harness Hancock's formidable presence, he would struggle to assert his influence over others. To become my guide is a blessing earned through 3 lifetimes of effort. Do you understand? Hancock declared, her tone tinged with haughty entitlement rather than gratitude. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to rest so soon after taking office? Uncle Zhuo hesitated, yet he quickly added, however, it is indeed a privilege to join such a well-regarded establishment and travel alongside esteemed colleagues. Before Uncle Zhuo could finish his thought, Hancock's gaze turned frosty, and he abruptly shifted his stance, his words transforming with an agility that was almost imperceptible. It was easy to forget that Uncle Zhuo, while stern and serious, also possessed a cunning side. Yi Chun sighed, having mistakenly believed he had secured a loyal supporter, allowing him to fully embrace his capitalist tendencies and extract every ounce of labor from his employees. Yet, he soon realized that there existed individuals with greater authority than even the most powerful capitalists, exemplified by the formidable Hancock. If this continued, Yi Chun's authority would be undermined. He needed to urgently recruit a loyal supporter who could rival Hancock's influence. While I am inherently forgiving, I am also a proponent of democracy. Let us vote on whether we should take a break, Hancock proclaimed, her domineering presence casting a palpable weight over Uncle Zhuo and the fire cloud evil god, leaving them drenched in perspiration. What can one say? Truly a farcical display of democracy, especially when she wields such overwhelming power. Yi Chun lamented internally, recognizing that his aspirations to exploit his employees' labor had crumbled. I wholeheartedly support Hancock's decision, the fire cloud evil god exclaimed without hesitation. I too have voiced my opinion. Uncle Zhuo silently thought, apologizing to Yi Chun in his heart, knowing that refusing the shopkeeper would not lead to dire consequences, but rejecting Hancock would surely result in immediate retribution. I am not a tyrant. I too agree that the majority should prevail. Given that everyone concurs, Yi Chun began, his voice faltering, when suddenly, a figure clad in military attire, exuding a cold and authoritative aura, entered the DD hitting establishment. It was none other than the renowned devil instructor, Lei Zhan, from the world of the Fire Phoenix Special Forces. Upon witnessing him, Hancock's demeanor instantly shifted to one of icy displeasure. At last, after much anticipation, a savior has arrived. Yi Chun thought gleefully, though he feigned disappointment as he remarked, it seems we have no choice. Our establishment's principle is to never turn away a customer in need. The matter of vacation will have to wait until we address this customer's request. However, fret not, for once this task is completed, I assure you, I will make amends for your lost holiday. You'll be lucky if that happens. Hancock and the others simultaneously mused, fully aware of Yi Chun's character despite their brief acquaintance with him. Chapter 29. Training ghost hunting female special forces. Ordinarily, Yi Chun appeared unremarkable, yet in the realm of the DD fighting shop, he was an unyielding proprietor, relentless in extracting every ounce of labor from his employees. They all concluded that once the situation settled, Yi Chun would undoubtedly devise a means to obscure the promised vacation. It seemed that atheism was a mere facade. The divine was not absent. Rather, it eluded our grasp. As a commander of the Fire Phoenix, the national soldier Lei Zhan also identified as an atheist and materialist. However, upon inadvertently entering the deity fighting shop, his worldview was profoundly shattered, akin to a skyscraper obliterated in an explosion. Welcome to the deity fighting shop. I am the owner, and these are my employees. Take a good look at the formidable talents we possess. They hail from myriad realms and are all top-tier warriors in their respective worlds. With their participation as employees, you may confidently express any assistance you seek. I assure you, as long as the compensation is adequate, we will assist you in seeking justice. Should we fail, we shall reclaim it with our fists. Having just suffered a setback at the hands of the staff, Yi-chun now stood before outsiders, exuding an air of confidence that rivaled a lion. Even the formidable instructor Lei Zhan was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain his composure. Come back to your senses. Seeing Lei Zhan in a daze, Zhuo performed a simple Taoist technique to restore his calm. Taoist magic. Lei Zhan was taken aback. Although he had not experienced the campaign against feudal superstitions, having grown up in a materialistic society, he held such practices in disdain. Yet, the extraordinary events unfolding before him left no room for disbelief. Owner, I am Captain Lei Zhan of the National Military. I do not require assistance in fighting. Rather, I wish to request your expertise in training a formidable female special forces unit that is invincible in battle. You must understand that, in our world, there are no extraordinary powers. Everyone is just an ordinary person, and even the strongest among us are merely physically robust. Under such circumstances, the majority of women are inherently at a disadvantage compared to men. Moreover, as a soldier, women often lag behind men in various aspects. Training female special forces to rival their male counterparts is indeed a daunting task, and surpassing them is even more challenging. Lei Zhan sighed. You underestimate women. Hancock's sharp gaze pierced through the air, her mere presence exerting an overwhelming pressure that left Lei Zhan gasping for breath, nearly fainting. Hancock, Lei Zhan is our customer. While we do not strictly adhere to the notion that the customer is always right, we must respect courteous patrons. It is unacceptable to treat a customer with disrespect. Yi Chen's tone grew stern. Hancock snorted in response, withdrawing her imposing aura and turning her head aside, exuding an air of indifference. My apologies, Captain Lei. This employee hails from a world where strength reigns supreme, and notions of gender inequality are non-existent. In her realm, respect is granted to all who possess power, regardless of gender. It is unfortunate that in her world, there are many who can obliterate islands with their might, Yi-chun explained apologetically. That is quite all right. I understand Lady Hancock's sentiments. I hold no disdain for women. Otherwise, I would not be contemplating how to train a female unit that surpasses male special forces. However, as I mentioned earlier, in our world, most women are inherently disadvantaged compared to men, not merely in physical attributes but also in various customs and practices. Lei Zhan took a deep breath, surprisingly exhilarated rather than irate. To think that a mere female employee could nearly incapacitate him with her aura. If the owner were to personally engage, he was convinced that an unbeatable female special forces unit could be trained. Little did he know that Yi-chun, despite his bravado, was the weakest among them. Are you saying that you wish for us to assist in training female special forces? That presents a challenge. Our deity fighting shop primarily offers combat services, and while we can provide protection, we have never attempted training individuals. Yi-chun expressed his dilemma. Evil God, Zhuo, Empress, what are your thoughts? Owner, there is no need for such convoluted training. Lei Zhan, simply tell me who your enemies are, and I shall personally eliminate them one by one. This way, you need not concern yourself with training female special forces, the evil god declared, stepping forward, releasing a palpable aura of bloodlust. Even Lei Zhan, a hardened soldier, felt the air grow heavy, as if he were witnessing a vision of corpses and rivers of blood. We are business people, we must maintain decorum. It is inappropriate to speak of killing in front of customers. Yi-chun chastised him sharply. Moreover, Captain Lei requires a trainer, not an assassin. Why do you insist on speaking of murder? If you possess such prowess, why not challenge Hancock directly? The evil god glanced at Hancock, who merely flicked her eyes towards him, causing him to shudder and retreat, acknowledging that he had no place in this exchange. Honestly, Zhuo, you are the epitome of composure. I am certain you would never utter such unconstructive remarks as the evil god, Yi Chun asserted, exerting his authority as he reprimanded the evil god in front of Lei Zhan. Although the latter wore a disgruntled expression, he dared not utter a word, yielding the floor to Jiu. Captain Lei, do your special forces require ghost hunting capabilities? I can train a unique unit capable of exorcising evil spirits and slaying the undead, Jiu proclaimed with an air of authority. Suddenly, a shoe struck Jiu's back, sending him tumbling aside. Chapter 30. Blinded by the radiance of titanium alloy eyes. Apologies for the misunderstanding caused by the staff in the store. Take their words as mere jest. Yi Chun brushed off the non-existent dust from his feet and addressed the astonished Lei Zhan, whose titanium alloy eyes seemed to be dazzled. What about you, Empress? I possess the innate ability to master anything I learn effortlessly, without any prior experience or instruction. If those women were endowed with my talents, I could certainly offer them guidance, the Empress declared with pride. That is absurd. If those female soldiers in Lei Zhan's possession had your caliber, I would have rushed to recruit Yi Xuanxin and her companions immediately. Yi Chun responded, covering his face in a manner that conveyed defeat. An individual with the Empress's talents simply could not exist in a world where strength is typically mundane, and in a realm populated entirely by ordinary beings, such as the Phoenix world, it was even more inconceivable. Alas, all I hear are words devoid of constructive value. Clearly, I cannot rely on you for this task. It seems I must take matters into my own hands, Yi Chun remarked, casting a disappointed glance at the seemingly unambitious group. As he exited, Lei Zhan's ecstatic expression lingered behind him. If only Lei Zhan knew that the formidable Yi Chun, in reality, was the weakest among them, would he still wear that jubilant countenance? Examine the contract for any discrepancies. It outlines the business we must complete and the remuneration you are obliged to provide. Pay close attention. If you cannot fulfill the payment yet still sign the contract, not even a celestial being can rescue you. Yi Chun's tone suddenly turned icy. While discussing materials like thunderstruck wood and jade was manageable, the other items were among the most advanced individual combat weapons available. It would be ill-advised to place such power in the hands of non-military personnel. How foolish of me to have assumed they were akin to us. The shopkeepers are not from our world and cannot cause disturbances here, he mused. Moreover, if they truly intended to cause chaos, the absence of these weapons would make little difference. Their capabilities would allow them to wreak havoc with ease. Reflecting on this, Lei Zhan realized his concerns were unfounded. A proprietor capable of transporting individuals from different realms to this one must be extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even capable of cataclysmic destruction. If they chose to act recklessly, no amount of nuclear weaponry would suffice to deter them. With his worries alleviated, Lei Zhan promptly signed the contract. Though the worlds differ, I have ventured through many realms and discerned a common flaw among those in power. A disdain for uncontrolled individuals or phenomena. However, even fate is not omnipotent. The universe is boundless, and seeking absolute control could lead to catastrophic repercussions. Yi Chun spoke candidly. It is indeed a source of shame. One of my enforcers ventured into a world resisting invasion, where foreign powers sought to capture him for dissection. In a fit of rage, he abandoned all business and wreaked havoc, annihilating dozens of nations. Regret washed over Yi Chun as he recalled this event. Had he foreseen the chaos unleashed by sending such a lethal force on a mission, he would have refrained from doing so. Hearing this, Lei Zhan broke out in a cold sweat, swiftly resolving to relay this information upon his return to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from causing irreparable damage. Now, return and select the women you wish to train, and prepare the necessary training facilities. I shall arrive shortly, Yi Chun said, seemingly oblivious to Lei Zhan's apprehension, who was whisked back to his own world before he could fully process the moment. Were it not for the information in his mind and the existence of the contract, Lei Zhan might have thought he was dreaming in his office. We're set. This time the nation is poised for greatness. Despite our shortcomings in weaponry, industry, and economics compared to the most developed nations, with the shopkeepers' training, our country will undoubtedly rise to prominence globally. This plan must not be undermined. Lei Zhan immediately activated every connection at his disposal, ensuring that the news was communicated to the higher-ups for proper consideration before reporting back to the nation. With adequate preparation, any foreign spies or ill-intentioned individuals would be unable to create disturbances. Soon, directives from the highest echelons of the government arrived, instructing Lei Zhan to foster a good rapport with the shopkeepers, to procure intelligence and benefits, and to enlist their assistance in training more formidable special forces. As long as the operations of the shop were legitimate and did not disrupt the balance of the nation or incite chaos, the demands of the shopkeepers should be accommodated as much as possible. Seeing everything unfold as he had envisioned, without encountering any outcomes he dreaded, Lei Zhan finally felt a sense of relief. Though little time had passed, the implications of this matter were vast, and the stakes were high. Even a soldier of Lei Zhan's caliber felt the weight of exhaustion. You seemed so spirited when I last saw you in my shop. How is it that you now appear so fatigued after such a brief absence? Young man, you must learn to temper your energy. The road ahead is long. A hand rested upon Lei Zhan, who sat with eyes closed in thought. Who goes there? Lei Zhan's muscles tensed instinctively. As the nation's most elite warrior, he had never been approached in silence within his own office. Just as he prepared to turn, he inadvertently caught sight of the visitor and halted his outstretched hand. Shopkeeper, it is you, he exclaimed, startled. My apologies for the reaction. To enter a military district undetected is a feat that only Yi Chun and his enforcers could accomplish in this era. Do not worry. Trained warriors possess an instinctive response that requires no conscious thought. I completely understand, Yi Chun replied nonchalantly. Chapter 31. Becoming the instructor of the elite special forces, Fire Phoenix. It is not merely that Lei Zhan hesitated at a critical moment and failed to strike. Even if he had indeed landed a blow, Yi Chun stood there invitingly. He would have only succeeded in maiming his own hand. After traversing several realms to recruit fighters and completing various assignments, Yi Chun had not emerged unscathed. His strength had escalated beyond measure compared to when he was in the martial arts world. When departing the world of the zombie master, his mastery of the Buddha palm had deepened significantly from the moment he first entered. Should Lei Zhan dare to touch him, the natural surge of his protective chi alone would be sufficient to shatter Lei Zhan's arm, perhaps even inflicting internal injuries. One might say that Lei Zhan's restraint at that crucial juncture was a salvation of his own making. This was all too real.
Lei Zhan Muzed.
Despite the memories still lingering, the entire affair seemed utterly surreal. Each time he found a moment of calm, he could not help but entertain the notion that this might be a mere illusion. It was not until he encountered Yi Chun once more, witnessing Yi Chun and his companions silently arrive at the military district to find him, that his doubts evaporated entirely. Stop dawdling. My time is exceedingly precious. You may not realize this, but I had initially planned to grant my employees a day off. However, your unexpected visit has compelled me to have them work overtime for your benefit. So, please summon the special forces you wish me to train without delay, Yi Chun asserted, unperturbed. What an audacious man! Were it not for the contract stipulating that I could not act against Yi Chun before fulfilling 3 missions, especially during business hours when all matters revolve around him, I would have certainly delivered a swift kick to him, Hancock thought indignantly. Owner, how can you utter such words? Fire Cloud, Evil God, and Zhou exchanged incredulous glances, fully aware that the owner had been eagerly anticipating Lei Zhan's arrival to thwart their hopes of a vacation. They could envision that once Lei Zhan's order was fulfilled, and Yi Chun acquired another opportunity to recruit fighters, the owner would undoubtedly concoct every conceivable excuse to prioritize the recruitment of fighters over any semblance of a holiday. Recruiting fighters, strengthening the shop, executing assignments, seizing opportunities for further recruitment, this was an inexhaustible cycle. Alas, when shall our holiday arrive? Fire Cloud, Evil God lamented, gazing skyward, embodying the desolate spirit reminiscent of the Kung Fu world. Very well, esteemed owner, please allow me a moment. I shall attend to it promptly. Lei Zhan hastily dialed a number, adopting the gravest tone as he commanded his special forces to assemble the female soldiers designated for training. If anyone is late, they shall be expelled from the military and stripped of their political rights for life. Owner, I did not expect your sudden visit. As this is a military district, we lack refreshments to offer, and I apologize for the inadequacies in our hospitality. Rest assured, we shall prepare a grand welcome in your honor shortly, Lei Zhan stated, his demeanor one of reluctant obligation. Though typically disinterested in such formalities, as the sole client of the Didi fighting shop familiar with Yi Chun and his associates, He understood the necessity of fulfilling these duties as they pertained to the future of the nation. Captain Lei, I am aware that you are not fond of such formalities. Let us forego the welcome party. We are here to fulfill your order, and we shall discuss other matters later, Yi Chen replied. Very well. If my superiors inquire, simply attribute this to my wishes. Lei Chun relented, understanding the burdens Lei Zhan bore. Despite his rank as a captain and some connections, he paled in comparison to the higher echelons of power, whose commands he was obliged to execute. At that moment, a phone call diverted Lei Zhan's attention. Is everyone assembled? Excellent, I shall arrive shortly. Ensure they are standing at attention, maintaining military posture. If they cannot even manage that, they are to be dismissed immediately. These female soldiers were indeed fortunate, coveted by countless high-ranking officials and military offspring. Had it not been for Lei Zhan's contract, which designated them as his trainees, the opportunity to gain superhuman abilities would have remained beyond their reach. Consequently, the state held high expectations for each of them, issuing strict orders that they must adhere to Yi Chen's training regimen. Any infraction, any sign of insubordination or attempts to evade training, would be met with severe repercussions, for the higher-ups would not hesitate to make them acutely aware of the consequences of squandering such a rare opportunity. As the original instructor responsible for these fortunate individuals, Lei Zhan felt an immense weight upon his shoulders. He was the bridge facilitating communication between both parties. Upon Yi Chen's arrival at a militarized training ground, he found 8 female soldiers, clad in military attire and standing tall, each exhibiting impeccable posture. Their alignment was a stark contrast to ordinary girls who relied on high heels to maintain their stature. Tension. At ease, Lei Zhan bellowed, and the 8 female soldiers executed his commands with precision. I shall introduce you. Lend me your ears. This is Yi Chen, the proprietor, who will guide you in becoming the world's strongest female soldiers. During this training, you are to follow his every command unconditionally, even if it leads you through fire and peril. Should you falter, you are to leave immediately. Countless soldiers have yearned for this opportunity to serve the nation, so cherish this rare chance. If you do not wish to proceed, that is acceptable. Countless others would eagerly take your place. We can do this. Unlike the somewhat theatrical training of female special forces in the original timeline, the nation had meticulously prepared for the arrival of each soldier, ensuring they understood their unprecedented fortune. However, they also bore immense pressure and responsibility. Prior to their arrival, they had already penned their wills and signed military orders, fully aware that they must advance even if it led to perilous outcomes. The state would not permit this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be squandered. Chapter 32. The intimidating gaze of Yi Zuanxin. Yi Zuanxin, do you comprehend the gravity of your situation? It is one thing to stand before an audience. It is altogether a different affair when the moment of confrontation arrives. The female soldiers present regarded Yi Chen with a mix of anxious glances, yet beneath the surface lay profound curiosity and astonishment. They yearned to ascertain whether the words conveyed by their superiors during their communication with her were indeed truthful. Could this seemingly innocuous individual possess such formidable power? Though these women were trained soldiers, their duty to obey orders did not diminish their innate curiosity and penchant for gossip, especially regarding the enigmatic figure of Yi Chen, who was shrouded in mystery. This fascination, however, was not of a romantic nature. Rather, it stemmed from a woman's intrigue with the novel and the unknown. All right, Lieutenant Lei, they are merely novices. There is no need to chastise them with such severity. The moment Yi Chen spoke, the formidable instructor Lei Zhan fell silent, a phenomenon that only intensified the awe and curiosity in Yi Zuanxin and her peers. However, Yi Chen's characterization of them as novices irked the proud Yi Zuanxin and others, though they dared not voice their displeasure. They understood that their true challenge lay not with the stern instructor Lei Zhan, but with Yi Chen. Against him, they could not entertain even the thought of rebellion. I recognize your discontent. It is only natural for ambitious individuals of your age, especially since many of you are exceptional in your previous roles. However, here, I must candidly express my assessment. In my eyes, you are all nothing but waste. Yi Chen produced a crumpled piece of paper, a mere scrap, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed it into a bin several hundred meters away, striking it with precision. The once defiant Chapter 33. The facade of strength. Yi Zuanxin, possessing her own integrity, concealed her inner anxiety and fear, maintaining a facade of composure despite the cold sweat that adorned her brow. Fire! Yichun suddenly commanded, his voice imbued with the power of the lion's roar technique, resonating like thunder from the heavens, rendering all present momentarily deafened. Tianguo, caught in the shock, inadvertently squeezed the trigger, her mind a blank slate. Bang! The expressions of everyone, including Lei Zhan, shifted dramatically, while Yi Zuanshin instinctively let out a scream. Despite her usual exemplary demeanor, she had never been confronted with a gun pointed directly at her, leaving her unable to resist. In that fleeting moment when the gunshot echoed, she stood frozen, her spirit shattered. As they realized the bullet had merely grazed the ground beside Yi Zuanshin's feet, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Now, tell me, which is mightier, the gun or the person? Yichun pressed forward, his intensity unwavering as he bore down on Yi Zuanshin. Her pallor deepened, her eyes devoid of focus, clearly still reeling from the ordeal. Though she had yet to respond, her conviction wavered. No longer could she maintain her belief that humanity surpassed weaponry. Yichun, mirroring Yi Zuanshin's state, pale and trembling, seized the handgun from Tianguo. So, esteemed female soldiers who believe you are not worthless, tell me, what do you truly think? Is the gun superior or the person? The gun is superior. After this encounter, they were all profoundly shaken by Yichun's unpredictable and reckless demeanor. Although they had prepared farewell letters, none wished to succumb to their fate over mere words. The female soldiers, having witnessed the efficacy of modern weaponry, instinctively regarded firearms as paramount. After all, the notion that a single bullet could fell even the most skilled martial artist was a belief deeply ingrained over decades. Thus, I declare you are worthless. Once, I thought Yi Zuanshin possessed potential, but it seems she too is merely trash. Have you forgotten why you are here today? Why risk death for the sake of this endeavor? Yichun's piercing retort left everyone reeling. Indeed, each female soldier, shaped by her upbringing, clung to preconceived notions that hindered their acceptance of new training. Only by shattering these mental shackles and embracing novel ideas could they truly excel. Lei Zhan, still perplexed by Yichun's intentions, felt a jolt of realization, his eyes sparkling with newfound clarity, though he kept his thoughts to himself. The embarrassment inflicted by Yichun ignited a spark within Yi Zuanshin and the bewildered Tianguo, as if they had grasped something significant. Regardless of how they responded, they resolved to stand firm in their beliefs, to persist in their convictions even unto death. In a more contemporary vernacular, they would fill the pit they had dug for themselves, for if they could not uphold their own declarations, what else could they be but worthless? Yichun's words drew all eyes to him. Which is greater, man or gun? You know my answer, man surpasses the gun. Whatever questions you pose, I shall provide you with facts as answers. You are materialists, steadfast in your belief in observable truths, convinced that facts speak louder than rhetoric. Now, open your eyes wide and witness the undeniable reality that man is indeed mightier than the gun. With a sudden motion, Yichun raised his handgun, aiming at the formidable Yunxiao, a mere 3 meters away, and fired. Bang! At such a distance, any competent marksman could easily hit the target, unlike Tianguo, who had momentarily lost her composure. Everyone understood that the gun was real, the bullet genuine, which only heightened their astonishment. As the bullet left the barrel, they were transfixed by Yunxia's subsequent actions, witnessing a scene they would never forget. The bullet flew forth, yet they could not perceive Yunxia's movements. They only knew that in an instant, the hand that had rested at his waist was now raised, 2 fingers gripping a slightly distorted bullet. The collective gasp echoed across the training ground, reaching even the high-ranking officials observing from afar through various cameras. Bang! 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 Yichun, seemingly intent on heightening the spectacle, fired again, unleashing a rapid succession of shots. Yunxiao remained eerily still, his hands suspended in mid-air, utterly devoid of motion. To the majority, it appeared as though he had not moved at all. The only difference now was that each of his fingers cradled a bullet between them. Every single bullet was caught effortlessly between his fingers, with each gap accommodating a bullet perfectly. Catching bullets was no mere myth. Lei Zhan could no longer maintain his composure, his expression a mixture of disbelief and awe. If even a battle-hardened veteran like Lei Zhan was taken aback, one could only imagine the impact on the novice Yi Zuanshin and her fellow trainees. You are not merely playing at make-believe, you are about to undergo unprecedented training. Thus, during this process, you must cultivate not only a fearless heart, but also a robust sense of self-confidence, an unyielding spirit, and a profound recognition of your inner strength. If you are so easily swayed by self-doubt, what purpose does training serve? It would be far better to remain stagnant, at least then you would avoid death. With one hand casually tucked behind him, Yi Chun spoke with an air of indifference, though internally, his feelings were a stark contrast to his composed exterior. Indeed, even a fabricated facade could not mask the extraordinary state he was in. Chapter 34. The Human Limit Challenge with Helicopters. Now, you must decide whether to continue as waste or to become the true heroines of this era, the genuine fire phoenixes. Yi Chun clenched his fist, effortlessly crushing a finely crafted handgun into a mass of metallic debris. We choose to be fire phoenixes. Yi Zuanshin and the others, having calmed their minds, echoed in unison, without a moment's hesitation. Do not shout so loudly. Perhaps soon one among you will openly declare a preference for remaining waste rather than becoming a fire phoenix. Yi Chun admonished, silencing the crowd with a wave of his hand. First, run 10 laps as a warm-up. Under the combined pressure of Yi Chen's stern reprimand and awe-inspiring display, these aspiring fire phoenixes dared not utter a word of dissent. Almost immediately upon his command, they began to run. Shopkeeper, have you devised a training regimen for them? Zhuo approached, speaking softly. I fear it may be quite challenging, he replied. As you mentioned earlier, they are indeed quite unremarkable. Transforming this group of inept individuals into formidable warriors in a short time is no small feat. The Fire Cloud Evil God did not mean to belittle Yi Zuanshin and her companions. While they may have excelled in their previous roles, in his eyes, they were barely above the level of waste. Such talent and potential seemed utterly hopeless for development, let alone training them into skilled fighters in a limited time frame. Honestly, I have no solutions, Yi Chen admitted. Is that so, shopkeeper? You have no solutions yet dare to accept the mission from Thunder War? Aren't you worried about the consequences? Zhuo was taken aback. Previously, I had not formulated a plan, but now that I have assessed their capabilities, it is clear that training them to the level of landlords is out of the question. It's best to wash up and rest, for at least with our current resources, it is unattainable. However, consider this, training them to a standard that surpasses the soldiers of their world is a different matter entirely, Yi Chen remarked. Indeed, shopkeeper, you have a point. The classification of waste or strength depends on comparison. Transforming waste into strength within a short time is arduous. But elevating a waste's level above others is considerably easier, the Fire Cloud Evil God nodded. So what is your plan? What martial arts do we possess that can be mastered most rapidly?
Yi Chen invited.
The Buddha's palm. The Fire Cloud Evil God responded without hesitation. Anyone without prior martial arts training can swiftly become an expert by cultivating the Buddha's palm, regardless of their innate talent. You are the finest example, lacking any martial arts foundation, yet you have nearly caught up to me in a short span. Let's refrain from that. There are only the two of us who are proficient in martial arts here. It would be exhausting to open their meridians one by one, simply not worth it, Yi Chun swiftly rejected. What I need is an immediate training method, one that does not depend on talent or conditions. We have the Hong family Iron Wire Fist and Xingyi Fist, the Fire Cloud Evil God suggested. These two martial arts were obtained from the two masters I defeated, and they are complete texts, not abridged versions. Very well, we shall proceed with Xingyi Fist. Coupled with the various century and millennium-old spiritual herbs I acquired in the Three Kingdoms, I refuse to believe we cannot produce rapid mastery, Yi Chun decisively concluded. The group, engaged in their warm-up jog, remained oblivious to the discussion between Yi Chun and the Fire Cloud Evil God regarding their training. As a martial arts aficionado and a fervent practitioner, the Fire Cloud Evil God had contemplated every conceivable training method, while Yi Chun, having experienced an explosion of modern information and numerous worlds, contributed many practical and innovative ideas. Before long, with their combined efforts and the occasional interjection from Zhuo, a training regimen they dubbed the Rapid Mastery Method of Xingyi experts was created. Shopkeeper, is this truly advisable? According to the training plan you and the Evil God devised, The mortality rate for an ordinary person attempting this would be as high as 80%. Zhuo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fear not. The evil god once trained to such extremes that he ended up in a mental institution, and yet he is thriving now. With both of us present, these female soldiers will find it difficult to perish. Yi Chun dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. Shopkeeper, they have completed their laps. Thunder War approached to notify him. Immediately arrange for helicopters to transport them to a cliff with ample activity space, Yi Chun instructed. Understood. Although Thunder War was uncertain about Yi Chun's reasoning, he did not hesitate to issue orders. Given the significance placed on this matter by high-ranking officials, the nation provided exceptional training conditions for Yi Zunshin and her peers, far superior to those during Thunder War's previous training sessions. Such excellent training conditions inevitably meant that they would endure terrifying challenges. Shopkeeper, are you not joining them? The military district operated with remarkable efficiency. Mere minutes after the orders were issued, 2 helicopters arrived. Zhuo, you go ahead. The evil god and I will remain behind, Yi Chun said, gazing at the helicopters with a glimmer of combat fervor in his eyes. Shopkeeper, you do not intend to. The fire cloud evil god recognized the determination in Yi Chun's expression, a spark of excitement igniting within his own gaze. Given the opportunity, it is only prudent to test it. Do you not find it fascinating to challenge modern technology and the products of firearms with mere human strength? Yi Chun smiled. Aha, it appears the shopkeeper is indeed a kindred spirit. The fire cloud evil god laughed heartily, for he had long sought to push his limits through every conceivable means, ultimately leading him to be deemed insane and confined to a mental institution. In truth, reaching his level of martial arts mastery precluded the possibility of insanity. It was merely the ignorance and narrow-mindedness of the world that led to such misunderstandings. Surely they were not contemplating a race between human strength and helicopters? The national leaders observing through cameras immediately pondered upon seeing that Yi Chun and his companions had not boarded the helicopters. Chapter 35. The Phoenix's accelerated training lead the way. Lei Zan, Yi Chun exclaimed to Lei Zhan, who was aboard the helicopter. All right, Lei Zhan responded, his excitement palpable as he and Yi Zunshin, along with the others, trembled with exhilaration. They were the elite of humanity, yet deep within, each harbored an innate yearning for power. Now, witnessing a human challenge the speed of a helicopter was an experience they would cherish for a lifetime. With a roar, the helicopter ascended and soared into the distance. How dare you make me run alongside you? It is utterly outrageous, Hancock protested, visibly displeased. It's merely a trivial matter for you. Consider it a warm-up. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively. After our training, I shall take you to explore the grand metropolis of this world, and you may purchase whatever you desire. Can I truly trust your words? Men are notoriously deceitful, Hancock retorted, still harboring grievances over Yi Chun's interruption of her vacation. Is it really worth holding a grudge over a mere few days off? Yi Chun mumbled, eager to divert Hancock from further complaints. He decisively harnessed his internal energy, unleashing an unprecedented force as it surged through his meridians. In a flash, Yi Chun sprinted towards the helicopter at an astonishing speed, creating visible shockwaves in the air around him. Wait for me, shopkeeper, the fire cloud evil god exclaimed, a maniacal grin on his face. He stomped his foot and pursued Yi Chun with even greater speed, his own presence enveloped in powerful air currents. Humph, if you dare deceive me this time, I will make you regret it, Hancock scoffed, vanishing from sight in an instant, clearly in hot pursuit. Did you see that? That woman is running in high heels. Can her feet withstand it? Won't those shoes break? The leaders observing the scene through advanced technology were utterly astonished by Hancock's audacity. It truly defies the laws of physics. One of the leaders remarked, exasperated. Look, they've caught up, matching the helicopter's speed. The leaders watched in disbelief as the images on the large screen unfolded before them. They understood that Yi Chun and his companions were formidable, yet the sheer visual impact of humans challenging the speed of a helicopter was altogether different from their prior assumptions. The Buddha's palm, indeed, was an unparalleled technique, mastering both internal and external disciplines. It granted Yi Chun immense internal energy while simultaneously fortifying his physique. Without such strength, he could not possibly match the helicopter's speed. Even with formidable internal strength, the human body could not withstand the tremendous pressure and burden of such velocity. They could truly keep pace. Within the helicopter, Yi-Chu-Shin and the others gazed in astonishment, fully aware that regardless of how fast the helicopter accelerated, Yi-Chun and his companions maintained equal speed, poised to surpass the aircraft at any moment. They had not even exerted their full strength. They were merely following the helicopter, and if they chose to, they could easily outrun it. This realization dawned not only on Lei Zhan but also on the national leaders. Faster! I crave more speed, Yi-Chun silently urged, exhilarated by the swiftly passing scenery. An unprecedented sense of freedom surged within him, as if he could transcend all limitations and tread upon the earth with unparalleled grandeur. Influenced by Yi-Chen's unwavering spirit, the flow of his internal energy exceeded its usual limits, and the complexity of his technique intensified. After completing a new cycle of energy, Yi-Chen's speed, which had merely matched the helicopter, surged to new heights. In this race against the helicopter, he appeared relaxed, a stark contrast to before. It seemed that, through this competition, Yi-Chun had elevated his mastery of the Buddha's palm to a higher realm. At this rate, it would not be long before he could surpass even his own mentor. The fire cloud evil god marveled at Yi-Chen's rapid progress. He had witnessed Yi-Chen's journey from a novice with no foundational skills to a formidable practitioner in such a short span, defying all expectations regarding the wonders of the Buddha's palm. Up the mountain, with their remarkable speed, they swiftly reached their destination. Gazing at the helicopter hovering atop the peak, Yi-Chen knew they had arrived. He activated his agility and leaped skyward, embodying the essence of the Buddha's descent, radiating an overwhelming aura of supremacy. This aura resonated across various cameras and satellite instruments, reaching the hearts of all who beheld them, from high-ranking officials to those aboard the helicopter, including Yi-Chu-Shin, Tan Xiaolin, and Lei Zhan, all of whom were profoundly moved by this unparalleled presence. The path from the base to the summit was fraught with obstacles. Speed alone could not guarantee a smooth ascent, a realization that Lei Zhan and others had yet to grasp. However, Yi-Chun and his companions shattered their preconceived notions, traversing the rugged terrain with the ease of a soaring rock, reaching the mountaintop at an astonishing pace. Are you all prepared? We shall now officially commence the Phoenix's accelerated training. Brace yourselves for a life-and-death trial. Upon reaching the summit, Yi-Chun wasted no time, unleashing a powerful palm strike that reverberated through the air. Though the invisible force was formidable, it was imbued with a gentle touch, sending Yi-Chu-Shin, Tianguo, Tang Xiaoxiao, and the others uncontrollably toward T. Chapter 36. Awarded the title of Devil Instructor faced with such a situation, Yi-Tsuanshin and the other 7 instinctively let out a sharp scream. Go ahead and scream now. Yi-Chun snapped his fingers, and the fire cloud evil god stepped forward. When you scream, do not forget to listen carefully. I will only say this once. If you cannot remember, I regret to inform you that I shall kick her off. Do not harbor any illusions, nor doubt my words. From the moment you entered this training, the concepts of law and human rights have been completely cast aside. You now have 2 choices. Either continue to be worthless trash and be kicked off by me, or transform from refuse into a fire phoenix and leave here alive. How exhilarating! Even though Lei Zhan had mentally prepared himself, he was still taken aback by Yi-Chen's training methods. Pay attention. This is the fundamental skill, Yi-Chun explained as the fire cloud evil god demonstrated the 3 body stance of Xingyiquan. The startled Yi-Tsuanshin, Tianguo, Tan Xiaolin, and Tang Xiaoxiao forced themselves to concentrate, carefully ensuring they did not slip off the cliff while attentively listening and controlling their bodies to follow the fire cloud evil goddess lead in learning the stance. With a swift motion, Yi-Chun picked up a stone and flicked it, producing a sharp sound as it struck the ground near Ouyang Qian's feet, causing her to nearly fall off the cliff in fright. Concentrate. Do not concern yourself with my actions. Focus on your own duties. If your concentration wavers again, the next stone will not land near you but on you. Having witnessed Ouyang Qian's experience, the others became even more alert. Boss, do you think they will be able to withstand this without breaking down? Lei Zhan quietly inquired. Even if they break, they must train. Besides, with Jiushu present, it would be difficult for them to truly collapse. Yi-Chun replied, clapping his hands as Jiushu affixed talismans to their bodies. The first to receive a talisman, Tianguo felt as if her anxiety and fear were being soothed by an invisible hand. Though her mind remained highly tense, her inner peace began to settle. With the inner martial arts cultivation method combined with Joshu's calming talisman, if they did not make remarkable progress in mastering Xingyiquan, the store owner would not hesitate to kick them all off the cliff. After teaching the three-body stance, the fire cloud evil god's piercing gaze swept over each individual. Under such pressure, their potential was continuously unleashed, adrenaline surged, and their courage grew, enhancing their learning abilities beyond the ordinary. Yichun stomped his foot, channeling inner energy, and performed the Rulai Palm, causing the mountaintop to tremble. Ah! Tang Xiao screamed as her body suddenly tipped toward the cliff. Fortunately, she managed to grasp a protruding rock just in time, preventing a fall. Save me! Tang Xiao's face turned pale, tears streaming down. She had anticipated the training would be strenuous, but she never imagined it would reach such extremes. Without Joshu's calming talisman, she might have succumbed to a mental breakdown. Climb back up yourself. The fire cloud evil god did not even glance at Tang Xiao. If you had diligently practiced the three-body stance and firmly grounded your feet, the earlier tremors would not have affected you. The fact proves you are still lacking focus and have yet to grasp the essence of the stance. In ordinary circumstances, expecting a complete novice in martial arts to master the essence in such a short time would be unreasonable. Yet, with the guidance of an extraordinary master like the fire cloud evil god, the assistance of Joshu's talismans, and the pressure of the environment, coupled with the aid of the Tianji cultivation method, those who withstand it could indeed master the essence of the three-body stance in a remarkably short span. Others wished to help, but the fire cloud evil god sent a powerful palm strike through the air, pushing aside all the female soldiers attempting to assist. Mind your own business and focus on your assigned tasks. You have all been selected, indicating you possess a certain level of physical ability, far superior to the average person. You can climb back up on your own. The fire cloud evil god was not forcing Tang Xiao to her demise. As he had stated, every female soldier present had a physical quality that surpassed those who regularly trained in gyms, allowing them to climb back up. If you do not wish to descend like refuse, then ascend on your own. The fire cloud evil god imparted this message while continuing to oversee their training. Tang Xiao, suppressing her terror, unleashed a powerful force spurred by the adrenaline of near death, disregarding the potential pain in her hands as she compelled herself to pull her body upward. Next time, you may not be so fortunate. The fire cloud evil god cast a cold glance at Tang Xiao. Return to formation and continue training. The evil god seemed to relish this, previously claiming to be solely a killer, yet now exhibiting the demeanor of a devil instructor. Yichun, who initially intended to take action himself, found himself sidelined, observing that the fire cloud evil god's intimidating presence as a devil instructor was far more authoritative than his own. In contrast, Lei Zhan, who was once perceived as the devil instructor in the eyes of the fire phoenix and others, had now transformed into an angelic figure. If a national competition for devil instructors were held at this moment, Yunlan and her companions would undoubtedly cast all their votes for the fire cloud evil god without a second thought. Consume these. After training for most of the day, the fire cloud evil god finally allowed them to pause. Yichun produced a series of pills, crafted from precious herbs like 100-year-old ginseng and reishi, following the fire cloud evil god's recommendations. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Yunlan and her companions could barely muster the strength to speak, merely opening their mouths for Yichun to place the pills within. Get up! The fire cloud evil god unleashed sharp bursts of energy that struck their acupoints, causing the once prone fire phoenixes to leap to their feet, not by their own volition, but compelled by the force of the evil god's strikes. Chapter 37. The evil god's words of wisdom, merely 2 additional lumps of flesh, nothing more. Remember what you learned this morning. Now, I shall instruct you in the 5 elements fist of Xingyiquan. Integrate the 3 bodies stance into your movements. By the way, let me mention, have you noticed? Our esteemed 9th uncle here is not only skilled in crafting talismans, but also excels in capturing and nurturing ghosts, slaying zombies, and refining corpses. Should any of you plummet off a cliff, I shall congratulate her. A bloodthirsty grin curled upon fire cloud evil god's lips. What? What do you mean? Tianguo mustered the courage to ask. The shopkeeper agreed to assist Lei Zhan in forging you into formidable warriors, but never specified what kind. Should anyone fall, ninth uncle shall refine her body into a zombie and her soul into a ferocious ghost. Once delivered to Lei Zhan, you shall still emerge as awe-inspiring champions. Fire Cloud Evil God chuckled darkly. No, Shenlani couldn't hold back her tears. The others fared no better, visions of zombies and vengeful spirits. The torment of being trapped between life and death threatened to shatter their resolve. Even if you surrender and leap, resigning yourselves to remain worthless trash, it changes nothing. Ninth uncle specializes in recycling and repurposing waste. Even trash can be transformed into something useful. Fire Cloud Evil God spoke callously, indifferent to their distress. They'll break, Lei Zhan murmured, watching from the sidelines, his own composure wavering. Physically, Fire Cloud Evil God's training was hardly grueling mere practice of Xingyi Quan. The true suffering stemmed from the psychological and spiritual torment. Rest assured, our shop's principle is fairness to all. We promise to train elites, not claim lives. With ninth uncle present, their emotions won't spiral out of control, Yi Chun interjected. Remember, you seek to forge them into warriors who will serve the nation, confronting foreign adversaries, enduring treachery, peril, and brutality. If they cannot withstand mere training, how can they become the nation's superhumans? Lei Zhan nodded in understanding. Had he not faced similar horrors in the field? Compared to the dangers he'd encountered, this training was trivial. Death is no escape. Even in demise, you shall rise as zombies or vengeful wraiths. The 8 female soldiers drilled the 5 elements fist with unprecedented focus and ferocity, their movements now imbued with a desperate, almost fanatical intensity, a do-or-die determination. At last, their spirit awakens, Fire Cloud Evil God remarked, pleased. Awaken spirit? Lei Zhan questioned. Mastery demands obsession, total immersion in one's craft. Martial arts are no different. Such fervor is typically cultivated over time, but for accelerated results, extreme measures are necessary. Otherwise, years, even a decade, would pass before they attain true prowess.
Ye Chen applied.
The nation can wait, Lei Zhan countered. The nation may, but we cannot. Our shop handles millions per second, with clients arriving every minute. The longer we linger here, the longer others must wait. An injustice to them and a loss to us.
Lei Zhan conceded.
He knew the vastness of the multiverse, the countless souls seeking the shop's aid. Yi Chen's world, devoid of mystical allure, offered little incentive for prolonged stay. Payment-dictated service, a principal Lei Zhan as a client, understood well. Moreover, the contract stipulated the training's method and duration. The nation desired warriors swiftly. Yi Chen's accelerated approach aligned perfectly with their urgency. By day's end, the 8 soldiers, physically and mentally spent, lay motionless. Up. Fire Cloud Evil God forced them to their feet with pressure point strikes. Strip and immerse yourselves in the barrels. Maintain your stance even while soaking. Lei Zhan observed, recognizing the necessity of balance. Oppression alone would fail. These medicinal baths must counteract the training's toll. Strip? Tianguo paled. Wouldn't they be exposed? Fool. Undergarments suffice until submerged. Then remove them. These baths contain herbs aged over 2 centuries, ginseng, lingzhi. Full absorption requires direct contact. Neglect this, and your bodies will fail, rendering all effort futile. Their eyes gleamed at the revelation. One by one, they shed their outer layers, preserving modesty until the waters concealed them. Merely 2 additional lumps of flesh. Why the modesty? Fire Cloud Evil God scoffed, striding away under the stunned gazes of Yi Chun, ninth uncle, and Lei Zhan, his expression one of deliberate indifference. Chapter 38. The indomitable fire phoenix Yi Zunshin and the others felt their faces flush, not solely due to the medicinal bath but also from indignation. Yi Chun surmised that the latter was more likely. Indeed, before their arrival, they were not only elite in their original positions but also stunningly beautiful, brimming with confidence about their physical attributes. Countless men sought to share their beds. Yet, to hear such disparagement from the evil god left them feeling utterly humiliated. Shopkeeper, could it be that the evil god has an inclination towards men? Uncle Joe asked Yi Chun with a look of alarm. Wait a moment. Yi Chun rushed to Hancock, who was admiring the scenery from a distance. Empress, could you assist by using some sweet gale on the evil god? A man, No one can command me, not even you, shopkeeper, Hancock replied haughtily. Allow me to explain. Yichun conveyed his thoughts to Hancock. Her expression transformed dramatically. How repugnant. If he truly is such a man. Hancock's demeanor mirrored that of Ouyang Qian and Tianguo from earlier, as she unleashed a wave of sweet gale towards the fire cloud evil god without a moment's hesitation. What are you doing? The fire cloud evil god was taken aback, instinctively trying to evade. Should you dare to dodge, I assure you I will kick you down, Hancock warned, her piercing gaze radiating danger. Indeed, Hancock's threat was no idle boast. The fire cloud evil god stood frozen in place, petrified by the sweet gale. Humph! Seeing him immobilized, Hancock's expression returned to normal, and she promptly released him from his stony prison. Uncle Zhuo, you can rest easy now. Your reputation will remain intact, and the evil god's orientation is undoubtedly normal, Yichun sighed in relief. That is a relief, Uncle Zhuo felt reassured. He certainly did not wish to awaken one day to find the fire cloud evil god beside his bed. The very thought was more than he could bear, far more surreal than any humiliation. After soaking for over half an hour, they disregarded the prospect of soiling their garments and donned clothing over their medicinal bath before returning to their tents to change. The following day, contrary to their expectations of suffering from the previous day's ordeal, Yi Zuanshin and the others found their bodies not only free from discomfort but also inexplicably invigorated, as though a warm current flowed tirelessly within them. Having adapted to the harshness of the first day, standing on the cliff's edge to practice on the second day, Tianguo and the others were not only intensely focused but also devoid of fear, even forgoing the use of calming talismans. On the first day, the fire cloud evil god had resorted to various threats to intimidate the female soldiers, but on the second day, he found little opportunity to frighten them. Instead, teaching became considerably easier. The evil god continued to instruct them in the 5 elements fist, ensuring they mastered the crushing punch, cannon punch, chopping punch, horizontal punch, and drilling punch before introducing new techniques. That movement looks rather unsightly. Yi Zuanshin and the other women frowned as they observed the evil god squatting and exhaling like a frog. However, they dared not voice their thoughts, begrudgingly following his lead despite their internal reservations. Isn't it peculiar? Do you feel a warm current? Tianguo cautiously inquired. It seems to be flowing within us according to these movements. Could this be the internal energy from martial arts novels? Quite possibly, Shenlani exclaimed with excitement. As a martial arts enthusiast, she found this particularly intriguing. However, having trained solely in Taekwondo, she was acutely aware of the inadequacy of her skills compared to those of the evil god, thus refraining from boasting. Now, exposed to the vast and profound realms of mystical martial arts, she realized that her previously esteemed techniques were utterly trivial. It seems somewhat different from the evil goddess' usual frog technique, Uncle Zhuo mused. Naturally, this is a modified version of the frog technique tailored to the physiques of these female soldiers, simplified to complement the practice of Xingyi Quan. Although Xingyi Quan can reach a realm capable of breaking voids and encountering deities, these soldiers, given their potential, would realistically achieve no more than the transformation of energy. As for the realms beyond transformation such as the Dan, Gang, and Shin stages, they are out of reach. Aiming to cultivate them into formidable practitioners of transformation is not overly ambitious, considering the significant threat firearms pose to such martial artists, Yichun elucidated. But it seems your plan for the shopkeeper extends beyond this, Uncle Zhuo chuckled. Indeed, this is a time dominated by firearms, and given the limited resources provided by Lei Zhan, it is impractical to train these soldiers to withstand missiles. Thus, their future combat will still incorporate firearms. Just imagine, with their inherent prowess combined with firearms, their individual combat capabilities will reach astonishing heights. As long as they do not act foolishly, it will be exceedingly difficult to defeat them through conventional means. In such a case, they will truly embody the invincible fire phoenix in this world, Yichun remarked. Chapter 39. Female Special Forces against Male Special Forces. The development of the female soldiers unfolded as Yichun had predicted. After mastering 2 formidable skills, their combat prowess began to surge dramatically. After 2 months of rigorous training, it is evident that you all have experienced a profound transformation since your arrival here. This change is not merely reflected in your physical strength, but also in your mental fortitude. I firmly believe that no matter what dangers you encounter in the future, you will be able to respond with calm and composure. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the 8 spirited female soldiers, each exuding an aura of coldness and strength. At this moment, they had truly become warriors, a stark contrast to the sheltered flowers they had once been. The rapid transformation they underwent in just 2 months speaks volumes about the intensity of the training regimen devised by Yi Chen and the rigorous drills administered by the formidable fire cloud evil god. Today marks the day of reckoning, a test to ascertain whether you have emerged from the crucible like a phoenix reborn or remained as mere refuse. To prove yourselves, seize this opportunity to showcase the fruits of your training over the past 2 months. Yi Chen addressed Yi Zuanshin, Tianhua, and the others. How shall we demonstrate this? The bold Yi Zuanshin inquired without hesitation. Of course, you will use your fists. Come, attack me. Employ any means necessary, whether seduction, intimidation, or any form of assault is permissible. Yi Chen responded as he stepped forward. Almost instantaneously, as Yi Chen's words hung in the air, Yi Zuanshin launched herself forward with the agility of the wind. In a mere step, she unleashed a lightning-fast strike aimed directly at Yi Chen's face, her punch akin to a speeding arrow, merciless in its intent. Mind you, as the esteemed shopkeeper, I must preserve my visage for my customers, Yi Chen remarked, unfazed by the ferocity of Yi Zuanshin's strike. In a calm yet deliberate manner, he extended a single finger to intercept her punch. To the astonishment of all, the powerful blow was effortlessly halted by Yi Chen's solitary finger. The progress made by the 8 women over these 2 months was indeed remarkable, but it was Yi Chen who had undergone the most significant advancement, as observed by Jiu. While Fire Cloud Evil God trained Yi Zuanshin and her companions, Yi Chen was not idly passing the time. Although he was the proprietor and seldom needed to intervene directly, as the master of the myriad realms, a lack of martial prowess would undermine his authority. Thus, he diligently seized the time to refine his skills, practicing the Rulai Divine Palm on the precipice of a cliff. After 2 months of dedicated training, Jiu could confidently assert that Yi Chen had transcended to a higher realm, with his meridians fully opened. I never anticipated that a mere man could progress so significantly in such a short span. Hancock offered a rare compliment to Yi Chen. Yet, this level remains insufficient, Fire Cloud Evil God remarked, casting a critical eye over the female special forces he had meticulously trained. It is still premature to judge. Let us observe their performance, Jiu suggested. As they exchanged critiques, the female special forces unleashed their fierce attacks. Almost the moment Yi Zuanshin initiated her assault, Ouyang Qian, He Lu, and Tianhua swiftly surrounded Yi Chen, launching a coordinated barrage of strikes that resonated through the air like thunder. The 3 punches landed on Yi Chen's body, creating a wave of air that rippled outward, yet his form remained utterly unyielding, as if their combined strength had simply vanished into the ether.
Tan Xiaolin, Sen Lanni,
and Chu Bai Ajong soared through the air like eagles, attempting to seize Yi Chen's head, yet they could not even dislodge a single hair. You may strike with more vigor, Yi Chen yawned, casually inviting them to unleash their full potential. How could this be? Even a solid iron block should yield to our might. Tan Xiaolin and her companions were disheartened, grappling with the realization that they could not even grasp a strand of Yi Chen's hair. Unleash your ultimate techniques. The 8 exchanged determined glances and quickly formed a line, each placing their hands on the back of the person in front. Their collective energy surged as Yi Zuanshin emitted a powerful breath. With an explosive rush, Yi Zuanshin charged forward like a tiger descending from the mountains, her right hand raised high as if she had transformed into a fierce predator ready to strike. Is that the frog-breathing technique combined with tiger-form fist? Yi Chen remained unfazed, simply extending 2 fingers to pinch Yi Zuanshin's wrist. The combined force of 8 warriors, capable of shattering steel, was effortlessly thwarted by Yi Chen's fingers. Do not wear such expressions. I merely wish to engage in some light-hearted play after witnessing your arduous training under the evil god. The true assessment will come from them. Yi Chen waved dismissively as a contingent of soldiers clad in military uniforms descended from a distant helicopter. It was said that each of these soldiers had been selected as elite warriors from the nation's special forces, truly the Armée de la Armée. Your task is to defeat them all. However, I must caution you that they are armed with firearms, meaning that if your abilities fall short, it is entirely possible for you to be overwhelmed. Bring it on. The pent-up frustration of Yitsuanshin and her comrades surged as they focused their icy glares upon the suddenly arrived special forces. Let the battle commence. Female special forces against their male counterparts. Yichun stepped aside, unexpectedly revealing a bag of sunflower seeds in hand. The male special forces displayed remarkable discipline. Without question, at the moment Yichun announced the start, they immediately drew their weapons, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon Yitsuanshin and her companions, as if they were enemies with a deep-seated grudge. Chapter 40, Acceptance and a Stunning Blow. Despite the highly trained dynamic vision of the male special forces, they were utterly unable to discern the movements of Yitsuanshin and her female counterparts, resulting in all their bullets missing their targets.
Ye Junjin,
Having faced defeat at the hands of Yichun, fully unleashed her fierce persona as the most formidable member of the Fire Phoenix squad, striking first with precision. In a swift maneuver, she evaded all incoming bullets and charged towards the male soldiers, immediately launching a dual attack. With her left hand, she executed a half-step collapsing punch, sending one soldier, clad in body armor and robust in stature, flying through the air. With merely a single punch, this soldier would soon find himself hospitalized for an extended period. Yitsuanshin, recognizing their shared status as national special forces, displayed restraint. Otherwise, her strike could have easily sent him to meet the King of Hell. At the moment she delivered her half-step collapsing punch with her left hand, her right hand was raised high, delivering a tiger-shaped slicing punch that sent another soldier reeling. What had been ineffective combat techniques against Yichun proved devastating against the male special forces. Simultaneously, the other 7 female soldiers demonstrated their prowess, making it abundantly clear to all that they were no longer mere novices, but rather genuine members of the Fire Phoenix. Some utilized eagle claws, others employed cannon punches, while a few executed snake-like drilling punches, all of which resulted in the swift incapacitation of their male counterparts. In mere moments, the male soldiers, who had only fired their weapons at the outset, lay unconscious on the ground without exception. Their strength was unmatched.
Lei Zan watched in astonishment.
Having been the sole witness to the transformation of Yitsuanshin, Tiangua, and the other female soldiers from novices to formidable warriors over the span of 2 months. This remarkable change left him in awe of their capabilities and the methods employed by Yichun and his team. He realized that Yichun had not exerted maximum effort in training them. Yet, in just 2 months, they had achieved such an impressive level of skill. What might they accomplish with further training? Would they not become superhumans? Captain Lei, is the assessment satisfactory? Yichun called out to the distant Lei Zhan, who had kept his distance to avoid stray bullets. Indeed, Lei Zhan nodded. With their bare hands, they displayed such strength. Paired with modern weaponry, they would truly be superhumans capable of single-handedly defeating 100 foes without difficulty. All right, your evaluation is officially complete. It is time for us to depart, Yichun declared, executing a graceful leap backward toward the cliff's edge. Fire Cloud, Evil God, and Hancock followed suit, while the ever-unfortunate Uncle Nine could only descend using a parachute. When will we be able to do that? Tiangua gazed enviously at Yichun and the others. Perhaps it will take quite some time, she mused. However, I firmly believe that as long as we continue to practice the martial arts taught by Fire Cloud, Evil God, there will come a day when we can achieve such feats, relying solely on our iron fists to vanquish all our enemies. Yitsuanshin clenched her fists, her eyes shining with defiance. The other female soldiers wholeheartedly agreed, recognizing that their 2 months of training had not only endowed them with formidable strength but also facilitated profound transformations within their spirits. They were now genuine iron-blooded female special forces, entirely different from their former selves. Do not forget the promises you made to me, Hancock called out to Yichun from mid-air. Rest assured, I remember. We are indeed on our way, Yichun replied. Once we reach the shopping district, everyone can indulge in shopping with all expenses covered by me. With a series of agile movements, Yichun landed gracefully, utilizing his leg strength to absorb the impact. Just as Xing Zai could rely on the Buddha's palm to descend from hundreds of meters while neutralizing all downward force, so too could Yichun achieve the same. Upon landing, each individual displayed their unique skills. Fire Cloud Evil God utilized the frog technique to absorb the impact, while Hancock exhibited remarkable prowess. Her right foot stepped onto the air as if walking on solid ground, descending as effortlessly as if traversing stairs. Yi-chun had previously shared the principles of the Navy's 6 styles with her, and after a brief period of contemplation, Hancock, endowed with the qualities of a king and her formidable physique, had mastered them all through sheer will. Yi-chun couldn't help but marvel at the unique advantages afforded by her conqueror's haki. At last, you have said something that pleases me, Hancock remarked with satisfaction. Long live the shopkeeper. In contrast to Hancock's pride, Firecloud Evil God and Uncle Nine displayed a more amiable demeanor. By the way, shopkeeper, to what level have you cultivated your Buddha's palm? Firecloud Evil God inquired suddenly. Yi-chun smiled at the question and turned to a nearby mountain. With a light push of his toes, he soared to the summit, and as he clasped his hands together, a radiant circle of light formed around him, composed of swastika symbols. With a sudden flourish, he spread his arms wide, causing the swastika circle to expand and envelop his entire being, unleashing a torrent of palm energy that ravaged the mountaintop. Watching from below, Firecloud Evil God and Uncle Nine felt their pupils constrict in shock as they witnessed the mountain crumble following a dazzling flash of gold. Is this truly within the realm of human capability? On another mountaintop, He-Lu and her companions, who observed through powerful telescopes, could only widen their eyes in disbelief, trembling involuntarily at the display of might. One palm strike had leveled a mountain peak. Lei Zhan, observing through binoculars, was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the nation's high-ranking officials, monitoring the event through satellite broadcasts and advanced technology, were rendered speechless. The sheer power of such a casual strike raised questions about how many times he could unleash such an attack and whether this was even his strongest move. At that moment, those within the government with ulterior motives felt their ambitions extinguished. To offend such a person meant that even cloistered within military districts, heavily guarded, escape from death would be improbable. Having surpassed Xingzai and become a formidable ally in the realm of martial arts, Firecloud Evil God was well aware of the extent to which the Buddha's palm could be mastered. Chapter 41. The establishment primarily occupies the Wanda Plaza, where participants are invited to compare their stamina and see who is the slowest this time. What do you think?
Yi-chun invited.
This contest is rather tedious. We all know I am the fastest, Hancock remarked. Shopkeeper, isn't this quite a slap in the face? Surely the last place must belong to me. Uncle Zhuo expressed his frustration. Although he has the ability to vanquish demons, his physical prowess is merely superior to that of a special forces soldier, still within the realm of an average person. Despite recently learning Tai Chi from Yi-chun, his limited practice time and lack of comprehensive meridian training, unlike Yi-chun's mastery of the Buddha's palm, hinder significant progress. Moreover, Uncle Zhuo is no longer young, and starting martial arts at this age naturally results in slower advancement. Thankfully, he practices the transformative Tai Chi and possesses Taoist energy cultivation techniques. Otherwise, entering the martial arts world at his age would be a challenge in itself. Don't worry, Uncle Zhuo. Don't you have the spirit movement talisman? Use it quickly. There's no need to feel wasteful. From now on, any expenses related to talisman production will be reimbursed by me. So, if you have the talisman, use it without concern. I shall always be your robust support in this matter, Yi-chun assured, valuing Uncle Zhuo's talent in exorcism and talisman crafting. Alright, Uncle Zhuo conceded. The spirit movement talisman, worth tens of thousands of RMB each, was once something Uncle Zhuo could scarcely imagine using. Previously, he would only craft ordinary talismans, but after becoming an enforcer for Yi-chun's establishment, he was provided with 100 pounds of gold to procure the finest materials for crafting talismans and magical artifacts. Now, his spirit movement talismans are made from the highest quality materials. Though Uncle Zhuo was accustomed to frugality, Yi-chun's encouragement inspired him to indulge in a luxurious lifestyle. Upon utilizing the best materials for his spirit movement talisman, Uncle Zhuo found himself running akin to a Ferrari, albeit still trailing behind Yi-chun and the others. At the very least, he no longer felt like a mere helicopter. Now he could confidently proclaim himself as someone who could outrun luxury vehicles. Given the group's stamina, even Uncle Zhuo, the slowest, swiftly arrived at Wanda Plaza. Shop freely. Today, all expenses will be covered by me. Remember, our sole objective is to execute a complete takeover of Wanda Plaza, Yi-chun declared at the entrance, gesturing for his entourage to enter with great enthusiasm. Their first destination was naturally Hancock's two primary locations, Chow Tai Fook and the most upscale clothing store. With Hancock's stunning beauty, she became the center of attention upon entering the plaza, captivating the gazes of countless onlookers, regardless of age or gender. Ordinary individuals were inevitably entranced by Hancock's presence, even without her making any effort to charm them. Yi-chun was confident that if Hancock decided to empty the store of its jewelry, no one would dare to intervene. Instead, they would willingly assist her. Hancock's beauty transcends the realm of mere allure. It compels others to assist her, Yi-chun mused. Madam, please feel free to choose any gold, silver, or jade items from our establishment. Take whatever you desire, and if you fancy them all, take them all. If you cannot carry everything, we are more than willing to assist. The male and female staff members, even the manager, eagerly approached Hancock. All of it, Hancock declared with commanding confidence. Very well, madam. It is our honor to serve you and a privilege to have you in our store. The employees exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with admiration. This is simply astonishing, Uncle Joe remarked, dumbfounded. Do not underestimate Hancock's charm, Uncle Joe. As someone who practices Taoist arts, your spirit is innately strong, and since Hancock does not deliberately exert her influence on you, you can withstand her allure. However, these ordinary individuals cannot resist the irresistible charm that Hancock unintentionally radiates. Do you believe that if Hancock commanded them to leap into the abyss, they would hesitate?
Yi-chun questioned.
Faced with the fervor of the crowd, Uncle Joe found himself at a loss for words, as reality affirmed Yi-chun's assertions. What I desire will be paid for. No need for your assistance, Hancock stated before proceeding to the next store. Finally, it was time for Yi-chun to make his move. Listen up, everyone. As he approached to swipe his card for Hancock, a throng of men surged into the plaza. These men, all exhibiting the demeanor of nouveau riche, bellowed, I will purchase everything that lady selected. What a world this is. Here I am, intending to experience the grandeur of Yi Liangqin and Zhao Ritian, aiming to commandeer the entire Wanda, and yet I am denied the opportunity, Yi-chun lamented. These individuals, who had previously appeared as successful figures, suddenly transformed into such ostentatious beings. Uncle Joe shook his head. Skilled in reading people, he discerned that each of these so-called nouveau riche was indeed a successful individual, typically possessing great composure. Their current flamboyance was merely a result of being captivated by Hancock. I believe these individuals possess sufficient wealth to purchase everything in Wanda Plaza without issue. Wouldn't that be splendid? Shopkeeper, you need not spend a single penny to achieve the feat of commandeering the entire plaza, the fire cloud evil god consoled. You know nothing. What I desire now is to bask in the unparalleled grandeur of Yi Liangqin and Zhao Ritian. Taking over Wanda is merely a means to experience that splendor.
Yi-chun replied, Somehat irket.
Chapter 42. The arrogance of not coming to Wanda, the arrogance of not bringing the Empress. No worries, Wanda Plaza has been cleared out. We can explore other plazas. The nation is vast, filled with numerous shopping centers, and surely one can help you embody the splendor of Zhao Ritian. The fire cloud evil god fully comprehended Yi-chun's sentiments. The notoriously stingy Yi-chun had finally mustered the courage to show off, only to find the reality unbearably harsh, with countless people competing for the same attention. This left him at a loss for words. Alas, it is indeed challenging to embody Zhao Ritian in one's lifetime. Yi-chun sighed, shook his head, and purchased a cup of milk tea, retreating to a corner chair, embodying a solitary figure amidst the autumn winds. Hancock was sufficient on her own. Here they had lost their purpose. There was no need to select. Wherever they went, someone would rush in to pay for Hancock, purchasing everything in the store. Strangely, the shopkeepers would refuse, insisting on gifting the items to Hancock, rendering the wealthy patrons unnecessary. Consequently, wherever Hancock went, disputes between the wealthy and the shopkeepers ensued. By the end of the day, Hancock had accomplished the remarkable feat of emptying Wanda Plaza without spending a single cent. As Yi-chun and the others exited Wanda Plaza, the once restricted outdoor area was now littered with various goods, all of which Hancock had claimed. Inside Wanda Plaza, however, it was desolate, devoid of any items. All right, gentlemen, I have achieved today's goal, successfully executing the three-light policy in Wanda, claiming everything within, Hancock declared, clapping her hands, exuding an air of effortless triumph. Let us leave this sorrowful place. Today's failure to embody Zhao Ritian has enlightened me to a profound truth. One must not flaunt in Wanda Plaza, and certainly not alongside Hancock. Yi-chun wiped away the non-existent tears from his face and waved his hand, making his entourage and goods vanish into thin air. Vanished. Although the higher-ups had prepared for this, witnessing their sudden disappearance still astonished them, akin to what Lei Zhan had described as traversing time and space back to the DD Hitman store. Shopkeeper, you have finally returned. I have awaited you for so long. You must take charge. As Yi-chun returned to the DD Hitman store, a beautiful figure dashed into his embrace, pressing against him with an overwhelming presence. Who are you, and why are you weeping so sorrowfully? Oh, it pains me to see you like this. Tell me, who dares to bully you? I shall immediately lead my men to deal with them. Having just suffered humiliation at the hands of Hancock, Yi-chun felt a surge of adrenaline upon seeing He-ho arrive, determined to reclaim his lost bravado through her. Those ambitious families dared not defy your commands while you were present, but since your departure from the Han dynasty, they have begun to openly disregard my orders. Their audacity has grown, with some claiming I am LG, a threat to the state, demanding that power be returned to His Majesty and that I cease my governance. Naturally, I will not yield. The uproar has escalated. Under the influence of these families, rebellions have sparked across the land. 18 armies march towards the capital, justifying their actions as seeking justice for His Majesty, yet their true aim is to retain their power. They have already reached Tiger Prison. You must help me, He-ho sobbed. Is this not akin to the 18 lords opposing He-ho? Yi-chun was taken aback, realizing how remarkably the situation had unfolded. He initially believed he would merely visit the three kingdoms for leisure, unaware that these factions were indeed ambitious and relentless, daring to create trouble so soon after his return to the DD Hitman store. Knowing that He-ho had his protection, they still dared to challenge him. It seemed they were unaware of the consequences of their actions. Very well, I shall confront them at Tiger Prison, demonstrating that regardless of whether they are 18 or 108 lords, they are but mere trifles in my presence. Yi-chun felt that an opportunity had arisen. He-ho had unwittingly provided him with a grand stage for his display of power. This time he was determined to succeed, and those who dared to obstruct him would face the full might of his 800 henchmen. Evil God, was what you said in front of Lei Zhan true? Do we truly have a number of henchmen in our store, merely deployed in other worlds? Observing Yi-chen's burgeoning confidence, Joshu quietly inquired of the Fire Cloud Evil God. To this point, I have only seen this many of you, the Fire Cloud Evil God bluntly remarked.
Eiposin Ye-chense illuson.
Ah, so that explains it. It appears the events at Wanda have profoundly impacted the shopkeeper. Joshu mused thoughtfully. Let us depart. None shall hinder me today. We previously acquired numerous individual combat weapons in the Fire Phoenix world. We shall use them to crush the 18 lords. Yi-chun waved his hand, dismissing any objections, and charged into the world of the three kingdoms alongside He-ho. Ha! Playing games before me, are they? They only fear I might reclaim the vacation they owe me. They underestimate me, Hancock scoffed before also exiting the store. It seemed that after her triumphant claim over Wanda Plaza, Hancock was indeed in high spirits. Chapter 43. Live like the sun, die as a propitious moment after returning. Yi-chun immediately conveyed to Empress He his profound displeasure regarding the audacity of the 18 lords to challenge the authority of the state. I shall return to rectify this situation, he stated resolutely. Empress He responded, I will swiftly inform the world of your return, and let us see who dares to bully this widow and the emperor, who are but orphans. Empress He wholeheartedly supported Yi-chen's intentions. Do not rush. While I shall undoubtedly avenge you, there are rules to follow. You must first sign this contract. A parchment materialized before her, detailing that Yi-chen would assist in subduing the 18 lords and the compensation she would provide. Although the treasures and resources offered had multiplied significantly since the time of vanquishing Dong Zhuo, they paled in comparison to the prospect of consolidating power and commanding the realm. Empress He was confident that once Yi-chun subdued the lords, no one would dare to rebel against her, and she would finally be recognized as the true empress. Suppressing her excitement, Empress He signed the contract without hesitation and arranged for the promised rewards. With her full support in disseminating the news, the capital was soon abuzz. The unexpected return of Yi-chun, long thought to have forsaken worldly matters, sent shockwaves through the city. The noble families involved in the plot against Empress He trembled in fear, having witnessed Yi Chen's formidable prowess firsthand. In the esteemed Yuan family, known for their historical prestige, Yuan Feng and Yuan Wei found themselves so unnerved that they smashed their wine cups in dismay. What shall we do? Why must he return at this moment? Yuan Feng lamented. What else can we do? The die is cast. I refuse to believe that the 18 lords, with their multitude of soldiers and generals, cannot be subdued by just a few, Yuan Wei declared with bravado, though his trembling hands betrayed his fear. Similar scenes unfolded among the noble families in nearby cities, all too aware of the national master's overwhelming power. Empress He convened her officials, declaring, "Today, I have two matters to address. First, the national master is deeply dissatisfied with those who disturb the peace, and he has descended to deal with these treacherous subjects. Second, he will lead the charge against the rebellious lords at Hulao Pass." With Yi Chen's return, Empress He exuded newfound authority. Even the previously defiant officials, including the esteemed Yuan family members, knelt in fear, silenced by the looming presence of Yi Chen beside her. "I have little to say to you all, save for what I have previously stated. If you cannot diligently fulfill your duties, what use are you to me?" Yi Chen's words sent a chill through the assembly. In an instant, chaos erupted as the formidable fire cloud evil god unleashed his wrath, and all officials present, connected to the 18 lords, perished under his devastating might. Having endured much and with aspirations of becoming Empress He felt no sorrow for the fallen officials. Rather, their demise brought her a sense of vindication. "I trust you have not wasted your time during my absence. Cultivate your loyal subordinates to take their place. As for the 18 lords outside, I shall handle them."
Yi Chen az suret her.
Empress He eagerly awaited the victorious return of Yi Chen in her chamber, her eyes gleaming with fervor and desire. Yi Chen, aware of her infatuation, found her boldness rather pleasing. "You shan't wait long," he reassured her, patting her back, inciting a soft gasp from her. "Do not deceive me, master," Empress He implored, her eyes glistening with longing. "I would never deceive you, my little enchantress," Yi Chen chuckled, striding towards the door. "While I attend to Hulao Pass, ensure you manage affairs in the capital. I provided you with a list, did I not? Locate those individuals, and with their assistance, claiming the throne will be effortless. Fear not for your safety. I will have the evil god protect you, ensuring that anyone who dares to disrespect or threaten you will be dealt with." Having surpassed the strength of the evil god, and with allies like Joshu and Hancock at his side, Yi Chen felt secure in Empress He's safety. "This is the man I desire. This is the man worthy of me," she mused, watching his commanding figure stride out of the hall, feeling utterly captivated. "Master, your reputation is soaring," Joshu remarked, standing beside Yi Chen. "Indeed, live like the sun, die as a propitious moment is one of my guiding principles," Yi Chen replied confidently. "Isn't a motto typically a single phrase?" Joshu laughed. "Such is the case for ordinary individuals. I, however, aspire to dominate the world and transcend the mundane. Thus, my guiding principles are naturally manifold." Yi Chen waved dismissively. Even before they reached Hulao Pass, news of Yi Chen's return had already spread among the besieging lords, who, once emboldened by their plans to usurp Empress He, were now rendered speechless. Chapter 44. Liu Bei's pursuit of dreams. Particularly agitated were the brothers you.Xiao and you.Shu, their expressions akin to that of a duck grasped by the throat, pale and unable to utter a sound. The cursed national teacher had departed. Yet why did he return, just when they were on the verge of breaching the Tiger Pass? You.Xiao's heart was ablaze with fury. He had witnessed the prowess of Yi Chen and his companions firsthand, which only deepened his dread compared to the other lords who remained skeptical about the might of Yi Chen's group. "Alliance leader, we must act swiftly. The coalition is formed, and retreat is no longer an option. Our only chance for survival lies in capturing the Tiger Pass before the sorcerer arrives." The foresight of the future grand villain, Xiao, was far beyond you.Xiao's grasp. Although he too felt a surge of trepidation, he recognized that fear would not resolve their predicament. From the moment he learned of the national teacher's return, he understood that the fate of their alliance hinged upon overcoming this formidable barrier. "Indeed, leader, we have no path of retreat. Regardless of whether the sorcerer is as formidable as the tales suggest, we must confront him. Moreover, with the support of our esteemed allies, I refuse to believe that a mere sorcerer can vanquish our coalition of 18 armies, declared Sun Jian, the renowned tiger of Jiangdong. Your words hold merit. After all, the sorcerer is but one man. Our coalition boasts an army exceeding 1,000,000 strong. If we unite our forces, defeating the solitary sorcerer should be a trivial matter. Spurred on by the sentiments of the assembly, even the usually cautious You.Xiao found resolve. The reality of their situation compelled him to act decisively. Hesitation would lead to disbandment, and the mere thought of facing Yichun alone caused his legs to weaken. Dispatch the order to launch a full-scale assault on the Tiger Pass. The first man to breach its gates shall be celebrated, You.Xiao proclaimed loudly. At your command. The pressure from the legendary sorcerer galvanized the coalition, uniting them with newfound strength. Had it not been for the presence of warriors like Xiong, who had witnessed Yichun's might, and their knowledge of the national teacher's return, the Tiger Pass might have already fallen, and many would have surrendered. Energized, they rallied around the news that the national teacher had returned from the celestial realm, a being whose might surpassed that of mere mortals. Xiong stood atop the city walls, rallying the troops with fervor. After his surrender, he had been treated well, retaining his position and authority while being entrusted with the defense of the Tiger Pass. Brother, is the national teacher truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? Guan Yu inquired of Liu Bei amidst the clamor of battle. While one should not speak ill of supernatural matters, the national teacher's prowess has been witnessed by many officials, including Xiao and You.Xiao. If he were not astonishingly powerful, our entire coalition would not be gripped by such fear. It seems the rumors carry weight, Liu Bei replied, a hint of worry flickering in his eyes. Initially believing that joining the coalition would bring glory, he now feared for their fate. Brother, do not fret. With me and our second brother by your side, even if that sorcerer appears, we shall engage him in combat. We cannot cower before an adversary we have yet to face, Zhang Fei boisterously declared. By the leader's command, we shall fiercely assault the Tiger Pass. All soldiers, assemble. Those who fail to arrive will face military justice. A resounding shout echoed through the camp. It seemed the national teacher truly had arrived. Otherwise, the leader would not have ordered such an aggressive assault on the Tiger Pass. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei felt not elation but rather a deepening unease. The power to instill such unrest within the coalition was unfathomable. No mere mortal, not even the legendary Xiongyu, could wield such influence. Whoever first breaches the city, I pledge, in the name of the alliance leader, to elevate him to the position of governor, regardless of rank. You.Xiao's generous promise spread like wildfire, invigorating both soldiers and generals alike. Brother, did you hear that? A governor! Zhang Fei exclaimed with excitement. We shall seize that title for you, brother, Guan Yu added, stroking his beard contemplatively. Indeed, if I attain the governorship, I shall share the wealth with both of you, Liu Bei said, though anxiety lingered in his heart, the temptation of power urging him towards recklessness. Charge! The drums of war echoed as a throng of soldiers surged towards the seemingly impregnable Tiger Pass. Though Xiong and his men held the advantage of terrain, the coalition's sheer numbers and formidable warriors rendered the assault fierce. If not for the near impenetrability of the Tiger Pass, it would have surely fallen under You.Xiao's relentless onslaught. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, the presence of Yichun's banner instilled courage within the defenders of the Tiger Pass, who fought valiantly, unyielding in their resolve. Bad news, General. We have exhausted our supplies for defense. A subordinate reported breathlessly to Xiong, who was locked in battle. What? Xiong's face paled. Their defense had relied on these supplies to hold their ground. Without them, how could they withstand the assault? Indeed, the absence of their relentless supply of boiling oil and heavy logs left the already tenuous defenses of the Tiger Pass wobbling. Excellent. The defenders must be out of supplies now. In just a short while, the Tiger Pass shall be breached. Even if the sorcerer arrives, we need not fear. You.Xiao rejoiced at this turn of events. Brother, onward. With the defenses down, I shall ascend the Tiger Pass unscathed, supported by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, and dash toward the coveted governorship.
Liu bei Procl-Eimet, propellt bei Ambition.
Chapter 45. The fateful encounter of Guan Sandao, the notorious thief, Xiong. spotted Liu Bei and his companions charging towards him from a distance. Unfamiliar with Liu Bei's name, he resorted to labeling him based on his appearance, unwittingly bestowing upon him a moniker that would echo through the ages. "How dare you insult my brother? You seek death." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu erupted in fury. Though lacking a steed, his prowess with the green dragon crescent blade was unmatched, rendering Huaxiong no match for him. With a sweeping motion of his blade, Guan Yu decimated all soldiers within reach as he advanced upon Huaxiong like a deity of death. The fate of the red-faced bandit is yet to be determined. Let us see who claims the head of whom. Huaxiong bellowed, brandishing his mighty sword against Guan Yu. Clang! Clang! Guan Yu's technique was predicated on the element of surprise and overwhelming force, making his initial 3 strikes devastatingly lethal, often dispatching skilled opponents in mere moments. Huaxiong, not one to underestimate his adversary, unleashed his full strength from the outset. Yet, confronted with the inevitable fate that was Guan Sendao, he could not alter his destiny. The first strike sent Huaxiong reeling, his vitality surging violently and his grip faltering. The second strike ravaged his internal organs, leaving him too weak to wield his weapon. By the time the third strike descended, Huaxiong could only gaze helplessly at the fateful blow approaching him. Crack! A severed head soared through the air, landing in Guan Yu's grasp. The renowned Huaxiong did not perish outside the gates of Hulao nor in combat with Guan Yu. Instead, he met his end at the hands of Guan Sendao while defending the city. This was the fate that befell one who insulted my brother. With Huaxiong's head displayed at his waist, Guan Yu unleashed a sweeping strike, cutting down the soldiers who rushed towards him. Without the fierce General Huaxiong to lead them, the morale of the defending soldiers inevitably waned, resulting in a decline in their effectiveness. At this moment, Xiao, and other generals ascended the city walls, witnessing Guan Yu's formidable prowess as he felled Huaxiong. They, too, refused to be outdone and began slaying enemy commanders. Huaxiong was the mightiest of the defenders. Without him, how could they withstand the onslaught of these ferocious warriors, who would leave an indelible mark in history? The gates of Hulao have fallen. You.Xiao and his comrades rejoiced, their heavy losses in the siege finally yielding results. "Soldiers, today marks the day we breach the city. Go forth and slay," You.Xiao roared, the drums of war resonating with fervor. "Brother, charge in. The position of governor is yours," Zhang Fei shouted. "Thank you, my brother. I shall not disappoint you," Liu Bei exclaimed, tears welling in his eyes as he dashed forth, with all obstacles cleared by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei along the way.
Fortune smilet upon Liu Bei.
Blessed with 2 brothers of extraordinary martial prowess who cared deeply for him. Believing victory was within their grasp, You.Xiao and his allies advanced towards Hulao Pass, taking note of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's actions. This is all thanks to the leader's wise guidance. Without your leadership, how could the soldiers exhibit such unwavering loyalty? Some lesser allies hurried to flatter You.Xiao, leaving him feeling elated. "I, Liu Bei, am finally emerging from the shadows," Liu Bei exclaimed joyfully, just steps away from his goal. Yet, amidst his elation, a mocking voice interrupted. "This path is blocked. Kindly take another route." A tone filled with derision reached Liu Bei's ears, extinguishing his excitement. "Brother, ignore him. Charge." The impulsive Zhang Fei lunged forward with his spear.
Liu Bei nodded in agreement,
not even glancing at the oddly dressed figure that suddenly appeared before him. Unbeknownst to Liu Bei, the man he dismissed so easily was the one who transformed the radiant smiles of You.Xiao, Xiao, and others into expressions of dismay. "It is the national advisor." You.Xiao pointed at the man who had materialized on the city wall. In comparison to the commanding figures of the battlefield, the casually dressed Yichun stood out conspicuously. Their ancient eyes, far sharper than modern ones, immediately recognized him. "This is troublesome." Xiao's expression darkened. The siege had reached a critical juncture. If they retreated now, the sacrifices made would be in vain, and the morale of their coalition would plummet. "Leader, we cannot afford to retreat any longer, even if it leads to a dead end. We must forge a path with our blades."
Cao uget, föring doang saus indesino.
Meng the speaks wisely.
"Soldiers, attack." Though You.Xiao was internally apprehensive, he understood that retreat would lead to the coalition's collapse and his own disgrace before the national advisor. Are you incapable of understanding? Did I not say this path is blocked? Yi Chen's voice echoed once more in Liu Bei's ears. Startled, Liu Bei turned around, only to find Yi Chen effortlessly pinching Zhang Fei's spear with 2 fingers. No matter how forcefully Zhang Fei struggled, his face reddening, he could not reclaim his spear. Are you the national advisor? In a flash of realization, Liu Bei instinctively inquired. Astute, your features are unmistakable. You must be Liu Bei. The one daring to strike at me is your sworn brother Zhang Fei, while the one who severed the commander under the Empress Dowager must be your second brother, Guan Yu. Yi Chen exerted pressure with his fingers, snapping Zhang Fei's spear before the astonished gazes of the commanders atop Hulao Pass. Is this still a human? Xiahou Dun and others stared in disbelief. Though they had never fought Zhang Fei, they could discern his unmatched skill in a mere glance. They understood that, in terms of martial prowess, Zhang Fei was without peer, save for a select few like Guan Yu. Could you be the national advisor? Xiahou Yuan recalled Cao Cao's frequent descriptions of Yi Chen, his eyes widening in shock. Astute, Yi Chen flicked his fingers, the severed spear piercing through Zhang Fei's heart. Chapter 46. When Lu Paopao encounters shopkeeper Yi's third brother, the countenances of Liu Bei and Guan Yu shifted dramatically, their eyes filled with sorrow. They could hardly fathom that the formidable Zhang Fei had been slain in an instant. Just moments ago, Zhang Fei had boasted about engaging Yi Chen in a battle of 300 rounds, yet upon their encounter, he could not withstand even a single exchange before meeting his demise, a truly ironic twist of fate. Return my third brother's life. Guan Yu, channeling all his strength, transformed his lifelong mastery into a single strike, his most powerful blow to date. Even a warrior of equal caliber, caught off guard, would undoubtedly fall victim to this strike, for it encapsulated the quintessence of Guan Yu's martial prowess, forsaking prolonged power for the unparalleled might of his famed 3 blades of Guan. Do not, second brother. Upon realizing that Yi Chen was the national master, Liu Bei felt a sense of retreat creeping in. However, Guan Yu's fierce resolve surged forth. Before Liu Bei could voice his concern, Guan Yu had already launched a thunderous strike at Yi Chen. What a formidable attack! Guan Yu's furious strike sent shivers through all present, as none of the assembled warriors felt confident in their ability to withstand it. Clang! Hiss! Both the warriors atop the city walls and those watching below, including you.Xiao, gasped in astonishment. Guan Yu's unparalleled strike was effortlessly caught between Yi Chen's 2 fingers, much like Zhang Fei's serpent spear. Guan Yu's face flushed an even deeper shade of red. Whether from exertion or indignation, he could not tell. Your martial skills are commendable, and your loyalty admirable, but that does not grant you immunity from rebellion, Yi Chen remarked, simultaneously constricting his fingers, causing the once indomitable Qinglong Yenyue blade to snap in 2, akin to a broken spear. It was rumored that the national master was invincible, a notion I had previously dismissed, yet now I find it unavoidable to believe. We have entered the battlefield prepared for death. The demise of my third brother does not tarnish his honor. However, when we swore brotherhood, we declared that while we do not seek to be born on the same day, month, or year, we do desire to die on the same day, month, and year. I shall avenge my brother's death, for not even life or death shall deter my resolve. Guan Yu picked up a spear from the ground and, with the force of a thunderclap, thrust it toward Yi Chen. Such a brave man. The majority present could not help but admire Guan Yu's fervor and loyalty. Then I shall grant you your wish. Yi Chen stomped the ground, sending a long blade soaring into the air. With a flick of his finger, the blade sliced through the air, severing both Guan Yu's spear and his life, mirroring the earlier execution of Hua Xiong. Lu Paopao, have you not grown weary from a lifetime of running? Your 2 sworn brothers have perished. They are quite lonely in the underworld. Do not run any longer in this life, go down and accompany them. With a dismissive gesture, Yi Chen unleashed a force that shattered Liu Bei's internal organs. This renowned figure, who had carved out a legacy through sheer speed, found no opportunity to flee in the presence of Yi Chen. With the national master here, do you dare to act defiantly? Kneel and surrender at once. After effortlessly dispatching Lu Paopao, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, Yi Chen unleashed a booming voice that reverberated across the battlefield. Many soldiers felt their blood surge, their vision dimming, and their strength waning under the thunderous impact of his words. Such a mere sorcerer is nothing to fear. He stands alone. Let us overwhelm him together. Xiao Yuan echoed the sentiments once expressed by Dong Zhuo in the face of Yi Chun. Tak. Xiao Dun and Yan Liang exchanged glances, knowing retreat was no longer an option, especially with Guan Yu's fate serving as a cautionary tale. Whoever dares to step forward, I assure you, I shall slay them. Yi Chen's voice was so powerful it created a shockwave, propelling the advancing warriors back. Had they not possessed exceptional martial skills to grasp the ladders, they would have certainly plummeted from the Tiger Lock Pass to their demise. Is this truly human? Yan Liang's complexion turned ashen. The shockwave did not spare anyone. All soldiers and leaders of the 18 lords were sent flying. Yet the defenders of the city remained unscathed, showcasing Yi Chen's remarkable control over his internal energy. After all, his internal energy was cultivated over time, not a sudden surge from rare treasures. Thus, its mastery was nothing short of sublime. A gasp rippled through the ranks of soldiers. Leaders and lords, how were they to fight against such an opponent? Lord Mangda, what shall we do now? You.Xiao, stripped of his earlier confidence, appeared bewildered. What else is there to do? Naturally, we must engage the national master in battle. Lord Bunchu, do you believe we still have an opportunity to escape at this juncture? Cao Cao's expression was bitter, yet his voice retained its vigor. We have not fought side by side in ages. Let us cast aside all reservations and see if this national master is truly invincible as a celestial being. Well said, Mangda. Today, I shall fight alongside you against the national master. You.Xiao, still uncorrupted, felt his blood surge anew at Cao Cao's rallying call. As You.Xiao steeled himself for battle, Yi Chun leapt down from the Tiger Lock Pass, landing gracefully amid the terrified gazes of countless onlookers. Do you not seek to rebel and become traitorous usurpers? Here I stand. Should you pass my test, none shall impede your treachery. But do you possess the capability? Yi Chun stood alone before the multitude, his presence eclipsing the combined might of nearly 100,000 soldiers. Such a transcendent figure, why did he not align himself with the loyal, but instead with the treacherous? The sheer force of his aura left all in attendance utterly awestruck. Chapter 47. The National Master challenges 1 against 1,000,000. Do you not wish to rebel and seize power? The National Master grants you this opportunity. Come fort. Do not claim that the National Master bullies you for your weakness. I declare here and now, regardless of how many of you there are, I alone shall challenge you all. Those who are unconvinced may step forward. Yi Chen unleashed the lion's roar technique, surpassing the strength he exhibited during his confrontation with the fire cloud evil god. The resounding waves surged forth like a torrential flood, cracking the earth, stirring up dust, and lifting rocks, creating a spiraling vortex that swept away the soldiers at the forefront. The soldiers and their leaders gaped in disbelief, gasping in awe, some trembling so much that they could no longer steady their weapons, instinctively retreating. Fear not, he is but one man. No matter how strong he may be, he has his limits. Our coalition of 1,000,000 can unite in purpose. The National Master cannot stand against us. All soldiers participating in this battle shall be promoted by 3 ranks, with substantial rewards for those who slay the Demon Master. You.Xiao bellowed, I shall do it. Soldiers who had previously hesitated, now emboldened by the presence of their comrades and the knowledge that their foe was alone, found their courage renewed. Archers, fire. You.Xiao commanded with precision. Rows of archers advanced, swiftly drawing their bows and unleashing a rain of arrows. After the first volley, they quickly retreated, allowing their comrades behind them to take aim and shoot again. I refuse to believe you cannot be defeated. The allied warlords thought fiercely as they witnessed the massive barrage of arrows aimed at Yi Chun.
Mereli a trifling skill. Ye Chen skoffet, unfazet.
While any average internal martial artist would surely perish under such an assault, he was not just anyone. He was the master, trained in the Buddha's palm technique, and thus, he had no fear of mere arrows. Begone. Channeling his inner energy, Yi Chun executed the only technique within the Buddha's palm that contained sound wave attacks. This strike combined palm force with a sound wave akin to the lion's roar technique. The power he unleashed was magnified tenfold compared to his earlier display. With a thunderous command of begone, a visible shockwave erupted, shattering and deflecting every arrow that approached. Reveal any other tactics you possess. Today I shall achieve the feat of defeating 1,000,000. Yi Chen's inner energy surged to its zenith, effortlessly dissipating the countless arrows fired by the coalition's archers. Not even a rain of arrows could slay him. The faces of the coalition warlords turned as pale as parchment, with the most timid among them, Xiao, desperately scanning for an escape route. Having witnessed the futility of their arrows, they recognized they must charge forward. Delaying would only amplify their soldiers' fear, risking a panic-induced retreat. As thousands surged toward him, Yi Chen felt no trepidation. Since becoming the master, he had often let his subordinates handle matters, and it had been a long while since he had fought personally. He understood that as his forces grew, his opportunities to engage directly would diminish. Thus, he resolved to seize this moment and make a grand display of his might. Were it not for the terrain of Hulao Pass limiting the battlefield, even should Yi Chen descend from the city wall, the coalition would still be unable to deploy all their soldiers at once. He faced a manageable number of foes despite being surrounded. You cannot kill him? Then we shall exhaust him. Whether it was the brilliant and valiant Xiao or the cowardly Yuanshu, they all shared this singular thought. They no longer hoped to slay Yi Chen. They merely wished for him to tire. The tactic of overwhelming numbers might be effective against ordinary warriors, but at a certain level of strength, such strategies became burdensome. Yi Chen clapped his palms together, a powerful surge of energy sweeping forth like a tidal wave, toppling every soldier within its reach. The once crowded space was suddenly cleared, and the soldiers hesitated, no longer daring to charge forward as they had before. Disastrous. Morale is plummeting. If this continues, a mutiny is inevitable, Xiao lamented. Although they boasted of a 1,000,000-strong coalition, many were mere rabble unlikely to fight to the death. Once casualties mounted or they faced an opponent they deemed insurmountable, chaos would surely ensue. Suddenly, Cao's aide approached and whispered in his ear, "Is what you say true?"
Cao Gapet. His death by momentia life.
What is it?
Mengde.
Xiao and the surrounding warlords looked at Cao in confusion. Leaders, perhaps we have a chance. Perhaps someone can contend with the national master, Cao declared, silencing the room. Since you have committed treason, why not continue to rebel? Step forth and create chaos. Yi Chen understood that ancient armies were prone to mutiny. By exploiting this fact, even a 1,000,000-strong army could be defeated. I, the national master, acknowledge that you are followers and not the instigators. If you kneel in surrender and distance yourselves from the traitors, I assure you, I shall hold no grudges. Yi Chen was no bloodthirsty killer. These soldiers were merely following orders. The true culprits were the warlords, not them. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, followed by the sound of thunder. Do not heed his seductive words. The demon and her sorcery are no match for us. We, the 18 warlords, uphold the righteous path and are protected by the heavens. Today, you shall witness how this demon is vanquished. A powerful voice echoed from behind. Chapter 48. The fiery confrontation of the three immortals at the end of the Han Dynasty leader. Do not presume that our lack of scholarly knowledge as soldiers renders us easy to deceive. The soldiers, upon hearing the words from the rear, found themselves incredulous. Initially, they were susceptible to manipulation. However, after witnessing Yi Chen's extraordinary abilities, they regarded him as a celestial being and dared not provoke him further. Quite intriguing, Yi Chen paid no mind to the soldiers present, directing his gaze skyward. Shopkeeper, someone is invoking a spell. Joshu, standing atop the city wall, cautioned, "What remarkable sorcery! This is the Taoist art of summoning wind and rain. Are you certain this is the era of the three kingdoms and not one of immortal cultivation?" Yi Chen leaped into the air, hovering in the void, his gaze sweeping downwards. He discovered, ensnared by a massive army, three figures clad in Taoist robes, with flowing beards, embodying the visage of true sages, performing rituals. 3 individuals? Could they be the 3 immortals of the late Han? To his astonishment, these figures were not charlatans, but genuinely skilled Taoists, their mastery of the Tao far surpassing that of Joshu. Although Joshu was heralded as a bane to zombies and spirits, he lacked efficacy against humans. Such elevated sorcery as summoning wind and rain was beyond his capabilities. What exceptional sorcery! I am adept at dealing with demons and monsters, yet I cannot contend with humans. The fact that these three have mastered long-lost profound techniques is indeed remarkable. Jiushu, well-versed in the history of the three kingdoms, quickly deduced their identities from their attire. They must be the most renowned immortals of the era, Zhuo, Yuji, and Nanhua. I shall observe your abilities, as you brazenly claim you can slay me. Yichun descended from the Heaven Chapter 49. The three immortals of the late Han Dynasty. Ah, what a spectacle this is. Allow me to conclude this grand display with a flourish. Yichun hovered in mid-air, raising one hand before him, as two intersecting swastika light rings enveloped him, amplifying his already imposing presence into one of divine majesty. A congregation of myriad Buddhas paying homage. As Yichun extended his arms upward, the previously clear blue sky was suddenly engulfed in hues reminiscent of a fiery sunset. The very fabric of heaven and earth transformed. The faces of the three immortals of the late Han turned ashen, for they could perceive the unparalleled might contained within Yichun's strike. If the three immortals were thus affected, what of the ordinary soldiers? At that moment, on the battlefield, amidst the million-strong army formed by the 18 warlords, not a single soldier remained standing. All had cast aside their weapons, kneeling in terror, trembling as they chanted praises of the national masteress might and begged for mercy. Even among the warlords, the weaker-minded fell prostrate. Some sank to the ground, while others knelt, all bearing expressions of horror and despair. The only figures still upright, aside from Xiao, Sun Jian, you.Xiao, and a handful of resolute warriors and scholars, were the million soldiers who had succumbed to fear. Even those who had yet to collapse, like Xiao and his companions, wore faces marked by pessimism, their earlier ambitions extinguished. Indeed, we were ignorant of our own limitations, foolishly attempting to shake the tree like an ant. Xiao bitterly mocked himself. It is astonishing that such a divine being truly exists. My defeat is not in vain. Sun Jian abandoned his ancient blade, for the outcome was already sealed. The boundless force of Yichun's palm radiated outward, dispersing the advancing lightning as if repelled by an immense force. Truly, one of the supreme skills in martial arts, capable of contending even with the Five Thunder technique. This was the first time Yichun unleashed the most powerful strike of the Buddha's palm, and he too was astonished by its potency. This was the mightiest martial art he had ever encountered, rivaled only by the legendary heavenly remnant skill, known for its prowess in shattering the heavens. Shopkeeper, do not slay the three immortals of the late Han. They must be captured alive. Uncle Nine, having procured a loudspeaker from somewhere, called out to Yichun in the sky. Very well. Yichun flashed to the three immortal side, effortlessly incapacitating them with a mere point, as they were rendered immobile and powerless to resist, forced to witness their own capture. Are you convinced now? After subduing the three immortals, he cast his gaze over the throng of soldiers kneeling at Tiger Prison Pass. He chose not to pursue the matter with them, instead approaching the 18 warlords. We yield. Xiao and his peers exchanged glances, nodding bitterly, acknowledging that opposing such a divine being was an act of profound foolishness. They had deluded themselves into thinking themselves astute, only to realize they were merely pawns blinded by power. I shall not pursue your families, but you shall not evade the charge of rebellion. With a wave of his hand, a wave of palm energy surged forth, and before Xiao and the others could react, they all perished beneath Yichun's strike, their innards shattered into fragments. Listen well, soldiers. The one who is fated to ascend will become the first empress. Anyone daring to defy her shall face divine retribution. Let today's lesson be etched in your minds. Should you transgress again, I care not whether you were coerced or blindly followed. Any act of insubordination shall be met with execution. Do you understand? Yichun's voice resonated clearly for dozens of miles, ensuring every soldier heard him distinctly. We would never dare to offend again. We thank the national master for his mercy. The chorus of voices rose like a tidal wave, deafening in its intensity. Remain in line and stay put. Arrangements will be made for you. Remember, anyone who causes trouble shall be met with ruthless punishment. With that, Yichun returned with the three immortals to Tiger Prison Pass. You send someone to organize the soldiers outside. Remember, do not treat them as criminals. They must be handled with care. After this battle, if you do not mistreat them, they will become a vital force for the court. Yichun summoned the highest-ranking officer among the guards at Tiger Prison Pass. The officer, having witnessed Yi Chun's might, hastily knelt, pledging to arrange everything for the populace. As for provisions, do not worry. Upon my return to Luoyang, I will ensure supplies are sent immediately. Remember, you represent me now. Should anyone dare to pilfer from the rations, you are to execute them. If they resist, inform them they are acting against my authority. Yi Chun anticipated that with such a large shipment of food, some unscrupulous officials would attempt to take advantage, so he promptly asserted his authority. I shall ensure this matter is handled efficiently, and I will not disappoint you, National Master. The officer was overjoyed, feeling fortunate to be recognized by Yi Chun. Your assurance brings me peace. Remember, I despise those who occupy positions of power while contributing nothing. Yi Chun beckoned Uncle Nine to return to Luoyang. Uncle Nine, did you ask me to spare these 3 old fellows with the intention of recruiting them? That is one reason, but the other is their possession of complete thunder law knowledge, Uncle Nine replied. Do you know why they so tragically failed against your Buddha Espam when they attempted the 5 thunder technique? How would I know? I am not a practitioner of Qi and have not practiced the way, Yi Chun retorted. It is because they have not mastered the 5 thunder technique in its entirety. It requires external aid and the cooperation of all 3. However, I observed that their failure was not due to an incomplete understanding of the way, but rather their own limitations, Uncle Nine elaborated. Chapter 50. So tough are we? Uncle Zhuo, strike me. Oh? It seems that the earlier 5 thunder unification was not the pinnacle of the 5 thunder technique after all. Yi Chen's eyes brightened, a spark of excitement igniting within him. As someone who had just clashed with the 5 thunder technique, he was acutely aware of its formidable power. It was not only the bane of specters but also possessed immense destructive capability. Even he would require the full force of the 10,000 Buddhas to withstand the final strike of the 5 thunder unification. Indeed, this is not the case. To my knowledge, the 5 thunder technique encompasses 3 realms: summoning the 5 thunders, unifying the 5 thunders, and mastery of the 5 thunders. The shopkeeper has previously encountered the first 2 realms, so I shall refrain from elaborating. The final realm, mastery of the 5 thunders, is essentially what is referred to as the heart thunder. However, unlike the preceding 2 realms, once one reaches the heart thunder stage, one can transform into the divine being of thunder, wielding lightning at will to vanquish demons, with power significantly surpassing that of the earlier realms. From my observations, obliterating the Buddha's palm would pose no challenge. Uncle Zhuo explained further, not only that, but upon attaining the heart thunder stage, one can also communicate with the cosmic energies and the powers of the 5 elements, merging them into one and unleashing the true might of celestial thunder. You must have heard of tribulations, right? When one reaches the highest realm, the lightning unleashed resembles that of the heavenly thunder during tribulations. Remarkable. You 3 have 2 choices. Either I give you a beating until you yield, or you voluntarily disclose the complete method of cultivating the 5 thunder technique. Yi Chun delivered a swift kick to Yuji. Desiring the 5 thunder technique? What a dream! We cultivators are not afraid of tyranny, Yuji scoffed. So tough? Are we? Uncle Zhuo, strike me, Yi Chun unabashedly declared. I have longed to experience the sensation of a pampered scion commanding lackeys to fight on his behalf. You have presented me with the perfect opportunity, and I am truly grateful for your arrival. Shopkeeper, this seems rather inappropriate. After all, they are renowned figures among the 3 immortals of the Han Dynasty, practitioners of the Tao. It would not be right to treat them this way, Uncle Zhuo hesitated. A valid point, yet Uncle Zhuo, why is your foot so forcefully pressing on Yuji's face? Yi Chun nodded thoughtfully before posing his inquiry. My foot slipped. It was misplaced. Uncle Zhuo carefully lifted his foot, repositioning it upon Yuji's abdomen, applying a clumsy yet forceful pressure. Half an hour later, Uncle Zhuo possessed the complete method for cultivating the 5 thunder technique. To prevent Yuji and the others from making arbitrary alterations, after subduing them, the slightly cunning Yi Chun produced 3 indefinite contracts for them to sign, each devoid of vacation days. After signing the contracts, they could not defy Yi Chun's commands. Upon reiterating the method, they discovered significant discrepancies between the version they had previously disclosed and the one presented after signing the contracts. The outcome was predictable. The 3 immortals of the Han Dynasty, having once again fallen victim to Yi Chen's schemes, were inevitably subjected to another round of Uncle Zhuo's thrashing. Why didn't you simply have us sign the contract from the start? This way, we couldn't deceive you. Zhuo lamented, nursing his bruised visage. The shopkeeper wished to test whether you would attempt to play tricks. Had you not, I would have offered you a contract with benefits. Instead, you brought upon yourselves this unfortunate outcome, so you receive the least favorable contract, Yichun replied. Shopkeeper, we are all comrades now. There is no need to hold back, Nanhua exclaimed, inadvertently aggravating his nasal injury, causing his entire face to twitch. Very well, since you wish to know, I shall be honest. I merely sought to relish the experience of commanding lackeys to fight on my behalf once more. After you become my employees, it would not be appropriate to continue beating you, so I seized this moment to indulge myself, considering you opposed me earlier and were thus my adversaries. It would be remiss not to take advantage of the situation, Yichun stated.
So cunning, so petty.
You clearly anticipated our attempts to deceive you and possessed a contract that could prevent such tricks, yet you chose not to present it directly, opting instead to ensnare us first. Uji, Nanhua, and Zhuo exchanged glances, their thoughts rife with resentment. Yet, amidst their grievances, the reality of having signed an indefinite contract weighed heavily on their minds, prompting silent sighs. Stop sighing, though you are currently bound to the least favorable contract. It does not mean you cannot exchange it for a better one in the future. As long as you earn my satisfaction, granting you a vacation is not out of the question. Yichun seemed to possess an uncanny understanding of their thoughts. The shopkeeper is deceiving us again, speaking sweetly. Even those of us with more favorable contracts have yet to enjoy a single day off. Uji and his misfortunate companions were unaware, destined to fall into yet another trap set by the shopkeeper, ultimately reducing them to mere laborers exploited under the guise of empty promises. Is this true? Zhuo inquired, his panda-like eyes narrowing. The shopkeeper's word is as solid as gold. You can trust it. Yichun had completely forgotten the admirable tales of his previous deceptions against Hancock and others. Excellent. With the possibility of escaping this inferior contract, Uji and his companions ignited with newfound zeal. Tell me what is required to master the Five Thunder technique. After hearing Uncle Joe extol its virtues, particularly the Heart Thunder stage, which far surpasses even the Buddha's palm, Yichun's interest was piqued. After all, invoking lightning with a mere thought is undeniably more refined than striking with the Buddha's palm, perfectly aligning with his illustrious persona as the proprietor of a combat establishment. This is undoubtedly the ultimate weapon for both brawling and showcasing prowess. I must learn it, Yichun mused. We obtained the Five Thunder technique fortuitously at the age of 30, diligently training for 2 decades before achieving modest success. Observing the shopkeeper's utter lack of foundational knowledge in the Tao, I surmise. The preceding details omitted, let us focus on the essence of the matter. Yichun was already aware that ancient individuals were fond of embellishing their tales. Chapter 51. Reckless oaths and the fear of divine retribution. Initially, they would undoubtedly utter a plethora of meaningless words, leaving one in a state of anxious uncertainty, before finally revealing the crux of their message, leading one to believe in their superiority. However, Yichun was completely unfazed by such tactics. Shopkeeper, although you possess no foundational understanding of Taoist principles, I observe that your martial prowess has reached a remarkable level. Your meridians are already unified, and the bridge between heaven and earth has been established within you. You possess a physique that is perfectly tailored for the cultivation of Taoist arts. Furthermore, your martial discipline is characterized by its utmost rigidity and vitality, akin to the thunderous essence of the lightning arts, rendering your practice even more intuitive. As Uji eloquently articulated this, Yichun interrupted with a single remark, leaving him at a loss for words. Left in a state of discomfort, he had no choice but to allow Zhuo to continue. With such a physique, if you were to dedicate yourself to the study of the Five Thunder techniques, without any distractions, and with our guidance you would swiftly master them. However, as for the pinnacle of the Five Thunder techniques, commanding the Five Thunders, we cannot offer you any assistance, for even the 3 of us can only manifest this power when we jointly perform a ritual. Very well, from this moment forth, you 3 shall do nothing but stand by, ready to assist me in mastering the Five Thunder techniques around the clock. It is imperative that you aid me in perfecting this extraordinary skill. No, the Five Thunder techniques, Yichun declared. The art of thunder was renowned in the realm of Chinese Taoism for its unparalleled destructive power. The prospect of effortlessly summoning lightning to strike adversaries was irresistible to Yi Chun. He was even more fervent in his studies than when he had first learned the Buddha's palm. The mere thought of someone daring to swear an oath in his presence, proclaiming thunderous retribution, while he merely waved his hand to unleash a storm of lightning upon them, painted a vivid picture in his mind. Shopkeeper, why are you so fervently eager to learn the art of thunder? I find Hancock's mastery of Haki to be equally formidable at advanced levels. Why not pursue that? Jushu inquired curiously. That path is far too arduous and heavily reliant on innate talent. I am uncertain whether I possess the so-called kingly aptitude. If I do not, the journey would be exceedingly challenging, and reaching its zenith would be even more so, considering that Luffy, with his protagonist's charisma, took considerable time to master Haki, and even then, did not attain the strength of an admiral. I have abandoned that pursuit. While I may explore the observation of Haki, I shall refrain from the armament and Conqueror's Haki. In contrast, both the Buddha's palm and the 5 thunder techniques resonate with me, making them much easier to cultivate. Shopkeeper, we have been companions for some time. Can you not speak the truth? Jushu pressed. You have seen through my intentions. Very well. I shall not shy away from your mockery. The truth is, in my youth, I was reckless and made foolish oaths, proclaiming that I would be struck by divine wrath if I learned the 5 thunder techniques. Should I master them, I would no longer fear such oaths. In the future, it will be others who recklessly swear, only to find themselves struck by my lightning, rather than me facing such consequences. Yi Chun sheepishly confessed his innermost thoughts. Joshu was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that Yi Chun's fervor stemmed from such a reason. As a practitioner of the Tao, he understood that oaths are not mere whims. For ordinary individuals, they lack potency. Only those deeply attuned to the cosmos, particularly those of profound cultivation, can invoke an oath's true power through their unwavering resolve. The trio's return to Luoyang was swift, even with the presence of the 3 burdensome companions. Upon their arrival, the Empress He was still busy reassigning the officials who had perished at Yi Chun's hands, unaware of the outcomes on the battlefield. However, when she saw Yi Chun return with 3 unfamiliar individuals, a smile graced her lips. As a patron of the Didi beatdown shop, no one understood Yi Chun's prowess better than she. I welcome our esteemed shopkeeper back from vanquishing the rebels, the Empress said, winking at Yi Chun before bowing slightly. Please rise, Empress He, Yi Chun replied, waving his hand with an imperial demeanor. All 18 warlords have been dealt with, and their armies have surrendered to me. You may send someone to incorporate them, but be sure to treat them well. These soldiers, having witnessed my might, will become your loyal subordinates. Wherever you point, they will follow without hesitation, far surpassing any recruits you may gather in the future. Such trivial matters are hardly worthy of troubling you, my lord. Come, let us retire for a moment, so I may properly commend you for your great contributions. Once the banquet is ready, we shall celebrate together, the Empress said, her eyes glistening with anticipation. Having missed numerous opportunities to capture Yi Chun's attention before, she was determined not to let this chance slip away. I am quite eager to learn how the Empress intends to reward me, Yi Chun thought, his heart racing. Ever since acquiring the Didi beatdown system, his focus had been solely on expanding and developing the shop, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. Even when the Empress had boldly attempted to entice him, he had remained indifferent, fearing he might lose his ambition and drive in the warmth of her affection. Now, with his martial skills honed and a steadfast warrior's heart, Yi Chun no longer pretended to be aloof in the face of the Empress's advances. Upon his return, he found himself irresistibly drawn into her chambers, casting aside all other matters. The 3 companions from the Han dynasty could only tend to their own affairs. After ensuring the Han dynasty's trio was settled and seeking their guidance in Taoist practices, the Fire Cloud evil god stationed himself outside the Empress's chamber, not eavesdropping, but standing guard to prevent any interruptions to Yi Chun's endeavors with the Empress. With a single stroke, Yi Chun had obliterated the officials, vanquished the 18 warlords, and instilled fear in 1,000,000 soldiers, all while pursuing the highest nobility in the 3 kingdoms. With the loyal Fire Cloud evil god standing guard outside, Yi Chun could not help but marvel at the life of a shopkeeper. Chapter 52. Hua Tuo, do you wish to join us? When He Ho, who was in dire need of support to walk, emerged, feeling invigorated, the celebration banquet had already commenced. Yet, the trusted officials handpicked by He Ho exhibited no dissatisfaction, patiently awaiting her arrival. It was not until the radiant He Ho, accompanied by the refreshed Yi Chun, reached the banquet hall that the officials prostrated themselves. Long live the national master! Long live the Empress Dowager! All rise! Upon witnessing her chosen officials kneeling before her, He Ho felt an overwhelming sense of power. No feudal lord could oppose her now. A brilliant smile illuminated her face, enhancing her already remarkable beauty. Tonight, this banquet is a celebration for all, regardless of rank. I wish to share the nation's triumph with you all. Let us set aside formalities. Tonight, there shall be no distinction between the Empress Dowager and the officials. Allow me to lead the toast. Displaying a rare masculine vigor, He Ho boldly raised her cup and drank. The officials, inspired by her generosity, quickly followed suit, lifting their own cups in respect. Yi Chun, however, found little interest in the festivities. His attention was drawn to a man in his 30s, whose skin was as smooth as an infant's and whose lustrous black hair would require no special effects for a shampoo commercial. Yuan Hua, I have sought you for quite some time, Yi Chun remarked. Though few would recognize this name, any citizen of the great celestial empire would undoubtedly know him by his more renowned title.
Hua Tuo, styled Yuan Hua,
was the most distinguished physician of the Three Kingdoms era and one of the most celebrated healers in Chinese history. To have the national master think of me is indeed humbling, Hua Tuo replied. There is no need for humility. I hold you in the highest regard. In this age, the status of physicians is regrettably low, yet you have chosen this path willingly. Your remarkable skills are not employed merely to serve the idle nobility, but to traverse the rivers and valleys, healing the common folk. Do you know, you are the only person in this realm whom I truly respect? Yi Chun's words left Hua Tuo astonished. Despite his fame, it did not equate to high status. To be esteemed by someone at the pinnacle of society was nothing short of shocking. Your admiration is unwarranted. I merely strive to do what I believe is right, no different from others. Hua Tuo humbly shook his head. Precisely for this reason, Yuan Hua, you earn my admiration even more. Yi Chun produced a stack of papers and handed them to Hua Tuo. Upon receiving them, Hua Tuo was taken aback. The documents detailed his recent endeavors, including a case where he had treated a premature infant and a woman in labor, waiving their fees and sacrificing his rewards from the wealthy to ensure their care. Yuan Hua, I shall speak candidly. I deeply respect your character and your medical prowess. I believe your accomplishments should not be confined to what they are. This era, this world stifles your potential. I wish to provide you with a grander platform to display your talents, allowing you to explore diverse medical practices from various realms, enabling you to become a healer renowned throughout the ages. To be called a divine physician is a title I cannot accept. I am but an ordinary man, and how can I deserve such regard from someone as capable as you?
Hua Tuo replied.
If I declare you a divine physician, then you are indeed worthy of the title. If you, Hua Tuo, are unqualified for such honor, then no healer throughout history could claim the name. Yi Chun continued. I understand your desire to alleviate suffering, but are you aware that your capabilities are limited? Your lifespan is finite. Even if you toil endlessly, how many lives can you save? Should you wish to join my endeavor, I will ensure that you can compile medical texts, disseminating your knowledge far and wide. Not only will countless physicians emerge to aid the populace, but you, Yuan Hua, will attain everlasting fame. Hua Tuo felt a stirring in his heart. The notion of enduring fame was enticing, yet it was Yi Chun's offer to compile medical texts that truly captivated him. I have witnessed far too many quacks causing harm. Though I do not consider myself a divine physician, I also do not see myself as a charlatan. If my knowledge could spread across the world, it would spare many from suffering at the hands of the inept. What exactly is this endeavor you speak of? My knowledge of medicine is limited. I am uncertain of how I could contribute, Hua Tuo inquired. My establishment transcends realms, providing aid to those in need across various worlds. My staff often encounters injuries during their travels, and that is where your expertise will be invaluable, Yi Chun explained. Is it possible that even minor injuries could challenge the national master?
Hua Tuo quessen, incredulos.
Minor injuries are not the issue, but the complexities of the human body are profound, encompassing not only the physical but also the mental and spiritual. I value your talents, Yuan Hua, and wish for you to learn the medical practices of countless worlds, forging a comprehensive doctrine capable of healing all ailments. Countless worlds.
Hua Tuo exclaimed, astonished.
With such generosity from the national master, I have no alternative but to offer my knowledge in exchange. Then you are willing to join us? Yichun beamed with delight. Such is my wish, though I dare not impose. Hua Tuo bowed respectfully. Chapter 53. The flourishing business of Didi's dispatch in regard to Hua Tuo. Yichun treated him with utmost kindness. Apart from the times he required his expertise, he generally allowed him to pursue his own interests. Currently, Yichun had permitted Hua Tuo to remain in the Three Kingdoms to delve deeper into the art of medicine. To further enhance his understanding of the human body and to introduce him to a new realm of medical knowledge, thereby transcending the conventional boundaries of healing, Yichun imparted the principles of Tai Chi to Hua Tuo. He also summoned the three immortals of the late Han Dynasty and Jiushu to share their substantial knowledge of Taoist practices with him. In addition to this, Yichun personally returned to his time, bringing back a wealth of modern medical texts. Upon encountering these volumes, Hua Tuo was invigorated, immersing himself in the material with fervor. He also understood Yichun's esteem for Hua Tuo, which led him to recruit the most proficient bodyguard from the Three Kingdoms era, Dian Wei, who had once fought valiantly to protect Xiao's wife, to serve as Hua Tuo's personal protector. After the banquet, He Ho eagerly ushered Yichun back to her chamber, disregarding her physical limits, and once again indulged in a night of revelry. Perhaps aware that Yichun would depart upon fulfilling her request, He Ho was even more uninhibited and fervent this time. Shopkeeper, I wish for you to assist in training a formidable female soldier, she remarked, her voice laced with excitement. Why such a sudden desire?
Yichun inquired.
Although you have pacified the numerous warlords and no one dares to defy my commands, you know that my ambition is to ascend to the throne. The resistance I face in claiming the title of Empress is far greater than that faced by figures such as Empress L. While the noble families may hesitate to openly oppose me due to your formidable presence, their covert actions remain uncertain, He Ho explained. Are you concerned about assassination attempts? Yichun nodded, observing how much more composed He Ho had become, no longer the jealous woman preoccupied with palace intrigues. Indeed, I cannot rush to Didi's dispatch every time a minor issue arises. If I possessed a powerful female soldier who would unconditionally obey my commands, I would be invincible in all my endeavors, she declared, her tone brimming with enthusiasm. Very well, but that would constitute a separate request. You must provide new compensation for this task, Yichun stated, keeping business and personal matters distinct, even after their recent intimacy. Understood, my esteemed shopkeeper. How could you be so meticulous, considering I have entrusted you with my most precious self? She teased, casting him a playful glance. I do this for your benefit. Surely, you wouldn't wish for your partner to be one who cannot distinguish between public and private matters, Yichun replied, feigning concern. The following morning, Yichun summoned his loyal subordinate, the Fire Cloud Evil God, who had stood guard at the Empress's chamber like Dian Wei once did for Xiao. He conveyed He Ho's request to him. This is quite manageable. The average physical condition of individuals in this era surpasses that of the Phoenix world. The women selected for training will generally exhibit superior physical attributes compared to those in the Phoenix world, the Fire Cloud Evil God stated confidently, having previously trained soldiers from the Phoenix realm. He Ho was fully supportive of this initiative, willing to provide any resources necessary for the safety of her life and legacy. The training methods in ancient times were far more rigorous and devoid of modern ethical considerations. Thus, the Fire Cloud Evil God would adopt an even stricter approach this time. Unbeknownst to Yichun, who had returned to Didi's dispatch and left the subsequent affairs in the hands of the Fire Cloud Evil God, He Ho felt a pang of reluctance as she watched him depart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Leaving the evil god behind seems unwise, Jiushu remarked. Such foolishness. Who in the Three Kingdoms could pose a threat to the evil god? My shop's operations are flourishing. I cannot waste precious time in this era when I have an efficient assistant handling matters, Yichun replied, eager to return as the system had notified him that customers had arrived at the shop. Since the establishment of Didi's dispatch, the influx of clientele had considerably increased. Upon returning, Yi-chun was taken aback to find not one but two customers waiting for him. This system never stated that only one customer would arrive at a time. As the shop grows, it is only natural that multiple patrons will come simultaneously, he mused, realizing the necessity of further developing Didi's dispatch to manage the escalating demand.
Daoist Simu.
It has been quite some time. I did not anticipate you would become one of my customers, he exclaimed upon recognizing an old acquaintance.
Shopkeeper.
This is indeed a complicated matter. Had I not unexpectedly become your customer, I would have had to seek assistance from my senior brother, Simu replied, his tone tinged with a blend of bitterness and humor. Mr. Shurijian, please take a seat for the moment while I attend to my old friend's needs. Rest assured, we prioritize our customers and will ensure your matters are handled adequately. Yi-chun assured the other customer, who bore a striking resemblance to the famed actor, sitting patiently on the side. Chapter 54. The noble and righteous Zhuo disciple, what is happening? As long as you can afford it, I will undoubtedly assist you. The loyal Joshu, seeing his fellow disciple in need, felt obliged to help. What? You truly are my senior brother? When did you become so miserly, calculating, and preoccupied with money? The Taoist Simu wore a look of astonishment, as if seeing an old friend anew after 3 days apart. You don't understand. Now I am also dependent on others, so I must adhere to the local customs. Joshu shrugged, appearing helpless. Oh, how the world has declined. I never imagined that my once gallant senior brother would so swiftly depart from his noble ideals. Simu lamented. Store manager, after my authoritative assessment, this fellow named Simu is merely here to amuse himself and cause trouble. He can be sent away. Joshu stood and addressed Yi-chun. Please wait. I can manage.
Simu hurriedly interjected.
Then pray tell what troubles you have encountered. It is rather petty to squabble over finances. Joshu retorted with irritation. You are correct, Taoist. Given our acquaintance, I shall certainly offer my utmost support. Yi-chun nodded in agreement. Recently, a convoy was escorting a royal from the border to the capital. This royal was a zombie. Originally, my disciple was escorting him without issue, but suddenly a thunderstorm not only washed away the ink but also summoned a rare lightning-struck golden coffin. This incident not only transformed the zombie into a formidable adversary but also led to a massacre. By the time the monk Xiao, arrived, the zombie had already slaughtered everyone but my disciple, who also faced peril. Simu recounted, sorrow flickering in his eyes. What? Disciple, are you referring to Chenha? What has happened to him? Joshu was instantly unsettled. Though he is not yet deceased, he has been afflicted by corpse poison, and it has taken a toll on his mind. I fear that had I not arrived here suddenly, I might have witnessed my disciple take his own life. Simu said, this is indeed troublesome. Eliminating the evolved zombie is within the capabilities of the store's subordinates, but the mind-affecting corpse poison is beyond even my reach. Joshu expressed his distress. Mind-affecting corpse poison, you say? It is not without remedy. Zhuo's proclamation captured everyone's attention, restoring a sense of accomplishment and pride to this immortal of the Han dynasty. What remedy do you propose? Joshu inquired eagerly, knowing that the skills of the Han dynasty's 3 immortals surpassed his own. Typically, mind-affecting corpse poison is fatal. However, exceptions exist. While the poison is indeed potent, lightning magic serves as the nemesis of all evil and corruption. By conducting a ritual and employing the 5 thunder rites to purge the poison from within, supplemented by various life-saving elixirs, we may yet save your disciple. Zhuo stroked his long beard, exuding the aura of a wise sage. May I inquire your esteemed name, Taoist? Simu asked. I am Zhuo, he declared, standing tall with flowing hair, radiating an air of dignity. What? The Zhuo of the Han dynasty's 3 immortals? Simu was taken aback, and Zhuo felt a swell of satisfaction, realizing his renown reached even the Taoists of other realms. Indeed, it is I. Zhuo chuckled softly, stroking his beard. Then it shall be simple. I implore you, Taoist, to accompany me. I am deeply grateful, Joshu expressed, leaning closer to Zhuo, whispering, I shall find a way to speak favorably of you before the store manager, striving for better treatment than the other 2 Taoists. Of course. To save a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. Vanquishing evil and aiding the populace is the duty of all who cultivate the Tao. I shall accompany you at once, Zhuo proclaimed nobly. Zhou, with so many guests present and a scarcity of available subordinates, we must allocate our resources wisely. There is no need for you to join. Zhuo can go alone, Yichen suggested. Understood. Zhou nodded, recalling that the evil deity had yet to return and that another guest was present. Zhuo, you shall accompany the Taoist and ensure the revival of Qinhe while eliminating the zombie transformed from the border royal, Yichen instructed. Even without your command, I would slay this fiend for the sake of the people, Zhuo declared, seemingly caught up in his own theatricality, perhaps convinced of his own sage-like status. Mr. Shi, our establishment has only recently opened and has been quite busy. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Yichen turned his attention to the renowned magician, Shi. Your words are too kind. You are overwhelmed with responsibilities, and I await is only proper, Shi replied graciously. Ha, Mr. Shi, your eloquence is commendable. I shall certainly offer you a discount. Now, what brings you to my establishment? Yichen inquired with a smile. It concerns my inept disciple who, lacking ability, has entangled himself with the international criminal police. With his meager skills, he is bound to face dire consequences. Though he is unworthy, I have nurtured and taught him for many years, so I must continue to support him. Thus, I must accompany him, Shi explained. However, this time he faces an international organization equipped comparably to the American military. I cannot assure my own safety. This is manageable. Our establishment specializes in providing assistance in such matters. With our capable subordinates, we need not fear any international organization. Zhou, you and Yu shall accompany Mr. Shi to resolve this matter, Yichen instructed, presenting a contract for Shi to sign before dispatching Zhou and Yu. Faced with the onslaught of modern weaponry, Zhou, who had only recently begun his martial training, felt helpless. Yet with Yu by his side, all would be well. Thank you, store manager. Once this is resolved, I shall surely invite you for a drink. Shi beamed upon receiving two subordinates. Too kind. I shall certainly accept your invitation when the opportunity arises, Yichen replied. Chapter 55. 1,000 troops are easy to find, yet good henchmen are rare, alas. Upon witnessing the once bustling store now devoid of customers, Yichen let out a sigh. Store owner, those who open shops typically aspire for thriving business. I have observed that your establishment was quite prosperous. Why the lament? Questioned Nanhua, one of the three celestial beings of the late Han dynasty, perplexed by Yichen's sorrow. It is precisely because business is thriving that the simultaneous arrival of two patrons nearly emptied my roster of henchmen. If another one or two were to come, I would be at a loss on how to manage. I now truly empathize with emperors and lords. Indeed, 1,000 troops are easy to find, but good henchmen are a rarity. Yichen replied with a shake of his head and a sigh. Although I have only recently joined as an employee, I am aware that the owner possesses the ability to recruit henchmen. Why not do so? Nanhua inquired. You do not understand. Recruiting henchmen is a challenge, and finding capable ones is even more daunting. I am secretly delighted that you three have come forth voluntarily, digging your own graves, or else I would be overwhelmed.
Yichen remarqued, teasing Nanhua.
Upon hearing this, Nanhua's lips twitched. Initially content as a carefree immortal, he found himself ensnared in a predicament when he took it upon himself to combat demons, only to become ensnared himself. If I had known, I would have refrained from meddling. Nanhua echoed Yichen's lament. Enough of the lamentations. You speak truth. Even if it is difficult, one must endeavor to recruit. Otherwise, if several customers arrive simultaneously next time, my store's reputation as a brawler establishment would be in jeopardy. I hope this time I can venture into a realm filled with formidable beings and recruit capable henchmen, Yichen declared, activating the recruitment function. The extraction of the world was completed, allowing store owner Yichen to enter the realm of wind and cloud to recruit henchmen, with a time limit of 1 month. Wind and cloud world.
Yichen's spirit soared.
Though it was not a realm of cultivation, it was undoubtedly a remarkable martial arts world, populated with fearsome experts. It seemed that he would need to enlist Hancock for this endeavor. A plan began to take shape in Yichen's mind. and he turned to Nanhua with an unprecedented intensity in his gaze. Nanhua, I need you to extend the lifespan of someone nearing the end of their days. Is there a way to achieve this? Yichen inquired. Whether it is borrowing life from the heavens or seizing it, anything related to prolonging life is exceedingly challenging. It would be difficult to accomplish alone, Nanhua replied. Difficult means it is possible. Speak quickly. How can we extend a life?
Yichen urget.
To prolong life, one must either obtain rare celestial treasures or precious materials. I once ventured with fellow Taoists Zhuo and Yu into the tomb of a Preqin Qi practitioner. Besides acquiring the Five Thunder True method, we obtained a recipe detailing the concoction of an elixir that extends life, Nanhua explained. However, after traversing the world, we concluded that while the recipe is sound, successfully refining it is out of the question. Why is that? Yichen inquired, confused. To refine the longevity elixir, one requires either phoenix blood, Qilin blood, or dragon blood. We scoured the 9 provinces, traversed rivers and mountains, and consulted all ancient texts, yet found no useful information regarding these 3 divine beasts. Nanhua lamented. Fortune favors me. I must strive earnestly. Otherwise, I shall be the architect of my own demise.
Yichen eklaymet, lahin heartili.
Store owner? Nanhua was bewildered, entirely at a loss. In your world, these mythical beasts have indeed vanished, but in other realms, it is not impossible to find them. In the wind and cloud world I am about to enter, the Qilin exists, Yichen stated. Splendid. If what you say is true, once we acquire Qilin blood, we can surely concoct the Qilin transformation elixir. This elixir not only extends life but also purifies the body, allowing for the creation of an innate Tao body. With an innate Tao body, combined with your inherent advantages, mastering the Five Thunder True method within a short time is absolutely feasible, Nanhua said, brimming with excitement. The 3 celestial beings of the late Han dynasty each had their strengths. Zhuo excelled in formations, Yu in magical artifacts, and Nanhua in alchemy. For an alchemist, the prospect of creating legendary elixirs brought immense joy. Very well, I hereby entrust you with the task of refining the Qilin transformation elixir. Should you succeed, I shall offer you a more favorable contract, granting you priority in practicing legendary cultivation techniques in the future, Yichen declared. Though Nanhua had become one of his henchmen, Yichen desired not only obedience but also genuine enthusiasm from him. I assure you I will complete the task, Nanhua replied, nearly leaping with excitement. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence in the wind and cloud world. We only have 1 month, and we have already wasted much time in travel, Yichen urged, summoning his strongest henchman, Hancock, and setting forth with Nanhua toward the wind and cloud world. Hancock, I have instructed Hua Tuo to devise a remedy to erase the imprint. He is the most skilled physician I know, and I believe he will succeed soon.
Yichen informet her.
I shall tentatively trust you. Until then, apart from the 2 remaining opportunities for action, I shall not heed your commands, but I can guarantee your safety, Hancock replied, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. It seems I shall likely need your 2 remaining opportunities, Yichen remarked. Oh? You have grown significantly stronger since our first encounter. Even the fire cloud evil god is no match for you. Is there truly someone more formidable in this new world? Hancock asked, intrigued. Indeed, there are many, each more powerful and extraordinary than the last. Yichen nodded affirmatively. Chapter 56. The treasure hunt begins. The treasure hunt has commenced. You men have a tendency to exaggerate. Hancock was somewhat skeptical. Ever since she became a formidable enforcer at the Didi fighting shop, her vision and understanding have broadened, and her own strength has grown. However, even so, she could no longer regard Yichen as insignificant as before. It was astonishing to hear Yichen claim that in the New World, there were numerous individuals capable of defeating him. No wonder Hancock found it hard to believe. It is not surprising. In certain realms, it is quite normal for powerful beings to obliterate an entire dimension. The top-tier warriors of this world may indeed surpass those of your realm. Yichen uttered words that left Hancock utterly astonished. I will be frank with you. In the world we are about to enter, there are 2 individuals, Niefeng and Bu Jingyun, who, when they reach their pinnacle, possess unparalleled strength, akin to that of cultivators, with their punches and kicks wielding power comparable to nuclear weapons. Having experienced the modern world, Hancock understood the implications of a nuclear bomb, and her face instantly reflected shock. Of course, I refer to their ultimate forms. The period we are entering is certainly not when they have reached their zenith, which is during the divine martial era, Yichen reassured her. Regardless, his words momentarily softened Hancock's previously disdainful attitude. Upon entering the Fengyun world, Yichen, having perfected the Rulai divine palm and attuned to the shifts in the external world, promptly sensed the overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy in this realm. Strikingly, rather than diminishing with time, it appeared to intensify. It was no wonder that as the Fengyun world progressed, the powers of its inhabitants became increasingly monstrous. The world itself was growing stronger, Yichen realized. Where are we headed next, shopkeeper? Nan Hua inquired, filled with curiosity about the new world. Lingyun Cave, where the Fire Qilin resides. Lingyun Cave is quite renowned in the Fengyun world. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would be aware of its location. Utilizing Hancock's observation Haki, they swiftly approached several passers-by to confirm their route before the trio hastily made their way to Lingyun Cave. The Fengyun world is rich in opportunities, but since Yichen could only linger here for a month, he was keen to avoid wasting time on travel. What a chaotic scene! Nan Hua exclaimed as they beheld the towering Buddha nearby. En route to Lingyun Cave, they encountered no fewer than 10 waves of bandits and martial artists. Had they not been exceptionally skilled, they might have met their demise before even reaching their destination. Perhaps due to the overwhelming strength of the martial artists in this world, the constraints of law and morality were virtually non-existent, resulting in a particularly tumultuous environment filled with bloodshed and violence, rivaling the Grand Line where Hancock hailed from.
Yichen elaborated.
Shopkeeper, I've heard Lingyun Cave is a vast maze, and even formidable warriors either perish at the hands of the Fire Qilin or succumb to starvation and thirst. Will we be all right entering? Nan Hua expressed her concern. Since we have arrived, we are fully prepared. Hancock, once we enter, utilize your observation Haki to sense our surroundings, Yichen instructed. I am curious to see the prowess of the Fire Qilin you speak of, Hancock replied, neither agreeing nor refusing, her prideful nature well known after their time together. While Hancock's observation Haki encompassed a vast range, the cave was even larger. After wandering for several minutes, they found nothing. What an odd sound. It seems alive yet not alive. Hancock furrowed her brow. This aura is chillingly intense, even colder than the land of ultimate frost. Quickly, Hancock, lead me there. I believe I know what that is. Yichen's face lit up with excitement after a moment of contemplation. Hancock, without a word, took the lead, and soon they arrived at a burial site. With a mighty palm strike, a gleaming weapon radiating a piercing cold emerged into view. What a remarkable weapon! I have never encountered such a powerful artifact. It must possess its own spirit, Nan Hua praised. Indeed, this is one of the world's top-tier weapons. The snow-drinking crazy blade, forged from one of the materials used by Nuwa to mend the heavens. It is no wonder it is so formidable, Yichen declared, grasping the snow-drinking blade, feeling the icy aura seep into him. Yichen practiced the Rulai divine palm, a technique of immense might and righteousness, and having recently begun cultivating the Five Thunder righteous method, he was naturally impervious to mere cold. Unfortunately, the snow-drinking blade did not harmonize with the Rulai divine palm. Even if he transformed the palm technique into swordplay, it would not enhance its power, instead diminishing its efficacy. Stepping aside, Yichen quickly discovered the Aohansic secrets left by the ancestors of the Nye clan. Although he had never practiced the Ice Heart technique nor any sword techniques, his profound understanding of martial arts had evolved significantly since mastering the Rulai divine palm, coupled with his deep well of internal strength. He found learning any martial skill to be effortless. While it was merely a first-rate sword technique, it would suffice for now. Wait, I recall there being blood bodhi near the snow-drinking blade. I must search for it, as it is a sacred healing herb. Employing his resourcefulness, Yichen swiftly located the blood bodhi. What an intense heat! It's even more fervent than the aura emitted by someone who has consumed the flame fruit. Just as Yichen was engrossed in the treasure hunt, Hancock's sudden remark made him halt, his expression turning solemn. Though the Fire Qilin is considered the weakest of the 4 auspicious beasts, that is only in relative terms. At least in the early stages of Fengyun, it remains quite formidable. It is the Fire Qilin. Nanhua was even more excited than Yi-chun, practically yearning to rush forward. Prepare for battle. The fire Qilin is notoriously ferocious, Yi-chun cautioned, glancing at the snow-drinking blade in his hand. Thankfully, we have found the snow-drinking blade, perfectly suited for countering the fire Qilin. Not long after, they felt the temperature within the cave begin to rise, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps, causing the trio's expressions to grow grave. Chapter 57. The Fire Qilin. The owner of this establishment announces your conscription. In an instant, a magnificent fire Qilin, enveloped in flames that raised the temperature of the cave, appeared swiftly before Yi-chun and his companions. Although the fire Qilin lacked the miraculous abilities of legendary beasts and did not possess unparalleled skills, its innate speed surpassed that of even the most exceptional masters. Yi-chun and the others could hardly believe their eyes as a colossal figure shrouded in flames charged towards them. Such a majestic Qilin! Yi-chun felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he planned to slay the fire Qilin, but upon witnessing its regal presence, he swiftly altered his intention. As the proprietor of the deity fighting shop, how could he be without a remarkable steed? Thus, he declared, from this moment forth, you are conscripted, fire Qilin. Roar! The fire Qilin was not merely a beast of slaughter. On the contrary, it possessed considerable intelligence. Although it could not comprehend the words of Yi-chun, it grasped the essence of his declaration and became infuriated. Your opposition is futile. From this day forward, you shall be the mount of this establishment. Yi-chun's proclamation only fueled the fire Qilin's rage, prompting it to unleash a torrent of flames. The temperature was staggering, easily reaching thousands of degrees. Even those with the ability to manipulate fire would be singed by such heat. Hancock, employing her observation Haki, was astonished by the fire Qilin's flames. Not only were they scorching, but they also contained a mysterious power capable of melting even the strongest Haki. Think to burn me? Let us see if you are worthy of being the steed of this proprietor, Yi-chun retorted, evading the flames with agile movements within the cave and seizing the opportunity to unleash the boundless Buddha palm. The vast force of his palm surged like ripples, creating a tremendous sound as the fire Qilin was sent crashing against the walls, shattering them as if struck by a speeding freight train. Yi-chun anticipated that his strike would be effective, yet to his astonishment, the fire Qilin appeared unfazed, rising to its feet and shaking its head before charging at Yi-chun with astonishing speed. Such formidable defense! No wonder even the divine fire Qilin sword could not breach it. Only weapons specifically designed to counter it can inflict harm, Yi-chun marveled, growing increasingly impressed. If it could wield such strength through mere brute force, one could only imagine the devastation it could unleash if it honed its martial prowess and fully awakened its intellect. The four great auspicious beasts of this realm were limited by their intelligence, relying solely on their raw power, unlike martial artists versed in the profound arts of combat. Otherwise, this world would truly belong to the four auspicious beasts. Even the proprietor's boundless Buddha palm proved ineffective. Nanhua, who had faced Yi-chun, understood the power of the Buddha palm. Aside from the 10,000 Buddhas paying homage, boundless Buddha palm was his most formidable technique. To discover that it had no effect on the fire Qilin was disheartening. It appears that only overwhelming force can contend with this creature. Otherwise, one must employ specialized techniques, divine weapons or martial arts to subdue it. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Nanhua produced several talismans, gripping a peach-wood sword that pierced through them. Heaven and earth, heed my command. All laws of nature, hasten to my decree. With a flick of the peach-wood sword, a chilling aura swept through the cave, and the fire Qilin, charging towards Yi-chun, became enveloped in frost. Had its flames not been so powerful, it would have been encased in ice. Indeed, the principle of mutual restraint was at play. Yi-chun, observing this, swiftly drew the snow-drinking mad blade, employing the recently learned Frosty Six techniques. The Buddha palm and the snow-drinking mad blade did not align, but the only martial art he had at his disposal that complemented the blade and countered the fire Qilin was the newly acquired Frosty Six techniques. Fortunately, Yi-chun's profound internal energy allowed him to wield it effectively, despite its recent acquisition. As the blade fell, everyone felt the air slice through with a chilling momentum. Influenced by Nanhua's talismans, the fire Qilin, now significantly hindered, was struck by Yi-chun's blow. The snow-drinking blade, alongside the Frosty Six techniques and Yi Chen's deep internal energy from the perfected Buddha palm, proved far more effective against the fire Qilin than the palm alone, eliciting a pained cry from the creature. Not yet breached. Yi Chen was taken aback. Should I intervene? Hancock inquired from the side. Do so, Yi Chen replied, realizing that if this continued, they would likely both suffer injuries. His aim was to capture the fire Qilin alive, not to slay it, so he could not afford a mutually destructive confrontation. Arrow of captivation. A heart-shaped orb of light materialized before Hancock, and with a swift pull, a volley of pink arrows shot forth. Anything touched by these arrows, regardless of its nature, would be petrified. The fire Qilin perceived the inherent danger in the arrows, intensifying its flames to expel the frost and unleashing a searing blaze to counter the incoming projectiles. How dare you show such disrespect? Hancock's expression shifted, and Yi Chen recognized her intention to unleash her Conqueror's Haki. An invisible force radiated from her, saturating the space with a heavy, oppressive aura, causing the fire Qilin's pupils to constrict as it succumbed to its knees. Indeed, the fire Qilin's intellect remained dormant. Despite its incredible physical strength and defense, its mental fortitude was lacking, making it susceptible to the effects of Conqueror's Haki. Yi Chen's eyes gleamed with determination as he seized the moment, wielding the snow-drinking blade to unleash a sweeping blue arc of energy that sent the fire Qilin flying. Understanding the creature's formidable defenses, Yi Chen did not cease his assault after a single blow. Instead, he continued to strike again and again, his previously unrefined Frosty Six techniques evolving at an astonishing pace, culminating in a seamless and fluid barrage of strikes. Chapter 58. The Fengyun Fire Qilin card, do you yield or not? Yi Chen exclaimed as he unleashed a flurry of strikes, leaving the fire Qilin utterly bewildered. The creature, unaccustomed to such humiliation, darted its eyes around, evidently seeking an opportunity to escape. Perhaps due to Yi Chen's assertion that Hua Tuo would soon concoct a potion to remove the branding, Hancock dutifully intervened. Observing the fire Qilin's defiance, she first petrified a significant portion of its body with her sweet fruit ability, rendering it unable to flee. Yi Chen then charged forward, wielding his blade with fervor, while simultaneously attempting to persuade the creature. As long as you follow me, I assure you a life of luxury. By the way, are you male or female? Surely you must feel lonely here alone. Should you choose to ally with me, I will guarantee a pureblood Qilin as your companion. However, if you refuse my offer, do not blame me for turning you into Qilin sausages. Unable to fight back, unable to escape, and facing the grim prospect of death, the fire Qilin was indeed in a quandary. Stubborn, are we? Very well, Nanhua, once I have dispatched him, I expect you to encase him in ice and bring him home for our feast, Yi Chen declared, raising his blade. Upon witnessing Yi Chen's intent, the previously fierce fire Qilin let out a cry, one that lacked its former ferocity, now imbued with an unmistakable sense of submission. Excellent. A wise individual recognizes the times.
Yi Chen remarked.
Do not wear such a glum expression. You are a remarkable creature among Qilins. By joining me, I promise you enlightenment and the potential to transform into human form. Far better than enduring a solitary existence in this dark cave. He presented a contract to the fire Qilin, instructing, simply think of signing it. After a moment's hesitation, the fire Qilin nodded, and the contract responded. A glimmer of joy flickered in Yi Chen's eyes as he realized the fire Qilin had become both his ally and steed. He promptly instructed Hancock to release the petrification. Can you retract your flames? Or at least avoid harming me? Yi Chen inquired, pointing at the flames enveloping the fire Qilin. No sooner had he spoken than the flames vanished. Admiring the majestic creature, Yi Chen could not resist leaping onto its back. While I once envied the wealthy heirs with their luxury cars, I now possess a steed of my own, a Fengyun fire Qilin car, he thought, filled with delight. Congratulations, master, on acquiring such a magnificent, auspicious beast. Nanhua approached, beaming with joy. I cannot take all the credit. I am grateful for everyone's assistance, Yi Chen replied. Now that I have the Qilin, how long until we can create the elixir? It typically requires 7 days, but with the Qilin's blood and its formidable flames, the quality of the elixir will be flawless, and the process will be expedited. I assure you we shall have it within a day, Nan Hua promised, embodying the enthusiasm of a car salesman. This desolate Linyun cave, with its labyrinthine paths, is ideal for our purposes. With the fire Qilin as our guide, we are guaranteed privacy for our alchemical endeavors, Yi Chun remarked, patting the creature beneath him. The fire Qilin, its limbs igniting with flames yet causing no harm to Yi Chun, surged forward at remarkable speed. What a thrill! This is true exhilaration. All other steeds pale in comparison to my Fengyun fire Qilin car. Yi Chun reveled in the sensation as the walls blurred past. Dear fire, I require a drop of your blood. I trust you won't mind assisting me, Yi Chun said with a grin after dismounting. Upon hearing this, the fire Qilin instinctively stepped back, wary. Experts say that occasional bloodletting is beneficial for health. You have not bled in years, and it may be time for a refresh. Allow me to assist you, Yi Chun said, pinning the creature down, ignoring its cries of protest as he extracted its blood without a hint of compassion. Master, that is quite enough. You don't need so much, Nan Hua exclaimed, watching in dismay as Yi Chun filled a large vial. While that may suffice for the elixir, I have other purposes in mind, Yi Chun replied, storing the Qilin's blood. He then observed the fire Qilin, which had retreated, wearing a look of wounded innocence, and chuckled. No need for such a glum expression. Here, have this 500-year-old ginseng. Its flavor may be ordinary, but it will surely replenish your strength. Though the fire Qilin had not yet attained full sentience, its long existence had endowed it with discernment. After sniffing the ginseng and realizing Yi Chun meant no harm, it devoured the root whole, displaying no concern for the potency of its essence. Such a 500-year-old ginseng, gone just like that, Nan Hua thought, incredulous at the extravagance. Despite his internal lament, he diligently continued assisting Yi Chun with the elixir. What do you intend to do with all that Qilin blood? Hancock inquired, finding herself bored watching Nan Hua work. Do you know why the 4 great auspicious beasts are so revered? It is because they are treasures in their entirety. Even the seemingly weakest among them, the fire Qilin, is invaluable. Just a single scale from its body can elevate any weapon to legendary status, transforming it into a fire Qilin sword, enhancing the wielder's power. Its blood, when splashed upon the body, can refine one's physique, manifesting as Qilin limbs that bestow immense strength and invulnerability. Drinking its blood grants one a berserk state, amplifying their power manifold. As Yi Chun spoke, his gaze shone with fervor as he regarded the fire Qilin. Chapter 59. Will the fire Qilin have frenzied blood from drinking Qilin blood? This thought frightened the fire Qilin, causing it to retreat and minimize its presence. With so many advantages, why was it so weak? Hancock was even more perplexed. The fire Qilin, brimming with treasures, should undoubtedly be powerful. The reason for its weakness lay in its unawakened intellect. It relied solely on brute strength without unlocking the potential of its Qilin bloodline. However, do not underestimate the 4 great auspicious beasts. Even if they only knew how to wield raw power, countless warriors perished when Qin Shi Huang commanded Su Fu to hunt the phoenix. As for the most formidable divine dragon, it goes without saying that without a weapon to counter it, even the most exceptional masters would falter against it. If the divine dragon were to awaken its intellect and cultivate divine abilities, it would likely become the most formidable being in the entire world, rendering all martial artists utterly powerless against it, Yi Chun explained. It is truly unfortunate. Hancock glanced at the fire Qilin, letting out a rare sigh. This might be the balance of heaven's principles. It endows the 4 great auspicious beasts with extraordinary power yet makes it exceedingly difficult for them to awaken their intellect, leaving them to wield their strength in ignorance. Conversely, humanity, though inherently fragile, possesses intellect, allowing them to cultivate and grow stronger through wisdom, which is why frail humans are regarded as the spirit of all things. Yi Chun empathized deeply. Yet, this is also the fortune of the people in this world. If the 4 great auspicious beasts could easily awaken their intellect, open their bloodline inheritance, and cultivate divine abilities like the mythical beasts of the realms of cultivation, they would likely dominate the world, rendering them invincible, instead of being reduced to treasures coveted by countless individuals. Do you really intend to drench yourself? Hancock inquired, glancing at the fiery Qilin blood. Of course, otherwise what purpose would it serve? Yi-Chun gestured for Hancock to turn around. He was unafraid of undressing before her, but he feared being perceived as lewd and receiving a beating from the Empress afterward. Bang! Once the Empress turned, Yi-Chun unleashed his palm's energy, evenly drenching himself in the Qilin blood, a wave of intense heat immediately enveloping him. Just a single Qilin arm had previously caused Yu and Bu Jingyun unbearable pain before they could break through the Sanjiao passage. Yi-Chun, believing he lacked such extraordinary endurance, immediately cried out in agony as the Qilin blood soaked his entire body. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Otherwise, I would have surely succumbed to the pain. Yi-Chun swallowed a pill crafted by Hua Tuo, specifically designed for alleviating severe injuries and unbearable pain. After consumption, it dulled the body's sensations to an extraordinary degree, transforming even excruciating torment into mere mosquito bites, while also calming the mind, proving to be remarkably miraculous. Compared to modern anesthetics, it was vastly superior, purely natural and devoid of side effects. At that moment, he mentally applauded his earlier decision to recruit Hua Tuo. With the pain significantly alleviated, Yi-Chun meticulously sensed the changes within his body. Under the refining influence of the Qilin blood, his entire being, bones, muscles, blood vessels, and internal organs, underwent astounding transformations. The previously pure and vigorous inner energy now radiated an even more intense, scorching aura due to the Qilin blood. Break for me. Unimpeded by pain, Yi-Chun immediately channeled his inner energy, striking against the Sanjiao passage. With deliberate manipulation, his efficiency in opening the Sanjiao passage far surpassed that of Bu Jingyun, showcasing the benefits of having an ample reserve of talent, negating the need to shoulder everything alone. Crack! A tremendous force erupted from every part of his body, culminating in an overwhelming surge that concentrated in Yi-Chun's right arm, compelling him to stand and smash it down onto the ground. A visible shockwave, akin to flames, radiated from Yi-Chun's fist in all directions. The Lingyun cave, nestled amidst a range of unyielding mountains, saw the ground crack in a spiderweb pattern under the impact of Yi-Chun's punch. Delightful! With the Sanjiao passage opened, and his body thoroughly refined by the Qilin blood, Yi-Chun felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, overflowing with seemingly limitless power. Even without inner energy, relying solely on physical strength, I am nearly a superhuman existence. Didn't you say that drinking Qilin blood would lead to a tremendous increase in power? Why not partake? Hancock questioned. While that is indeed true, consuming Qilin blood can also result in madness, so I need to prepare accordingly. Yi-Chun retrieved several blood bodhi seeds. Aren't those for healing? Hancock, in surprisingly good spirits today, managed to suppress her curiosity and ask. Aside from healing purposes, the first one can amplify one's power and help manage the frenzied blood within, allowing one to integrate the power of the frenzied blood into their martial arts. If one cannot control themselves and instead rampages like a wild beast, indiscriminately destroying everything in their path, then what use is the power boost? Just as Yi-Chun was about to drink the remaining Qilin blood, the fire Qilin trotted over eagerly and gulped it down in one swift motion. Could it be that the fire Qilin can also gain frenzied blood and power enhancement from drinking Qilin blood, just like a human? Yi-Chun was taken aback. The fire Qilin shot Yi-Chun a disdainful glance, then opened its mouth, and 3 drops of fiery blood shot into Yi-Chun's mouth. Could this be Qilin essence blood? Upon ingesting the 3 drops of essence blood, Yi-Chun felt an intense heat surge within him, far more potent than the earlier experience of bathing in Qilin blood. The fire Qilin displayed an expression of recognition for Yi-Chun's discernment. What a marvelous substance! While even the Qilin blood granted Niefeng a formidable frenzied blood, now he had received something significantly stronger than ordinary Qilin blood. Even if the fire Qilin were to be drained entirely, it would not yield many drops of essence blood. Though his body's transformation was not yet complete, Yi-Chun understood he would become immensely powerful. Oh no, the essence blood is exponentially more potent than ordinary Qilin blood. The ensuing frenzy will undoubtedly be terrifying. A wave of madness and destructive thoughts swept through Yi-Chun's mind, prompting him to immediately toss the blood bodhi into his mouth. Chapter 60. Yi-Chun among men, the Qilin among beasts. As the blood bodhi entered his mouth, Yi-Chun felt an overwhelming heat surge through his body. Yet, the madness and ferocity that had threatened to consume his mind were mysteriously suppressed by an inexplicable force, gradually receding. The uncontrollable power of the Berserker's blood slowly yielded to his command. Though invoking it still rendered him colder and more bloodthirsty than usual, at least he no longer lost control. Once he steadied his breathing and opened his eyes, a crimson hue enveloped his gaze, radiating an aura of unbridled savagery. Even Hancock, standing before him, couldn't he help but tense slightly. Could this fire Qilin truly be a treasure in every sense? She wondered, astonished. Just bathing in its blood and consuming 3 drops has transformed a man so drastically? Little flame, come. Yi-chun sensed an inexplicable bond with the Qilin, as though he could understand its thoughts. With a low growl, the fire Qilin dashed toward him. Yi-chun leaped onto its back, and the connection between them intensified. His Berserker's blood, the Qilin's true form, and the beast itself resonated in perfect harmony. Drawing the snow-drinking blade, he slashed forward, a strike embodying both extreme cold and scorching heat. The blade's energy cleaved the earth, leaving a deep chasm in its wake. Indeed, Yi-chun mused. When mounted upon the fire Qilin, our energies merge as one. The power unleashed by both the Berserker's blood and the Qilin's essence surpasses anything I could achieve alone. Truly, Yi-chun among men, the Qilin among beasts. The sheer magnitude of his presence was so overwhelming that even Nanhua, engrossed in alchemy, was drawn away from his work. Gazing at Yi-chun, now resembling a humanoid Qilin, astride the majestic fire Qilin, a thought struck him. Compared to this union of man and myth, the legendary Elbu astride red hair pales into insignificance. Within a humble, unassuming thatched hut sat an old man whose presence was anything but modest. His aura was sharp, his spirit like an unsheathed sword piercing the heavens. Ha! This is the 22nd sword, he exclaimed. Nameless, years ago you bested me, but now I've perfected a technique beyond the 21st. This time, I shall reclaim my honor. This was the Sword Saint, Dugu, a peerless swordsman second only to the Wulin myth Nameless. After his defeat, he had secluded himself here, dedicating his life to forging a blade technique superior to his previous masterpiece. Sword Saint, a voice echoed, so close it seemed to whisper in his ear, yet its owner remained unseen. Even if you master the 22nd sword, you still cannot defeat Nameless. The Sword Saint's eyes flashed, emitting sword light so sharp it seemed to rend the air itself. In an instant he stood outside the hut. Who speaks? Yi-chun greets the Sword Saint, the young man said with a respectful bow. Dugu's gaze flickered from Yi-chun to the mythical beast beneath him. That is the fire Qilin? Your discernment is impeccable. I recently subdued this creature within the Lingyun cave. Yi-chun knew that with a man of such pride and indomitable will, humility would only breed contempt. Confidence was the only language such a figure respected. Impressive fortune and skill to tame such a beast, the Sword Saint acknowledged. But explain yourself, why claim my 22nd sword cannot defeat Nameless? If your answer displeases me, do not expect mercy for your youth. Yi-chun remained unfazed. Sword Saint, I speak not without reason. Tell me, how would you rate Nameless's talent and comprehension? If his were lacking, then none in the martial world could be called gifted. Dugu replied, unwilling to belittle even his rival. Precisely. You regard Nameless as your lifelong opponent, and he surely views you the same. While you've devoted years to refining your swordplay, so has he. If you've conceived the 22nd sword, do you truly believe he hasn't already surpassed it? Perhaps even devised its counter? The Sword Saint's expression darkened. Nameless, would he truly stay ahead? The possibility gnawed at him. Fear not, Yi-chun continued. I am no swordsman, yet I know this. The Nameless swordsmanship, for all its might, pales before the Holy Spirit sword art. Your defeat was not due to inferior technique, but because you have yet to reach its zenith. Arrogant fool. Dugu's killing intent flared, his very presence like a blade against Yi-chun's skin. You dare lecture me on swordsmanship? Yi-chun met his gaze steadily. I speak only truth. Chapter 61. Sword Saint, come to my bowl. Though I may not be well versed in swordsmanship, it does not imply a lack of discernment. Pray tell, Sword Saint, do you regard the sword 22 as the epitome of perfection? Yi-chun inquired. How dare you question me, old man? Very well. Today I shall engage you in a discussion of swordplay. If you fail to convince me, you shall become the first soul to perish beneath the sword 22. The Sword Saint declared. Is there a sword technique more formidable than the sword 22? I cannot assert there is none, but in my view, the sword 22 has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. The sword 22 represents the zenith of mortal sword techniques. Have you never considered that beyond the sword 22 lies the sword 23, a transcendent form that surpasses the limits of mortal swordplay? Yi Chen's words sent a tremor through the sword saint, who, for a fleeting moment, seemed to grasp something profound with his profound swordsmanship. Continue, I implore you. The sword saint, now fully engaged, listened intently. No matter how powerful the swordplay, it ultimately serves to slay the physical form. Such techniques, despite rigorous training, remain mere mortal swordplay. But what if one were to elevate it to wielding the sword with the mind, using one's essence as the blade? Yi Chen quietly celebrated his success in captivating the sword saint's attention. In the world of Feng Yun, the ally I most desired was not Feng Yun himself, nor the Nameless, nor the Emperor of the Heavens, nor any demon god, but the sword saint, who possessed the bug-like sword 23. This unique swordplay belonging to the sword saint represents the greatest loophole in Feng Yun, capable of annihilating foes regardless of cultivation level. With him, Yi Chen's resources for allies would be abundant, and his team would become increasingly formidable. To wield the sword with the mind, to use one's essence as the blade. The sword saint appeared almost entranced, murmuring fervently yet unable to grasp the essence of it. His complexion grew increasingly pale. Feudal, sword saint, you could have comprehended the sword 23, but you squandered too much time in your earlier years wasting precious moments. Your vitality is now waning, and despite your extraordinary talent, your body cannot endure the comprehension of such a hellish sword. Yi Chen stated. The sword saint remained silent. His demeanor evidently diminished, for Yi Chen had struck a nerve. Ah, you clever boy, I nearly fell for your scheme. Your eloquence is impressive, and you have thoroughly investigated me, baiting me sufficiently. What is it that you seek to gain from me? Unexpectedly, the despondent sword saint suddenly exuded a commanding presence, dispelling his earlier melancholic demeanor. True to his title, the sword saint was not easily swayed. Yi Chen shook his head inwardly but remained undeterred. After all, the sword saint was an old hand at the game, and Yi Chen was confident he could compel the sword saint to acquiesce. I can provide you with insights into the sword 23, guiding you as a beacon in your quest to comprehend this hellish technique, making it easier to grasp and less taxing on your spirit. Furthermore, I can extend your life, allowing you to contest with the Nameless once more. Such terms are indeed hard to refuse, but have you considered that in the martial world, power reigns supreme? If I hold your life in my grasp, how can you negotiate with me? The sword saint waved his hand, a mere ordinary long sword in his grip, yet it radiated an aura more fearsome than an unparalleled divine weapon. You need not instruct me on this matter, sword saint. Do you think I, who can tame the fire Qilin, lack such capabilities? Yi Chen's eyes blazed crimson, resonating with the essence of the fire Qilin, as they seemed to merge into one, their combined aura surging forth. Even the sword saint's countenance paled at the sight. Though I am not a swordsman, ending your life would pose no challenge. With the snow-drinking blade in hand, a torrent of cold yet fervent blade energy erupted. The previously silent Nanhua and Hancock stepped forward, their presence and that of the beast imposing upon the sword saint, who found himself forced back despite his prowess. Indeed, talent emerges in every generation. I never anticipated being so thoroughly outmaneuvered. The sword saint sighed, his fierce sword aura dissipating. There is no need for such melancholy. I can easily take advantage of your inability to comprehend the sword 23. Should you grasp it, our circumstances would be entirely altered. Yi Chen offered the sword saint a graceful exit. Ha! To be outmatched is simply to be outmatched. Speak. What do you wish from me? The sword saint fixed his gaze upon Yi Chen. It is quite simple. All you need do is sign this contract, and I shall provide you with everything you desire instantly. A contract materialized before the sword saint. You possess remarkable audacity, demanding that I serve as your subordinate. The sword saint suddenly smiled, a hint of irritation possibly lurking beneath his amusement. Precisely because you possess such abilities have I invested so much time and effort in you. Do not feel aggrieved, sword saint. Your understanding of the world is rather limited. Should you sign this contract, I can transport you to realms beyond this one, allowing you to witness entirely different forms of swordplay.
Ye Chen asserted.
Haha, if you possess such prowess, why would you require my assistance? The sword saint appeared skeptical. With a casual flick, Hancock unleashed the captive arrow, petrifying a vast expanse of forest. Do you see, sword saint? This is a power entirely distinct from martial skills. Should you suspect I am deceiving you, feel free to stipulate in the contract that if I fail to introduce you to sword masters beyond this world, rendering you capable of witnessing world-shattering sword techniques, the contract shall be void. Ichin stated. I am eager to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. The sword saint replied. No matter how transcendent your swordplay, no matter how seasoned you may be, you shall ultimately submit to my will. Yichun, envisioning the sword 23, felt a surge of excitement. He could already sense the allure of this extraordinary technique beckoning to him. Do I sign with a pen? The sword saint asked. Simply recite the words of the contract in your heart.
Ye Chen replied.
As the sword saint signed, he remained oblivious to the fire Chilenesque gaze, which was filled with pity for him. Another fool has been ensnared by the shopkeeper's cunning. If the fire Chilen could speak, it would undoubtedly voice such sentiments at that moment. This is, with the completion of the contract, the information regarding the drip-drip hitman shop flooded into the sword saint's mind, disbelief evident on his face. Chapter 62. Surrendering 3 parts of vital energy or facing death, it dawned upon me that the world outside truly is vast. I had foolishly believed myself to be a significant figure, only to realize I was but a frog in a well, or rather an ignorant ant. The sword saint chuckled bitterly. Do not belittle yourself, sword saint. While it is true that you currently resemble an ant, even the humblest of creatures may evolve into a true dragon. Before you lies an opportunity. Having achieved the title of sword saint in this realm, you can attain the same in others as well, Yichen asserted, unwilling to allow a momentary setback to shatter the sword saint's resolve. Shopkeeper, do not underestimate me. I am not as fragile as you presume. You are correct. In this world, I am the sword saint, and I can achieve the same in other realms. Since you have granted me this opportunity, I shall make the most of it, the sword saint declared with great enthusiasm. Indeed, however, prior to that, you must comprehend the 23rd sword and defeat the Nameless One. Otherwise, how can you claim the right to aspire to be a sword saint in other realms when you cannot even dominate in this one?
Ye Chen replied.
Rest assured, shopkeeper. Even without your urging, I would pursue this path with unwavering determination, the sword saint assured him. With a newfound stage and an unprecedented perspective, the sword saint no longer regarded the Nameless One as a lifelong rival but merely as an obstacle to overcome on the path to greatness. Upon successfully recruiting his aid, Yichun promptly presented a crimson pill, devoid of any medicinal odor, instead exuding a natural fragrance, to the sword saint. Could this be the elixir that extends my life? The sword saint inquired, his tone both skeptical and confident. Indeed, this is the Chilen creation pill. Not only does it prolong life, but it also purges the body and enhances one's physique, granting one a primordial body. I believe that with your innate talents and profound understanding of swordsmanship, combined with this enhanced body, your mastery of the 23rd sword will yield remarkable results. Yichun explained. Without further ado, the sword saint swallowed the pill. His previously aged visage and white hair began to transform at a visible rate. His hair turned lustrously black, fit for a commercial. Although his face could not be compared to that of an infant, it bore no wrinkles and appeared as youthful as that of a man in his 20s or 30s. In mere moments, the sword saint had transformed from an elderly man on the brink of death into a robust and vigorous figure. With this youthful body, my blood surges with vitality. Mastering the 23rd sword will be a triviality, the sword saint proclaimed, feeling a newfound respect for Yi Chen's capabilities. Now, allow Chapter 63. The proper utilization of the sword saint. With a swift motion, Nanhua brandished his peachwood sword, unleashing a cold ice talisman that surged forth, transforming into a chilling aura that intercepted Xiong Ba's palm. Yet, even with all his might, Nanhua could merely stave off the formidable blow of the current martial arts overlord. How dare a mere novice challenge my authority? Today, you shall remain here forever, Xiong Ba declared, reassured by Nanhua's apparent struggle. He gestured for his followers to advance. There is no need for direct confrontation, sword saint. Since your sword 23 has emerged, it must be sanctified with blood. Otherwise, how can we gauge its might? This serves as the perfect testing ground for your blade, a shopkeeper remarked. Yichun intervened, halting both the fire Qilin and Nanhua. Indeed, it is fitting for Xiongba, as the reigning martial arts sovereign, to serve as the crucible for Sword 23. The Sword Saint, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. That Xiongba is not to be underestimated, especially with so many at his side. Can one man truly prevail? Nanhua expressed his concern, his understanding of Sword 23 lacking depth. However, the truth was that Sword 23 was extraordinarily potent. Once mastered, it indeed rendered one overwhelmingly powerful. Otherwise, why would Yichun choose the Sword Saint over numerous potential recruits? The mere mastery of the Sword Saint's proper technique could easily dismantle the. Yichun motioned for Nanhua to remain calm, assuring him that today, the Sword Saint was the protagonist. How has the Sword Saint appeared so youthful? Has he consumed some celestial treasure? Xiongba pondered. The only one he truly feared, apart from Yichun on the fire Qilin, was the Sword Saint, whose current demeanor struck him as unervingly anomalous. Xiongba, take heed. In the face of this technique, numbers hold no value. The Sword Saint remained still, sword sheathed. Retreat, Yichun commanded, and the fire Qilin and the others withdrew at once. Could it be that the Sword Saint had genuinely become such a formidable force? Nanhua questioned, bewildered by Yichun's high regard for him. Is it truly necessary? Hancock inquired. You shall soon understand, Yichun replied cryptically, for the Sword Saint was about to demonstrate the essence of a true anomaly to the proud Empress. I shall witness how you, Sword Saint, will single-handedly vanquish my. Xiongba scoffed, though his eyes betrayed a deep-seated tension. Sword 23. The Sword Saint uttered no further words, his gaze chillingly sharp, void of emotion, as if he were a demon from the abyss, contemptuous of the world. An overwhelming aura of destruction surged forth, enveloping the entire venue of the. This terrifying sword energy swept through the void, establishing a realm of sword intent centered around the Sword Saint, where all matter, life, energy, and even space and time were immobilized, rendered incapable of movement. How can this be? Why am I unable to move? Xiongba, having steeled himself, was horrified to discover that apart from his thoughts, his body and internal energy were utterly paralyzed. Not just him, save for those who had fled at the first sign of danger, all members of the were similarly immobilized. Endless sword energy filled the space of death, piercing through all who had been ensnared by Sword 23, leaving them lifeless. No, I am the master of destiny, capable of bending fate to my will. No one, save for the winds of change, can bring about my ruin. Once Xiongba had fervently dismissed the notion of being vanquished by the winds of change. Yet now, he found himself clinging to that very belief. Regrettably, Sword 23 was too overwhelmingly powerful, and with the aid of the Qilin transformation pill, the Sword Saint had regained his youth and innate prowess, rendering him unparalleled. As the Sword Saint concluded his technique, the frozen space returned to normal. Yet the gathered members of the were left as mere specters, their forms shattered into a mist of crimson, while Xiongba, granted a peculiar mercy, found himself gasping for breath, slumped on the ground. You cannot be this strong. If you possessed such power, you would not have fallen to the nameless. Xiongba, incredulous, felt like an ant before the Sword Saint. Thus, soon the nameless will meet a similar fate beneath my blade. Though the Sword Saint was well acquainted with the intricacies of Sword 23, nothing could compare to the sensation of wielding it firsthand. Nanhua, proceed. Xiongba is not only physically wounded but mentally despondent. Now is the time for your mesmerizing arts, Yichun instructed. Yes, esteemed shopkeeper.
Nanhua approached Xiongba,
Producing a talisman and placing it in his mouth, reciting incantations. You shall not. Control. Xiongba struggled, yet ultimately succumbed to Nanhua's influence. Xiongba, take this blade and end your life. Nanhua offered a dagger, and for a fleeting moment, a fierce struggle flickered in Xiongba's eyes, yet he grasped the weapon, unwavering as he aimed for his own head. It was only when the blade was a mere centimeter away that Nanhua halted him. Now surrender the authentic, unerring manuscript of the 3 portions of returning vitality. Xiongba retrieved a scroll from within his garments, but instead of handing it over immediately, he opened it, his gaze vacant as he pointed to several passages, murmuring, "Here, here, here, these 3 sections must be reversed." Xiongba's cunning was remarkable. Even if someone pilfered his 3 portions of returning vitality, they would surely find themselves ensnared in misfortune. Yichun shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, one would expect a manuscript left by a commoner to be flawless, yet Xiongba's is entirely the opposite, Nanhua remarked. Esteemed shopkeeper, while the 3 portions of returning vitality is indeed Xiongba's supreme technique, is it truly worth expending such effort to acquire? The Sword Saint mused after glancing at the manuscript. Chapter 64. The correct usage of the 3-point return to original chi if the shopkeeper seeks profound martial arts. I can impart the Sword 23 to you. Did you not previously assert that there are sword techniques even more advanced than the Sword 23? Although I have yet to fully comprehend it, I am confident that once I defeat the Nameless One and achieve clarity of thought, I shall have no regrets in this realm. Beyond the shackles, I am certain I can grasp the sword techniques that surpass the Sword 23, and at that time, I can also teach you, the Sword Saint proclaimed. Under ordinary circumstances, the 3-point return to original chi cannot be compared to the Sword 23 or any superior sword techniques. However, akin to the Sword Saint's correct method of application, the 3-point return to original chi also possesses its own merits. Mastering the proper usage of the 3-point return to original chi is indeed the most suitable martial art for this establishment. Yi Chen's deliberate journey to acquire the 3-point return to original chi from Xiongba was not without reason. Could there be hidden profundities within the 3-point return to original chi? Acknowledging Yi Chen's vast knowledge, the Sword Saint did not doubt but rather humbly sought enlightenment. The 3-point return to original chi encompasses only the mysteries you have observed, yet have you considered that it necessitates the combination of the cloud-pushing palm, wind god leg, and heavenly frost fist to be complete? Yi Chen's words instantly illuminated the Sword Saint's mind. Are you suggesting that the shopkeeper intends to unify disparate martial arts through Xiongba's 3-point return to original chi? The Sword Saint realized with clarity. Not merely martial arts, but also Taoist methods. Yi Chen had not only studied martial arts but also the 5 thunder rites from the 3 immortals of the late Han, which elucidated why he sought the 3-point return to original chi instead of merely acquiring other martial arts in the world of Fengyun. Are you planning to integrate the 5 thunder rites and the Tathagata divine palm into the return to original chi? Nanhua inquired, astonished. Is it possible to unify martial arts and Taoist practices? While the 3-point return to original chi may not achieve the unification of the vastly different powers of the 5 thunder rites and the Tathagata divine palm as it does with the cloud-pushing palm, wind god leg, and heavenly frost fist, it can serve as a textbook and guiding light. By re-evaluating it, we can make it possible. I refuse to believe that, with the collective wisdom of the 3 immortals of the late Han, the Sword Saint, the Fiery Cloud Evil God, and myself, we cannot modify the 3-point return to original chi to unify different power systems, Yi Chen asserted. A bold ambition indeed, to unify disparate cultivation systems. What an unprecedented notion, the Sword Saint praised. Naturally, as this is the shopkeeper's choice, it is bound to be extraordinary. Yi Chen graciously accepted the Sword Saint's commendation. Let us be off, for there is nothing here that warrants our lingering, and it would be prudent to attend to other matters. He had not forgotten that he had only 1 month in the world of Fengyun and wished to squander not a moment. As for the dormant Xiongba, Yi Chen and the others chose to disregard him. After all, he was so confident that no one could extinguish him outside of Fengyun. Thus, leaving him to his own devices seemed prudent. Shopkeeper, can you locate the Nameless One who has feigned death for so many years? The Sword Saint's eyes shimmered with uncontainable fighting spirit. Naturally, there are few significant matters in this world that the shopkeeper is unaware of. Chapter 65. The celestial sword is destined to be severed by me before arriving. Yi Chen had contemplated recruiting Wu Ming as a subordinate, for his talents were indeed exceptional. However, upon witnessing Wu Ming in person, his perspective shifted. In his current state, even the highest martial prowess would be futile. Wu Ming's despondency and lack of ambition rendered him akin to a mere waste, and his once vibrant sword heart had lost all potential for advancement. Yi Chen had no desire to have beside him a subordinate who constantly uttered platitudes about mercy and enlightenment. Make your move, Wu Ming. The Sword Saint shook his head, genuinely wishing for Wu Ming to regain his spirit. Regrettably, after enduring so much, the once celestial sword now resembled a damaged relic. Describing him as flawed yet functional would be an understatement. You cannot control the sword energy of Sword 23. You lack the finesse to wield it properly. Perhaps you should change your location. Wu Ming's spirit was extinguished. If given the choice, he would prefer to remain here, seeking solace through Buddhist teachings, occasionally emerging to mislead individuals like Bu Jingyun with lofty ideals. Thus, the Sword Saint's frustration with Wu Ming's stagnation was palpable. Yi Chun remarked that although his martial arts were commendable, his spirit was akin to that of a failure, and perhaps only the sword could inspire him. Do as you wish. The Sword Saint followed closely behind. Having consumed the Qilin creation pill to restore his youth and attain an innate Dao physique, his mastery of swordsmanship and cultivation had been rapidly escalating. In confronting Wu Ming, he harbored only the intent to triumph decisively, devoid of any lingering camaraderie. When I strike, you shall have no further opportunity to wield your sword. Utilize your heroic sword and unleash your utmost skills. After today, we may never meet again. What does the Sword Saint mean by this? Wu Ming questioned, perplexed. Do you wish to know? I will reveal it once we determine the victor, the Sword Saint replied. Very well. With a resolve for battle, Wu Ming unsheathed the heroic sword and prepared to employ his enigmatic sword techniques. Shopkeeper, we must attend to a pressing matter. Is it worth our time to linger on Wu Ming? South China interjected. You had intentions of recruiting him, but even if the Sword Saint defeats Wu Ming, we gain nothing. You do not grasp the mindset of a warrior or swordsman. The Sword Saint has previously been bested by Wu Ming. Regardless of the circumstances, a loss is a loss. The Sword Saint will not deny it. To ascend to greater heights, he cannot harbor any vulnerabilities or regrets within. His thoughts must be clear. Thus a confrontation with Wu Ming is essential. Otherwise, the Sword Saint's journey shall stagnate at Sword 23, denying him any opportunity for higher realms. Yi Chun stated, our endeavors necessitate a stronger Sword Saint. His battle with Wu Ming will undoubtedly refine his sword heart, enhance his sword techniques, and fortify his strength, while simultaneously restoring his resolve. Ah, I see. Witnessing the Sword Saint's monumental progress upon mastering Sword 23, South China retracted his prior skepticism. He too wished to observe whether the Sword Saint would emerge even more formidable after vanquishing Wu Ming. An enigmatic sword technique, you say? It stirs both nostalgia and ire within me. The shopkeeper claims you could breach my Sword 22 before even meeting me. Let us see if that holds true. As Wu Ming initiated his attack, the Sword Saint responded in kind, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that swirled like a tempest, striking from angles both cunning and unexpected. In the face of the Sword Saint's nearly flawless technique, Wu Ming wielded the heroic sword, employing an obscure move that adeptly countered Sword 22. Wu Ming, you incite my ire further. Why, with such profound swordsmanship, do you languish in despair? Why do you not join me in ascending the pinnacle of the sword path? Perhaps it is precisely because I possess a steadfast sword heart while you do not, that fortune has favored me, leaving you to squander your days, ultimately to be buried here. The Sword Saint's eyes ignited with a fierce sword intent, severing all traces of Wu Ming's influence in his heart. An overwhelming aura of annihilation enveloped the forest, and at last, Wu Ming's impassive Fade began to crack. Sword 23. A realm of death composed of countless sword energies materialized once more, now even more potent than during the previous encounter. If the Sword Saint's earlier display was but a mere warm-up, now he was fully committed. This surging, lethal sword energy forged a hell of sword heart. And within this inferno, Wu Ming found himself as powerless as when he faced the formidable Xiong Ba, rendered immobile and at the mercy of his foe. Such power, such dominance, such cruelty in a single strike. Wu Ming trembled within, fully aware that a misstep could cost him his life. The Sword Saint's blade was inherently merciless. In pursuit of the ultimate sword path, he was willing to forsake all. The path of no self. Yet Wu Ming, being Wu Ming the celestial sword, possessed a comprehension of the blade far beyond that of Xiong Ba. Even when confronted with the cataclysmic Sword 23, he remained unflustered, responding with calm composure. Ah, Wu Ming, you have swiftly devised a countermeasure, employing sword energy against sword energy. The Sword Saint mused, impressed. Wu Ming could not entirely escape the confines of the sword heart hell. But since it was formed from sword energy, the most fitting counter was indeed sword energy itself. His path of no-self transformed sword energy into a living embodiment, executing 21 distinct sword techniques that interwove like a formidable sword formation. Fortunately, I have comprehended the supreme sword path. Otherwise, I too would have been at the mercy of another, the sword saint reflected, acknowledging Wu Ming's prowess, while Wu Ming marveled at the sword saint's technique. Indeed, despite your heart's despair, your innate talent endures. After all these years, some enlightenment remains. Yet today, this celestial sword of yours is destined to be severed. I shall forge my flawless sword heart from your essence, Wu Ming, and use you as a whetstone in the sword saint's ascent to the zenith of the sword path. The sword saint's gaze grew colder, more lethal, as Wu Ming's sword energy drew near. Suddenly, a blurred figure erupted from the sword saint's corporeal form. The primordial spirit has emerged. Wu Ming's pupils constricted. The overwhelming sword energy, ensnared by the sword heart hell, cascaded down upon the sword saint's primordial spirit, rendering all sword energy ineffective. Chapter 66. Essential elements for traveling in the world of wind and clouds. The sword energy dissipated into the void as the sword saint's primordial spirit soared forth, carrying boundless sword intent that struck against the nameless figure. With a retraction of the sword heart, the sword saint's spirit returned to his corporeal form. Nameless knelt upon the ground, blood spilling from his lips. I have lost, he sighed heavily. I have won. After defeating Nameless and avenging past grievances, the sword saint exhibited an unexpected tranquility, devoid of elation. Yet soon, Yi Chun sensed an even more formidable and refined sword intent enveloping the sword saint. Following the perfection of the sword heart, the sword saint indeed achieved a breakthrough. A flicker of joy appeared on Yi Chen's face. The stronger the sword saint became, the greater assistance he would provide for his plans. Do you now comprehend what you have missed? The sword saint inquired softly. I do, and it is indeed a pity. Nameless reflected. Yi Chun approached Nameless and presented him with a blood bodhi. Nameless gazed at him in confusion. While I do not appreciate your inclination to show mercy towards those undeserving of it, you are not irredeemably wicked. Your compassion is simply misplaced. This blood bodhi will heal your injuries and enhance your abilities. Consider it a reward and compensation for your battle with the sword saint that allowed him to achieve perfection in his sword heart. After leaving the blood bodhi, Yi Chun departed with the sword saint and his companions. He had often contemplated the prospect of recruiting Nameless. As the sword saint had noted, Nameless possessed extraordinary talent. Yet his demeanor was troublesome. Even if he complied as an ally, it did not ensure he would refrain from grumbling about mercy and forgiveness in Yi Chen's presence. There are many capable subordinates, and even more with remarkable talent. I do not wish to have a burdensome presence like Tang Sang at my side merely for the sake of a subordinate, Yi Chen thought. Shopkeeper, you previously mentioned that after defeating Nameless, you would attend to something of great importance. What is it? The sword saint, having devoted himself to comprehending Sword 23 and overcoming Nameless, now considered other pursuits following the completion of his ambitions in the wind and cloud world. Since we have traveled to the wind and cloud world for a month, how could we overlook one of its essential attractions? Dragon slaying? Yi Chun revealed, startling the sword saint. What? Dragon slaying? Is there truly a dragon in this world? The sword saint asked incredulously. If there are Qilins, why shouldn't there be dragons? It is merely a flood dragon, Yi Chun responded nonchalantly. Merely a flood dragon, you say? You speak so lightly of it, the sword saint remarked, speechless. Upon reaching the coastal region, Yi Chun lavished gold to charter the finest vessel and engaged the most experienced sailors to embark towards Divine Dragon Island. Though they were unaware of its exact location, Yi Chun, through the power of wealth, had already learned of the water tribe's dwelling place. Thus, even without knowing where Divine Dragon Island lay, they could reach it via the water tribe's settlement. Shopkeeper, the water tribe reveres the divine dragon. If we are to slay it, we must confront them, Nan Hua pointed out. Remain calm. If we approach discreetly, we shall not attract the water tribe's attention. I am not a fool like Indra, seeking notoriety while slaying a dragon, hoping to draw all the world's experts to partake in the spoils. Such endeavors are best conducted subtly. The time for grandstanding will be when we obtain the dragon essence, Yi Chun replied casually. Can we slay the dragon with just the few of us? Even if it is not a divine dragon, a flood dragon is still an extraordinary creature. Someone voiced their concerns. With Hancock's observation Haki, Yi Chun and his companions evaded the scrutiny of the water tribe, stealthily infiltrating the island while instructing their vessel to return. Who told you that slaying a dragon is a task for only us? Yi Chun waved his hand, and several figures materialized. Zhuo, Yuji, Yunlan, and Jiushu, who had been dispatched to other worlds for contracts. Before they could inquire, Yi Chun elaborated on his plan. This is the third time we shall strike. After this, I must see the fulfillment of your promise, Hancock declared with pride. That is assured. Yi Chun nodded, grateful to Hancock, for without her assistance, he would not have garnered his initial fortune from Yunlan, and the business would not have flourished as it did, nor would he have amassed such formidable strength or a multitude of subordinates. You three prepare to commence the ritual. At the crucial moment, summon lightning to strike the divine dragon. By the way, this is the Qilan transformation pill refined by Nanhua. You should all consume it, as it will transform your physiques into innate Tao bodies. Upon hearing the term innate Tao body, Jiushu, Yuji, and Zhuo swiftly took a pill into their mouths. Observing their actions, Yunlan realized the significance and followed suit. We have 5 days. We must elevate our power to its zenith within this time frame, for we are not confronting the dragon during its dormant stage. The flood dragon will be at its peak strength, Yi Chun instructed. After everyone ingested the Qilan transformation pill, they underwent a remarkable transformation. He then provided them with Qilan blood to drink, followed by the blood bodhi. In this way, each individual gained the ability to unleash a surge of power during a frenzy. Furthermore, Yi Chun applied another vial of Qilan blood upon Yunlan, granting him the Qilan form. In terms of close combat, besides Yi Chun and the Empress, Yunlan ranked as the strongest. With the combination of frenzy and the Qilan form, his power surged to unimaginable heights. These preparations were not hastily assembled. They had been meticulously arranged over the past 20 days in the wind and cloud world, all for this moment. The innate Tao body is truly wondrous, and combined with Qilan blood, I am confident I can master the 5 thunder technique to its fullest. Zhuo exclaimed with childlike excitement. Chapter 67. Riding the dragon for a day, riding the fire Qilan for 2 days. What good is confidence if you cannot achieve it within 5 days?
Iwi retorted.
Although it may not be possible to attain mastery in 5 days, with the blood of the Qilan and the innate Tao body, the 3 of us can perform rituals together. When we unleash the thunder method, it will be much more effortless, and not only can we utilize it individually, but our combined strength will be even more formidable, Nanhua stated. In any case, we have 5 days left. Within this time frame, we must eliminate this dragon. The benefits of the fire Qilan are already evident, and the dragon is the foremost among the 4 auspicious beasts of the wind and cloud world, promising even greater rewards, Yi Chun declared. Allow me to be straightforward. I will not monopolize the benefits of slaying the dragon. You are all my most trusted allies, and the rewards will be distributed according to your contributions. If you seek greater gains from the dragon, then you must fight with all your might to ensure its defeat. At that moment, even Hancock refrained from opposing him, as she too recognized the advantages of the auspicious beast. If they could indeed slay the dragon, her strength would undoubtedly ascend to the top tier of the Grand Line. 5 days swiftly passed, during which everyone exhausted their efforts to enhance their strength and optimize their conditions. Light the dragon incense. Nanhua produced 5 sticks of incense exuding a peculiar fragrance and placed them on the shore before igniting them. With the dragon incense, we can draw out the hidden dragon even on a day devoid of auspicious signs, Yi Chun murmured. Before the dragon emerged, silence enveloped them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. An hour passed. The incense had burned down significantly, yet no signs of change appeared. Nevertheless, Yi Chun and the others patiently awaited the outcome. Something is amiss. As the incense neared its end, Hancock's eyes narrowed slightly. Her observation Haki granted her unparalleled perception, and she sensed an overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the entire Dragon Island trembled. The ground shook and cracked, while the tranquil sea surged with monstrous waves. The once clear sky darkened, and in an instant, the winds howled as if the apocalypse were upon them. Something approaches, an incredibly powerful aura, even more ferocious than the fire Qilin. Hancock had scarcely finished her thought when a thunderous sound erupted, and a colossal dragon soared from the depths of the sea, dwarfing the fire Qilin as if it were but a child. Even though it was merely a dragon, not a divine dragon, Yi-chan and the others were struck by an indescribable shock. Truly, it was the mightiest of auspicious beasts. Its appearance was overwhelmingly impressive. If not for the immense benefits of the dragon essence and the dragon's formidable strength, Yi-chan would have considered capturing one as a mount. To think you would want to capture an auspicious beast. At this rate, our shop will be overflowing with them. Nan Hua and the others were left speechless. Shopkeeper, you have only just captured the fire Qilin. How can you be so fickle? The sword saint remarked. This is not fickleness, but rather a profound love for the extraordinary. Imagine the splendor of riding the dragon for a day and the fire Qilin for 2 days. Yi-chan, caught up in his own excitement, continued to elaborate. Shopkeeper, focus on the task at hand instead of daydreaming. Yuji snapped Yi-chan back to reality as the dragon was drawn out, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on them. He quickly roused the still excited Yi-chan. Dragon, you can only blame your ill fortune for not becoming my mount. Thus I must. Yi-chan paused in reflection before his gaze turned icy, unsheathing the snow-drinking blade, which hovered poised in the air, ready to strike at the advancing dragon. The dragon, capable of soaring through the skies and plunging into the depths of the sea, held the advantage in any terrain. To confront it, they first needed to contain it. In the past 5 days, Yi-chan and the others had prepared and rehearsed extensively. Having arranged all necessary tools for the ritual, the trio of Zhuo commenced their incantation at once. 10,000 Buddhas pay homage. Yi-chan gripped the fire Qilin sword in his left hand, transforming his palm into a sword as he invoked the 10,000 Buddhas pay homage technique. Riding the fire Qilin, wielding the fire Qilin sword, and infused with the blood of the Qilin, everything resonated in a remarkable harmony, causing Yi-chan's power to surge to an astonishing level in an instant. With a single strike of 10,000 Buddhas pay homage, the sky ignited in fiery hues, and an image of a Buddha appeared in the void, its massive hand crashing down upon the dragon. Yet, after absorbing the blow, the dragon was merely pushed back 100 meters, shaking its head before charging forward once more. Its defenses surpassed even those of the fire Qilin. Observe, the dragon possesses a reverse scale. Strike it there. Having been struck by Yi-chan, the dragon set its sights on him, shaking its head before lunging forward, unleashing a torrent of flames. Fortunately, the fire Qilin moved with remarkable speed, and with Yi-chan's innate resistance to fire, he was not directly hit. He merely felt an intense heat wash over him. Heavens and earth, heed my call. Slay the demons and eliminate the evil, swift as the law commands. The trio of Zhuo completed their incantation, summoning a massive ice storm that enveloped the dragon. Although the ice storm did not inflict harm, it significantly reduced the dragon's flying speed. The opportunity had arrived. Yi-chan flicked his wrist, sending the fire Qilin sword soaring towards the fire cloud evil god, who shot upward like a rocket, wielding the sword as he transformed into a colossal flame toad, piercing the dragon's scales. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as the fire cloud evil god struck the dragon, yet the scales proved impenetrable. Boom! The dragon's claw swept down, and even though the fire cloud evil god dodged just in time, he was still caught in the aftermath, crashing to the ground like a falling star. Hancock unleashed her Conqueror's Haki to deter the dragon, still unawakened in intellect, but the dragon's power was overwhelming. Even without consciousness, its sheer dragon might effortlessly dispel the impact of her Haki. Chapter 68. The Three Immortals of the Late Han Dynasty. Breathing a sigh of relief, the Conqueror's Haki proved ineffective. That was the might of the dragon's aura, an innate ability possessed by creatures with the bloodline of true dragons. Upon witnessing the Jiaolong remain completely unfazed, Yi-chan understood the situation. The capturing arrow. Undeterred by an initial failure, Hancock immediately unleashed her capturing arrow. However, the divine dragon incinerated the arrow with a single breath of dragon fire. The formation was complete. Suddenly, the previously silent Zhou shouted, "Heavenly thunder! Heed my command! Exterminate demons and eliminate evil, swiftly as the law dictates." Zhuo, Yuji, and Nanhua exchanged glances and simultaneously recited the incantation. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky. The 5 thunder rites. Massive bolts of lightning struck the Jiao Long at an inescapable speed. The creature, which had disregarded all attacks since the onset of battle, cried out in pain as it attempted to evade the thunderous onslaught. Indeed, the 5 thunder rites proved formidable. Jushu was correct. My previous victory over the 3 immortals of the late Han dynasty was not due to the weakness of the 5 thunder rites, but rather their insufficient cultivation. Together, they could barely execute the technique once. Now, having consumed the Qilin transformation pill and attained an innate Dao body, they could each independently wield the 5 thunder rites. Combined with Joshu's formation, they managed to inflict pain upon the Jiao Long. Yichen mused that had they developed their skills to this level during their previous encounter, he would have been the one facing defeat. Beast, do you now comprehend the might of my thunderous arts? Since being bested by Yichen, the 3 immortals of the late Han dynasty finally found a moment of triumph. Yichen, alongside the Fire Qilin and equipped with exceptional gear, unleashed the 10,000 Buddhist congregation upon the Jiao Long, yet it remained unscathed. The Fire Cloud Evil God wielded the Fire Qilin sword, employing the Toad technique, but even the scales of the Jiao Long proved impervious. The mightiest Empress, Hancock, found her attacks thwarted, her domineering presence rendered ineffective. Only the 3 immortals of the late Han could make the Jiao Long wail, a sensation that brought them immense satisfaction. In this euphoria, their state of focus intensified, further amplifying the power of their thunderous arts. It seemed that the first level of the 5 thunder rites had been cultivated to such an extent that it could rival the 10,000 Buddhist congregation when executed independently. Should they further advance to execute the 5 thunders unification solo, its might would surpass that of the Buddha's palm. The higher tier, mastering 5 thunders, would undoubtedly overshadow the Buddha's palm by a considerable margin. Yichen recalled that previously, the 3 immortals required a collaborative effort and external assistance to perform either the 5 thunder rites or the more advanced 5 thunders unification. Now, however, they could execute these techniques independently without any external aid. Initially, Yichen had contemplated incorporating the Buddha's palm into his repertoire of skills, but after a brief demonstration, he decisively excluded it. The practical-minded Yichen deemed the Buddha's palm lacking in both sophistication and power, thus unworthy of being one of the 3 techniques in his ultimate cultivation method. Down it goes. After being relentlessly bombarded by 5 bolts of lightning, the unsuspecting Jiao Long plummeted onto the island. Yichen and his companions seized the opportunity to strike the fallen dragon. Sword 23. In a bid to maximize its potential, the Sword Saint drew forth the unmatched sword and unleashed Sword 23. With full force and the frenzy of blood enhancing his power, the attack was exponentially more potent than during his previous encounter with Wuming. Sword 23, renowned for its status as a superlative technique, appeared to bypass the Jiao Long's physical defenses, inflicting significant pain upon it. Behold, I will cleave it. Each of the 3 immortals could now independently execute the 5 thunders unification, yet they chose to collaborate once more against the Jiao Long, channeling all their strength to elevate the 5 thunder rites to its zenith. 5 thunders unification. This time, the technique, previously shattered by Yichen, truly displayed the might of their thunderous arts. The convergence of 5 bolts of lightning shattered the dragon's scales. Attack there. Yichen summoned all his internal energy, channeling it into the snow-drinking blade to unleash the most powerful of his techniques, the Frosty 6 techniques. The frigid and explosive blade energy struck the unprotected area of the Jiao Long, while the others followed suit. The capturing arrow. Hancock seized her chance, using her equally formidable petrification ability to turn the dragon's limbs and tail to stone. As the Jiao Long became largely petrified, Yichen believed victory was at hand. However, before he could utter a word, an explosive sound erupted, and the petrified portions of the dragon shattered, the petrification undone. What just happened? Yichen was taken aback. It is the power of the dragon essence, Zhuo exclaimed. Yichen gazed upon the Jiao Long, where a crimson glow emanated from the recently petrified areas. I refuse to believe I cannot petrify you. Hancock, fueled by determination, revealed a hidden trump card, the awakening of her superhuman devil fruit, capturing storm. With Hancock at the center, Her surroundings transformed into a swirling mass of pink energy, which coalesced into a tempest that ensnared the Xiaolong. In an instant, much of the dragon's body was petrified. Yet, the formidable dragon essence proved resilient. Even devoid of intelligence, the Xiaolong instinctively wielded its immense power to withstand Hancock's petrifying ability. Fortunately, like the fire Qilin, the Xiaolong lacked awareness and could not harness the vast dragon essence within, or they would have faced dire consequences. Yi Chun swiftly maneuvered to the dragon's front, lunging alongside the fire cloud evil god towards the dragon's eyes. With a swift thrust, they poured all their strength into the attack. However, as the dragon's eyelids closed, their strike, though painful, failed to blind it, let alone shatter its brain through its eyes. Chapter 69. The arrogance of the heavenly Thunder Emperor. What a remarkable defense. It seems even his eyelids possess such fortitude. Yi Chun found himself utterly speechless. The dragon's eyes remained shut, yet its mouth suddenly opened, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. The intense heat of the breath ignited a frenzy within Yi Chun, causing his eyes to blaze a deeper crimson while scales resembling those of the fire Qilin emerged upon his skin. I refuse to believe that I cannot break through. Initially intending to evade, Yi Chun quickly realized that the threat posed by the dragon breath was minimal. He gathered all his strength, frenzied blood power, Qilin form, and inner energy converging them into his Qilin arm. He braced himself against the dragon breath, resolutely striking the eyelid of the dragon. With the full might of his Qilin arm unleashed, Yi Chun's hand, adorned with shimmering Qilin scales and formidable claws, resembled that of a true Qilin. This climactic punch finally surpassed the dragon's eyelid defense, eliciting a mournful wail as blood gushed from the dragon's eye. In its agony, the dragon shattered Hancock's Sweet Fruit Awakening's petrification ability. Swiping at Yi Chun with a claw, "Fire Qilin!" Yi Chun shouted, leaping upon the fire Qilin, swiftly evading the attack. With the fire Qilin's assistance, he achieved a state akin to the unity of man and beast, moving with astonishing speed. However, the fire cloud evil god lacked such fortune. Though he narrowly escaped the dragon's grip, he was sent flying by a claw, blood pouring from his wounds. Had he not consumed Qilin blood before the battle, he would have perished by now. "Shopkeeper, get away!" Nan Hua bellowed. "Retreat!" The fire Qilin quickly withdrew, resembling a blazing inferno. Since the unique bond formed between Yi Chun and the fire Qilin, he began instructing it on harnessing its power. Consequently, much like humans mastering inner energy through study, the fire Qilin gradually learned to wield its immense strength, no longer flailing wildly as it had when Yi Chun initially subdued it. Invoke the winds and summon the rain. Harness the five thunders. A torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by violent winds. Under such conditions, the efficacy of the five thunder technique surged. Left Ci and Nan Hua raised their right hands, stacking them together towards the heavens. Simultaneously, 5 bolts of lightning descended, landing in their palms before they united their hands and launched the devastating force towards the divine dragon. This was no ordinary lightning. It was the true heavenly thunder, appearing only during a cultivator's tribulation. Faced with the unyielding and potent heavenly thunder, even the formidable dragon was reduced to charred flesh, its scales disintegrating at a visible rate, and blood gushing forth. Watching this unfold, Yi Chun felt a pang of sorrow. "Do not hold back. You three, intensify your efforts and strike him dead. If the dragon's blood runs dry, I shall ensure your demise," Yi Chun shouted at Left Ci and the others. "The issue is, we no longer possess the strength to continue." Left Ci and the others appeared as pale as ghosts. Their recent display of palm lightning was only possible due to the assistance of formations, artifacts, and their innate Taoist bodies. Without such support, they could never have achieved it. "Haha, the dragon essence belongs to me. You fools can step aside." Just as Yi Chun prepared to seize the dragon himself, a figure transformed into a colossal ice sword, piercing through the wounded, unprotected dragon. As he emerged from the dragon's body, he reverted to a masked man, holding a dragon essence and gazing down upon Yi Chun and the others with disdain. "Curse it! Someone dares to take advantage of the situation." The Sword Saint and the others turned ashen, feeling an overwhelming threat from the newcomer's potent aura. They were all severely drained from the dragon slaying. their powers nearly expended. How could they contend with this new foe? I must extend my gratitude to you all. I had originally planned to hunt the dragon later. Yet here I am, receiving the spoils without effort. I need not lift a finger to enjoy the dragon essence. The masked man radiated an imposing inner energy, preparing to eliminate the nearest adversaries, the fire cloud evil god and the sword saint. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, a bolt of thunder descended from the heavens, catching everyone off guard. The masked man, arrogantly standing beneath the thunder, was struck directly by the lightning. You truly possess audacity, knowing full well the consequences of arrogance under heavenly thunder. Yet you still dare to flaunt your bravado. I must commend your remarkable courage. The atmosphere grew heavy with concern due to the masked man's predicament, except for one individual, Yichun, the shopkeeper. What is happening? You three should have no ability to summon lightning. Caught unawares, the masked man was severely injured by the thunder, even losing the dragon essence he held. Yet, his vitality was evidently extraordinary, as he still found the strength to pursue the dragon essence. However, opportunity did not guarantee success. The Empress Hancock unleashed a wave of pink tempest towards him. Aware of Hancock's petrifying abilities, the masked man quickly evaded, yet the distance between him and the dragon essence only widened. Yichun chuckled at the masked man's disheveled state. What are you laughing at? The masked man retorted angrily, having thought victory was assured only to find himself in such a farcical situation. Certainly, I am laughing at you. Do you comprehend? You, the heavenly emperor, should not be thanking us. Rather, we should be thanking you. Yichun laughed heartily. You know my identity. The heavenly emperor was taken aback. I was pondering that this journey in the tumultuous world would be lacking without a dragon hunt. Yet here you are, presenting yourself on a silver platter, Yichun remarked. Chapter 70. Thank you, Treasure Phoenix Su Fu. Due to time constraints, our initial intention was merely to slay the dragon, leaving no room for consideration of other auspicious beasts. However, as fate would have it, your words ring true. Sometimes one stumbles upon treasures without effort. Here we are, lamenting our inability to acquire the phoenix blood, only to have the treasure phoenix, Emperor Shirtion, approach us of its own volition. Your generous offering and willingness to sacrifice yourself provoke my profound gratitude, remarked Yichun. Do you dare to attempt to slay me? You are woefully unaware of your own insignificance. I am an immortal deity, untouchable by any force, and soon you, an insignificant ant, shall be crushed. Emperor Shirtion declared, launching an immediate assault utilizing his signature technique, the Sacred Heart Formula. Yet, Emperor Shirtion failed to recognize that he was not the sole contender in this confrontation. Unexpectedly, someone else unleashed a swift counterattack, executing a move that instilled in him great trepidation. Palm Thunder. Yichun raised his right hand, invoking 5 bolts of lightning from the heavens, hurling them towards Emperor Shirtion. The velocity of the lightning was astonishing. Emperor Shirtion was utterly unprepared for Yichun's ability to execute the Palm Thunder, a technique traditionally employed only through the combined efforts of the 3 saints of the Han dynasty. It was you who conjured that lightning earlier, Emperor Shirtion mused. Having mistakenly attributed the earlier assault to the 3 saints, his defenses focused solely on them, entirely blindsided by Yichun's prowess. Realizing it now? Too late. Yichun replied with a cold smirk. Blade 23. The Sword Saint's astral essence surged forth, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of sword energy, enveloping Emperor Shirtion in an aura of death, the very essence of countless sword strikes piercing into him. Though formidable, Emperor Shirtion faltered against the extraordinary technique of Blade 23, particularly after enduring 2 successive lightning strikes, rendering him unable to withstand the onslaught. Hancock first released a wave of Conqueror's Haki to intimidate Emperor Shirtion, then leapt into action. Focusing her armed Haki upon her jade feet, she transformed the surrounding pink light into a dazzling pink high heel, the armed fragrance foot. With a resounding impact, Emperor Shirtion's head was first petrified, then shattered by Hancock's powerful kick. Despite the extraordinary vitality and regenerative abilities conferred by the Phoenix blood, he could not survive such a catastrophic injury. Congratulations to the shop owner. Not only have we successfully slain the dragon, but we have also eliminated the lurking threat of Emperor Shirtion. Now, in the world of Feng Yun, 2 of the 3 great auspicious beasts are vanquished, with the fire Qilin now under the shop owner's control. This expedition has indeed been fruitful. No one anticipated the usually stern and cunning Joshu would be the first to rush over, eager to flatter. It is indeed an honor to have accomplished the essential feats of this journey, slaying the dragon, vanquishing Emperor Shirtion, and collecting phoenix blood, all thanks to everyone's efforts. Let us all strive together, Yi Chun proclaimed, having delivered a brief yet necessary address as the shop owner, before hastily gathering the blood that flowed from the dragon. While grand speeches could be made at any time, wasting the precious dragon's blood was not an option for Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Joshu produced an ice talisman to encase Emperor Shirtion, preventing any leakage of phoenix blood. Everyone, recover your depleted energy quickly. The commotion we caused was considerable, and the aquatic tribe will likely arrive shortly. We must not allow this grand opportunity to be seized by the lesser foes, Yi Chun urged, generously distributing the healing blood bodhi to the severely weakened fire cloud evil god, followed by the 3 saints of the Han dynasty and the sword saint. As for himself, having consumed the Qilin's essence and embodying its spirit, his recovery speed was remarkable. Following the dual battles against the dragon and Emperor Shirtion, he remained the most invigorated among them. As anticipated, it wasn't long before a multitude of water tribe members surged forth. Lord Dragon! You greedy humans have slain Lord Dragon. Listen up, all members of the water tribe. Our survival until today is solely due to Lord Dragon's protection. Now that he is slain, must we not take vengeance? The water tribe leader bellowed. Vengeance? A dragon? This is merely a serpent. Your supposed protection was nothing more than a hunger for fish. This is a creature devoid of intelligence, Yi Chun scoffed. Boldly speaking, you dare to slander Lord Dragon. The water tribe leader summoned a torrent of water from the shore, conjuring a colossal wave to crash upon Yi Chun and his companions. One must consider whether they possess the strength to seize opportunity. With a swift draw, the snow drink blade emerged, unleashing an icy blue blade aura that cleaved through the water, freezing it in its tracks. Do not mistake my warning. I may overlook the previous offense, but should you advance even a step further, I shall show no mercy. Arrogance. The water tribe leader roared, rallying his kin to charge forward. Why must you force my hand? 5 thunder laws. Yi Chun required no incantation or external assistance, simply executing the incantations to unleash a barrage of lightning strikes from the void, incinerating all water tribe members that approached. To command the thunder, the water tribe members were struck by fear at this spectacle. The time has come. Let us depart. As they quaked with trepidation, Yi Chun and his companions vanished into thin air, leaving the water tribe members seething with rage and exchanging bewildered glances, a chill running down their spines. Who were they? Truly? Chapter 71. Dragon meat. Naturally, it is meant for hot pot. Finally returned, I thought for sure this time I would be slain by the flood dragon. Observing the familiar shop, the fire cloud evil god exclaimed in relief. If you were to be killed, wouldn't that fulfill your wish? Do you not often tell others that you wish to kill them or be killed by them? Unfortunately, this time your wish remains unfulfilled. Otherwise, we could have shared more of the dragon essence and phoenix blood. Yi Chun teased. I share your sentiments. How about this, evil god? Let us make a small sacrifice and join forces to fulfill your wish by killing you. The cunning Joshu suggested. Indeed, evil god. You could simply place an order with the shopkeeper, requesting to be killed, and we shall ensure your wish is granted without any payment required from you. Zhuo chuckled, completely shedding the demeanor of a sage he previously held. You are all bad people. The fire cloud evil god was taken aback. Let us not dwell on that. First, let us handle these matters. The sword saint stated. Zuochi, go fetch tuo. Yi Chun waved his hand. All right. Zuoci stepped out and soon returned from the Three Kingdoms world, accompanied by Hua Tuo. The surprised expression on Hua Tuo's face indicated that Zuoci had briefed him on the way. Now, you 4 must find a way to extract the phoenix blood from Su Fu without wasting a single drop. Once we deal with Su Fu, we will then address this flood dragon.
Yi Chun instructed.
It is truly astonishing that someone can live for 1,000 years. After Su Fu was released from his icy confinement, Hua Tuo rushed over, inspecting Su Fu from top to bottom with an almost obsessive fervor. Where is my possession? Hancock extended her hand towards Yichun. Huatuo. Yichun called out, and Huatuo reluctantly withdrew his gaze and hands, retrieving a vial from his pocket and handing it to Yichun before returning to his morbid examination. I must say, Huatuo, could you refrain from displaying such expressions while studying Sufu? It makes us rather uncomfortable.
Iwi remarked grumpily.
What do you understand? Such a rare specimen should be thoroughly observed. To neglect it would be a travesty. Huatuo replied without lifting his head. How do I use this?
Yechen invuiret.
Simply apply it evenly, and within 3 days, your skin will return to its original state without a trace left behind. Huatuo explained while observing. Here you go. The commitment made by the shopkeeper has been fulfilled. See? I did not deceive you. Yichun handed over the vial. I suppose you are somewhat better than other men, but I must first ascertain the efficacy of this product. If it proves useless, I shall turn you to stone. As Hancock finally acquired what she desired, a glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes, and her gaze towards Yichun softened slightly, though her words remained defiant. Then take it back and try it on your friend. Yichun replied nonchalantly. Hancock noticed that Yichun had not mentioned the thing she dreaded hearing throughout their conversation, and her expression softened, losing some of its previous arrogance and coldness. Shopkeeper, it is done. After 3 days, Huatuo and the others, who had been diligently studying Sufu, successfully extracted the phoenix blood intact. All right, we have obtained the phoenix blood. Now let us discuss how to deal with this dragon. While the dragon essence is the most precious, the flood dragon itself is a rare treasure, and its entirety is valuable. To squander it would be a pity. Yichun sat in a chair, surveying everyone, while the others gathered around the flood dragon, resembling a band of thieves dividing their spoils. The dragon scales can be used to create inner armor. Although most were destroyed by heavenly lightning, what remains is sufficient to forge 5 sets of armor. Zhuo proposed. The dragon claws, teeth, and horns can be utilized for weapon crafting. Among you, who is skilled in this art? Yichun inquired. I can manage that. I once acquired the crafting methods left by Oyezi, and with such exceptional materials from the flood dragon, I can undoubtedly forge a superior divine weapon. Yuji stated, though a hint of concern crossed his face. However, there is one complication. If not addressed, while we can still craft weapons, it will take significantly longer. What needs to be resolved? Speak. The shopkeeper has an array of capable hands at his disposal in every field. Do you fear your issue cannot be resolved? Yichun inquired. Fire, sufficient heat, and powerful flames are essential. Without them, we can only rely on the fire from the Earth's core for crafting, which would take an exceedingly long time, likely years to complete.
Iwi explained.
Indeed, that is a predicament. Crafting a supreme sword at the sword-breaking manner took many years. It appears that fire is truly crucial. Yichun rubbed his temples and glanced at the fire Qilin, who was imitating the others by sitting on a chair. What do you think of little fire? After I had him drink dragon blood, his power increased, and the temperature of his flames is also higher. He should assist you in crafting. The fire Qilin is fine, but if there were a source of even greater heat and potency, that would be ideal. Yuji replied, we can discuss the flames later. For now, let the fire Qilin stand in as a temporary solution. Yichun patted the fire Qilin's head. Little fire, my equipment depends on you. Make sure to impress me. The fire Qilin, who understood Yichun's words, nodded. Though it was the weakest of the 4 auspicious beasts, it was also the most intelligent. All right, we have resolved the matters concerning the dragon's horns, teeth, claws, and scales. Now let us discuss other matters. Yichun expressed his satisfaction. Dragon meat is, of course, meant for hot pot. The fire cloud evil god produced an enormous electric stove and began slicing the dragon meat with the snow drink blade, placing the pieces inside to boil, filling the entire shop with an indescribable aroma. Let us eat while we talk. Yichun eagerly grabbed a piece of dragon meat. He had never tasted dragon meat in his life. The others were not to be outdone. Even the proud Empress was no exception. As she swiftly snatched a pair of chopsticks from Yichun and piled several pieces of dragon meat into her bowl. Chapter 72. Discussing merits while enjoying hot pot dragon meat from above, donkey meat from below. Though I have heard much about it, this is my first experience tasting it. After swallowing a piece, Yi-chun found the flavor indescribably exquisite. However, soon after, he felt an intense warmth coursing through his body, a sensation shared by the others as well. Calm down. The nature of dragons is inherently yin, and even the most fierce of dragons embody both strength and vitality. The energy contained within this dragon meat is astonishing, leading to the sensations they experienced. As everyone focused on digesting it through their martial arts, those skilled in internal cultivation found it manageable. However, Hancock, who lacked such training, felt conflicted since she could not utilize her internal energy. Fortunately, her robust physique allowed her to cultivate her body's strength to an impressive degree through sheer physical training, making her need for sustenance quite significant. Although her delicate face flushed slightly, it was not alarming. As she consumed more, Hancock's complexion grew ever redder, her enchanting eyes shimmering with moisture. When she reached out, Yi-chun opened his palm. "A mere man wishes to touch my hand?" "Humph." With a disdainful snort, Hancock turned her head away, yet her hand quietly settled into Yi-chun's grasp. Stubborn as a mule, Yi-chun promptly channeled his inner energy into Hancock's body to aid in the digestion of the dragon meat. In truth, Hancock was the one who needed the dragon meat the most. The cultivation system of the Grand Line lacks any restorative or nurturing benefits, and she had relied on intense physical training to enhance her strength. Under such rigorous training, even the strongest physiques would ultimately incur hidden injuries, which might not surface until old age, as exemplified by Whitebeard. With the dragon meat nourishing her and Yi-chun's internal energy assisting her, Hancock's body ravenously absorbed the essence of the dragon meat, gradually mending her hidden injuries and enhancing her physique. Having mastered Kanbunchaku Haki and being a physical training expert, Hancock was acutely aware of the changes within her body. Initially uncomfortable placing her hand in Yi-chun's, she soon relished the sensation, enduring her discomfort to keep it there. Remember to practice internal cultivation. Though its initial power may seem modest, you will realize its formidable strength upon venturing into the world of storms. Moreover, it plays a significant role in maintaining your health and unlocking latent potential. It complements your physical training, preventing the overexertion that leads to hidden injuries, greatly aiding your quest for supremacy in the Grand Line, Yi-chun advised. Previously, the Empress had dismissed such notions, yet as Yi-chun articulated, her pride did not preclude her from wisdom. After her journey to the world of storms, her perspective on martial arts shifted entirely, and thoughts of internal cultivation began to take root in her mind. Stubbornly proud, she hesitated to ask Yi-chun for guidance, but with his offer, she silently acquiesced. Though the body of the dragon was immense, those present were either martial artists or practitioners of the arcane, including Hancock, who possessed considerable physical prowess. Their collective demand for dragon meat was considerable, and by the end of the meal they had consumed it all. "Remarkable. My internal cultivation has at least doubled, and my physique has been refined," the Sword Saint exclaimed. "If we were to hunt dragons again, it would no longer pose the same challenges or dangers." Feeling the transformation of his body and internal energy, Yi-chun marveled at the incredible enhancement he had experienced from merely a meal of dragon meat. Truly astonishing. The blood of the dragon can be used for alchemy. If combined with the Phoenix Transformation Pill and the Qilin Transformation Pill, they will complement each other, allowing the innate Tao body to progress further. Nan Hua stated promptly after the meal. "Do we not already possess an innate Tao body?" The Fire Cloud Evil God inquired. "There are tiers to the innate Tao body. The disparity between an ordinary innate Tao body and a flawless one is vast. Our current innate Tao body, formed through the Qilin Transformation Pill, is not perfect. Only by synthesizing the blood of the Feng, Long, and Qilin can we create the ultimate, flawless innate Tao body," Nan Hua replied fervently. "Given the current conditions, a perfect innate Tao body possesses exceptional comprehension and learning abilities. Even those unacquainted with any arcane arts could master profound techniques like the Five Thunder method within mere months. Use some of the dragon and phoenix blood to concoct the Phoenix Transformation Pill and the Qilin Transformation Pill." Yi-chun, having tasted the benefits of the innate Tao body, readily approved Nan Hua's proposal. "The internal organs are mine," Hua Tuo, eager not to be outdone, interjected. "I promise to utilize the dragon's innards to the fullest, and will also explore its anatomical structure to integrate it into the 5 animals play." "Excellent," Yi-chun contemplated. Hua Tuo was not only an extraordinary physician but also the originator of the five animals play. Previously, when Yi Chun had assigned Dian Wei as his bodyguard, Hua Tuo had declined, demonstrating his prowess by lifting a stone lion weighing over 1,000 pounds right in front of Yi Chun. What remains is the dragon essence. Everything that can be consumed, forged, or studied from the dragon has been allocated. All eyes were now fixated on the dragon essence with fervent anticipation. The benefits of dragon essence are well known, yet I must caution everyone. While its advantages are numerous, granting immortality and eternal youth, its effects far surpass those of phoenix blood. However, due to its overwhelming potency, even dividing it into 7 small portions can lead to monstrous transformations if one consumes more than a small piece. Without proper control, one risks becoming a creature driven mad, indistinguishable from friend or foe, Yi Chun warned, eliciting gasps of shock and causing the fervor in their gazes toward the dragon essence to wane. Chapter 73. The dragon essence must be consumed while hot. They are not fools. Why is it that after following Yi Chun, regardless of their past grievances with him, they swiftly come to revere him? The hand contract is one thing, but the true reason lies in their awareness of the tremendous opportunity at hand. By accompanying Yi Chun to various realms, they stand to gain countless treasures and fortuitous encounters, which could elevate them to the status of immortals, granting them eternal life. Since they are bound to attain all this eventually, sacrificing their brilliant futures for a mere dragon essence is not a viable option. As a practitioner of the Tao, I prioritize my own cultivation and cannot overly depend on external objects. Possessing Qilin blood and an innate Tao body is sufficient. Originally, they were eager to clash over the dragon essence, but the situation has drastically changed. Zhou Xi promptly stated, "Indeed, while dragon essence is valuable, it remains an external object. Reliance on such things ultimately leads to a lower path."
You wholeheartedly concurred.
I have no objections either. Nan Hua glanced at the phoenix blood and dragon blood, contemplating that with the perfect innate Tao body, he would inevitably ascend to immortality. Why then should he risk becoming a half-beast creature for a single dragon essence? Although they expressed their disinterest, the shopkeeper has always been clear about rewards and penalties. As the 3 of them are among the most significant contributors to this dragon hunt, how could they accept nothing? Yi Chun proposed, "If you do not wish for the dragon essence, then you must desire something else. We have no objections." Zhou Xi and the others responded, deeming the matter trivial. "Consuming 1 wooden tea turn us into monsters, would it?" Yunlan inquired. "In theory it shouldn't, but the nature of dragon essence is enigmatic. I have never consumed it myself. However, one certainty remains. Even if it doesn't transform you, the power of the dragon essence could burn your body." As Yi Chun spoke, he snapped his fingers and divided the dragon essence into 7 parts. The energy contained in a single dragon essence is overwhelmingly vast. Anyone who consumes it would undoubtedly perish. Hancock extended her hand and grasped one of the 7 pieces, instantly feeling a wave of intense heat, which she promptly countered with her armed color Haki. "It's hot. If consumed directly, one might indeed suffer burns before fully absorbing the dragon essence, yet it must be consumed while hot," Hancock declared, swallowing the dragon essence, fully aware of the immense benefits it would confer on her martial arts training. Having reached adulthood without prior exposure to martial arts, her progress had been slow, and thus she required the assistance of the dragon essence. She also had confidence that she would not transform into a half-beast monster. "Let it be." Yunlan gritted his teeth and swallowed a piece of dragon essence. Though he possessed martial skills that could accelerate the refinement process, his physique was not as robust as Hancock's, rendering his capacity for endurance and absorption inferior. Upon ingestion, he immediately felt as though his entire body was ablaze. "So hot!" he howled, his face flushed and his skin showing signs of scorching. Observing his condition, the San Xian of the Han dynasty silently rejoiced that they had not consumed the dragon essence. Having already consumed the Qilin transformation pill, they were already more long-lived than the average person. Ingesting the dragon transformation pill would grant them several hundred years of life. There was no need to take such a risk with the dragon essence. Hancock's experience was comparatively better than Yunlan's, though beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. "Empress, follow my lead." Hua Tuo rose to demonstrate the 5 animal play. I have improved the original 5 animal play by incorporating the Tai Chi and other martial arts bestowed by the shopkeeper, allowing it to not only strengthen the body and unlock its potential but also cultivate internal energy. Your physical form is already formidable, and having consumed dragon meat and Qilin blood, the dragon essence makes you a treasure trove of power. Coupled with the 5 animal play, your latent strength can be fully unleashed. Follow along, Hua Tuo continued. Not only was he a divine physician, but the 5 animal play he created was also an unparalleled marvel of ancient and modern times, and now it had been further enhanced, making it an invaluable skill. Yi Chun consumed a piece of dragon essence and followed Hua Tuo in practicing the 5 animal play. Although the movements mimic animals, they are neither clumsy nor ludicrous. The motions are lively, as if he truly embodies the essence of the 5 creatures. The once unbearable heat transformed for the Empress and Yi Chun into a sensation of comfort as they engaged in the 5 animal play under Hua Tuo's guidance. Even Huayun Xiexin, rolling on the ground, stood up to mimic them. What a pity! I have no understanding of the dragon. If I could comprehend all about it and integrate the dragon's essence into the 5 animal play, perhaps I could refine several pieces of dragon essence. After completing a full session of the 5 animal play and imparting the mental techniques to Yi Chun and the others, Hua Tuo remarked, I authorize you to study the dragon. Be sure to deduce the dragon play as swiftly as possible. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. Hua Tuo would not refuse Yi Chen's request and immediately began his research on the dragon. The 5 animal play indeed possesses extraordinary capabilities, capable of fully tapping into the latent powers of our innate Tao bodies. Refining the dragon essence will become significantly easier. Ah, you who have refused the dragon essence have truly missed a treasure, Huayun Xiexin declared, standing up. Although he had not fully absorbed the dragon essence yet, the burning sensation had diminished to a bearable level. He was certain that, with daily practice of the 5 animal play, he would completely refine the dragon essence within half a month. In terms of physicality, Yi Chun, with his innate Tao body, the frenzied blood derived from Qilin essence, and his prior cultivation of the Buddha-esque palm technique, possessed a foundation that surpassed even the mightiest Hancock. Thus, he was the first to absorb and refine the dragon essence. Such abundant and vigorous life force. Under the passage of time, this vitality may well defy mortality. Yi Chun proclaimed, extending his arms as an inexhaustible surge of power erupted within him. How intriguing! Hancock seemed to grasp something, her eyes gently closing as a look of enlightenment graced her face. The haughty, disdainful demeanor she once held faded away, leaving her with an indescribable sense of tranquility, serenity, and nobility. Why is the shop so messy? Hurry and tidy it up. A disorderly shop will leave a poor first impression on our guests, Yi Chun remarked, observing the shop cluttered with the remains of the dragon. Chapter 74. Apologies. He is a temporary worker indeed. Having been with the official for so long, one naturally understands the temperament of such a person. Yi Chun, who regards the establishment of the Didi fighting shop as a treasure, undoubtedly prioritizes it above all else. Anyone daring to play tricks concerning the shop will surely incur the wrath of the proprietor. Hence, even the research fanatic Hua Tuo, upon hearing Yi Chen's call, immediately set aside his work to join in the cleaning efforts. Hancock, the Empress, was no exception. The day when this shopkeeper will call upon countless fighters to serve him is not far off. Observing the diligent fighters before him, Yi Chun reminisced about the shop's humble beginnings when he was the sole commander. Now, having nurtured it with his own hands and feet, he felt enveloped by a surge of pride and fervor. Just as Yi Chun was lost in the reverie of his achievements, the bulb at the entrance suddenly illuminated. Guests have arrived. Quickly, everyone. Attire yourselves properly and pay attention to your appearances. You evil god, what are you staring at? Go inside and change those slippers. Wear a Zhongshan suit, a Tang suit, or a Western suit. If next time a guest arrives and you dare to present yourself in that manner, I shall extract every ounce of your dragon essence. Yi Chun snapped his fingers, and a bolt of lightning struck the evil god. The charred yet tender fire cloud evil god promptly retreated to change. It seemed that listening to Joshu's advice was indeed wise. The decision to recruit the 3 immortals of the Han dynasty was astute. Otherwise, he would not have learned the 5 thunder technique. nor could he presently exude such an impressive demeanor. Yichun was quite satisfied with his own appearance. If someone displeased him, a mere snap of his fingers would summon lightning, a true embodiment of the dignity befitting the proprietor of the Didi fighting shop. Welcome. Our establishment provides the finest fighting services for guests from all realms. Since opening, every patron has left with compliments, and to date, every order has been flawlessly fulfilled without a single failure or cancellation. We assure you that as long as you place an order, we will guarantee its completion. If you're concerned, fret not. The fighters standing beside me are your ultimate assurance for a safe and secure experience. Though Yichun had not been adept at such discourse previously, after accommodating several guests, his words now flowed effortlessly, seamlessly connecting with a natural eloquence that would lead an uninformed observer to believe he was a seasoned businessman. Fighting? I seemed to have no such need. The guest was a woman, adorned with luxurious silver blue hair, deep ice blue eyes, exquisitely perfect features, a queenly oval face, flawless white ski. Chapter 75. The proprietor of this establishment meets your romantic aspirations. How shall we collaborate? Isdeth inquired with a faint smile. It is quite simple. Since you have come to our establishment to place an order for the romance of your dreams, we must first understand your requirements for your ideal partner. Yichun, devoted to the growth and prosperity of the Didi Darren shop, had transformed from a mere proprietor into a matchmaker. Requirements, you say? Indeed, I have some, but I have now conceived a novel perspective. Isdeth's expression brightened. What I value most is the potential for the future. Initially, my criteria for a romantic partner was that they must aspire to the rank of a general to hone their skills. However, after arriving here, I have altered my stance. Did you not say that as long as I can afford the price, you can fulfill any desire I wish to place? Hence, I shall elevate my expectations. My new requirements are that the individual must not only possess future potential but also demonstrate satisfactory abilities in the present. Furthermore, the future potential must extend beyond the mere rank of a general. They must, like myself, strive to transcend limits continuously. Uncle Zhuo, have you noted this? Yichun addressed the elderly man beside him, who was preparing his writing tools. The skills I have honed over years of talisman crafting are no mere boast. I can write in brush script faster than you can type on a computer, Uncle Zhuo proclaimed with pride. And then, Yichun dismissed Uncle Zhuo's self-importance and urged Isdeth to continue. One must possess fortitude, unwavering in the face of any peril or adversity, Isdeth asserted. Indeed, Isdeth's original criteria were already challenging to meet, and now, having raised her standards within the shop, they had become even more formidable. Yichun felt a headache coming on, aware that there was still a long list ahead. They must not have grown up in the imperial capital, be unarmed, and capable of hunting super dangerous species even without imperial weapons. They should not be subservient to anyone, able to compete with me in both love and all endeavors, providing me with enjoyment. Finally, they must possess a pure smile, an astute mind, and the ability to inspire trust, willingly submitting to my lead and standing resolutely by my side, no matter the circumstances. Isdeth's enhanced criteria for a romantic partner were indeed daunting. Yichun's gaze swept across the assembled individuals, from the sword saint to Uncle Zhuo, only to shake his head in resignation. None of them met the standards. No need to look further. None here, despite their commendable abilities, align with my expectations. Isdeth perceptively observed Yichun's movements. That assertion is misguided, Yichun countered. Oh? Is that so? Isdeth crossed her legs, exuding an air of regality. Certainly not. While it is true that none of the enforcers here meet your standards, there is one individual among us who unequivocally fits your criteria. Yichun composed himself, smoothing his hair and attire, and with an air of calmness amidst the astonished expressions around him. He stepped forward. You see, I am precisely the embodiment of all your romantic conditions. How shameless! Uncle Zhuo muttered, feeling belittled in the effort to elevate Yichun. You may self-recommend, but why must you tread upon us to pursue your romantic interests? The trio from the Han dynasty expressed their displeasure. As for the sword saint, who followed an unyielding path of the sword, he remained indifferent to the unfolding drama. You? Isdeth was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Yichun's audacious self-endorsement. Do you doubt me? Very well. Allow me to clarify your criteria for a romantic partner. which boil down to a few essential points. 1. Possessing strength commensurate with yours, along with limitless potential for future development. 2. Unwavering resolve in the face of danger and adversity. 3. Not having grown up in the imperial capital, unarmed yet capable of hunting super dangerous species that surpass those used for making imperial weapons. 4. Not being subjugated by others, excelling in both romance and all endeavors, providing you with enjoyment. 5. A pure smile, an intelligent mind, inspiring trust, willing to submit to your leadership, and standing by you through thick and thin. Am I mistaken? You are not, Isdeth acknowledged with a nod. Now, let me elucidate why I, as the proprietor, fulfill your romantic requirements. Firstly, regarding strength, do you truly believe mine is lacking? Yi Chun concentrated his energy to the utmost, raising his right hand as 5 Colossal B Chapter 76. The owner of this establishment is worthy of you in the face of any danger or predicament. One must possess unwavering resolve and the courage to confront it. As the proprietor of this establishment, I have transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable force in a remarkably short time. Not only have I amassed a cadre of elite enforcers, but I have also elevated myself to my current status. Do you truly believe that the dangers and challenges I face are few?
Ye Chen remarked.
Is it necessary for me to personally verify this in the future? However, for now, you have passed the second criterion, Isdeth responded. The third point is even simpler. Neither of us hails from the same world, so it is impossible for either of us to have grown up in the imperial capital, and thus, we possess no imperial artifacts. As for hunting the super dangerous species, please, can such creatures even compare to a dragon? Just recently, I dispatched a dragon with ease, so dealing with the super dangerous species from your realm is hardly a challenge. Do you think I cannot hunt these formidable creatures barehanded? Yi Chun gestured towards a nearby room, and Isdeth glanced inside at the remains of the dragon. Though the flesh had been consumed, the intact bones remained, and even in death, the imposing presence of the dragon astounded Isdeth. She had encountered numerous super dangerous species but had never witnessed one so powerful. Continue, Isdeth urged. As the proprietor of this establishment, I have always led my enforcers into battle. Do you truly believe I can be subjugated? Although you are my client and I am obliged to fulfill your orders, that does not mean I am beholden to your commands. In a romantic relationship, we stand on equal footing, with neither party able to dominate the other based on status or strength. This dynamic ensures that whether in love or in other endeavors, we are equally matched. With my numerous enforcers at your disposal, your thirst for combat can be satisfied at any time. After spending time in your world, I can also guide you through different realms to experience various powers and formidable beings to challenge. Do you think I cannot bring you joy? Yi Chun declared. Just this alone has stirred my interest. Isdeth revealed a bloodthirsty yet beautiful smile. Interest must be followed by action. I am undoubtedly worthy of your consideration, Yi Chun boasted. Patience is a virtue I still possess. You have yet to pass the final criterion, Isdeth stated. Upon hearing the last point, you will no longer merely be intrigued but will feel an urgent desire to possess me, Yi Chun confidently asserted. The final requirement is a pure smile, a wise mind, and the ability to inspire trust, ensuring loyalty and unwavering support through all circumstances. I have successfully developed this establishment from humble beginnings, recruiting numerous enforcers. Can I possibly lack the wisdom and persuasive abilities required? As for ensuring others willingly submit to my leadership, that is no jest. My enforcers would follow me into peril without hesitation. As Yi Chun spoke, he casually turned his head, casting a threatening glance over all present, particularly fixating on Hancock, silently warning her against causing any disruption, lest she jeopardize his business. Faced with Yi Chun's unabashed threat, even the Empress retreated. In pursuit of business, Yi Chun had audaciously offered himself, sacrificing his own lifelong happiness for the sake of his client. Truly a paragon of dedication. With the Empress yielding, what could the others possibly say? Uncle Zhuo and the others could only think to themselves, their expressions reflecting a resolute smile that conveyed their willingness to die for their master without regret. Do you see? They willingly accept my leadership and are devoted to my command. As for unwavering loyalty through all trials, you may find it hard to believe upon our first encounter, but fret not. Since you have arrived at this establishment, you should be aware of its reputation. We can formalize our agreement with a contract, which would assure you of my unwavering loyalty, Yi-chun proposed. You're still lacking. Isdeth seemed determined to challenge Yi-chun, fully embodying the characteristics of a perfectionist. A pure smile, yet I find nothing in you that brings me comfort, peace, or a sense of ease. The proprietor was in a predicament. Uncle Zhuo and the others silently lamented. Yi-chun had sacrificed his integrity for this transaction. If he failed to complete the order, it would surely incite his wrath, and they, as his enforcers, would suffer the consequences. In an instant, they all began brainstorming ways to assist Yi-chun. However, they underestimated his ability to adapt. This is simple. A pure smile cannot merely be claimed. It must be demonstrated. If it is only your assertion, then no matter how pure my smile may be, your rejection of its purity leaves me defenseless. Yi-chun replied calmly. That is true, but how will you demonstrate it? Surely you cannot randomly select someone to vouch for your smile's purity, as that would not be in my favor, Isdeth argued. Rest assured, I have always upheld fairness and transparency. I would never resort to such underhanded tactics. Yi-chun dismissed her concerns, then pointed at the Empress. Behold, she is Empress Hancock, possessing not only unparalleled beauty and extraordinary charisma, but also a formidable petrification ability. Her unique power ensures that anyone lacking purity, regardless of age or gender, will succumb to her gaze. Prove it, Isdeth demanded. Devilish god.
Yi-chun exclaimed.
Why must it always be me? The evil fire god lamented, feeling a mix of despair and frustration, having already been tricked by Yi-chun in the Phoenix world, only to find himself ensnared once more. Hancock, this vial is insufficient. Contains enough for only one person. I believe such a product, capable of erasing all blemishes and restoring skin to perfection, is an essential item for a woman of your exquisite caliber. After all, in this perilous world, who escapes unscathed? Though you are powerful, engaging in battles across different realms inevitably leads to injuries. With this, you will bear no scars, Yi-chun communicated telepathically to Hancock. Chapter 77. For business. What does personal integrity matter? Even if you don't need it, considering your unparalleled beauty, your relatives must be just as stunning. In battle, they might inevitably get injured. Since you care so deeply for your family, I assume you'd be willing to prepare some for me. Before Hancock could respond, Yi-chun continued. Hancock thought of her two sisters. Their massive frames would require far more than a single bottle of medicine. She could only glare at Yi-chun, silently conveying that she would cooperate just this once. Man, do you find me beautiful? Hancock addressed Fire Cloud Evil God. Then, without waiting for his reaction, unleashed her marrow mellow. Instantly, he turned to stone. See? Fire Cloud Evil God harbored impure thoughts, so he was petrified, Yi-chun remarked, observing the stone statue. So you're saying those with pure hearts turn to stone? Isdeth questioned. Precisely. If one remains unaffected by Hancock's power, they must be pure of heart. Their smile would then be a genuine, untainted one. This is far more reliable than judging based on personal whims. Yi-chun spun his words masterfully, determined to sway the sadistic queen. How do I know you're telling the truth? Hancock challenged. I anticipated you'd say that. Yi-chun first had Hancock release Fire Cloud Evil God from his petrified state. Before the man could protest or seek comfort, Yi-chun struck him down with a bolt of righteous lightning, knocking him unconscious. When a person is asleep or unconscious, their mind approaches a state of emptiness. Without active thought, no complex desires arise, closest to purity. At this point, the petrification ability would have no effect. But what if he's dreaming of something indecent even while unconscious? Master 9 whispered to Yi-chun. That is indeed a concern. Hancock, if this fool still harbors thoughts while unconscious, use a non-petrifying version of your ability. Given your awakened devil fruit mastery, you should be capable. To avoid complications, Yi-chun relayed his instructions through a private mental transmission. Humph! Hancock scoffed internally before attempting her petrification ability once more. See? No petrification. Though initially nervous, Yi-chun was relieved when Hancock delivered, or perhaps Fire Cloud Evil God simply lacked lustful thoughts while unconscious. To prevent further issues, he promptly kicked the unconscious man back into his room. Let us mourn for the evil god. The three sages of the late Han and Hua Tuo silently lamented. How do I know unconsciousness alone makes one immune? His death remained skeptical. Simple. Yichun had Master 9 retrieve Fire Cloud Evil God again. Then turned to Hua Tuo. Do you have any drugs that induce lustful dreams even in unconsciousness? Absolutely not. Hua Tuo declared righteously. What a paragon of virtue. Unlike the shop owner. Master 9 and the three sages inwardly praised him. Unaware that Yichun's eyes had narrowed dangerously, his inner energy surging. However, if the shop owner requires it, personal integrity means nothing. For the sake of business, I can prepare it immediately. Hua Tuo swiftly reversed his stance. Does righteousness truly crumble before authority? Yu wiped his brow in exasperation. Hua Tuo, the legendary physician of the Three Kingdoms, had further honed his skills after studying modern medical texts, Tai Chi, and mystical creatures like the Flood Dragon. His expertise had reached unprecedented heights. Brewing such a concoction was child's play for him. Shop owner. To counteract Fire Cloud Evil God's formidable inner energy and the effects of the Dragon's essence he consumed, I've infused this formula with Dragon's essence as well. I guarantee it'll work flawlessly, even if you knock him out. Since joining the DD assassin family, the once principled physician had mastered the art of discarding integrity when convenient. Excellent. Once this order is complete, I'll reward you handsomely. Name your request, and I'll fulfill it. Pleased with Hua Tuo's compliance, Yichun handed him the drug. Given your upbringing in harsh, frozen battlefields and expertise in interrogation, you must understand pharmacology. Examine this. No need. I recognized some ingredients while he was preparing it, Isteth replied. Good. Yichun first tested the drug on an unconscious male dog. Hancock's ability failed to petrify it until the drug took effect. The moment lust surfaced, the dog turned to stone. In gratitude for the dog's contribution, Yichun relocated it to safety and provided a female companion for recreational purposes. See? Animals lack human complexity, but once primal instincts are chemically induced, petrification occurs. Now, let us test it on the evil god. To ensure potency, Yichun forced the entire bottle down Fire Cloud Evil God's throat. Despite the Dragon's essence bolstering his resilience, Hua Tuo's tailored formula prevailed. Marrow, mellow. Hancock activated her ability, and the unconscious man turned to stone. Such misfortune Fire Cloud Evil God awoke just in time to realize his fate. Chapter 78. Inviting you to try the Hua Tuo brand potent medicine before he could even open his eyes, he found himself petrified, inwardly lamenting why he was always the one cooperating with the shopkeeper. Now do you believe? Only those with pure hearts and simple minds can escape petrification. Otherwise, regardless of who you are, as long as you possess life, you will be turned to stone, Yichun remarked. Very well. Consume it and let Hancock cast her sweet wind on you. If you remain unpetrified, I shall believe you. Isteth suddenly revealed a cunning smile. Had he been discovered? Yichun thought, feeling a sense of trouble. This sadistic queen was undoubtedly the most challenging opponent he had ever faced. Fear not, shopkeeper, for you are a person of purity. Just go for it. Zhuo encouraged. Yes, esteemed shopkeeper, we are merely one step away from sealing the deal. I trust you will not hesitate at this critical moment, especially since this customer, Isteth, has stated that her partner must be resolute and courageous in the face of adversity. Hancock teased with a playful smile. Shopkeeper, I can no longer assist you, but Hancock speaks the truth. For one who prioritizes business above all, I believe you would not hesitate to make a sacrifice for it. Hua Tuo swiftly prepared the medicine and handed it to Yichun. Is this wise? The potency of this medicine is so great that even the purest of souls may lose their innocence. Yichun protested. If you remain unpetrified after consuming it, then you shall be the object of my pursuit, Isteth asserted. Should you fear I might default, we can draft a contract now. If you consume this vial and are not petrified by the sweet wind, you shall be my man, and we will immediately commence our romance. In all the time the shop had been open, no one had ever requested a contract until now, yet Yichun could not find joy in this development. The contract is ready, and Isteth has already signed, Zhuo cautiously reminded, quickly tossing it aside, unable to bear looking at Yichun's grim expression. Is it not permissible for the shopkeeper to consume it? Yi Chun shot a fierce glare at Hua Duo and the others before swallowing the medicine. Did he really swallow it? Nan Hua swallowed hard. Could there be consequences? Yu Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. This is problematic. For the sake of business, the shopkeeper is making a great sacrifice. If he can be this ruthless now, he will undoubtedly be even more severe with us in the future. Hua Duo suddenly stated. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known, I would have informed shopkeeper Yi of a solution to this issue. The sword saint, who had been lost in his own world, suddenly leaped up. You are doomed. As soon as the sword saint finished speaking, he sensed a fierce gaze fixed upon him, causing even someone as formidable as he to break into a cold sweat under its scrutiny. Let the games begin. Hancock was no ordinary girl. She had survived alone in a perilous, icy environment, achieving unmatched strength without any protagonist's luck or special powers. This was purely the result of her own relentless struggles in the wild. To face such an ultra-S queen, Yi Chen's intentions were evidently transparent to her. Come what may. When I become your man, I shall show you what it means to serve under the family law, Yi Chen declared. Let us speak of such matters once you become my man. If you truly possess that capability, I would not mind experiencing your familial discipline. Death smiled with an unnerving allure, nearly sending Yi Chen, already under the influence of Hua Duo's potent medicine, into a frenzy. Sweet wind. This time, Hancock was the most proactive. Without needing Yi Chen's request or coercion, she eagerly commenced. Wait, I am not prepared yet. I haven't even said to start. Yi Chen shouted in a panic. You are doomed. Hua Duo and the others exchanged sympathetic glances towards the sword saint. Having known Yi Chen for so long, they were well aware of his nature. Typically, he would be petrified by the sweet wind. Now, having consumed Hua Duo's potent medicine, unless a celestial being intervened, Yi Chen was undoubtedly facing petrification. Waves of sweet wind danced around Yi Chen, leaving without taking a single cloud with it. Isthetha's pupils constricted. Hua Duo and the others were visibly shocked. How is it possible? Hasn't he been petrified? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Turning to face them, Yi Chen left behind a magnificent silhouette, obscuring his expression from view. How could those with ulterior motives comprehend the lofty principles of this shopkeeper? How could they understand that beneath this seemingly wicked faade lies a heart untainted by desire? His imposing figure and eloquent words combined to create an air of grandeur. Unwavering in desire. This phrase was met with disbelief from all present. The Han Dynasty's three immortals were the first to express their skepticism, followed closely by the Empress, who had known Yi Chen the longest. Yet the facts were undeniable. After consuming Hua Duo's potent medicine, Yi Chen had indeed resisted petrification from the sweet wind, an occurrence that would be recorded as one of the wonders of the ages, a marvel among the 10 greatest miracles of all realms. Could it be that we have been deceived by the shopkeeper's usual demeanor? Is his inner self truly that of a virtuous gentleman, as he claims? Zhou murmured. Actions speak louder than words. It appears we have been blind and misjudged shopkeeper Yi, Zhou lamented. Chapter 79. The unwavering heart of the innkeeper. It appears we have all misjudged the innkeeper. He is a true gentleman, surpassing even you.Xiao, and possesses the esteemed title of the second generation of unwavering hearts. The crowd expressed their regret for having previously misunderstood him, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. We were wrong, dear innkeeper. Please forgive our past ignorance and our inability to recognize a true hero. The innkeeper, with a demeanor that seemed to encompass the world, declared that he would not stoop to petty grievances over such trivial matters, stating, tomorrow, I shall forget all of this. Without glancing back, Yi Chen retreated to his room. I have proven everything. Now let this matter be settled. Indeed, Asta, though perplexed, acknowledged the signed agreement and was not one to go back on her word. Very well, as I am feeling somewhat unwell today, I shall refrain from discussing romance with you. Tomorrow, I shall certainly return to fulfill my promise and engage in the love I envision. With a resounding slam, the door closed, leaving behind a group of bewildered attendants and guests, their hearts unsettled. How intriguing, Asta mused, an enigmatic smile gracing her lips. The innkeeper? I eagerly anticipate the joys our lives will bring. Hua Duo, the innkeeper has taken your potent medicine. Hurry and prepare an antidote, lest we be left to wonder what foolishness he might indulge in alone.
Zhuo urged.
Yes, yes. Huarua swiftly concocted the antidote and hurried to knock on the door. Innkeeper, the antidote has arrived. Once consumed, its effects will take hold immediately. A hand reached out through the narrow opening of the door to swiftly retrieve the medicine. And with a decisive thud, the door was shut once more. It seems we have truly wounded the innkeeper's pure spirit, Yuji lamented. Indeed, who would have titched Chapter 80? The awe of prestige, terrifying indeed upon gazing at the formidable divine weapon, the giant K, Yi-chun found himself enamored. He had never been particularly fond of elegant weapons like the Fire Lin sword, as they appeared somewhat delicate, especially the Fire Lin sword, which seemed ill-suited for a man. In contrast, the giant K exuded an air of ancient grandeur and dominance, a quality that Yi-chun greatly appreciated. Moreover, this magnificent weapon was not merely forged by Oyezi. It incorporated the scales of both the Flood Dragon and the Qilin, significantly amplifying its power. Just its mere presence radiated an aura of supreme authority. However, despite his admiration, Yi-chun understood the necessity of imparting a lesson to these young rascals, making it clear that the authority of the shopkeeper was not to be trifled with. Thus, while his eyes were nearly transfixed on the giant K, he maintained a facade of nonchalance. This sword is quite remarkable, Yi-chun remarked, keeping his demeanor relaxed as he discreetly grasped the imposing giant K, which inspired thoughts of supreme power in onlookers. This is the scabbard, exclaimed Zhuo, eagerly presenting a scabbard equally imbued with majesty. Indeed, Yi-chun nodded slightly, sheathing the giant K and securing it on his back. Shopkeeper, the giant K was originally a weapon without a master, having lain dormant through the annals of history for countless years. Now, with the infusion of Qilin and Flood Dragon scales, it has been reborn. Therefore, you must make the giant K your own divine weapon. Remember to keep it close, nurturing it with your internal energy and sword intent, communicating with it spiritually. In no time, the giant K will recognize you as its master, and your command over it will not only be instinctive but its power will surge as well, Zhuo said with a beaming smile. The esteemed trio of the late Han dynasty found themselves intimidated by Yi-chun's overwhelming aura, a testament to his ascended prestige, now approaching a terrifying level. This medicine is excellent. I rather fancy it. In light of this, I shall offer my assistance free of charge, the Empress declared, her tone regal yet condescending, revealing her astonishment at Yi-chun's formidable presence. One after another, eager subordinates sought to curry favor with Yi-chun, hoping to erase the previous day's grievances from his memory. Their efforts proved somewhat successful, momentarily clouding Yi-chun's judgment. Yet, as he departed the shop, accompanied by his loyal companion, the Sword Saint, and the Empress, who had pledged her unconditional assistance due to Yi-chun's imposing aura, he inadvertently brushed his hand against a small notebook in his pocket, instantly recalling all that had transpired. Considering these matters, I shall refrain from settling scores with them for now. In a few days, once I devise a plan to ensnare them thoroughly, I will take my time to settle the accounts. Yi-chun pondered as he traversed the imperial capital. What a nauseating atmosphere. Beneath its ostentatious facade lies a repugnant essence. The Sword Saint frowned upon entering the capital. Quite normal. This empire has decayed to a state more corrupt than the Han dynasty of the Three Kingdoms era. The bustling streets are filled with individuals devoid of spirit, akin to walking corpses, Yi-chun remarked, though a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He had witnessed brutality, bloodshed, and chaos, yet encountering a nation so degenerate yet unvanquished was indeed rare. It is peculiar that such a nation still exists. I observe that the populace is entirely ordinary, lacking internal energy, fruit abilities, or any form of formidable power. The Sword Saint expressed his bewilderment. Given the existence of imperial weapon wielders, the nation had not succumbed to complete ruin, owing to the presence of two immensely powerful forces at its helm, each capable of single-handedly confronting a multitude, embodying the true essence of 1 against 100. Yi-chun recalled how Isteth had nearly single-handedly countered the Revolutionary Army and all imperial weapon wielders during the night raid. One of them is Isteth, who recently placed an order with us, the Sword Saint stated. Indeed, she is one of the 2 mightiest generals of the enemy nation, the youngest and most formidable among them, Yi-chun affirmed with a nod. I have encountered numerous ruthless individuals. Yet none possess a murderous aura as intense as hers, Hancock remarked, uncharacteristically serious when speaking of his death. Shopkeeper, the imperial capital is vast. Where shall we seek out his death? The sword saint inquired. To find her, we shall head directly to the core of the imperial power structure, Yichun declared, leading his 2 loyal companions towards the palace. Look at that man. The captain of the palace guards caught sight of Yichun and his entourage from a distance. His gaze fixed upon Yichun as he swiftly produced a portrait, an exact likeness. Sir, General Isdeth has instructed that upon your discovery, you are to be escorted directly to her, the captain exclaimed, rushing over before Yichun could utter a word. Where is Isdeth? Yichun asked. Due to the upheaval caused by the night raid, His Majesty has assigned Isdeth the task of addressing this threat. She is currently in the palace, meeting with selected wielders of imperial weapons. Please, follow me, the captain instructed, promptly leading Yichun and his companions into the palace. It appears her standing among the enemy soldiers is quite high. It's evident that their admiration stems not solely from her strength and status, Hancock observed with surprise. The Empire's survival is largely attributable to Isdeth's prowess and her esteemed position among the soldiers, which allows her to quell both internal strife and external threats, Yichun remarked, unfazed. Chapter 81. The Queen of Hunting Across Worlds, a figure who charges into battle at the forefront, unhesitatingly distributing all rewards to her subordinates, combined with the charismatic allure of Isdeth, naturally garners immense popularity among enemy soldiers. As Yichun, guided by the captain of the soldiers, approaches Isdeth, this formidable S-rank queen revels in the thrill of combat. After a visit to a certain establishment, not only does she encounter intriguing men, but she also realizes that her assumption of having attained unparalleled strength in this world is far from accurate. This revelation only adds to her excitement. Initially, she believed her growth had reached a plateau, yet it appears that is not the case. While she may be nearing invincibility within this realm, the existence of formidable challengers from other worlds suggests a different narrative. Awareness of the countless powerful beings beyond her world ignites a desire for confrontation. However, to engage in such battles, she must first enhance her own strength. Thus, it seems imperative for her to not only set higher standards for herself but also to reevaluate the expectations she holds for her subordinates. Isdeth donned her favorite battle attire, a general's uniform, and, with a mask in place, stepped into a room filled with individuals whose appearances were uniquely striking. Despite their eccentric looks, each was an imperial gear wielder of considerable prowess. Aside from the somewhat playful figure from the Navy, the others Selu, Black Eye, Dr. Fashion, and Boris immediately focused their attention on the entering Isdeth. Although they understood the palace was devoid of enemies, their instincts heightened in her presence. Vigilance is commendable, yet mere alertness is insufficient. Without a moment's pause, Isdeth launched a fierce assault upon entering. May I inquire who you are? Displaying politeness, was abruptly silenced as Isdeth kicked him against the wall, leaving him bewildered and unaware of the reason for his sudden attack. Lon, demonstrating astonishing speed, lunged at Isdeth, only to have his efforts effortlessly thwarted as she deflected his strikes with a single hand, countering with an elbow that sent him reeling. Boris charged forward, intending to restrain Isdeth, but she anticipated his move, swiftly repositioning behind him and delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. With a swift draw, Black Eye unsheathed the blade-like imperial gear, 8 rooms, launching a strike at Isdeth. If this were merely a confrontation within this world, such skill might suffice. Yet, Isdeth yearned for subordinates capable of hunting not just the strongest within this realm, but also those from other worlds. She raised her foot to kick the 8 rooms aside, then swiftly retaliated with a palm strike to Black Eye's abdomen. Becoming more serious, Isdeth, without relying on her imperial gear, swiftly subdued the future members of the hunting team, with the exception of Dr. Fashion, who remained observant of the unfolding situation. General Isdeth, upon witnessing her remove her mask, astonishment spread among the gathered. Your strengths are commendable, particularly yours, Will. However, your level of vigilance is regrettably insufficient. Such a lackadaisical alertness renders even the strongest power vulnerable to weaker foes, Isdeth remarked casually. To be frank, I would have found you satisfactory in the past, but now my disappointment extends not only to you but to myself as well. Therefore, the planned audience with His Majesty and the welcome party will be set aside. Instead, we shall engage in a more interesting form of camaraderie. General Isteth, if I may speak candidly, what do you mean by that? Dr. Fashion inquired, perplexed. That is something you need not comprehend. You will understand your place in our gathering after the social event. Isteth declared. Hunters? Black Eye murmured. Indeed, that is the name of our organization, initially formed with the purpose of hunting those wielding imperial gear. As for future endeavors, we shall address them once this matter is settled. Isteth mused, her mind racing with thoughts of the formidable opponents yet to be encountered in other worlds. Initially, she believed her encounters with Night Raid and her solo battles against the Revolutionary Army were exhilarating. However, in comparison to the prospect of hunting the powerful across myriad worlds, such skirmishes seemed trivial. Yet, to pursue such grand ambitions, she must first find ways to augment her own power. Otherwise, the tables may turn on her intended prey. Isteth guided Will to the Imperial hunting grounds, a vast expanse teeming with diverse wildlife, including dangerous creatures in captivity. Could it be? Black Eye's gaze flickered with apprehension. It appears our first day as hunters will not be a gentle one, Lon remarked, a hint of worry in his tone. Now, the previous space was too confined. Here, you may unleash your full potential in a battle aimed at my demise. Should I fall, the position of the Empire's general will be yours. Should you perish, well, that would simply be unfortunate for you, Isteth spoke, her tone airy despite the gravity of the stakes involved. Surely you jest, facing the prospect of being slain by our superior on the very first day. Will's complexion paled. Are you afraid? Black Eye whispered. Fear? Nonsense. I am an elite soldier. How could I possibly be afraid? Will vehemently shook his head. Then let the games begin, Isteth proclaimed. Aside from Will, those present were somewhat aware of Isteth's notorious reputation as a battle fanatic, understanding that even high-ranking officials could only seek to appease her, lest they invoke her ire. 10 minutes later, whether it was the drug-addled Black Eye or the most tenacious Will, all lay sprawled upon the icy ground, groaning in defeat. General Isteth, this social gathering is rather intense. Wouldn't you agree? Lon, now devoid of his previous elegance, lamented, his visage battered and bruised. Chapter 82. When you've had enough, come quickly to court me. Is it truly impossible to rise after merely 10 minutes? Such a meager exertion is hardly sufficient for anything beyond a warm-up. It seems futile to expect you to provide me with any pressure that might enhance my strength. Isteth shook her head in disappointment and then kicked towards Will. What shall we do? On one hand, there is the allure of romance, and on the other, the desire to grow stronger. Alas, I am currently unable to leave the imperial capital. Very well, I shall make do for now. I command you all to rise at once. General Isteth, it is not that I do not wish to stand, but I truly find myself unable to do so. Will lamented, his face a picture of despair. Another 5 minutes of exertion, and I shall consider today's session complete. A dangerous smile spread across Isteth's face. If you do not rise within 10 seconds, I shall assist you in standing. No need for that. We shall rise immediately. Like limp fish, Will and his companions staggered to their feet. Excellent. Let us continue. With a sudden turn, Isteth fixed her gaze on the rear, and moments later, several figures emerged from the thicket. Wow, engaging in such spirited activities in broad daylight. It appears I have arrived at an inopportune moment, Yi-chun remarked as he cast a glance around before addressing Isteth. Ah, you have come. Just moments ago, Isteth was brimming with martial enthusiasm, reveling in the thrill of battle, yet her demeanor shifted drastically, leaving both Yi-chun and Will in stunned silence. Indeed, I have arrived, but tell me, have you had your fill of combat? If so, let us hasten to indulge in romance. If not, carry on while I patiently await your return. After all, it is not uncommon for men to wait for women during courtship, Yi-chun inquired. I have had enough. Let us depart. I have long anticipated this date, and I am curious to know Chapter 83. 2 oversized light bulbs. It seemed that the sensation of blushing and racing hearts had dissipated. Isteth picked up a piece of meat cooked with a dangerous ingredient. Thus, we must recreate that ambience of a date, Yi-chun remarked. Just as Esteth was about to inquire how to create such an atmosphere, Yi Chun offered her a piece of meat. Come, open your mouth. Esteth initially intended to say that she could feed herself, but after reflecting on Yi Chun's words, she acquiesced and opened her mouth. From that moment on, she ceased to use her hands, allowing Yi Chun to feed her completely. Did you know? Before I became the shop owner, my greatest aspiration was to find someone I loved, who loved me in return, and to live life as we do now, Yi Chun suddenly declared. Is that so? Esteth smiled faintly. Picking up her chopsticks to mimic Yi Chun, she placed a piece of meat into his mouth. Perhaps to others this may seem peculiar, but the essence of a relationship between a man and a woman is precisely this. If both can revel in the experience, that suffices. What had begun as Yi Chun feeding Esteth transformed into Esteth feeding Yi Chun. The meal, consumed in a different manner, illuminated Esteth's face with an increasingly radiant smile. You haven't told me about the roses. Yi Chun placed his hand near Esteth's lips, halting her words, and then led her through the restaurant to a secluded area adorned with lush greenery and a clear lake nestled among the trees. Esteth's gaze was captivated by the grassy shore of the lake, where a woman's figure, entirely crafted from roses, emerged. That woman was none other than Esteth herself. Do you wish to experience that sensation of blushing and racing hearts more acutely? Yi Chun wrapped his arms around Esteth's waist. She slightly raised her head, gazing at his close visage, her eyes inadvertently drifting to the rose pattern on the grass that bore an uncanny resemblance to her own form. Coupled with the enchanting scenery and the intoxicating aura of masculinity surrounding her, a deep blush gradually adorned her cheeks. Not only Esteth, but even Yi Chun found himself gradually entranced by the moment. Perhaps it began as a mere transaction, yet there exists a phrase, what begins as play can become real. When a performance imbues genuine emotion, it transcends mere theatrics, blossoming into a true romance. The dynamics between men and women are inherently delicate. Gazing upon Esteth's exquisite features, with her uniquely captivating eyelashes, Yi Chun felt himself irresistibly drawn in. Suddenly, Yi Chun tightened his embrace around Esteth's waist and leaned in, kissing her lips under her entranced gaze. Isn't it somewhat superfluous for us to stand here? The sword saint remarked from a distance. Who can help it if we are the enforcers? Hancock replied, this is precisely the feeling I cherish, just as described in books. A glimmer of joy flickered in Esteth's eyes, as she surrendered herself entirely to the sensation. The roses are wilting. Esteth's gaze fell upon the rose pattern, noticing that while some roses continued to bloom, they lacked their previous vibrancy. Even the most radiant roses eventually wither. This is their nature. Though they may be more exquisite than ordinary roses, they must exist in a cool environment, or they will rapidly fade. Likewise, emotions, if mishandled, may perish, Yi Chun explained. I refuse to accept wilting, whether in emotions or roses. Whatever belongs to me, Esteth, I demand it remains eternally in its most splendid and resplendent phase, Esteth declared, stamping her foot, unleashing a formidable chill. Instantly, the grass, lake, and entire grove froze over. In the blink of an eye, the forest transformed into a realm of ice and snow, and the once wilting roses crystallized into a portrait of an ice queen. Esteth, emulating Yi Chun's earlier actions, embraced him tightly, as if to convey her resolve. What belongs to me, Esteth, I will achieve. Her voice was both commanding and gentle, imbued with a fierce determination to preserve the most splendid of all. Without waiting for Yi Chun to respond, she leaned in, delivering a queenly kiss. Understanding Esteth's nature, her need for control in all matters, including emotions, Yi Chun did not yield. The two became enmeshed in a passionate embrace amidst the icy grove, vying for dominance in their kiss. Is it really necessary to be so fervent over a mere kiss? The sword saint observed, nearly frozen in place, as he watched the pair. Could it be that a detestable man truly brings such joy to a woman? Hancock mused, reflecting that while she would feel little for other couples, Esteth's enjoyment resonated with her, as they shared a similar nature. Both queens who thrived on control and self-centeredness. After a fierce battle that lasted 300 rounds with no clear victor, Esteth and Yi Chun temporarily ceased their skirmish and departed from the icy grove. As they made their way back to the palace, Esteth cast a glance back at the Empress and the sword saint trailing behind. I always felt something was amiss. Now I understand. It was the presence of 2 oversized light bulbs perpetually shining beside me. Isteth expressed her dissatisfaction. You are aware of my status. Wherever I go, it is inevitable to have enforcers by my side, for I am indeed the shop owner.
Ye Chen replied.
Chapter 84. The Queen of Sadism. The preferred choice of the experienced driver. As long as I am here, no one in the entire empire will be able to harm you even a hair. A resolute expression adorned Isteth's face. I cannot help with this. As long as I am here, they will remain here, and if I leave, they will depart as well. Yi-chun was not foolish. This world was chaotic, dark, and fraught with danger. Despite his extraordinary strength, it did not grant him the luxury of carelessness. Once a person loses their sense of caution, no matter how powerful they are, death is not far behind. Furthermore, Yi-chun possessed the remarkable opportunity provided by the DD fight shop system, making him all the more eager to cherish his life. Even if he were to venture into a world of ordinary people, he would still have 2 bodyguards by his side. Well, if I were also a part of the DD fight shop, they could leave, right? Under normal circumstances, Isteth would have erupted in violence. But considering the presence of Yi-chun, and recalling the delightful sensations she experienced today, she opted for a different course of action. Naturally, Yi-chun nodded. Then, they are not allowed to enter. Upon returning to her dwelling, Isteth waved her hand and froze the door. What is going on? The Sword Saint and the Empress were bewildered. While I could enter with my soul separated, doing so now would guarantee the shopkeeper would strike me down. I will be watching. How could I be so foolish as to agree to assist him again? Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here feeling the breeze. The Empress stood at the door. The observation of the Conqueror's Haki indeed proved to be quite convenient. With such abilities, as long as one's strength does not exceed their limits, it is difficult to be ambushed. The Sword Saint nodded in agreement. After ensuring that no one could intrude upon their solitude, Isteth, satisfied, shed her clothing without hesitation before Yi-chun's eyes and sauntered into the bathroom for a bath, giving Yi-chun a feast for the eyes. Is this development too swift? Although Isteth did not mind, it seemed a bit exaggerated for such progress to occur in a single day. Now it's just the 2 of us, so, although I am uncertain about the next steps, I believe that by yielding to my body's sensations, everything will naturally fall into place. Just as Yi-chun hesitated, pondering whether to employ his self-control technique, Isteth emerged from her bath clad in a feminine shirt that accentuated her flawless figure, striding towards Yi-chun and pushing him down, assuming the position of a queen atop her throne. With a single action and a few words, Yi-chun cast aside his previous reservations, principles, and his self-control technique. Since you know nothing, just listen to me. You should learn first. That one do. Even so, the initiative should be mine. You can just lie there. After a thrilling encounter, which left even the Empress, eavesdropping outside with her Conqueror's Haki, blushing, Isteth lay in Yi-chun's embrace with a blissful, intoxicated expression. It appears I have emerged victorious. Yi-chun glanced at the red plum blossoms on the white bedspread, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Although the preceding battle had put him in peril several times, the spoils of victory were undoubtedly immense. The Queen of Sadism was indeed the top choice for the experienced driver. This time, I merely lost because you are the experienced driver. Now that I am familiar, you will surely lose next time. Isteth lazily cast a glance at the triumphant Yi-chun, contemplating. I will make you gradually fall for me, Yi-chun. You need not concern yourself with that. After all, you lost this time. Seeing Isteth's charming yet stubborn demeanor, Yi-chun felt a twinge of unease, for her strength exceeded his expectations. However, as a man, he could not allow his momentum to falter at this moment. Isteth smiled subtly. Being adept at interrogation, she understood human psychology well. Since she had lost this time, she had no qualms about allowing Yi-chun to relish the thrill of conquest. If I do not let you experience the joy of conquering, how could you become enchanted when it is your turn to be conquered next time? Isteth mused inwardly. What scheming thoughts occupy your mind now? Yi-chun embraced Isteth. No, I merely wish to learn more about you, replied Isteth. You are indeed unique, so unaware. Yet you dare to entrust me with your most precious everything, Yi-chun remarked. Even if I know nothing about you, it matters not, for you are destined to be my Isteth's man. Yi-chun, as long as you are with me, that is sufficient. Moreover, when we first met, did you not say that I am worthy of possessing? Isteth gazed intently into Yi Chen's eyes. Is that not so? Indeed, the shopkeeper is worthy of your possession. Yi Chen replied, momentarily taken aback, noticing the unabashed mixture of possessiveness and desire in Isteth's eyes. He understood that perhaps from the moment she decided to place an order, his words had been etched into her heart. Upon reflection, Yi Chen comprehended why Isteth was so proactive and daring, progressing to this stage on their very first day. She had resolutely decided that he was the one for her. Since you are worthy of my possession, then all is well, and did I not mention that you promised? Regardless of what happened, you would stand by my side, facing everything together, never to part? If that is the case and I also have affections for you, why should it be a problem? Isteth reached out, wrapping her arms around Yi Chen's neck. If you feel it is insufficient, then simply share your matters with me now, and all will be well. Very well. Though Isteth was domineering, demanding compliance and influence over others, even in matters of the heart, her emotions were profoundly sincere. Once she had set her sights on someone, she would never look back. Chapter 85. Overturning the veteran driver in the face of such an overbearing yet genuine, fervent yet unabashed affection, Yi Chen found himself quite enamored. It was not for any other reason than the unreserved and possessive love that Isteth, akin to a domineering queen, bestowed upon him, vowing never to let go. Noticing Isteth's keen interest in his affairs, Yi Chen gradually revealed his past. Isteth listened intently. He recounted his journey from an ordinary childhood to the trials of failing and succeeding as a novelist, ultimately acquiring the deity system that enabled him to seize every opportunity and become a shopkeeper. Though he glossed over many details, Isteth could deeply sense the struggle and brilliance woven within his succinct narrative. How extraordinary the world beyond is. I have truly wasted a great deal of time here, Isteth exclaimed, her tone laced with astonishment. Observing the spark of determination ignited within Isteth by his words, Yi Chen smiled subtly, his right hand suddenly revealing a contract. Is this a contract? Isteth inquired. Indeed, it is a contract. However, it is not a contract for a henchman, but rather a contract for you, Isteth, as my wife, Yi Chen replied, extending the document to her. A contract for a wife? A flicker of joy crossed Isteth's eyes, and as her gaze scanned the contract, she noted its simplicity. No convoluted terms or oppressive clauses, only the clear and straightforward 8 words. Wife contract. Life and death together. Isteth whispered these 8 words repeatedly, feeling an unprecedented softness and sweetness in her heart, a sensation that coursed through her entire being, compelling her to ask, veteran driver, shall we continue our journey? Without further ado, a battle erupted, far more intense than before. It seemed clear that to enhance his combat prowess was imperative. Otherwise, he would indeed be overpowered by this formidable S-rank queen. Yi Chen wiped his brow, realizing that the effort required to match Isteth was several-fold greater than before. Isteth's physical prowess was no trivial matter. In a world dominated by the Empress's might, Isteth had no special abilities. Her strength was solely derived from repeatedly shattering her physical limits through a relentless and unyielding approach to training. It was this very tenacity that allowed her to stand against an entire revolutionary army. Do not be hasty to sign. In the past, Yi Chen would have eagerly sought to bind Isteth as a henchman, even attempting to minimize her benefits. Yet this time, he found himself behaving contrary to his nature. Perhaps it was due to Isteth's fervent and sincere emotions. After all, every other henchman he had encountered was either deceitful or coerced into service, with Isteth being the sole exception. Among all his subordinates, she alone exhibited a genuine, untainted affection. While the contract holds weight for me as well as the shopkeeper, any agreement I make is ultimately advantageous to me. This contract, while imposing minimal constraints on you, does contain one stipulation. If I perish, so do you, but should you die, I shall remain. Yi Chen grasped Isteth's hand firmly. As the wife of the shopkeeper, if I were to allow you to perish before me, then I, Isteth, would merely be a commoner. Feeling the warmth emanating from his palm, Isteth found her previously steady heartbeat quickening once more. Since I have become the shopkeeper's wife, it is my duty to protect my man. You, Yi Chen, are my partner in life and death. I shall ensure that you face no constraints or dangers. Leave the fighting to me. Though both Isteth and the Empress embodied the essence of queens, they were distinctly different. Isteth only donned her regal demeanor in battle. Otherwise, she was considerably gentler, of course. This was only true in the presence of those who were not her foes. However, they shared one similarity. Their affections were profoundly sincere, albeit Isteth's passion was more assertive, marked by a stronger desire for possession and control. I can't shake the feeling that I am somehow living off her generosity.
Ye-chan muset, be muset.
Such concerns were utterly unwarranted. For all Isteth desired was for Yi-chan to remain by her side. Of course, the prospect of possessing your heart and controlling everything about you would be utterly delightful. She suddenly teased, playfully touching his cheek. Regrettably, that is an impossibility, for I am the shopkeeper, and you are merely the shopkeeper's wife. Yi-chan replied, caressing Isteth's delicate visage. Not necessarily. I shall gradually captivate you, shopkeeper. Isteth proclaimed with a sweet, confident smile. Then let us put that to the test. Yi-chan countered. Very well, there is no need to rush. However, I may take a bit longer to reach the shop. When I am not by your side, do take care of yourself. I would rather not discover your demise in battle, Isteth declared. Do you have something else to attend to? Yi-chan asked, perplexed. Isteth was a fierce warrior, capable of traversing countless worlds through the deity system to hunt formidable foes. She should be eager to embark on her quests. While I am equally eager, I must apologize as I dislike leaving matters unresolved. Having established a hunting ground here, I wish to eliminate the enemies of this world before I depart. Moreover, I have realized that I am not as formidable as I once believed compared to warriors from other realms. Thus, before I set out, I must enhance my abilities. It would be dreadfully dull for the shopkeeper's wife to be relegated to a mere supporting role. Furthermore, the deity system is meant to fulfill all customer needs. Now that I am the shopkeeper's wife, I must contribute something valuable to the shop. The imperial artifacts of this world are quite commendable, and I intend to collect them all. You need not wait long. I shall promptly conclude these two tasks. Meanwhile, you, dear veteran driver, should rest and gather your strength. Otherwise, being unexpectedly overturned would be rather anticlimactic, Isteth concluded. Chapter 86. The irresistible charm of men. As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly turned over, kneeling on the bed with her palms and knees, adopting a posture that exuded seduction as she pressed down on Yi-chan. No matter how exceptional a vehicle may be, it still requires a skilled driver. Instead of worrying about that, you might as well contemplate how to return to your driver swiftly. Otherwise, if too much time passes, the driver will have no choice but to operate another vehicle, Yi-chan provocatively remarked. Asta raised her delicate lips slightly, projecting an air of defiance, as if daring him to challenge her. The following day, Asta summoned the members of the hunters once again. After the previous day's social gathering, the members found themselves both enamored and intimidated by Asta. While they were pleased to have such a formidable superior, her overwhelming strength often left them feeling uneasy. I have gathered you here today for two reasons. First, I will be leaving the imperial capital for a period. Second, during my absence, Lan, you will serve as captain in my stead to manage the hunters. Heidong, you are the vice-captain. Remember, the two of you are my full representatives and should know how to act while I am in the imperial capital, Asta declared. Leaving the imperial capital? Has a war broken out? Wei and the others exclaimed, astonished, for only a conflict involving hundreds of thousands would warrant Ai's attention. No, it is merely a personal matter that requires my attention, Asta replied, her demeanor resolute as she hastily made her preparations. With a sense of urgency, she summoned a flying beast that had been readied beforehand and leaped onto its back, soaring toward the far north. She just leaves without even a word about her destination, Wei remarked. She has made herself abundantly clear. The purpose of Asta in establishing the hunters was stated plainly. Since she has entrusted the management of the hunters to us temporarily, we shall proceed according to the original objective, Lan asserted. Let us hunt down all those who ambush us. Heidong's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity. Upon boarding the fastest flying beast in the entire imperial capital, Asta swiftly arrived in the frigid northern lands. Despite the biting cold, she remained clad in her usual attire. How fortunate! I have barely arrived and already encountered a super dangerous beast, Asta exclaimed, observing a massive, serpent-like creature emerging from the ice. Its body extending a full 100 meters, radiating an aura of menace. Excitement flickered in her eyes as she compressed her right hand, sending forth a colossal, sharp ice pillar hurtling through the air at a terrifying speed. The super dangerous beast, remarkable in its own right, managed to evade the ice pillar with ease, despite its high-speed charge. How about this? Asta thought, conjuring spikes of ice that erupted from the ground. Although the super dangerous beast could disregard the ice's chill, it could not ignore the sharpness, which pierced its body. In that instant, Asta drew her sword and, with blinding speed, severed the creature's head. Unlike the blood of humans, the fluid that flowed from this super dangerous beast was a striking ice blue. Previously, Asta had felt invincible, devoid of rivals, and thus had ceased to ponder how to grow stronger. However, circumstances had changed. Since her blood had merged with that of the super dangerous beasts from the far north, she believed that by slaughtering these creatures and drinking their blood, her power could be further augmented. I, Asta, shall strive to be the strongest in this world and beyond. Only in this way can I continue to hunt my enemies, remain by Yi Chen's side, conquer his heart, and seize control over all that he possesses. Contemplating this, Asta produced a tall vial. With a press of a button, a straw-like apparatus pierced the super dangerous beast's wound, drawing forth a copious amount of its blood, which was stored within the bottle. Such audacious thoughts seemed to belong solely to Asta. Only she possessed the strength to act thus. Even the Emperor, who once poured the might of the entire nation into the creation of the imperial capital, would not have been so reckless as to annihilate all the super dangerous beasts of the far north, nor would he have had the capacity to do so. It seemed that only Asta, with her Ice Emperor's power and formidable strength, could undertake such an endeavor, having been raised alone amidst the icy wilderness. Meanwhile, as Asta journeyed to the far north to pursue her audacious ambitions, Yi Chen returned to the shop accompanied by his 2 loyal subordinates. Upon his arrival, everyone immediately gathered around him, with Zhuo being the first to exclaim, "Sword Saint, what has transpired? Could it be that Asta has severed ties, leaving the shop owner abandoned? Best not to speak ill of others in their presence. Otherwise, even in hushed tones, I can still hear you," Yi Chen retorted, sending Zhuo flying with a kick. "How dare you suggest that the shop owner has been forsaken? Do you think I am someone who could be discarded? It is only I who discards others. No one can abandon me. Listen closely. Please, enlighten us." The curious crowd replied, eager to hear more. "In just one day, I utilized my irresistible male charm to have Asta fall into my embrace," Yi Chen declared, tossing his hair with flamboyance. "The shop owner is magnificent, a paragon of both literary and martial prowess, destined to unify the realm and command a harem of 3,000. Zhuo and the others chimed in unison, offering a resounding and synchronized applause. Such eloquence. Indeed, it is only a matter of time. But while I was in the imperial capital, you all did not indulge in any mischief, did you? Yi Chen asked, nodding with satisfaction. None at all. Whether the shop owner is present or absent, the shop remains a place of harmony and festivity, Nan Hua promptly assured him. Very well, then. I shall retire to my room for a rest. Notify me if anything arises, Yi Chen concluded, retreating to his chamber to replenish his energy. Chapter 87. Even if you fight, don't kill. Otherwise, there will be no one to heal. There was no choice. After a series of fierce battles with Esteth, the exhaustion was immense. It was imperative to rest properly. Otherwise, the next time the shopkeeper Yi transformed into a driver for the Queen Esteth, he might truly be overturned. A cacophony of sounds, bangs and crashes, jolted Yi Chen from his slumber, where he had been commanding countless subordinates and reveling in the adoration of numerous beauties. Knowing full well he was supposed to be resting, Yi Chen was infuriated by the disturbance. Who dared to create such a ruckus? It was tantamount to seeking death. He had not yet settled the score regarding the incident with Esteth, and now they were provoking him again? A person who had been deprived of sleep was as terrifying as one with unfulfilled desires, especially when that person was the formidable shopkeeper Yi. Yi Chen pushed open the door and rushed towards the source of the noise. Despite being merely a shop, the establishment was vast, and its space had expanded as Yi recruited more subordinates. Upon entering a room the size of a football field, he beheld the three heroes of the Han Dynasty engaged in a fierce battle with the Fire Cloud Evil God and the Sword Saint. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning nearly struck him. As Yi-chun stepped through the doorway, he saw a colossal thunderbolt hurtling towards him. He quickly channeled his inner energy, unleashing the dragon scale arm, formed from the blood of the Qilin and the Jiao dragon, to counter the impending strike. A tremendous surge of energy erupted, and a gigantic Jiao dragon collided with the thunder in the air. Enough, you five! What is the meaning of this? Yi-chun exclaimed, observing their clash, which bore no semblance to friendly sparring but rather an intense feud. The three heroes of the Han Dynasty had unleashed the five thunder techniques, even invoking the highest realm of the technique, the Palm Thunder. The Sword Saint, in an exaggerated display, pursued the Fire Cloud Evil God while evading the bombardment of lightning, determined to vanquish them. The Empress!
Ye-chan shouted.
The Empress approached with a leisurely gait. What is going on? Why are they fighting so fiercely? I remember they were at peace before I fell asleep. Isn't that typical of men? Animals driven by their lower halves, with nowhere to vent their excess energy. Resorting to this? Hancock scoffed. Forget it, Hua Tuo. Yi-chun shook his head and called out to the outside. Come here. Hua Tuo hurried over, abandoning his research. What is happening? Why is the conflict so intense? They never fought like this when fulfilling client orders. Yi-chun observed the chaotic scene. It seemed the three heroes had encountered a mishap while practicing the Palm Thunder. An uncontrollable bolt of lightning struck nearby, catching the Sword Saint and the Fire Cloud Evil God off guard. I understand now, the Fire Cloud Evil God exclaimed, realizing the situation. The lightning struck them both. Afterward, the three heroes apologized, but the Sword Saint and the Evil God were furious, leading to an escalation that resulted in the current mayhem. After relaying this, Hua Tuo returned to his work, seemingly indifferent to the chaos. All right, shopkeeper, I've told you what you needed to know. I must return to my studies on the Jiao dragon. Once they finish, let me know who survived, and I shall attend to them. If someone is dead, please bring their body to me. I wish to study the structure of the fighters' bodies. Is this truly the Hua Tuo known for his benevolence? Yi-chun gazed in disbelief at him. I didn't wish for this either. I tried to dissuade them, urging them not to fight to the death, lest there be no one to heal. Yet they each struck me once. Those scoundrels, disregarding the advice of a good Samaritan. If they perish, they deserve it. Hua Tuo continued his work without lifting his head. This is troublesome. Yi-chun raised his right hand, summoning 5 bolts of lightning that surged toward the 5 combatants. Which fool dares to stop me? The Sword Saint, having deflected the lightning, erupted in anger. I am the ancestor of thunder. Who dares play with lightning in my presence? The three heroes widened their eyes in shock, but upon realizing who wielded the lightning, they became like ostriches, burying their heads in the sand. Boom! The 5 bolts of lightning struck again, leaving the 5 of them charred. Why are you silent now? Weren't you all so bold moments ago? You 3 claim to be the masters of thunder. Let me witness your prowess. Yi-chun executed a series of flying kicks, sending the 3 heroes sprawling, then unleashed a pair of air-splitting palms that hurled the Fire Cloud Evil God and the Sword Saint away. You rascals truly are like children. I leave for a brief slumber and you create such turmoil. Had I not been resting but rather completing client orders, would you not have demolished my establishment? Shopkeeper, this isn't my fault. I had just grasped a hint of a higher-level sword technique, only to have it obliterated by their thunder. The Sword Saint protested. Indeed, shopkeeper. I had just discovered a way to maximize the synergy of dragon essence and Qilin blood, and then their lightning disrupted my thoughts, leaving me devoid of inspiration. The Fire Cloud Evil God chimed in. Shopkeeper, as the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. We were unaware they were on the verge of a breakthrough. The uncontrolled lightning was indeed our fault, and we promptly apologized. Should you require our assistance in the future, we are at your service. However, the Sword Saint, this deathly sword enthusiast, retorted, your mother, and without hesitation, drew his sword to strike. He could let the insult slide, but to include his mother was simply intolerable. Enough! I have no interest in your elaborate tales. Silence! Yi-chun commanded, observing that while they complied, the tension suggested they were still on the verge of conflict. which left him somewhat exasperated. Chapter 88. Hosting the Brawler Alliance tournament continuing down this path is not a viable solution. When I was present, I could suppress them, but if I were to leave for a spell, the situation would spiral out of control. By the time I return, they might all be lifeless on the ground. If that were to happen, I, as the proprietor, would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the realms. All the effort I exerted to recruit these fighters would be in vain, as they would perish not in combat against foes, but in internecine strife. Furthermore, if they continue to clash in this manner, they often leave one another severely injured, rendering them unavailable when customers require assistance. Yi-chun began to ponder this predicament seriously. You five, first go to Huatuo for treatment, and then return here for assembly. Understood, proprietor. The three heroes of the Han Dynasty and the Sword Saint, along with the Fire Cloud Evil God, felt their faces twitch. They had been engrossed in their fracas, adrenaline surging, so they had not noticed the toll it had taken until they calmed down, only to realize that every part of their bodies ached. At that moment, they recalled that each of them had landed a punch on Huatuo. A wave of unease washed over them as they realized that they had unwittingly offended the only doctor available to them. If they had wronged him, seeking his aid for healing would undoubtedly lead to complications. With this thought in mind, as they approached Huatuo's room, they were filled with a sense of foreboding, akin to the mournful air of a hero doomed to never return. Hancock, what do you think we should do? These individuals, each possessing formidable strength and distinct personalities, had already caused considerable turmoil with just 7 or 8 of them. The number of fighters in our establishment would only increase, and it was unreasonable for me, the proprietor, to resolve their disputes daily. Yi-chun felt a headache coming on at the thought of 3,000 fighters in his establishment, all engaged in mutual combat. Men are easily driven by their baser instincts. We must find a means to channel their excess energy, allowing them to vent it constructively rather than causing chaos, Hancock suggested. Channel excess energy? Don't be absurd. They are all powerful beings. It's not as if they can participate in a typical sports event like ordinary people, Yi-chun replied. Asking them to run, jump, or play basketball is out of the question. Wait. Fighting. I've got it. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Yi-chun's eyes. What have you thought of? Hancock inquired. Since they are so powerful and enjoy brawling, I shall organize a Brawler Alliance tournament. I want all fighters to participate. Rather than engaging in clandestine brawls that lead to injuries and disrupt our operations, it would be far more beneficial to hold a public, fair competition where they can unleash their full potential. This way, any grievances can be resolved on stage, allowing them to expend their surplus energy. Furthermore, I intend to introduce a system wherein the top 3 contenders will receive substantial rewards, thereby fostering a spirit of competition among the fighters and enhancing their skills.
Yi-chun projlaymet.
The Brawler Alliance tournament sounds intriguing, Hancock mused, nodding in agreement. Soon, the group of fighters returned from their treatment. Your Majesty, could it be that I am merely fatigued? But I feel as though their condition has worsened since visiting Huatuo. Yi-chun turned to inspect them, hastily rubbing his eyes. Surely, I must be mistaken. With Huatuo's remarkable medical skills, it's inconceivable that their state could deteriorate post-treatment. Had it been any other doctor, Yi-chun would have been convinced of their incompetence, but with Huatuo, he could only question his own perception. As for whether your eyes are problematic, I cannot say, but I can attest that they returned in a much more grievous state than before, Hancock said, a slight smile gracing her lips, a rare sight for the usually stoic Empress. It was evident that prior to their visit for treatment, the 5 were merely bruised and battered, but now they appeared in tatters, their bodies swollen and red. To an outsider, it would seem they had not sought healing but rather a grueling sparring session. You truly lack sense. If you must offend a doctor, do so after he has treated you. You lot are remarkably talented in your foolishness, managing to provoke him before receiving care. It's no surprise he would retaliate, Yi-chun remarked, assessing the state of the 5. Indeed, Huatuo's technique had been impeccable, inflicting injuries that were merely superficial, and with no need for medication, they would heal within days, albeit with some lingering pain. The Empress concurred, acknowledging Huatuo's exceptional skills, as he had managed to avoid any serious injuries while merely allowing them to experience some discomfort. Well, now that the damage is done, I have an announcement to make. I intend to host the Brawler Alliance tournament, open to all members of the DD Brawling establishment. Since you all enjoy fighting so much, step onto the stage and indulge yourselves, Ichin declared. Upon hearing this, the Sword Saint and his companions exchanged glances, each recognizing the fierce determination in the other's eyes. Your expressions indicate your approval. That is splendid. Let me assure you, those who secure a place among the top 3 will receive tremendous rewards, along with the prestigious title of the foremost fighter. Henceforth, any other fighters who encounter you shall tread carefully. The Sword Saint and his companions felt a surge of excitement at the thought of their peers avoiding them in fear. Very well, if these old codgers cannot unite, I shall single-handedly handle them all, the Sword Saint mused. Once I refine my skills, none shall stand against me, the Fire Cloud Evil God thought. Do not think I am unaware of your thoughts. You believe we are easy prey without our alliance? Dream on. We are on the verge of mastering the Thunder Palm technique. Once perfected, a single strike will be enough to subdue you all, the 3 heroes of the Han Dynasty thought with great pride. Chapter 89. The champion shall be awarded the position of Deputy Manager Owner. I have a proposal, Hua Tuo exclaimed. Speak. Yichun, who held great regard for Hua Tuo, not only due to his capabilities but also because of his character, listened attentively. Although Hua Tuo's moral integrity had recently shown signs of decline, he still ranked among the most principled employees at the DD fighting shop. This alone made him worthy of Yi Chen's respect. I believe we should add a stipulation. The individual who secures first place should be granted the authority to manage the other fighters. Consider this, Owner. As your fighters multiply, it would be impractical for you to oversee them all personally. It is high time we select a fighter to serve as a deputy manager or captain, someone who can effectively manage the fighters in your stead, Hua Tuo suggested. At this moment, the Sword Saint and his companions, invigorated by Hua Tuo's words, erupted in enthusiastic agreement. Indeed, Hua Shini has articulated the sentiments of us all. After having been chastened by Hua Tuo, the Sword Saint and his companions recognized the wisdom in his suggestion. This is an excellent idea, Yichun concurred, realizing that a headless serpent cannot function. With an increasing number of fighters, someone must oversee them. Given that these fighters are all formidable and headstrong, effective management would require an individual with the strength to command their respect. Thus, holding a fighter alliance tournament to select a branch manager is indeed fitting. The fighters will settle their differences in the arena. Those who refuse to submit can resolve their disputes through combat, while those who yield can accept their new role as branch manager. This arrangement is far preferable to their usual skirmishes, which disrupt the shop's daily operations. Owner, when will this fighting alliance tournament commence? The Sword Saint inquired, clearly eager to confront the legendary 3 sages of the Han Dynasty. It should commence shortly.
Ye Chen replied.
Owner, I believe it would be prudent to wait a while. The previously inconspicuous Zhou Shu interjected suddenly. Why? Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback, then quickly understood. Indeed, Isdeth is notoriously battle-hungry. If she were to miss such an opportunity, it could lead to unforeseen chaos. Your insight is commendable, but more than that, if Isdeth is absent, she may not acknowledge the legitimacy of the victor, leading to further disputes. In light of this, it would be wiser to postpone the tournament until Isdeth returns, allowing the fighters to refine their skills in the meantime and present themselves in the best possible light for the upcoming alliance competition, Zhou Shu proposed, feeling quite pleased with his own words. Well said. Your words resonate deeply with me, Zhou Shu. Thus it is settled. To foster healthy competition among the fighters, I shall prepare additional rewards during this interval for the top 3 fighters, Yi Chun declared, slamming his hand on the table. Thank you, Owner. Upon hearing of the rewards, even Hancock turned her gaze toward him. Ding dong. It seems the owner's decision to hold the Fighter Alliance tournament after Isdeth's return is indeed sagacious. Now that customers have arrived, even if we wish to hold the event, we lack the time. Yi Chun remarked. Perfect. While we await Isdeth's return, let us fulfill the order placed by this customer. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Chun looked up and noticed the light above the door had illuminated, indicating the arrival of a customer. Before long, a figure stepped through the entrance, immediately capturing everyone's attention with her unparalleled attributes. Regardless of gender, Even the stoic sword saint found his gaze irresistibly drawn to her. Could it be? Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be real, Jiu exclaimed incredulously. Surely, this is impossible. The three sages of the Han dynasty shook their heads in unison. Has she consumed some kind of divine treasure? The sword saint murmured. Otherwise, how could a woman possess such attributes? They all echoed in unison. Didi fighting shop? I had no idea such a place existed. This is wonderful. This means Shangtai is saved. The woman who had entered was oblivious to the stir she had caused. Upon noticing Yi Chen and the others, her gaze fell upon Yi Chen in the center. You must be the owner. Quickly, come with me to save Shangtai. I am willing to pay any price if you can rescue him. No wonder she possesses such extraordinary attributes. She is none other than Tsunade, the most beautiful woman from the world of Naruto. Upon recognizing her, Yi Chen's expression shifted to one of understanding. It appears you are well aware of the rules of my establishment. Therefore, I shall not elaborate further. As long as you can afford the price, whether it is to inflict harm or provide salvation, we shall fulfill your request. Enough talk. If you continue to delay, my brother will truly be lost. Tsunade cried, tears streaming down her face. Do not rush. Any customer visiting our shop for the first time will find that time in their world comes to a standstill, regardless of how long they remain here. This means that no matter the duration of your stay, your world remains in a state of suspended time. Yi Chen said, his gaze lingering on Tsunade's attributes, attempting to soothe her. What you need to do now is not to urge us to depart, but rather to elaborate on your brother's condition, so we can devise an effective rescue plan and avoid any confusion upon arrival. My Chapter 90. The pulse of Hua Tuo reveals the generations of your family calmly. Yi Chen proclaimed, in our establishment resides the most renowned superphysician across the realms, Hua Tuo. He gestured toward Hua Tuo, who sat nearby in a chair, exuding an aura of gentleness and compassion. Hua, it is time for you to showcase your remarkable medical skills and enhance the reputation of our establishment. This young lady claims that the injured individual is her brother, and he possesses an extraordinary vitality. If that is the case, you must share a similar constitution, Hua Tuo suggested, raising a hand to signal for silence. He subtly adjusted his already neat attire before leisurely rising, his demeanor radiating an unhurried, composed authority. Indeed, Tsunade is also a physician and quickly grasped Hua Tuo's intentions. That is well. I kindly ask you for a drop of your blood, and allow me to take your pulse. Hua Tuo produced a small pillow for Tsunade to rest her hand upon, perhaps due to the distinction of gender or Hua Tuo's perceptiveness. He discerned that Tsunade might become the proprietor of the establishment, or perhaps he simply wished to exhibit his craft. He opted for an exquisitely sophisticated method of diagnosis using a single thread rather than direct contact. Is this truly possible? Tsunade marveled at Hua Tuo's ability to assess her physical condition with just a strand. Your vitality is indeed astounding, but it appears to be shackled, unable to be fully unleashed, lying dormant within you, rendering its impact minimal. Should you ever manage to unlock this restraint, I believe you would become an indomitable force before your vitality wanes. Hua Tuo exclaimed. This doctor, Hua Tuo, is remarkable. He can discern everything about me with merely a thread. Wait, did he imply that my vitality is bound by a restraint? Could it be due to my lack of wood release? Tsunade's heart raced at this thought. She and her brother had been endowed with great expectations by the Senju clan, as they were direct descendants of Hashirama Senju, the most likely candidates to awaken wood release. Unfortunately, despite their immense vitality, neither had managed to unlock this ability. Isn't it astonishing? I assure you, our Hua Tuo possesses the unparalleled skill to ascertain the health conditions of your ancestors with just a single thread,
Yi Chen boasted.
leaving those unaware to mistakenly believe he was the one with such prowess. If I could awaken would release, I could stabilize the chaotic world like my grandfather did. The higher-ups in Konoha would have no choice but to remain silent. With such profound medical skills and an understanding of the human body, paired with the enigmatic individuals in this establishment, there may indeed be a way for me to awaken my wood release. With this in mind, Tsunade inquired, you see, my brother and I both inherited the wood release bloodline from our grandfather. Yet curiously, we have been unable to awaken it, akin to possessing a treasure trove without the means to access its riches. Would release? I would be grateful if you could elaborate. Hua Tuo expressed his interest. We cultivate a power known as chakra, and would release transforms chakra into a source of life, enabling the acceleration and control of plant growth, unleashing powerful attacks, subduing enemies, and providing defense among other abilities. Once Tsunade realized that her presence here would not alter her world, that Rope Tree would not perish, and that she would not miss the optimal moment to save him, her anxious heart began to settle. In her view, if she could awaken would release, her brother could as well. Then, when Senju Rope Tree returned to the battlefield, he would possess the means of self-defense, preventing him from facing the same peril he encountered today. Tsunade, deeply concerned for her brother, seemed to pursue the awakening of wood release, yet her true motivation was the welfare of her family. Is that so? No wonder your vitality is so immense. It is due to wood release.
Huato exclaimed.
Awakening to the truth. You wish for me to devise a method for you to awaken this ability, correct? That is not an issue, but the key lies not with me, but with the proprietor. If the proprietor consents, your desires shall easily be fulfilled. Proprietor, if you enable me to awaken would release, I, Tsunade, am willing to offer everything, Tsunade declared, her cheeks flushing as she continued. I noticed you gazing at me earlier. If you desire, I would not oppose you touching me. The trio known as the Three Immortals of the Han Dynasty, along with the Sword Saint, immediately turned their heads away, for they were already overwhelmed by Chapter 91. One night is not enough. At least, I shall possess her for a lifetime. I say this without malice, for we are business people, and when the door opens for commerce, clarity is paramount. Though Yichen yearned to consume the 18 or 19-year-old Tsunade before him, he maintained a remarkable composure regarding the affairs of his establishment, exemplifying the qualities expected of a proprietor. His demeanor intrigued Tsunade, as she sensed an undeniable interest from the man before her, who skillfully restrained the uncontrollable desires of man to discuss matters of business with such poise, an impressive feat, given her awareness of her own stunning beauty and figure. I understand, proprietor. Tsunade nodded. Let us proceed methodically. We shall first address the matter concerning your brother, for this issue cannot be delayed. Everything else can be set aside for a later time, Yichen proposed. Excellent. Tsunade's eyes gleamed with hope. Hua Tuo can undoubtedly save your brother. However, as a medical ninja, you must comprehend the daunting nature of this task, and thus, a substantial remuneration is required. This remuneration can take various forms, your own contributions, treasures from your realm, or other offerings. Pray tell, what are you willing to offer as payment for your brother's medical expenses?
Yichen invited.
The proprietor was indeed formidable. Despite this being their first encounter, he seemed to possess an intimate understanding of her and her world. Tsunade felt a chill run through her, yet responded, Our Senju clan possesses numerous powerful secret techniques and forbidden arts. Would these suffice? Regrettably, while those talents may hold value, you are well aware that formidable secret techniques and forbidden arts often necessitate specific physiques or bloodline limits for utilization. Thus, what may appear precious is frequently of little practical worth. Yichun countered with a shake of his head. Outside of Sage Mode and the techniques developed by Senju Tobarama, which can grant extraordinary power without special physiques or bloodline limits, other abilities like Wood Release, Sharingan, and Rinnegan are similarly contingent upon unique attributes, he elucidated. May I then allow you to feel my abilities? Tsunade, growing anxious, declared fiercely, aware that her brother's life could be saved at any moment, yet uncertain of what she could offer in return. Cough, cough. Hua Tuo feigned a cough and discreetly stepped aside. Tsunade let us refrain from jesting. While your disposition is forthright, strong, and audacious, it is not promiscuous. I doubt you would agree to such terms, Yichun remarked. No, I truly would, Tsunade insisted, her determination unwavering. In both my character and my business, I prefer transactions based on mutual consent rather than coercion. Yichun's words prompted Tsunade to reassess him, realizing that this was not mere posturing or a sudden elevation of his principles. To him, it was beneath his dignity as a proprietor to employ force against a woman. In truth, both previous encounters with women had been entirely consensual, with no element of compulsion. Indeed, some had even approached him willingly. Let us not rush. I recognize your willingness to sacrifice everything for your brother, even your own body. Your brother is indeed fortunate to have such a sister, Yi-chun interjected, halting Tsunade's further declarations. How about this? I shall present my proposal, and if it proves unacceptable, we can explore alternative forms of compensation. Does that sound agreeable? Very well. Tsunade sighed in relief, somewhat self-mocking as she pondered how she had come to the point of fearing others might reject her advances. Yet, her regard for Yi-chun continued to ascend. As a patron of this establishment, you should have been imbued with knowledge regarding my services. Therefore, I shall be forthright. I currently seek a personal medical practitioner exclusively for my needs. Should you be willing to sign this contract, I assure you that your brother's life will be saved, Yi-chun stated as he presented a contract. For a moment, Tsunade had believed the proprietor had elevated his principles, but she quickly discerned his true intentions. His strategy was ruthless. Instead of merely desiring a single night, he sought to bind her to him for a lifetime. Becoming your personal medical practitioner? Is that not tantamount to a contract of servitude? Tsunade exclaimed in disbelief. Ultimately, it depends on your perspective. Allow me to recount the tales of some of your predecessors. Do you see those 3 gentlemen over there, who are currently experiencing nosebleeds? They were once adversaries of my patrons, reduced to a state of near defeat. Prior to becoming my subordinates, they were fiercely defiant, yet upon their submission, do they appear to suffer from a lack of freedom? Yi-chun gestured towards the trio, their faces flushed from Tsunade's earlier remarks. Moreover, do you truly possess freedom as a ninja? I think not. After the demise of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, following the decline of the Senju clan, do you still command the same respect as when they were alive? Frankly speaking, while you hold a high position in Konoha now, you are no longer the exalted Senju princess of yore. Yi-chun's words elicited a subtle shift in Tsunade's expression. However, upon signing the contract, your status would change significantly. Not only would you command respect in Konoha, but across the entire ninja world. No one would dare challenge you. To oppose you would be to stand against my establishment and all my subordinates. By signing this contract, you would transition from serving Konoha to serving me alone. I have previously stated that I dislike coercion. The choice is yours. Continue serving Konoha as a mere high-ranking ninja, or serve me. Rescue your brother, wield would release, ascend as a supreme figure in the ninja world, and even attain unparalleled status across myriad realms as a member of my establishment's ranks. The decision is yours to make. Chapter 92. A lack of calcium in the mind, yet unwilling to supplement it. Tsunade's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. In her heart, she could draw distinctions among people, with family at the pinnacle, followed by Konoha and friends. This was evident from the trajectory of her future. Thus, unlike other ninjas who remained steadfastly loyal to their village, Tsunade did not hastily reject the proposal, but instead pondered over the contract with great seriousness. If I sign this contract, will I still be able to place orders? After a considerable pause, Tsunade exhaled a sigh of contemplation. Of course, you can. The thugs at the ride-hailing service can order at a discount of 20%. It was clear that Yi-chun aimed to maximize the exploitation characteristic of a capitalist, even offering rewards to his employees for placing orders. As the designated physician of the establishment, you may receive a 30% discount. What a splendid offer! Such ruthless exploitation led the likes of Hanmo Sansien and Huiyun Xieshin to drool with envy. Initially, due to the dragon-slaying incident, Yi-chun had generously equipped each thug with treasures like Qilin blood. But afterward, all rewards were to be dispensed based on merit. Those who lacked contributions would have to settle for compensation. Is it truly that beneficial? Tsunade, as the last surviving member of the Senju clan on the battlefield, possessed keen observational skills, and her mind was far more delicate than her boisterous personality might suggest. She had noticed that when Yi-chun mentioned the 30% discount, even the most composed sword saint and the aloof empress, who usually dismissed all men, exhibited a slight tremor in their throats, let alone Hanmo Sansien and his cohorts, who were already drooling without restraint. Hua Tuo, have you prepared the phoenix blood? Yi-chun suddenly turned to Hua Tuo. I have devised a method to maximize the efficacy of the phoenix blood. By appropriately mixing it with Qilin blood, dragon blood, and various millennium ginsengs, one can concoct a divine elixir that grants eternal youth and immortality. Hua Tuo, one of Yi Chen's most trusted aides, immediately provided a magnificent response, showcasing his unparalleled skill. Shopkeeper, it is your esteemed regard for me that has granted me this precious opportunity. How could I, Tsunade, be ungrateful? Please instruct me on how to proceed with the contract. No longer hesitating about betraying Konoha or becoming a rogue ninja, Tsunade cast aside thoughts of disappointing her grandfather and undermining the efforts of Hashirama and Tobarama Senju. She silently resolved that signing the contract was the way forward. Yi Chun subtly acknowledged Hua Tuo with a glance, signaling that he would be rewarded later. Hua Tuo, seemingly oblivious, continued his reverie, though his hand discreetly made a gesture of victory. Damn it, I can also refine pills. Why am I not the one assisting? Yuji muttered in frustration. Who told you to be so slow-witted? I often advised you to consume more calcium supplements, yet you refused. Otherwise, with a mind as quick as Hua Tuo's, you wouldn't be here, bleeding from the nose with us, remarked Zhuo, with an expression of exasperation. What do calcium supplements have to do with my slow wit? Yuji retorted indignantly. It may not concern others, but it certainly pertains to you. Who told you to lack calcium in your brain and refuse to supplement it? Nanhua added a sharp remark, leaving Yuji on the verge of tears, sensing the impending collapse of their trio's friendship. Once the contract was signed, a wealth of information flooded her mind. She was not merely entering into a basic contract as with Hanmo Sansien, but rather becoming Yi Chen's exclusive physician, an honor nearly equivalent to that of Hua Tuo himself. What a treasure I've found! Recognizing the myriad advantages of being both a thug and the designated physician, Tsunade felt a surge of joy. At barely 20, she bore the weight of the Senju clan's hopes and harbored dreams of surpassing even Hashirama Senju. However, her inability to awaken would release and a series of setbacks had led her to languish in despair. With such benefits now in her grasp, she understood that if she seized this opportunity, not only could she achieve a reputation akin to Hashirama's, but surpassing him would also be within reach. Other matters can wait. For now, let us save your brother, Yi Chen declared. Indeed, at that moment, Tsunade was no longer the panicked figure who had first arrived at the establishment. Instead, she exuded calmness. It was not that she no longer worried about Senju Rope Tree. She was exceedingly concerned, but as Yi Chen's exclusive physician, she understood that her brother would surely escape calamity. Tsunade, who are they? Under the rain-soaked night in the world of Naruto, Orochimaru, still a youth, tensed his body. Moments ago, he was utterly baffled by Tsunade's sudden disappearance. Yet before he could comprehend, she returned, accompanied by several unfamiliar faces. Most alarming to him was that he had not detected how Yi Chun and the others had arrived. Orochimaru they are. My friends, there is no need for such wariness. Tsunade organized her thoughts and spoke in a tone only Orochimaru could hear. Remember, do not be rude to them. Otherwise, the consequences are beyond what Konoha, or even my grandfather in his lifetime, could bear. What? Orochimaru's serpentine eyes widened in shock. He knew Tsunade's character. She was not as unreliable as Jiraiya. Observing her serious demeanor, he was Chapter 93. The blinding gaze of Orochimaru's titanium alloy serpent eyes. Mr. Hua Tuo, is there still hope for my brother? Despite her awareness of Hua Tuo's remarkable skills, Tsunade could not suppress her concern upon witnessing the tragic state of Senju Rope Tree. Indeed, Hua Tuo uttered a word that left Orochimaru incredulous. However, a flicker of joy soon sparked in Orochimaru's eyes. Setting aside his relationship with Tsunade, Rope Tree was his student, and his survival brought him immense relief. Are you not capable of utilizing Earth Release? Construct a mud hut for me, Hua Tuo instructed. Understood. Tsunade formed hand seals and pressed her palms against the ground, causing a modest mud hut to rise effortlessly. Hua Tuo swiftly produced golden needles and, with lightning speed, pierced various acupoints on Senju Rope Tree's body. To strike acupoints without Byakugan, Orochimaru was astounded. His faith in Tsunade's earlier assessment of leaf mourning and the others bolstered significantly. Alright, I have used the Yenluo needle to stimulate his acupoints and awaken the life force within him, albeit in an unrefined manner. His life is temporarily sustained. Hua Tuo exhaled softly. The Yenluo needle. What an impressive name. Yet, in the presence of a patient, you truly resemble the king of hell. A single needle can decree death, while another can grant life, Leaf Morning praised, admiring Hua Tuo's ever-evolving medical prowess since he became a healer. You flatter me, esteemed shopkeeper. I would never dare to compare myself to the king of hell.
Hua Tuo humbly replied.
Mr. Hua Tuo, whatever you require, please let me know. I shall fetch it immediately. Tsunade felt a glimmer of hope as Rope Tree's previously faint aura began to revive, a radiant joy illuminating her features. You cannot assist me, esteemed shopkeeper. Kindly return with the Phoenix Blood Resurrection Pill. Hua Tuo initially intended to summon the Sword Saint, but, considering the chaos of the ninja world and the Sword Saint's protective duty towards Leaf Morning, he prudently decided it would be safer for Leaf Morning to run the errand. Understood. Leaf Morning empathized with Hua Tuo's concerns and readily accepted the task. In a fleeting moment, he vanished from the ninja realm, leaving Orochimaru astonished. Could it be the Flying Thunder God technique? Orochimaru thought, his heart racing. Upon returning to the shop, Leaf Morning entered Hua Tuo's chamber and retrieved a jade vial from an exquisite cabinet crafted entirely of Hatian jade. Just as he prepared to re-enter the ninja realm, a chime resonated. Such impeccable timing. It seems the Fighting Alliance tournament must be expedited. The shop requires not only a manager for the fighters, but also an assistant manager to accommodate guests. Leaf Morning paused, intending to inform the customer before departing. However, upon exiting Hua Tuo's room, he found no customer present, which puzzled him until he soon comprehended the situation. A charming, delicate little white snake slithered in from outside. Its exquisite features even charmed Leaf Morning, who typically harbored little fondness for serpents. I had assumed that the patrons here were all humanoid beings. I did not expect a little white snake to arrive. Initially, Leaf Morning planned to set the little white snake aside, but upon discovering its identity and origin through the system, his eyes gleamed with unprecedented brilliance. He had never been so flustered, even in the presence of formidable women like Tsunade. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed the Phoenix Blood Resurrection Pill on the table, cradled the little white snake in his arms, and decisively stepped out of the shop. A second later, Leaf Morning re-entered the shop, retrieved the Phoenix Blood Resurrection Pill he had just placed on the table, and returned to the ninja realm, standing before Hua Tuo and the others. Is this the one? Leaf Morning extended the jade vial. Precisely. Hua Tuo poured out a ruby-red pill, shimmering like a gem. As the pill met the air, a refreshing aroma wafted through, lifting the spirits of all present, as if merely inhaling it could erase all ailments. What kind of medicine is this? It is astonishingly powerful. Orochimaru realized that his daily astonishments paled in comparison to the day's revelations. He feared that if he continued observing, he would surely be dazzled by Hua Tuo's prowess. Had it not been for Tsunade's solemn warning and the Sword Saint's unyielding aura locking him in place, he would have likely attempted to seize the pill. Even an individual lacking medical knowledge could discern that this pill was undoubtedly miraculous. For ninjas who perpetually tread the line between life and death, this offered a precious chance at survival. Who would not covet such a gift? Without internal organs, absorption through the body's systems will prove challenging. Hua Tuo placed the pill in Rope Tree's mouth and resumed using golden needles to prick different acupoints on his body. Were there a Byakugan user present, they would observe that with each puncture by Hua Tuo's golden needles, the pill in Rope Tree's mouth diminished in size. 5 minutes later, Hua Tuo grasped the air with his right hand, extracting the multitude of golden needles that had transformed Rope Tree's body into a porcupine, gathering them in his palm. Hua Tuo was about to inquire about Rope Tree's condition when Tsunade's face illuminated with overwhelming joy. Rope Tree's severely damaged body, nearly transparent, began to regenerate at an astonishing rate. To think such a recovery is possible, it is truly miraculous. That pill and the power wielded by that individual are not chakra. What could they be? Orochimaru was equally astonished, lost in thought. Having grown up alongside Tsunade, especially after enrolling in the Ninja Academy, Orochimaru knew everyone she interacted with. Very well, once his internal organs fully regenerate, he shall recover. However, due to their recent revival and his prior injuries, his vitality will be significantly depleted, necessitating a period of careful recuperation. He must not return to battle. Hua Tuo disinfected and stored the golden needles before addressing Tsunade. Chapter 94. As an elder sister, a rare treasure, sir, might you consider taking a position in our Leaf village? I assure you that, should you agree, our village will offer you an exceedingly generous treatment. Orochimaru could not help but exclaim. With such a divine healer joining Konoha, who would dare to perish? As long as death was not instantaneous, wouldn't Konoha's ninjas become invincible? Hua Tuo merely smiled faintly at Orochimaru's words, offering no reply. Ichan and the Sword Saint chuckled. Generous treatment? Could Konoha's offerings possibly rival that of a top-tier establishment?
What-highest?
Yichun was acutely aware that, despite Konoha's facade of inclusivity, it was, in truth, the most suspicious of its own among the 5 great ninja villages. Even its own ninjas were subject to constant vigilance and scheming, indicating a profound distrust of its own kin, let alone outsiders. Orochimaru, cease your folly. How could divine physician Hua possibly deign to come to our Leaf village? Tsunade's sudden rebuke startled Orochimaru, leaving him perplexed. All right, Tsunade, we have completed your order. Now, do you wish to awaken the wood release or return Senju rope tree first? Ichen's words once again left Orochimaru in shock. What? Wood release? Tsunade, you can awaken wood release. The implications of such a statement overwhelmed Orochimaru beyond comprehension. I would prefer to return rope tree first. Tsunade, though eager to possess the same wood release as Senju Hashirama, prioritized her brother above all. To have encountered such a rare sister is truly enviable, Ichan remarked to the still bewildered rope tree before vanishing from sight. Orochimaru, I shall elucidate matters on our return journey. You will understand then, Tsunade said, shouldering rope tree. We are still at the front lines. Returning to the village at whim could invite trouble. You should be aware that the Senju clan is no longer what it once was, Orochimaru cautioned. The mere fact that I can awaken wood release is enough to silence all dissenters. Moreover, I have even more significant matters to attend to. No one in the entire village would dare oppose this, Tsunade declared, a thought quietly sprouting as she glanced back at the spot where Yichan and the others had vanished. Throughout the journey, Tsunade's explanations left Orochimaru astounded into silence, and upon their return to the village, as he had predicted, the upper echelons of Konoha expressed considerable discontent with Tsunade's sudden retreat from the front lines. However, upon learning that Tsunade could indeed awaken wood release, and witnessing the almost miraculous revival of Senju rope tree, the higher-ups were rendered speechless. Had it not been for their knowledge of Tsunade's and Orochimaru's characters, as well as the living testament of Ro Chapter 95, Hua Tuo and Tsunade's discussion over sake regarding would release understanding the esteemed position of Sh Suk in Tsunade's heart, and recognizing the current dwindling numbers of the Senju clan, it was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not dare to provoke Tsunade over this matter. Tsunade had no doubts about Hiruzen's assurances. After all, she was his disciple, now holding immense value, and Hiruzen would undoubtedly spare no effort in safeguarding Sh Suk. As Tsunade abruptly vanished from the office, astonishment swept over everyone present. It seemed entirely different from conventional space-time ninjutsu, devoid of any chakra presence. It appeared that a mysterious force had guided Tsunade, facilitating her complete departure from this realm. Several sensory ninjas swiftly emerged, commenting, it seems Tsunade's conversation with Orochimaru was no exaggeration. The ability to silently transport her across different dimensions without us noticing is indeed terrifying. Hiruzen's expression turned grave. The high-ranking officials in attendance felt a ripple of unease. Initially, they harbored ulterior motives, contemplating various means, whether through temptation or coercion, to exploit Tsunade's claims regarding the shopkeeper. After all, while Tsunade's assertions were formidable, greed can cloud judgment, and they would not hesitate to take risks until they verified the shopkeeper's prowess for themselves.
Mr. Uatuo.
Where is the shopkeeper? Upon returning to the shop, Tsunade's earlier anxiety vanished, replaced with an invigorated demeanor. Perhaps Hua Tuo's remarkable appearance played a part, or perhaps, as fellow healers, Tsunade felt a kinship with him due to his life-saving assistance to her brother. She immediately greeted Hua Tuo upon her arrival. The shopkeeper? It's rather peculiar. Ever since their return to the ninja world, the shopkeeper has been mysteriously secluded in their room. I wonder what they are up to. Hua Tuo's tone carried a hint of curiosity. Please have a seat. I will notify the shopkeeper for you. Thank you, Mr. Hua Tuo. Tsunade replied with a smile. Of course. Hua Tuo approached the door to Yi Chen's room and gently knocked. Shopkeeper, Tsunade has arrived. All right, I will be there shortly. Inside the room, Yi Chen was meticulously feeding drops of dragon blood to a small white snake, his careful, tender actions akin to those reserved for a beloved individual. If Hua Tuo and Nan Hua were to witness this scene, they would likely exclaim in dismay at the perceived wastefulness. Though the dragon blood offers extraordinary benefits, your body is too fragile. Even with my assistance in refining it, you cannot consume too much at once. 3 drops a day will suffice. Please rest here while I attend to other matters. Yi Chen gently placed the white snake on his pillow. Had his subordinates known of his previous disdain for serpents, they would undoubtedly think him a serpent enthusiast. The small white snake, clearly possessing great intelligence, displayed a level of sensitivity surpassing that of the fire Qilin before their meeting. She sensed Yi Chen's care and, after being set down, affectionately coiled around his hand, nudging her head against his arm. Unlike with other snakes, Yi Chen felt no discomfort at her affectionate gestures. Instead, he lightly tapped her head before turning to leave the room. Greetings, shopkeeper. Upon seeing Yi Chen emerge, Tsunade immediately rose to her feet. Before signing the contract to become Yi Chen's subordinate, she had harbored reservations, but now, only relief and delight filled her heart. No need to be so formal. Please sit. Before your arrival, I had Hua Tuo conduct an in-depth study of the blood samples from you and your brother. I believe he has some precise answers regarding would release now. Yi Chen took his seat upon the shopkeeper's throne and gestured for Tsunade to sit down. All right, Hua Tuo. Everyone is present. You may share your findings. I have researched this matter thoroughly. Since bloodline limits can be inherited through lineage, and as a direct descendant of Senju Hashirama possessing the necessary water and earth chakra transformations for wood release, theoretically, you should be able to inherit it as well. If you possess all the essential conditions for awakening would release yet remain unable to do so, I believe there are 2 potential reasons. As Hua Tuo spoke, he utilized his vital energy to heat a bottle of his specially concocted medicinal wine, which exuded a unique fragrance devoid of any medicinal odor. What are the 2 reasons? Tsunade inquired, suppressing her excitement and curiosity. The first reason could be that, through generations of inheritance, the bloodline has diluted over time, resulting in genetic regression and the evolution into different genes. Much like many lizards today carry dinosaur genes, yet are not true dinosaurs. If this is the case, it can be remedied by allowing you to revert to the wood release genes inherited from Hashirama, akin to transforming a lizard back into a dinosaur. This way, awakening would release would be natural. Hua Tuo poured a cup of medicinal wine for each attendee and continued his eloquent discourse, evidently determined to carry this highbrow discussion on would release through to the end. Tsunade nodded slightly. As the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, she quickly grasped Hua Tuo's meaning. The second reason is that would release is exceedingly potent, so much so that even one with the bloodline of Senju Hashirama may find it overwhelming. Your body, unable to withstand the power of wood release, instinctively activates a self-protective mechanism, forcibly suppressing this power to prevent your body from collapsing under the strain of awakening wood release.
Hua Tuo elaborated.
From your professional perspective, Mr. Hua Tuo, which of these 2 scenarios do you believe applies more to me? Tsunade, impressed by Hua Tuo's expertise, found his analysis remarkably insightful. In a brief time, he had unraveled the mysteries of wood release with such clarity. In contrast, she felt a significant disparity in knowledge and prestige compared to him, longing to possess his ability to discern a person's physical condition with mere thread. Chapter 96. The divine healer Hua Tuo unraveling the mystery of wood release. The shopkeeper once mentioned that individuals from the hidden leaf village were incessantly researching your grandfather's body. They had attempted to transplant the cells of Senju Hashirama, but invariably the cells overran the host's body. This indicates that the wood release cells possessed by Hashirama are extraordinarily potent, far beyond what an ordinary constitution could endure. Even if one were to barely withstand it, disparities in physique and chakra would lead to subpar performance of the wood release, Hua Tuo remarked. How could they do such a thing? It has only been a short time since my grandfather and great-uncle passed away, and they dare to desecrate his remains, Tsunade exclaimed, reflexively striking her fist against the table, her newfound strength shattering it into splinters. My apologies, shopkeeper. She quickly realized this was not the Leaf Village and sheepishly retracted her outburst. I understand, but tables do come at a cost. Please try to remain calm next time, Yichun said while wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead, gesturing for the sword saint to bring another table made of rosewood. Do not provoke me. My heart is weak. Hua Tuo was equally startled. He had not anticipated that the seemingly delicate Tsunade possessed such formidable strength. Let us continue with our previous discussion, Yichun remarked, well aware of Tsunade's temperament and choosing not to chastise her for the table, even finding it hard to believe she would act otherwise. How frightening. Thankfully, she only destroyed a table this time. What if her excitement turned to someone else next time? Uncle Zhuo, sitting at a distance, was also drenched in cold sweat. If my conjecture proves correct, then as long as your body is enhanced to withstand the awakening of wood release without strain, it shall awaken naturally, Hua Tuo stated, taking a sip of warm wine. I entrust everything to you, divine healer. Tsunade noticed Hua Tuo signaling her and quickly moved beside Yichun, using her chakra to massage his shoulders. Of course, more importantly, I must thank the shopkeeper. If it were not for your appreciation and the opportunity you provided me, I would not possess all that I have now. One must admit, as the progenitor of medical ninjutsu and the strongest healing ninja, Tsunade's massage techniques were indeed exceptional. Yichun found them quite delightful. You have done well seizing opportunities. Young man, continue to strive for excellence. I have faith in you. Yichun nodded slightly. Within you lies a tremendous life force inherited from Senju Hashirama. Yet due to the nature of wood release, it remains sealed deep within your bloodline. Unless one day you awaken wood release, this vitality shall not awaken, and the power of sage body will also remain dormant, Hua Tuo explained. I will use golden needles to stimulate your acupoints, thereby awakening your sealed life force. With this vitality, combined with the elixirs I concoct and the 5 animal play to enhance your physique, theoretically, within 2 weeks, you should reach the level necessary to awaken wood release. However, remember this, the same weapon yields different powers in different hands. Wood release is no exception. Thus, even if you possess the latent power of wood release akin to Hashirama, should you fail to harness it to his level, your abilities will not match his in the ninja world. I understand, much like the Sharingan. Many possess it, but few can wield it to the level of Uchiha Madara, Tsunade nodded. While this is true, do not fret too much. After all, wood release is innately powerful. Even if you have just awakened it, you will still wield formidable strength. Hua Tuo reassured her before producing a specially crafted golden needle. Skillfully, he inserted it into various acupoints across Tsunade's body with an artistry that was pleasing to behold. As Hua Tuo's internal energy surged, each golden needle vibrated gently at different frequencies. Consume this, he said, retrieving a jade vial and pouring out a verdant pill for Tsunade. Without hesitation, she swallowed it whole. Approximately half an hour later, she felt a warm current surging from within her, enveloping her in a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. This is the 5 animal play. Practice it alongside me. After an hour of acupuncture, Hua Tuo began demonstrating the 5 animal play, which had become increasingly intricate through his revisions. In contrast to the original version from the 3 Kingdoms era, the 5 animals to be mimicked had changed entirely. Shopkeeper, besides awakening wood release, there is another matter I wish to discuss, Tsunade said after completing the 5 animal play, not taking a seat but addressing Yichun earnestly. Your serious demeanor suggests you wish to place an order. How curious. Your brother has been saved, and soon you too shall awaken wood release. Becoming invincible in the ninja world is merely a matter of time. What further assistance do you seek from me? Yichun inquired, having intended to return to check on the transformation of the little white snake. Perhaps I will indeed become invincible in the future, but not at present. Just as Hua Tuo said, even if I awaken wood release, attaining my grandfather's level will not be easy, and time is not on my side. The ninja world is still mired in conflict. Once my brother recovers, he will inevitably return to the battlefield. Even if I remain by his side, I cannot guarantee his safety, and with his strong-willed nature, he would never allow me to Chapter 97. Shopkeeper, I wish to give it a try. Observing the scene, Tsunade, who was not yet fully acquainted with the temperaments of the other fighters, couldn't help but murmur to herself. She then spoke. The ravages of war have already claimed the lives of my relatives, friends, and clansmen. The once mighty Senju clan now consists only of myself and Moku. I can no longer bear to witness harm befall my loved ones. Therefore, shopkeeper, I implore you to take action and eradicate the chaos in the ninja world, to bring this war to a decisive end. That is certainly feasible, the shopkeeper replied, but you must understand that even as an employee of this establishment, such matters must follow the proper channels. Contract is imperative. Yichun extended a contract towards her. I comprehend. Tsunade, already familiar with the process of signing contracts, noted the straightforward terms, to vanquish the 4 great ninja villages. Will we need to offer the 9 tails? She inquired.
Ye-chan nodded affirmatively.
Very well. Tsunade agreed without hesitation. In her past, despite being the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, she would have lacked the authority to make such a decision. The higher-ups in Konoha would never have permitted it. However, now with her position as an employee at the Didi fighting shop and her mastery of wood release, she believed that the tailed beasts would eventually become her loyal companions. She was aware of Hashirama's legendary ability to control the 9-tailed beasts. Having witnessed the decline of the Senju clan and the near loss of her last relative, Moku, Tsunade was profoundly affected. She had resolved not only to surpass Hashirama, but also to restore the Senju clan to its former glory, even if it consisted of merely 2 individuals. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, Tsunade remained at the shop, diligently practicing the 5 animal frolics, receiving acupuncture treatments with Hua Tuo's golden needles, and consuming the elixirs crafted by him. Although she showed no signs of awakening, her would release after a week. She felt no urgency. With each passing day, her body underwent significant transformations, her vitality continuously being awakened. It was evident that her inherited sage body from the Sage of 6 Paths was on the verge of awakening. During this period of Tsunade's training, the Didi fighting shop continued its normal operations. Yichun received numerous requests, including one from the world of Macau Wind and Cloud, where Shi Yijin sought assistance in dealing with Yi Tianxing. Additionally, Huating'en from the Vigilante world approached, hoping Yichun and his team could enhance his prowess beyond that of Changzhen. These requests proved to be trivial tasks for Yichun, who now possessed a plethora of formidable fighters. After concluding her practice and refining the medicinal energies, Tsunade's body suddenly erupted with a visible chakra, immense and comparable to that of the weakest tailed beast. After 2 long weeks, it was finally accomplished.
Ye-chan stood,
eager to witness the so-called powerful ninjas of the ninja world. The sword is thirsting for battle. Huiyunxia grinned widely. In contrast, the scholarly sword saint articulated with a cultured and flavorful tone. Let us observe what the lightning techniques of the ninja world can accomplish against our own lightning arts. The 3 immortals of the Han dynasty, united in spirit, echoed in unison. I shall shine brightly this time. With the influx of new fighters, especially with the addition of the 3 immortals, the once overshadowed Joshu could no longer contain himself and sought to re-establish his presence. The task we undertook was undoubtedly the most challenging since the inception of this establishment, for we faced not 1 nor 10, nor even 100 foes, but rather an assembly of tens of thousands of ninjas from the 4 great ninja villages. Tell me, how shall you confront the 4 great ninja villages? Yichun began to address the group. Eliminate them. Huiyunxia revealed a bloodthirsty grin. Not him, but them.
Hua Tuo corrected.
Regardless of whether it is him or them, we shall eradicate them, the sword saint declared with a tone of arrogance. Seeing the morale soar among them, the shopkeeper felt a deep sense of gratitude for having such exceptional employees. All fighters, heed my command. We shall march into the ninja world. Our mission is to defeat the 4 great ninja villages. With a wave of his hand, Yichun led his formidable team toward the ninja realm. The 4 great ninja villages were doomed. Even Tsunade, the instigator of this mission, felt a twinge of sympathy for them upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle. Shopkeeper, I wish to give it a try, Tsunade exclaimed as they entered the ninja world. What kind of trial do you wish to undertake?
Ye-chan invited.
Of course. This way. Tsunade unleashed an astonishing amount of chakra, causing a sensation throughout the ninja village. The sheer potency of her chakra drew the attention of all within the vicinity. What tremendous chakra! It rivals that of a tailed beast. Even those without sensory abilities could feel the overwhelming chakra emanating from her. That chakra belongs to Tsunade. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were taken aback. "It's my sister," Sachimoku exclaimed, astonished. He knew his sister was formidable, but not to such an extent. "Let us investigate." The higher-ups of Konoha and numerous sensory ninjas rushed towards the source of the commotion. When Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Kakashi reached the large training ground in Konoha where Tsunade and her companions were, they noticed not only Tsunade but also several unfamiliar faces. Orochimaru, could they be? Sarutobi squinted slightly. The individual surrounded by many should be the shopkeeper Tsunade mentioned. Orochimaru nodded subtly. With Orochimaru's acknowledgement and the sight of the legendary shopkeeper, the Konoha higher-ups began to ponder, especially as they witnessed Tsunade's astonishing chakra, which ignited a fervent desire within them. Among them, Danzo's gaze glimmered with palpable greed as he beheld Tsunade's chakra. Being a disciple of Tobirama Senju, he was acutely aware of its significance. Chapter 98. A minute to teach the higher UPS of Konoha how to conduct themselves would release the advent of the forest world. Prior to visiting the Didi fighting store, Tsunade had memorized each and every technique of wood release, making its execution second nature to her. A vast and vibrant chakra surged forth, transforming the once barren and flat training ground into a lush woodland, with towering trees sprouting seemingly out of nowhere. This was indeed wood release, unmistakably so. It mirrored the technique once wielded by her mentor, the rich essence of life that I shall never forget. Sarutobi Hiruzen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. With wood release, Tsunade could surely lead Konoha to once again sweep across the entire ninja world, just as Senju Hashirama had done.
Impossible.
How could Senju Hashirama's wood release possibly resurface? The individuals who were most averse to the revival of wood release were naturally the Uchiha clan members, whose expressions were grim and foreboding. The once dwindling Senju clan was about to rise again, reclaiming its dominance over the ninja world. The leaders of the Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, and Kurama clans silently pondered this. Why is the Senju clan always so fortunate? How is it that the clan, which now has but 2 remaining members, can once again achieve greatness? The current leader of the Uchiha clan seethed inwardly. Indeed, the shopkeeper possesses boundless capabilities, enabling Tsunade, who had long been unable to harness wood release, to awaken her bloodline limit. If this is the case, then everything I desire can be granted by him. Danzo's gaze turned fervent. "Grandfather, are you watching? The wood release you always wished for me to inherit. I have finally succeeded. As you look down from above, know that the Senju clan shall not fade away. Even if it is just SH Tree and I remaining, I will ensure our clan becomes the strongest in the ninja world once more." Overcome with excitement, Tsunade could no longer contain her emotions and struck the ground with a fist. The force of her blow uprooted the earth, creating an immense crater. It is truly identical. The vibrant wood release, the colossal chakra. This time, Konoha is destined to prevail in the upcoming Ninja World War, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. "Teacher, fellow ninjas from various villages, the shopkeeper has promised me that he will eradicate the 4 major ninja villages and bring this war to an end." Tsunade's declaration brought immense joy to all present. Although they knew little of Yi Chen's true strength, the mere fact that he had awakened Tsunade's would release, alongside his mysterious spatial manipulation abilities and formidable companions, signified to everyone that Yi Chen was undoubtedly a terrifying force. Is that true? Shopkeeper. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially believed that receiving such good news was enough, yet Tsunade surprised him once more. Yes, however, do not rejoice too soon. Tsunade should have informed you of my terms. I am in the business of trade, and should you wish for my assistance, compensation is required. This time, Tsunade has agreed that once I eliminate the 4 major ninja villages, she will hand over the 9 tails to me. Yi Chen's words caused the expressions of Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others to drastically change.
Impossible.
The 9 tails belongs to Konoha. How can it be given to you? Indeed, Tsunade, even if you are a member of the Senju clan, you cannot unilaterally make such a decision without our consent. Many elders reacted vehemently. However, the cunning Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, clearly using the elders to probe Yi Chen's true capabilities. Can you handle the 9 tails? Moreover, the 9 tails was captured using would release by my grandfather. It rightfully belongs to Konoha, and by extension, to my Senju clan. If anyone has an objection, step forward now. I would not mind conversing with the Ninetales. I believe it would find your anxiety quite amusing. Tsunade anticipated their response and immediately formed a hand seal. A massive wooden dragon materialized from the forest, exuding a terrifying presence that loomed over all present. The wood dragon, the very wood dragon of the first Hokage. The ninjas, who had been caught up in their own anxiety, suddenly regained clarity. Upon realizing the situation, they inwardly cursed themselves for their earlier nerves. Only would release and the eternal Mangeki Sharingan could possibly control the Ninetales. Even if they retained the Ninetales, it would be of no use. This is disastrous. With Tsunade now possessing would release, she is bound to become the next Hokage. With her strength, she will undoubtedly reign supreme like the first Hokage. Moreover, unlike the first, she is not one to be magnanimous, willing to forsake personal honor for the sake of the ninja world. Having witnessed the decline of the Senju clan, Tsunade would likely not hesitate to eliminate all obstacles with an iron fist. Many high-ranking officials who had spoken up earlier now regretted their actions deeply. Now, they find themselves in a predicament. Not only will they offend Tsunade, but they will also incur the wrath of the enigmatic shopkeeper. Particularly when they observed the silent Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo, their regret intensified. The true power players of Konoha remained silent. What were they so excited about? The shopkeeper has always adhered to the principle of fair trade. Since opening, I have fulfilled every request from my customers. However, should anyone dare to disrupt my business after placing an order, I would not hesitate to take on the role of life mentor and teach them how to conduct themselves. Yichen's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. As the final word left his lips, the Sword Saint's eyes turned icy, resembling a merciless deity. Following that, a torrent of terrifying sword energy surged forth, accompanied by an aura of sword intent. Sword 23 had already been unleashed, and every ninja from Konoha felt as if they were ensnared in a binding jutsu, utterly immobilized. Even those as formidable as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi Hatake were rendered powerless. He alone could annihilate us all. In that moment, they experienced a profound sense of fear and understood the truth behind Tsunade's earlier warnings. Her words were not exaggerated in the slightest. Just one of his subordinates rendered the highest-ranking ninjas of Konoha defenseless, ripe for slaughter. What would happen if all his subordinates joined the fray? Chapter 99. The three ninjas, White Fang, and the third Hokage as well-behaved children. What if not only the other lackeys but also the most enigmatic shopkeeper, Yichan, were to intervene? Tsunade did not exaggerate. If the shopkeeper so desired, he could indeed obliterate the entire ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen reflected bitterly, regretting his earlier notion of allowing the higher-ups to test the waters with Yichan and his associates. Nevertheless, this was the ethos of Konohagakure. Even when faced with the undeniable truth presented by Tsunade, they insisted on experiencing it for themselves before believing it. Shopkeeper, please temper your anger. I assure you that I will fulfill my promises. The Ninetales will undoubtedly be entrusted to you. Anyone who obstructs this matter will be my enemy. While Tsunade harbored a deep disdain for the hypocritical faces of some of Konoha's elite, she could not bear the thought of her grandfather's legacy and her clan's efforts being squandered by their hands. Indeed, Yichan nodded slightly as the Sword Saint sheathed his sword, Sword 23. Fortunately, after consuming the Kirin creation pill and undergoing rigorous training, the Sword Saint could now wield Sword 23 with ease. Otherwise, the Konoha ninjas would have faced certain death before the Sword Saint exhausted his powers. The terrifying sword aura dissipated, and the hellish sword energy constructed from it vanished, leaving the Konoha ninjas gazing in terror at the Sword Saint. They had all faced life and death battles before, but never had they felt so utterly powerless and fearful as they did just moments ago. The illustrious history of your Konoha higher-ups is quite clear to me. Infighting, sabotaging one another, and deceiving their own ninja have always been their forte. I shall make my intentions clear. During the process of subjugating the 4 great ninja villages, do not attempt any tricks. Should I detect any insincerity on your part, I will not hesitate to send you to meet Senju Hashirama. Yichan was unfazed by the myriad expressions of the high-ranking officials and strode confidently towards the heart of Konoha. Humph! Tsunade cast a cold glance at the higher-ups, her eyes radiating palpable frost. It was no wonder she was so infuriated. During her time in the shop, she not only grew familiar with various henchmen but also learned from Hua Tuo that Yi-chun placed immense importance on the growth of the hitman shop and the influx of customers. The mere thought of Yi-chun unleashing his wrath and reducing Konoha to ruins sent a shiver down her spine. Even as she awakened her would release. I will reiterate, and this is the final time. Put away your usual antics. The rules of the ninja do not apply to the shopkeeper. He will employ the most ruthless methods against anyone who hinders his orders. You must consider which scenario you desire, the eradication of the 4 great ninja villages or your own downfall. With that, Tsunade moved forward. All umbu, retreat. Under no circumstances should you surveil the shopkeeper. Danzo, your routes are no exception. Similar incidents must never occur again. The shopkeeper has come to Konoha to eliminate the 4 great ninja villages. He is our most esteemed guest, and we must not be disrespectful. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the gravity of Tsunade's words and issued a stern warning to the higher-ups. Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen was resolute, shedding his previous indecisiveness and lack of authority. Under the pressure of the still vibrant ninja, everyone nodded silently in agreement. Shopkeeper, regarding the earlier incident. Tsunade began to explain, but was interrupted by Yi-chen's dismissive wave. I am well aware of Konoha's affairs, perhaps even more than you. After the deaths of the first and second Hokage, Konoha has deteriorated. The so-called will of fire is merely a tactic employed by the higher echelons to manipulate the lower ranks. Yi-chun waved his hand dismissively. As long as they do not hinder my actions, I have no interest in holding them accountable for today's events. Please have your teacher bring me a ninja world map. Understood. Tsunade formed a hand sign, summoning a wood clone that swiftly darted towards Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others. Tsunade arranged for Yi-chan and his group to stay in the Senju clan's territory. Although only 2 members remained of their clan, their ancestral grounds were intact, and no one dared to suggest reclaiming them. Thus, there was ample space for Yi-chan and his associates, especially since they would be targeting the 4 great ninja villages, necessitating a larger area to accommodate them. As Tsunade approached with cups of tea and snacks, the 3rd Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Senju Tobarama also arrived. Please, take a seat. Yi-chan observed the slight unease of the group, even the 3rd Hokage standing as if he were a well-behaved child, his demeanor exuding a sense of compliance. It became evident to him that the Sword Saint had imparted valuable lessons on humility. Everyone, please sit. Seeing that Yi-chan bore no ill will from the earlier incident, the 3rd Hokage felt a wave of relief. He no longer doubted Yi-chan's capability to eradicate the ninja world. Facing such a mysterious powerhouse was indeed daunting. You should all be aware that I am here at Tsunade's behest to assist in eliminating the 4 great ninja villages. Let us dispense with pleasantries and discuss the current state of the war, along with the key figures from each village involved in the conflict, Yi-chan stated. Currently, Sunagakure, Iwagakure, and our own Kanehagakure are actively engaged on the battlefield in the Land of Water. Our 3 villages are not only clashing with the ninjas from the Land of Rain but are also embroiled in combat amongst ourselves, resulting in a chaotic melee. The most prominent figures from Iwagakure are the Tsuchika Jinoki and the 4 elite IWA ninjas. From Sunagakure, the most formidable is undoubtedly the 3rd Kazekage, renowned as the strongest in history, alongside the 2 master puppeteers, Chio and Kurori. The Land of Rain, however, pales in comparison, relying solely on Hanzo, who is dubbed a demigod of the ninja world. His strength is formidable, and fighting within the Land of Rain grants him a significant advantage. The 3rd Hokage succinctly outlined the core figures active on the battlefield. Chapter 100. The determined Uncle Zhuo who wishes to escape the role of a bystander. As Yi-chan listened, he began to sketch a map illustrating the distribution of military forces in his mind. I have received intelligence indicating that the Hidden Mist Village has abstained from the conflict due to internal strife and the rampage of tailed beasts within their territory, leaving them preoccupied and unable to participate in the war. The 3rd Hokage remarked, as for the Hidden Cloud Village, they are the most cunning. They remain aloof from the battlefield, waiting for the 3 major shinobi villages and the Land of Rain to weaken before swooping in to seize the spoils. That simplifies matters. Since the main combat forces of 2 shinobi villages are engaged in the Land of Water, we can go there and eliminate them directly, Yi-chan declared. Shopkeeper, I wonder what assistance we of Konoha can provide? Your journey here was to aid us. Thus, we cannot remain passive while you fight on the front lines. The third Hokage stated with great dignity. Provide me with intelligence. I wish to be informed of the movements of the 4 major shinobi villages at the earliest opportunity. As for whether you send ninjas to join the battle, that is entirely up to you. You may also dispatch some shinobi to assist in clearing the battlefield and confirm if we have indeed subdued the 4 major shinobi villages. Ichin said, casting a deep gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The shopkeeper chuckled, if you take action yourself, what is there to fear from the 4 major shinobi villages? We certainly do not need to verify that. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Then it is as you wish. Ichin rose and addressed the Sword Saint and others. We depart tomorrow. If you find yourself with leisure, you may familiarize yourselves with the combat styles of the shinobi in this world, thus saving time. Let us fight. The Fire Cloud Evil God and other warlike individuals wore expressions of excitement, eager to engage in battle immediately. Third Hokage, I heard from Tsunade that your Konoha village has long held the title of the foremost among the 5 great shinobi villages. Might you send forth some formidable ninjas to showcase your ninjutsu? Uncle Zhuo, having played the role of a mere bystander for too long, was now fervently eager to shed that label and make a grand impression. Come now, old man. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of our Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he leaped forward. Jiraiya, be mindful of your manners, the third Hokage admonished, though his eyes betrayed a hint of intrigue. After all, witnessing the abilities of combatants from a mysterious realm was something he welcomed. It is acceptable. Youth is meant to be passionate and spirited. Unlike me, now that I am old, I find it exceedingly difficult to rekindle that fiery enthusiasm. Uncle Zhuo, increasingly shrewd, spoke in a manner that left one questioning whether he was praising Jiraiya or merely using him to highlight his own maturity. Fiery enthusiasm? Are you calling me a fool? Jiraiya retorted, his temper flaring. Is it not so? Uncle Zhuo blinked, assuming a stern demeanor that momentarily made Jiraiya doubt his own comprehension of the situation. Yet, Uncle Zhuo's subsequent remark confirmed Jiraiya's suspicions. This seemingly righteous and serious uncle was undoubtedly more cunning than even the third Hokage. Perhaps those driven by fervor are often more sensitive. After all, even a fool would disdain being labeled as such. You despicable man. You are indeed insulting me. Take this, Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. Upon reaching the open courtyard, Jiraiya promptly executed the third Hokage's signature technique. Wow, splitting into 10. Shopkeeper, this technique is marvelous. With just 1 gold piece, it can instantly become 10. Uncle Zhuo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then 1 dragon essence could transform into 10. The Fire Cloud Evil God exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Wouldn't the quantities of dragon blood and phoenix blood also increase? Zuo added, drooling. Suddenly, Nanhua began to weep inconsolably, prompting Jiraiya to turn, concerned that his shuriken had inadvertently struck the child. Nanhua, why are you crying so sorrowfully? Tell this shopkeeper who has wronged you, and I shall seek justice on your behalf, Yi-chun inquired with curiosity, leaning in. Why, shopkeeper, why did you not come here sooner? If we had learned this technique earlier, we could have turned 1 jiaolong into 10, and we would have plenty of jiaolong meat to feast upon. Just thinking of the taste of dragon meat makes me long for it, Nanhua lamented, growing increasingly despondent. Truly, the sorrow of one can evoke tears in another, and even the stoic sword saint found himself swayed by Nanhua's lament. These rascals, after all my hard work mastering the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu, they only think of using it for food. Jiraiya was at his wit's end, nearly bursting with frustration. At that critical moment, Uncle Zhuo proved to be the most reliable, although he too regretted allowing an opportunity for daily dragon meat to slip away. Yet, as a man of principle, he maintained respect for his adversaries during battle and refused to be distracted. Enough? Nanhua, I have lost all desire for combat. All I want now is to eat dragon meat. Emperor, punish him. It was this scoundrel who gave me hope, only to plunge me into despair. Uncle Zhuo waved his hand, and a figure entirely clad in golden armor, resembling a golden statue, dashed forward with lightning speed. Jiraiya's shurikens struck this figure but were deflected entirely. What manner of creature is this? Jiraiya, now on high alert, pondered, if blades cannot pierce it, then I shall resort to fire release. It seems Uncle Zhuo has mastered it, Yichun observed with keen interest. That is to be expected. Uncle Zhuo has been relegated to the role of a mere bystander, completely lacking a platform to showcase his abilities. To escape the fate of being an extra, he has exerted great effort to forge this golden armored corpse. Yuji remarked. Corpse forging? What exactly does that entail? Tsunade inquired, displaying a commendable inquisitiveness. That is an excellent question. As the three heroes of the Han Dynasty would say, it is time for you to showcase your knowledge. Yichun snapped his fingers. Chapter 101. The crushing defeat of the third Hokage and his disciples are esteemed Master Zhuo hails from the prestigious Yunlan Sect, renowned not only for exorcising spirits and ghosts but also for capturing and refining zombies. Yuji stepped forward to explain. Refining zombies involves selecting a corpse and employing esoteric rituals and environmental conditions to transform it into a controllable undead warrior. Nanhua promptly added, unwilling to be outdone. The potency of the refined zombie heavily depends on the quality of the material. For this particular specimen, Master Zhuo temporarily set aside his righteous principles and ventured into the world of tomb raiders to procure an incorruptible 1,000-year-old corpse, once the sovereign of a kingdom. Witnessing his companions flaunt their profound knowledge, Zhuo, who considered himself the foremost among the three immortals, could not allow his juniors to overshadow him. Is the golden armored zombie truly formidable? Tsunade inquired once more. Judge for yourself by observing your comrade's current state. Fire Cloud Evil God replied, gesturing toward Jiraiya. All eyes followed his indication. Fire release. Blazing. Realizing the zombie's imperviousness, Jiraiya swiftly employed the shadow clone technique to buy time while retreating to form hand seals. Yet, the moment he completed the first seal, his clones burst apart with a pop. Before he could react, the golden armored zombie, previously dozens of meters away, materialized before him and sent him flying with a single devastating punch. The speed was so overwhelming that substitution jutsu proved futile. Struggling to his feet, Jiraiya attempted to regroup, but the zombie, seemingly resonating with Master Zhuo's sorrow over the lost dragon meat, swung its colossal golden fist like a hammer. Thud, thud, thud. Against the zombie's brute strength, Jiraiya was reduced to a helpless punching bag. Stop! I surrender. Barely managing to summon a clone, the battered Jiraiya cried out. Hiss! The zombie's fist halted a hair's breadth from his nose. Though spared further punishment, Jiraiya sat disheveled on the ground, casting a pitiful yet resentful glare at his assailant. The sight of the towering zombie looming over him was so surreal it bordered on the absurd. Somehow, Master Zhuo's zombie seems to have committed some unspeakable atrocity, Yichun remarked, his lips twitching. Without context, one might assume the zombie has unconventional preferences. Fire Cloud Evil God muttered, unable to bear the scene any longer. The image of Jiraiya and the zombie together was simply too suggestive. Jiraiya, tell me, who dared assault you? We'll make sure Big Sis punishes them. Returning from a brief absence, Nawaki rushed to his side, fists clenched in righteous fury. Assault? The already traumatized Jiraiya, realizing Nawaki's misunderstanding, felt blood rush to his head and promptly fainted. Your Majesty, ease up next time, Master Zhuo belatedly advised, though he hadn't intervened earlier. What? Misinterpreting again. Nawaki leapt back. Jiraiya, even if Big Sis rejected you, you can't just, ow. Why are you twisting my ear? Before he could finish, Tsunade, her forehead vein throbbing, yanked him into the air by his ear and dragged him aside. Truly, some are born with a talent for melodrama, Master Zhuo mused, watching Jiraiya. I've never managed such theatrics myself. What an idiot, Orochimaru sighed, hauling the unconscious Jiraiya away. My apologies for my disciples. Lack of composure, the third Hokage said awkwardly, unable to fault the young Nawaki for his misunderstanding. Lord Third, Tsunade mentioned you're hailed as the professor, master of all Konoha's jutsu. A spar with you would enlighten us on ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu, Nanhua proposed. Since you're so inclined, I'd be honored, the Hokage agreed, relieved that the sword saint, seated disinterestedly nearby, wasn't his opponent. I'm tempted to join myself, Yichun remarked casually, nearly startling the Hokage into incontinence. My lord, such risks are beneath you. Leave this to us underlings, Fire Cloud Evil God declared, leaping up, only to be kicked aside by a stiletto heel. The three immortals promptly sat back down, hands folded in perfect obedience. Rising to her full, imposing height, enhanced by heels, Boa Hancock surveyed the room with regal disdain. Satisfied no one dared challenge her, she sauntered forward with lethal grace. So beautiful. The Hokage and the recently revived Jiraiya gaped in unison. Do you find me beautiful? Hancock inquired softly. Gorgeous. The most exquisite woman we've ever seen. They chorused, nodding vigorously. Then let your lustful hearts turn to stone. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed Perfume Femme, petrifying both master and disciple in an instant. Chapter 102. A complimentary spicy fish. The atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence, rendering the scene utterly cold. Humph! I detest the way you filthy men gaze upon me. After effortlessly defeating the 3 generations of Hokage and his disciples in a single strike, Hancock snorted disdainfully and turned away, completely ignoring the petrified figures of the Hokage and his followers, as well as the collateral damage that was Jiraiya. Shopkeeper, I had already suggested that I should take the stage. Look how decisively Hancock emerged victorious. Yet what does it matter? We are not here to simply thrash the 3rd generation. We wish to observe the combat styles of ninjas, complained the fire cloud evil god, who had been flung aside. Do you have any objections to me? Hancock glared coldly at the fire cloud evil god. No, Empress, your performance was truly commendable. Individuals with such unhealthy thoughts should indeed be treated with sweet and soothing winds to mend their troubled souls. They must now be silently repenting in their stone-like state. He reflexively tightened his body and shook his head in response. Hancock merely nodded slightly, granting him clemency. Observing the group's reactions, it became apparent that the stunningly beautiful woman held a status and power superior to that of the rather unsavory-looking man. Orochimaru and Kakashi, the 2 most composed individuals, stood quietly to the side, observing without significant reaction even after the 3rd generation was petrified. Shopkeeper, I hope my disciples can accompany you, so they may broaden their horizons and gain insight. They are well acquainted with the terrain of the ninja world, particularly the land of rain and other nations. You can task them with any errands you need done, and should they cause any trouble, I would appreciate your understanding. White Fang, do keep a close eye on these fellows, he said, perhaps to cultivate goodwill or demonstrate magnanimity. Having been petrified for an entire night, the 3rd Hokage was finally released the next day. Rather than deploying a multitude of ninjas, he only sent 3 of his disciples along with White Fang, under the pretense of expanding their knowledge. Do as you wish, Ichun replied nonchalantly. With nothing of value to gain from Konoha, he had no desire to waste time with those in power who harbored ulterior motives. After spending a night in Konoha and gaining a clearer understanding of the current situation in the ninja world, he set off towards the Land of Rain. The ninja world was indeed embroiled in genuine warfare. While the Land of Fire was relatively stable, upon stepping outside its borders en route to the Land of Rain, he encountered numerous attacks from bandits, rogue ninjas, and those from enemy nations. Yi Chun did not even bat an eyelash at these assailants, opting to leave their handling entirely to White Fang and his companions. Although Jiraiya had previously suffered at the hands of the golden armored corpse, he proved to be quite reliable in such critical moments, while Orochimaru and White Fang required no further praise. The number of ninjas attacking mattered not. They were all effortlessly dealt with. However, once they entered the territory of the Land of Rain, the situation changed dramatically. Ninjas from the Land of Earth, Land of Wind, and Land of Rain quickly learned that the 3 disciples of the Hokage, along with White Fang, were brazenly traversing the Land of Fire. The foremost to receive this intelligence were the local Rain ninjas, who understood that capturing or even killing such significant figures could severely wound Konoha, and perhaps even yield valuable intelligence. Halfzhong, harboring various motives, chose not to remain idle and, to preempt other ninja villages from intervening, personally led a squad of the finest Rain ninjas to confront Jiraiya and the others at the fastest pace possible. Since when did Konoha's ninjas become so audacious as to strut about on my territory? With the help of perceptive ninjas and his own familiarity with the Land of Rain, Halfzhong swiftly located Jiraiya and his companions. Without hesitation, the ruthless Halfzhong launched a fierce assault, commanding dozens of ninjas to unleash a barrage of shuriken amidst the rainy night, targeting Yi Chun and his companions. Shuriken, being small and sharp, are difficult to detect at such high velocities, especially under the cover of rain, making the onslaught nearly impossible to evade. However, this was merely a challenge for ordinary ninjas, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and White Fang, not to mention the now awakened Tsunade with her would release, were unperturbed by such attacks. Shopkeeper, he is the demigod of ninjas, Half-Zhong, White Fang announced, waving his hand as a visible blade of light erupted in the rain-soaked night, effortlessly cleaving through all the shuriken. To his surprise, it seemed that not only had he caught a significant target, but he might also acquire an additional spicy fish. Clearly, choosing not to conceal oneself in the chaos of war and instead parading about the battlefield could attract many crucial targets. Yi Chun regarded Half-Zhong with interest. Half-Zhong, I offer you two choices. Withdraw from the war and surrender to Konoha. Humph, the insolent child dares to speak to me so. Yi Chun's words undeniably provoked Half-Zhong. Despite his origins from a lesser ninja village, his strength ranked among the elite of the 5 great ninja villages. The audacity of Yi Chun's insult ignited a fierce murderous intent within him, and he quickly performed a series of hand seals, summoning a colossal spicy fish that materialized with a burst of smoke. As the spicy fish appeared, it immediately understood its master's intent, unleashing a cloud of toxic purple mist towards Yi Chun and his companions. Shopkeeper, be cautious. This is Half-Zhong's summoning beast, the spicy fish. His rise to demigod status in the ninja world is largely credited to this beast, White Fang warned once more. Which of you wishes to take the lead? The shopkeeper, interrupted during his speech, grew displeased. He had initially intended to expedite the order and offer Half-Zhong a chance, but now he changed his mind. Chapter 103, The Mightiest Wind Release. Pillow Wind, even if it takes longer to complete this order. I must teach these ninjas a lesson, Yi Chun thought irritably. It was all because of Hanzo that Yi Chun not only changed his mind but also vented his anger on other ninjas from different villages, leaving them no chance. Upon meeting, he would strike first and ask questions later. How dare you be rude to the shopkeeper? Let me show you what I can do, Nanhua bellowed. Nanhua, allow me to handle this. Ever since I joined the shopkeeper's ranks, I have yet to make a contribution. Please, let me take the lead, Tsunade implored. All right. Nanhua immediately stepped back. After all, this was the woman most likely to ascend to the shopkeeper's bed, and offending her was no trivial matter. Nanhua was well aware that the pillow wind was truly the most formidable wind release, its power surpassing all imagination. At the very least, Naruto's Raisin Shuriken would pale in comparison to the might of the pillow wind. It was not just Nanhua who had keen insight, the fire cloud evil god, who had originally been eager to charge forward, also hesitated. Would release. Advent of the tree world. Tsunade leaped into action, her hands swiftly forming seals, and the once barren plain instantly transformed into a lush forest. Would release. Damn it, after Senju Hashirama, has anyone else truly mastered it? Hanzo exclaimed in disbelief. The Senju clan now had only 2 surviving members. How could anyone else awaken the wood release? Not just Hanzo, but all the rain ninjas present stared in awe at the trees before them. Only about 10 years had passed since Hashirama's death, and the legend of wood release had not been forgotten by the ninjas of the ninja world. I've been tricked. Hanzo quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. Yi Chun and his companions were blatantly walking around the land of rain, deliberately luring someone like him into their midst. If this woman could truly wield the wood release like Hashirama, who could possibly stand against her in the vast ninja world? Though filled with trepidation, Hanzo's will to fight, forged through years of life and death battles, remained steadfast. Despite his fear, he did not retreat at once. He needed to ascertain whether Tsunade's would release was merely superficial or truly invincible like Hashirama's. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. Standing outside the forest, Tsunade unleashed a torrent of flames, the intense heat igniting the forest into an inferno, with toxic smoke billowing upward amidst the flames. Quick, use water release. The rain ninjas, skilled and elite from the hidden rain village, swiftly doused the raging flames with their powerful water releases, extinguishing the inferno. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon emerged from the charred forest. Despite its massive size, it moved with impressive speed, its tail sweeping through the air and sending several rain ninjas flying. Under Tsunade's abundant chakra, the burnt trees miraculously revived, sprouting numerous branches that ensnared the ninjas. Any captured rain ninja found themselves unable to struggle, their chakra being drained away. Once their chakra was entirely depleted, they would inevitably perish. Just like the first Hokage, Hanzo thought, without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to flee. Can you escape? The poisonous wooden dragon coiled around him, swiftly draining his chakra, forcing the salamander to return to the spirit world. Incredible! She single-handedly defeated dozens of rain ninjas, annihilated the salamander, and pushed back Hanzo. Tsunade had become remarkably powerful. Jiraiya and the others watched in awe at the magnificent wood release technique. As chakra flowed ceaselessly, the scope of the forest expanded, and Hanzo found himself ensnared within, facing an onslaught of relentless wooden attacks. Every second, hundreds of trees surged forth, striking, stabbing, slicing, and even erupting from the ground beneath him. After a brief struggle, Hanzo was overwhelmed and ultimately drained of his chakra, meeting his demise. The sudden appearance of such a vast expanse of forest and wooden dragons in the land of rain captured the attention of all ninjas on the battlefield. What? Wood release has appeared again, and Hanzo has been killed. This news spread like wildfire among the ninjas of various villages. Those watching from the sidelines like the Cloud Ninjas, and those embroiled in internal strife, like the Mist Ninjas, could no longer remain idle. Though they were not from Hashirama's era, they were well aware of the terrifying power of the wood release. Having witnessed the ravages of war, they knew that Tsunade, the current user of wood release, would not be as merciful as Hashirama had been. They believed she would decisively eliminate her enemies. Consequently, the Cloud Ninjas sprang into action, and after suppressing their internal turmoil, the Mist Ninjas began their assault. The resurgence of wood release, especially its capability to slay Hanzo, incited their urgency. They were determined not to witness another user of wood release dominate the ninja world. Could a mere handful of individuals roam so brazenly in the land of rain? Was it the confidence bestowed by wood release that made them believe themselves invincible? This news was a bittersweet revelation for ninjas across the nations. They desperately sought to capitalize on the small number of Tsunade's group to eliminate her. Yet, they could not have anticipated Tsunade's audacity. It was not merely the confidence from wood release. It was the arrival of Yi-chan and his companions that emboldened them. My wood release clones have returned with news that the sand and rock ninjas, who have long been adversaries, have temporarily joined forces to locate us, Tsunade reported. In this world, wood release was akin to a game-breaking ability, comparable to the Rinnegan in its overwhelming prowess. In many respects, it surpassed even the Rinnegan's capabilities. It was versatile in reconnaissance, perception, combat, close range, long range, single combat, and group battles, making Tsunade a substitute for all types of formidable warriors. As expected, the Sword Saint remarked with an expression of foresight. Since Hanzo is so renowned in your world, and your grandfather once dominated the ninja world using wood release, your defeat of Hanzo with it would undoubtedly provoke a reaction. Chapter 104. Only we, the fighting shop, bully others. Congratulations to the shopkeeper. This way, we can save a great deal of time. Previously, the ever-anonymous Uncle Joe resurfaced, no longer just a bystander. The initial forces were merely a reconnaissance unit, reminiscent of Hans in the past, primarily testing the waters. The crucial aspect lies in the continuous influx of ninjas from various nations, who will likely form a temporary alliance. Once they ascertain the true strength of Mokutan, they will leverage their numerical superiority to overwhelm Tsunade, Left CI remarked. Foolish individuals. We, the fighting shop, have always been the ones to bully others. No one dares to challenge us. If these ruffians wish to confront Tsunade, they are effectively declaring war on our establishment. Yuji stated coldly. I recall a certain self-proclaimed Taoist who once spoke of upholding justice to me. Yi-chan mused, as if a memory had suddenly struck him. Fortunately, this self-proclaimed Taoist encountered the shopkeeper, and under the shopkeeper's influence, he not only recognized his errors but also returned to the right path. One must admit, this Taoist fellow was indeed fortunate to have met the shopkeeper just before falling into darkness. Yuji commented with an expression suggesting that this Taoist was indeed teachable. Such shameless flattery is utterly disgraceful. The Sword Saint and the evil god of fire grumbled internally. Although the Sword Saint and the evil god were displeased, Yi, the shopkeeper, relished such praise. Upon hearing Yuji's words, the shopkeeper, who had been feeling downcast due to the incessant rain in the land of rain, couldn't he help but brighten up. Which of these facets is the true essence of him? Orochimaru, Kakashi, and Jiraiya pondered. Over the past days, they had noted Yi Chen's remarkable transformations. At times heroic and wise, at others, he was enamored with flattery, and occasionally, he resembled a carefree child. Perhaps commanding such a diverse array of strong-willed and formidable subordinates, even a slow-witted individual like Jiraiya wouldn't he be foolish enough to believe the shopkeeper was merely that simple. They are coming. Tsunade stood up and proclaimed. Indeed, swarms of ninjas appeared in their line of sight. Not only were there rain ninjas, but also sand ninjas and rock ninjas. Remarkably, those who had recently been embroiled in conflict in the land of rain had now united. Princess Slug, you have truly awakened Mokutan. Xiao, the leader from Sunagakure, regarded Tsunade with a cold glare. Why not come over and test it yourself? Tsunade stood proudly, unafraid amidst the encirclement of numerous ninjas, exuding a demeanor that seemed to challenge the heavens. Sister, do not act rashly. It is beyond doubt that Tsunade has mastered Mokutan. The fact that Hans was killed almost instantaneously is ample proof of her genuine inheritance from the first Hokage. We need not provoke her, Hai Laozong cautioned, fearing his sister might succumb to baiting. I am not so foolish as to relinquish my advantages to duel her. Xiao scoffed. Princess Slug, while your awakening of Mokutan is indeed impressive, you are utterly mistaken if you think you can act with such arrogance. A few of you charge into battle so brazenly, and I refuse to believe that your recently awakened Mokutan can compare to that of the first Hokage. This place shall become your burial ground. Before arriving, the rock ninjas, sand ninjas, and rain ninjas had clearly communicated. They did not engage in individual skirmishes but rather launched a coordinated assault. A plethora of shurikens, senbon, kunai, and various weapons rained down upon Yi Chen and his companions, creating a spectacle that surpassed even the most formidable of assaults. The shopkeeper had yet to utter a word, yet these ruffians dared to strike first. Yi Chen's displeasure grew. How dare they disregard the shopkeeper and act impudently? I shall ensure they pay a bloody price for their insolence. The sword saint advanced, and Jiraiya and the others regarded this figure. Imbued with sword intent, with trepidation, they could not forget the moment they had been rendered helpless in Konoha. What is that fool doing, stepping out alone? Ha! What sort of madness is this? Does he intend to eliminate us all by himself? The rock and sand ninjas mocked the sword saint. Aside from Tsunade, who possessed Mokutan, they dismissed Yi Chen and his companions, unaware that it was precisely these underestimated individuals who would bring them despair. Sword 23. With the sword saint's mastery of swordsmanship advancing, the sword energy of Sword 23 formed an even more formidable barrier, freezing all incoming kunai and shurikens in midair. The frontline ninjas suddenly found themselves immobilized. What? Hai Laozong, Xiao, and the 4 pillars of rock ninjas were equally stunned, realizing that their arrogance stemmed not from Tsunade's Mokutan, but from the overwhelming strength of those they had disregarded. The sword saint stood alone, unperturbed by the onslaught of numerous ninjas, and this was before considering the others. Sword saint, even if you were to take them down one by one, it would surely take you half an hour. Allow me to join in, the evil god of fire chimed in. You are fortunate. I have recently gained insight and can now control the sword energy of Sword 23 with precision, ensuring that no one I intend to attack will be harmed. The sword saint's greatest flaw with Sword 23 had been its indiscriminate nature. Typically, when he attacked, others could only watch lest they be caught in the crossfire. Ha! Well done. I have been eagerly awaiting this. The evil god of fire laughed heartily, a visible aura of bloodlight erupting around him. He leaped forward, his overwhelming energy coalescing into a massive fire qilin, rampaging forth. The immobilized ninjas could only watch helplessly as the evil god of fire and the sword saint wreaked havoc. We shall also strike. We cannot allow the sword saint to claim all the glory. The 3 immortals of the Han dynasty, Uncle Zhuo, and the others joined the fray, with all of Yi Chen's companions, save Hancock, now engaged in battle. Chapter 105. A new beginning under ordinary circumstances. The 3 heroes of the Han dynasty would have never dared to approach the sword saint, especially after their recent conflict. They were acutely aware that he might seize the opportunity to strike. However, At this moment, their worries dissipated, for they understood clearly that anyone who dared to hinder the fulfillment of a client's order would face the wrath of Yi Chun, who would not hesitate to teach them a lesson on the importance of respect. As the three heroes stepped into the Sword Heart Hell, the Sword Saint's gaze fell upon them. Yet, to their astonishment and relief, despite the glint of eagerness in his eyes, he refrained from making a move. A stern warning had been issued. Even if they harbored a desire to slay one another, they must exercise restraint until the commencement of the Fighting Alliance tournament. Should anyone dare to impede the completion of a client's order, the proprietor promised to make them experience the exquisite sensation of a new beginning. Just before their departure, Yi Chun had uttered a command that left the Sword Saint, who was itching to strike, to suppress his overwhelming impulse. Those who dared to offend the proprietor's authority would find themselves repenting beneath the thunderous skies. As if rehearsed countless times, the trio of Zhuo, Yu, and Nan Hua simultaneously proclaimed a highbrow line, raising their right hands to the heavens. Instantly, 5 bolts of lightning descended and converged into their palms. With a mere flourish, they unleashed a tremendous surge of thunder, incinerating everything in its path, rendering even the most resilient ninjas into mere ashes despite their chakra protection. What a formidable display of lightning, Orochimaru mused, recognizing the stark contrast between this power and the lightning produced through chakra transformation. This was natural energy, infused with a purity surpassing even that of nature's own lightning. The more experienced Kakashi Hatake discerned even more than Orochimaru and realized that this time, the proprietor would not have the opportunity to intervene. Yi Chun yawned, just as a figure suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping him in a translucent white cube. It was Anoki, the crafty old man, who had arrived early, remaining hidden until the opportune moment. Kakashi and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. They had assumed that the main force from the rock village had yet to arrive, along with the Tsuchikage. Little did they know that the cunning Anoki had flown over from the rock village, biding his time for the right moment. After observing from the shadows, Anoki had discreetly dispatched several Earth clones to probe the Sword Saint's formidable presence. He concluded that while the Sword Saint was indeed terrifying, the Sword Heart Hell had a defined range. Beyond that, he would no longer be immobilized. This man seemed to be the leader of the group. If he were eliminated, perhaps their defenses would crumble. Seeking death by daring to attack the proprietor, the furious 3 heroes who had been decimating their foes on the battlefield were momentarily taken aback. Yet none acted hastily. Would release no need to panic. Just as Tsunade prepared to intervene, Nanhua interjected, "Hancock is right beside the proprietor. She possesses the observation Haki. While that old man may deceive everyone else, he cannot fool her. With her presence, he is merely courting his own demise. Is this what they call a bloodline elimination? The power is truly remarkable." Yi Chun, ensconced within the cube, astonished Anoki by exhibiting no signs of anxiety or panic. Instead, he stood there, yawning nonchalantly. In that moment, as Anoki's intent to crush Yi Chun surged within him, a shadow suddenly appeared, darting towards him like lightning. The speed of this shadow was such that even Anoki could only hastily raise his fist, transformed into stone, to shield himself. Bang! Anoki was propelled away like a golf ball struck with force, crashing violently to the ground, while the stone arm he had raised shattered into fragments. Cloaked in shadows, "I detest such men," Hancock remarked coldly as she descended from the sky, casting a disdainful glance at Anoki. Impressive. A single kick shattered Anoki's stone arm into pieces. The onlooking Kakashi and others gasped in astonishment. "Old man, it seems age has indeed caught up with you," taunted a figure enveloped in chakra that flickered with lightning, casting scorn upon Anoki. As this individual regarded Anoki, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Yet he hesitated to strike, clearly aware that under normal circumstances, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. "Humph! Losing an arm and being so thoroughly beaten has rendered Anoki quite displeased," remarked the third Tsuchikage, his expression grave as he observed the arrival of the Reikage and Tsuchikage. None had anticipated that the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages would arrive so swiftly. It appeared they had underestimated the significance of wood release in their eyes. Orochimaru concluded. It all hinges on that young man. He must be eliminated. The third Kazekage, hailed as the strongest wind shadow, appeared on the battlefield alongside the sand iron, keeping his distance from the sword saint. Initially, they had thought the greatest threat was Tsunade, the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, but it seemed the true linchpin was Yi-chan. The third Raikage glared at Yi-chan with ferocity. It seemed their ostentatious display in the Land of Rain was a deliberate ploy to draw them in, all to ensnare them in a trap, Anoki mused. Such delightful fantasies. Yet it is utterly impossible. Today, everyone shall perish here. The third Raikage surged forward with terrifying speed, his 4 fingers raised like unyielding blades aimed at Yi-chan. What astonishing speed! Yi-chan feigned astonishment, yet his right hand moved with deliberate calmness, capturing the Raikage's hand effortlessly. Chapter 106. Do not leave. Let us battle until dawn. What? The third Raikage's expression changed dramatically. Although he had not used his full strength in that sudden attack, his speed had reached its peak. Yet, Yi-chan effortlessly grasped his hand, which was nothing short of astonishing. It was no wonder he had shown such disdain for Naka's ninjutsu earlier. It was not arrogance born of having someone to protect him, but rather a profound lack of fear. A hint of gravity flickered in the eyes of the third Kazekage. Even he had to be exceedingly cautious against Raikage's assault, yet Yi-chan had so easily thwarted it. This was truly remarkable. One who could command so many powerful individuals could not possibly be a mere nobody, Noki remarked. Then how did you end up in such a state? The third Kazekage mocked. Do you wish to settle scores with me here? Do not think that just because I have lost an arm I fear you. Your sand and iron are nothing against my dust release. Noki was already troubled by the earlier events, and now, faced with the third Kazekage's brazen mockery, he was infuriated. If that is your desire, I have no objections, but know that by doing so, you forfeit any chance of avenging the loss of your arm. The third Kazekage was unyielding. I shall settle this account with you later. Observing the futility of Raikage's attack, Noki, despite his anger, realized this was not the time for rage, and he too prepared to engage. I refuse to believe your subordinates possess limitless stamina. Soon, more and more ninjas will arrive. Together with the 3 great ninja villages and the Rain Village, we shall bury you beneath our numbers. No one shall escape death today. The third Raikage was not merely a brute. As a village leader, he had honed his skills, becoming astute over time, unlike the naive Naruto. Recognizing his attack had failed, he quickly resorted to psychological tactics. It appears that your pride does not stem from your own strength, but rather from the seemingly endless supply of ninjas from your village. Yi-chan remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips. And what of it? The 3 leaders felt an ominous premonition upon witnessing Yi-chan's expression. In truth, we relish group battles, Yi-chan continued, turning to Hancock. Do you not find it excessively noisy here? With so many men around, I imagine it is quite uncomfortable for you. You need not speak. I am well aware. Hancock cast a cold glance at the multitude of ninjas, their overwhelming presence of men repulsing her. Thus, she refrained from their usual banter and decisively unleashed her Conqueror's Haki. As the first to become a formidable fighter in the underworld, Hancock had reaped numerous benefits. Even if she exhibited disobedience, her significance and Yi-chan's reliance on her could not be masked. Her strength had surpassed her former self during the Grand Line, and her Conqueror's Haki rivaled that of the strongest in the Grand Line, Shanks. Once unleashed, Hancock's Conqueror's Haki exerted physical force, cracking the ground beneath her. Except for the Sword Saint and a few others, the ninjas on the battlefield were toppled like a series of dominoes. In an instant, a vast number of ninjas collapsed, rendered unconscious by the sheer might of her aura. Conqueror's Haki, the most potent crowd control skill in the world of One Piece, could annihilate those lacking the requisite strength, will, or spirit in an instant. Hancock's current Haki was comparable to Shanks', and as she stated, those below a certain level could not withstand its impact. What have you done? The trio, Noki, Raikage, and Kazekage, gazed at Hancock in terror. In mere moments, over 90% of the ninjas had fallen, an occurrence that was nothing short of surreal. How terrifying! Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and White Fang gasped in astonishment. They were not oblivious to Hancock's prowess, but they had not anticipated her strength to reach such heights, incapacitating the majority of ninjas without lifting a finger. The once crowded battlefield now appeared vast and open, devoid of its previous congestion. Your numerical advantage has vanished. Does that not sadden you? What do you plan to do now? Will you flee or continue to play with me? Yi-chan observed the three leaders, their expressions darkening. The third Reikage, Kazekage, and Tsuchikage were decisive individuals, yet they found themselves at a loss, rendered momentarily paralyzed by the unforeseen situation. Honestly, I would very much like for you to bring your entire ninja force over. It would make our task much easier and less troublesome than seeking you out one by one. Yi-chan's words caused their faces to pale. Had he made such a statement a minute ago, they would have scoffed. Each ninja village was their stronghold. Unless a formidable force like Hashirama Senju were to emerge, assaulting their villages would be tantamount to courting death. They would have welcomed Yi-chan and his companions to their demise. Yet now fear gripped them. If these individuals invaded their village and unleashed such an attack again, how many ninjas would be left capable of resistance? They could be slaughtered at will. The thought sent shivers down the spines of the three leaders. Even if it meant death, they must eliminate this woman. Under the threat of Hancock's Haki, the Kazekage, Tsuchikage, and Reikage required no further consultation. They abandoned their assault on Yi-chan, each opting for a strategy of mutual destruction against Hancock. Hey, don't leave. I haven't had the chance to stretch my limbs in quite some time. Did you not wish to attack me? Come, let us engage in battle. As the Kazekage and others fled, Yi-chan felt displeased, swiftly positioning himself to block their path. None shall depart. Stay and fight me until dawn. Damn it! Witnessing Yi-chan obstructing their escape, a furious Reikage immediately unleashed his strongest attack, the lightning release. 1,000 birds, aiming to strike with ferocity. Chapter 107. The Giant Sword Unleashed. Drinking deep from the blood of three shadows, the third Kazekage's relentless pursuit of Yi-chan was fraught with lethal intent as he invoked magnetic release, manipulating the swirling sands and metals into sharp spikes that surged forth. That woman is entrusted to me. You must swiftly eliminate this insolent brat. The lingering bitterness of Inoki, having witnessed Hancock shatter one of his arms with a single kick, fueled his resolve. Woman, you cannot fly. Let us see how you contend with me. In midair, Inoki formed seals, causing vast boulders to plummet towards Hancock at an astonishing velocity. A tiresome trick, she retorted, exhibiting her formidable agility as she effortlessly shattered the descending rocks with a blend of her imposing physical prowess and the inner energy cultivated through the consumption of dragon essence. As Hancock obliterated the rocks, Inoki unleashed his dust release technique, enveloping her in its grasp. You, a mere man, dare to confront me? Hancock's eyes glimmered with disdain. Possessing observation Haki, she knew that unless her opponent surpassed her in strength or wielded similar abilities, she held a distinct advantage. Before the dust release could envelop her, Hancock struck the ground with her high-heeled shoe, transforming the damp earth into a radiant pink substance. This pink luminescence spiraled into a tempest, petrifying a translucent cube caught within its vortex. Inoki ascended to the highest altitude, narrowly evading the onslaught of the pink storm. Can even dust release be petrified? Inoki's expression soured. His ultimate technique had never before been so easily countered. Despite his prowess, he realized the gravity of the situation when confronted with Hancock's might. Such a formidable attack. How perilous, mused Yi-chan, his demeanor unperturbed as he deftly evaded the Reikage's most potent strike, effortlessly shattering the approaching sand and iron with a single palm. Undeterred, the third Kazekage and Reikage pressed on towards Hancock. How dare you disrespect me? I have taken an interest in engaging you, yet you choose to flee.
Yi-chan's irritation escalated.
If you dare to advance another step, I will ensure Hancock departs, leaving your village in disarray. The Reikage, who had been charging forward, pivoted back to face Yi-chan. Now that's more like it. Come, smile for me. I shall entertain you splendidly. Yi-chan grinned at the scowling duo. How about a game? I shall remain motionless, and should you manage to wound me, I will allow you to take the fallen ninjas with you. The Reikage and Kazekage exchanged glances, their resolve wavering. Although they had initially resolved to abandon the unconscious ninjas, Yi-chan's proposal rekindled their hopes. Yes, that's the spirit. Now, unleash your techniques and delight me. Yi-chan beckoned, feigning a stance of non-aggression. You underestimate me. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance. The Reikage charged forward, confidence brimming as he unleashed his signature technique. In contrast, the third Kazekage approached with caution,
Utilising a non-offensive technique émed at restraining y-Xiao.
Vast spikes of sand and iron encircled Yi-Chun, immobilizing him and threatening to pierce him should he attempt to move. A colossal sword, the giant sword of the Supreme, materialized before Yi-Chun, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. The Raikage's formidable strike met the giant sword's edge, resulting in a thunderous clash of metal, yet the sword remained unscathed, effortlessly absorbing the impact. The unblemished blade released an overwhelming sword aura that obliterated the surrounding sand and iron. Is it possible to manipulate a sword without hands, and with such power? The Raikage, acutely aware of the might of his own technique, felt a chill run down his spine. I haven't moved. This shouldn't count as a violation, right? Yi-Chun teased, observing the duo's dismayed expressions. Do not be disheartened so soon. Let the combined might of the earth, wind, and lightning shadows attack me together. I refuse to believe your sword can withstand the onslaught of dust release. Anoki soared above Yi-Chun, enveloping him in dust release alongside his sword. Magnetic release, sand iron domain. The third Kazekage swiftly formed seals, surrounding Yi-Chun with an immense wall of sand and iron, leaving him with no escape. Lightning release, ground walking. The Raikage pressed a hand to the ground, summoning surging bolts of lightning that coiled like serpents, ready to strike at the slightest movement. The terrifying power of the combined earth, wind, and lightning shadows. Yi-Chun laughed heartily, though his gaze turned icy. As his expression shifted, the giant sword clanged against the ground, and simultaneously, 5 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. Beware! The 3 shadows instinctively braced for impact, only to realize the lightning did not target them but rather struck the giant sword. 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword, 23. Before they could comprehend the unfolding events, a colossal prison of sword energy, formed from the very lightning that had struck, enveloped them. The 3 shadows, recognizing the imminent danger, found themselves frozen in place, unable to escape, and within the blink of an eye, were consumed by the boundless tempest of divine lightning. Chapter 108. We are civilized beings, fond of reasoning in Yunin Village, Yenin Village, and Shayin Village. The 3 most formidable shadows were unexpectedly slain in an instant. Both the remaining coalition ninjas still engaged in battle and the onlookers, such as Orochimaru, were utterly astonished by Yi-Chun's prowess. The Raikage's lightning chakra mode boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities within the ninja realm. Even when immobile, this mode could provide protective measures. Yet, to their shock, it failed to withstand even a single blow. Kikuchi Saka muttered, recognizing that in this world, the line between sword and blade was indistinguishable. As a swordsman himself, he perceived Yi-Chun's swordsmanship as mere knife work. Consequently, the impact of Yi-Chun's technique upon him was far more profound than that felt by Orochimaru and the others. It was noteworthy that, despite his relatively short career, he had gradually earned the title of the greatest sword in the ninja realm. Now, however, he found that this self-proclaimed title was rendered a mere jest in the face of Yi-Chun's abilities. The move, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Sword 23, made him realize that his cherished swordplay was hardly of consequence. You lot, return and convey a message to your ninja village. Inform your superiors that they must either withdraw from the war and surrender to Konoha, or I shall take the trouble to pay a visit to your ninja village. Yi-Chun commanded, causing the hand-picked ninjas who had not succumbed to the effects of the Conqueror's Haki to halt their relentless assault. Upon learning they could escape this calamity, these ninjas, who had always danced on the brink of life and death, began to weep inconsolably. It was not cowardice nor fragility. The disparity in their capabilities was too vast. This was not a war but a sheer massacre, and what was most crushing was that a handful pursued thousands to cut them down. Have you not been a bit too ruthless? After all, we merely opened our doors for business, not that of professional butchers. We are at most just hiring specialists to do the fighting, Yi-Chun remarked, observing the ninjas weeping like children. To reduce a group of ninjas, who valued their missions above their lives, to tears required unfathomable brutality. Not me. I haven't harmed anyone. It must be the Sword Saint and the Evil God. One of them keeps striking down from the front to the back, then back again, over and over. The other is even more outrageous. transforming into a fire Qilin, recklessly driving across the battlefield, crashing into who knows how many ninjas. The three immortals of the Han dynasty adeptly shifted blame onto the Sword Saint and the evil god. Storekeeper, this is unjust. They could argue that my speed, no matter how swift, amounts to only one strike per person, while those three old rascals have killed countless with their lightning. Compared to them, the evil god and I are far too benevolent. Having only taken down a few hundred ninjas, the Sword Saint proclaimed with an expression of grievance. June's Frost is a tragedy beyond comprehension. How could they so wrongfully accuse me? Everyone knows I relish dueling with experts and have no interest in mere insects. How could I possibly kill so many? And everyone knows I cannot drive, so how could I engage in reckless driving? The evil god lamented, sounding even more wronged than Doi. Watching their exchange, Orochimaru and the others were left dumbfounded. Were these truly the formidable beings who had just instilled terror? They appeared more like a group of raucous commoners, infused with a comical flair. Silence them at once. No more tears. If you do not cease, I shall make sure you never have the chance to cry again. Yi-chun exclaimed, growing increasingly irritated by the weeping. Listen well, ninjas. Whoever dares to shed tears or sob shall find me more than willing to assist in ensuring they can never weep again. The evil god ripped off his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, adopting a fearsome expression. The Sword Saint remained silent, but a chilling sword energy began to emanate from him. What is this? Intimidation? The storekeeper has stated that while we may be thugs, we are civilized beings, fond of reasoning. Unlike those who bully others with their power, your actions will only tarnish the reputation of our establishment as thugs. Nanhua admonished with a tone of heartfelt disappointment. Brother Nanhua speaks the truth. You two, take heed. This is the civilized approach to persuasion, Yuji added. Sigh, I have never been able to tolerate tears. Each time I see someone cry, I feel compelled to send them off with the Five Thunder technique. I've heard ninjas endure hardship and fear not pain. I wonder if it's true. So, I might as well strike a few more times. After all, in my life, I've never experienced what it feels like to be struck by lightning. If ninjas are truly capable of enduring pain, I'd like to hear their thoughts on the matter. Suicii mused, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle as though addressing the air. Boom! As he spoke, thunder suddenly roared from the sky. Aside from the thunder and rain, the surroundings fell eerily silent. The remaining ninjas from various villages looked on in terror at the seemingly benevolent Suicii. Is this truly what they call a civilized approach to persuasion? Jiraiya's lips twitched, and his gaze unconsciously drifted to Joshu, realizing just how endearing the latter truly was. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. See, there's no need for threats. I merely wished to engage them in heartfelt conversation. Once they understood, they all fell silent, proving that intimidation is the most primitive method of resolving issues. Suicii turned to address the Sword Saint and the evil god. The Sword Saint and the evil god, aside from displaying expressions of disbelief, found themselves rendered speechless. The illustrious three immortals of the Han dynasty had abandoned all sense of dignity, shamelessly stooping to such depths. The phrase "when one stoops low, they become invincible" hardly sufficed to describe their influence. Return with the message to your ninja villages. Yi-chun, having lost the energy to engage with his foolish subordinates further, waved his hand. Terrified ninjas, spurred by the Sword Saint and others, fled at remarkable speed toward their respective villages.